Hello, this is Editing Voice coming to you at 5:30 in the morning. This is the intro to the intro of this video, if you can believe that. So Cranberry and I recorded this video over the course of 4 recording sessions, and it came out to be too long. This video was 12 hours and 18 minutes of footage. Unfortunately, YouTube caps you at 12 hours, so I went through and I had to cut out random tangents here and there, not a ton of them, but I cut out a few times we went off topic or just kind of like retreaded ground. It happened a lot, as it turns out, because, we're just kind of talking. So I got out some irrelevant stuff, 18 minutes of that, in fact, which I found to be like not too hard to find, which is why I didn't end up splitting this video into 2 videos like I was originally talking about doing. So I wanted to warn you about that and tell you about why this isn't 2 separate videos. And then for YouTube stuff for today, I want to tell you 2 things. One, this is the only video I'm uploading today. It would be kind of silly. It might be the only video I upload for the next 2 days. Probably not. I think it'll be normal content tomorrow. And 2, there will be no mid-roll ads on this video whatsoever, because this is basically just a really long podcast, and I think that ads on content like this are very intrusive. So you can sleep soundly if you're listening on mobile. All you will get is the pre-roll ad that you watched already, and then the post-roll ad if you see ads. So, and if you don't see ads for, whatever reason, right on. But yeah, that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you very much for watching. I'm very excited about this video. It's going to be something I talk about for probably the rest of my YouTube career. So goodbye. And also, hello and welcome to a very long video, I assume. I am joined by...
It's me, Cranberry.
Oh my god, he's him!
Yeah, it's me, Cranberry. Can you believe this? It's been so long, man. How's it been?
It's been forever. I feel like I haven't gotten to record a video with you since like 2020.
At least Monster Train like 1 times, right?
Yeah. I've had a lot of strange guests come on the show.
Like
An
who?
odd time. I think Bashar. What was his name? Bashar al-Assad.
Bashar al-Assad,
Yeah.
former leader of the Syrian government.
Yeah,
Now I believe hiding in Russia. I think.
Yeah, I saw that he spends all his time now playing internet video games.
Based.
Yeah, so when you're arguing with someone about Monster Train, it might be him.
It could be.
It's
Dude,
possible.
imagine if like a Sam Bankman-Fried thing, like for him it's Monster Train instead of Storybook Brawl.
He just buys Monster Train and has a tournament.
Exactly.
Whoa. Anyway, if you didn't read the title, Cranberry and I are going to be tier listing. I'll scroll down for effect. Every card in Monster Train. On the capture, you won't be able to see them all because the right side's cut off a little bit.
Do you have a total number? I'm just curious. Do you know what it was off the top? I know it's like over 400, I think, right? Something like that.
It's a lot. Here, I can do a quick count. It's about 300 cards, something like that.
That's less than I thought, to be honest. I thought there was more in this game.
Yeah, I am also surprised. I wonder how many there were in Monster Train 1.
Less.
Yeah, definitely less.
Less of them for sure.
Cranberry, would you like to do any plugs before we begin?
I mean, I don't know. I play the game too. Watch my videos, I guess. I'm gonna try to convince Voix to do maybe the rest of the tier lists for the game on my channel. Think like the stuff we haven't covered here, basically like champions or relics or whatever. Maybe we'll see.
Oh yeah, sure. We could do that.
We'll figure that out. Yeah, we'll just not today though. Obviously, this is already gonna take too long to do.
Yeah.
So we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we might split this into 2 recording sessions.
Yeah, I mean, even then it'll take too long. But anyway, yeah, keep an eye out for those because maybe we'll be doing those sometime soon too.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready to go.
All right. So just to make sure, your first card is Blood-Soaked Arena.
Yep, it is in the correct,
Right,
hopefully correct order for me too here.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if they were changed because I didn't change them. Anyway, I'll go first. I think Blood-Soaked Arena is above average. This card is like...
I was gonna say the same thing.
I think it's pretty good. It's in the grand scheme of things, I think rooms are very often like useless, and this room can be very good on average, or even better. But it's never like super OP unless you're playing like a sweeper.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if that sweeper is also doubling as a tank for you. Something like Husk Hermit or whatever, right? You get the revenge triggers to get more attacks, so you can use Valor to defend it. Yep. And then also it scales attacks on Slay, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's definitely like, a decent room, and it doesn't like mess you up ever, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, but I think Blood-Soaked Arena, funnily enough, is best when it is not being played with banished units.
Yeah, yeah. Usually it just goes on other. I mean, just other strong things
Yeah.
basically.
Put this in the green clan. Give Awoken this card.
It'd be pretty strong.
All right. You got Just Cause.
Oh, we alternate. I didn't realize we were going to alternate
Yeah, we can
here.
alternate. I think that's how we did it in the past, right?
In the context of starter cards, I think this is an above average starter. But in the context of the actual game, maybe average or below average, somewhere in that range. I think it's a pretty. I'll put it at average. I think actually, because I think this is
Yeah.
usually a pretty important card for this clan, especially with Fel.
Yeah. Yep.
If you need movement cards to make a lot of the banished units work, so this gives you a lot of movement, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's sort of like uh, mixing root seeds with restore, where you're getting 2 attack and 2 healing worth of power out of this card typically.
Yep, and then also you're getting again the shift triggers too. So
Yeah. Yeah, I think this card is pretty much average. This is where it gets to be like, oh well, there needs to be distinctions within the tier list. I feel like I have a big problem of sandbagging too much in these tier lists, so I'm just gonna say shit in this one.
yeah.
I think this card is average. It's fine. I don't really feel like we need to go a ton into context. So it's a
When it
decent
comes
card.
to here's what I'll say. Even when I'm not playing like a shift focused build as a starter card, I find myself not even removing this very often.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
fair.
usually pretty cool. It's also this cool tech you can do with it where you can, shift backliners to the front. There's a collector that you can't snag. Move the
Hmm.
collector to the front of the row, pick it off, right? There's a lot going on with this card. Definitely stronger than the average starter card.
Sure, I agree. Okay, I'll do Liquid Courage. I think Liquid Courage is also average. I believe pretty firmly that Banished is in need of damage shields. It's a really important way to get your first round of Valor to give you the armor so that you can start snowballing. And I think Liquid Courage is a very efficient card at giving you 1 damage shield.
I would put it on the high end of average, but I don't think it's good enough to be in the above average
Yeah,
tier.
yeah, I
I think
agree.
this is like a card that if you see and it's like, oh well, it's in the. I don't want to skip it. I'll take it, I guess here. It is like that never skip category, but it's not like this is now gonna win my run tier. So it's fine.
Yeah, I think that there's a little bit of intuition that we will have when we rank these cards because like I picked this card a lot, Liquid Courage, and I think that
Mhm.
that is not entirely because Liquid Courage is really good, but that the uncommon pool in Banished is fucking awful. There are so many bad cards in this clan.
Also, a lot of cards like this, the fact that they have consume is actually kind of usually a benefit for you because then it's just like you get it out of the deck and then you don't have to worry about it anymore, clogging up the card draw pool in
Yeah,
the
it
second
does
cycle
its thing
through.
and goes away.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think Liquid Courage is fine. But I think if you put it into a clan with better uncommons, this thing probably drops a tier. But again, Banished cards are not good.
Yep.
Speaking of not good,
Yeah, I'm either below average or very bad on this Windblade here. I despise this card usually, especially because it always shows up in my decks at the beginning of runs where I don't have any shift units. So, I don't know. It's not terrible though. You set it and you forget it, and it's usually like just like a little bit of scaling valor for you. I think I go below average, but I do detest it.
I would put this card in very bad. I
You
think
go
this
very
thing is
bad on
not
this
good.
one. Yeah, it's. Listen, you won't get too much argument from me there either. I
Yeah.
do hate it.
The nice thing about Windblade is that when you start with it, it's not terrible, and it can it can be kind of good if you start with it and then you put it on a unit with a shift trigger. It makes your early game a
Yeah,
little better.
if you
But
get one, bastard.
yeah, I mean, it's the only really
Yeah.
good thing for Windblade is that you can start the game with it and then also start the game with like one of the really bad shift units, and then this thing kind of
Mhm.
fixes your otherwise scary early game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not a good card. I would never pick this. I don't
I
think.
find myself very often. I find myself very often removing this card from my deck because I have something like a tuned whetstone, and I don't want to accidentally hit this instead, which is, maybe a good case for why it sucks.
Yeah, it is not a good card. I agree.
Hmm.
I'm gonna actually, because all of the units are kind of clustered, I'm gonna go ahead and move host card down into the unit pool. I'll put him at the end.
Okay,
I don't know
I'm
why
down for that.
he's off in the everywhere else. It doesn't happen to any of the others, but I don't know. Anyway, so I'll
Okay.
take Penitent Bloodsuit here, which I think this is a little bit contentious. I know a lot of people really hate this thing, but I think this thing is average.
I gotta go below average on this still. I'm sorry. I know it has utility in the early game. It picks off backliners for you in the mid to late game as well. But it's just like in the same way that Windblade for me messes up a tuned whetstone. This can I'm pretty sure get tutored off of it as well, which is
Yeah,
very annoying.
yeah, it can.
And it's just like I don't like it.
I mean, it's fair, but I think it's again, it's sort of like banished has a lot of not good picks in the early game, especially if you're exile banished, where you're like, I don't really need to play shift. A lot of banished cards are terrible, and then this is like, hey, you do like 120 or so damage to Archeon, which is really good, and also you'll kill like one heavy, which can save you a bunch of HP. So I think this thing is fine. And it's again just like a contextual thing where a lot of the commons in this clan are bad, and this thing is free.
It does cost 0. That is true.
It's free and it goes away, so like it's nice for that. But yeah, it's not like a crazy good card or anything. Okay, next up.
Up next is Be Gone, and I can't even read the text on this one. I always mix this one up with the other one that like is similar. There's the one that this is Be Gone, I believe, right? So this is retreat the front enemy unit, apply 1 melee weakness to enemy units.
Yeah.
I never use this card.
Yep.
Ever. So I feel like it's gotta go in the very bad tier. I don't think it's gutter tier, but I feel like it's oftentimes a detriment to move the frontline unit to the back of a row. Like it just doesn't seem like a good thing to do unless you have a quick sweeper, so you can just sweep all the backline anyway. But even then, it just feels like you don't want this effect usually.
Yeah, I think that this card probably just needs to cost 1. I agree with you. I think I'll just put it in very bad. I don't know if I've ever played this card. I don't.
I mean, I have it stamped. At some point I've taken it and won a run, but I don't think it was actually a factor in winning that run.
Yeah, I think this card is one of the cards that I stamped on a run where I had Dante and I was just clicking anything that had calcified embers.
That makes sense.
But yeah, this card is very, very bad.
Again, in the context of a quick sweep run, especially if that sweeper is just hitting for a lot of damage too, this just makes sense as a good way to kill heavies. Yeah. So there is context where it is good, but it's very few and far between. Also, cost 2, like you said, it should cost less, and even if it costs less, it would still be pretty bad most of the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, I do not think that there's much to say about this card other than retreating is not good. Just like Breath of Heaven, advancing is not good. Messing with the enemy wave formation is not good, typically. Okay, I get Benediction. This is the 3 energy, Valor 2, and Damage Shield 1 to your friendly units. This card is good. I would probably put this at above average. I think this thing is pretty strong.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. I think in the context of Train 1, this would maybe just be an average card. But because worst case scenario with this card, you can put a Smolder Stone on it, and it becomes like a really impactful effect for 1 mana. It's pretty good usually.
Yeah. This thing can be your way to fight back against Corruption Seraph, because you can just like play a few of it and give yourself a little damage shield. And damage shielding all of your units is really good because it makes you a lot better into Relentless. And yeah, this card's good.
Yeah, kind of the end. AoE damage shield's pretty strong.
Yeah,
there's a lot of runs in Train 1 where I would play was it Gem Trove, the AoE damage shield spell, purely for the damage shield, not even for the morsel generation. So I feel like this is that effect, but also with a little bit of Valor kicked in too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, the Valor 2 isn't really doing anything crazy.
You're playing this for the damage shield AoE, but even then it's not bad.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Up next is me with Challenge.
Yep.
I think this is a skill issue for me. I think I put Challenge in... I think I'm going to put it in average. I think it's around an average card. I think you have, sometimes you have runs where you just desperately want access to shifting, and you will play this on your own units to trigger more shift effects. You can use this on enemy units, obviously, which is I think the intended purpose, right? To like move people around. You can put this on a heavy just to give it melee weakness. It's a pretty flexible card, but I think the card is a little too low impact on average, so I don't think I can put it much higher.
I agree. The interesting problem that Challenge faces is that typically when you need this card, it's on double heavies, and a lot of the time it just doesn't help you on double heavies, because the heavy that's living is usually living So like the situation is you have like in banished especially this happens where you have like two units that have two multi-strike each. And what's happening is like 1, 2, 3 hits to kill the front heavy, 1 hit to kill the back heavy. And then you
Mhm,
put challenge on and it still often is 1, 2, 3 hits and then 1 hit. It just doesn't do enough impact where
mhm.
what you end up needing to do a lot of the time in this game when you have bad runs for double heavies is kill one heavy and then pick the other one off with a bunch of like little hits from other units or other spells. And challenge just doesn't help with that.
It's again just a little too low impact. It's pretty flexible, but it doesn't actually do enough.
Yeah, I think most often you pick this because you need advance in Exile Banished, or you pick this because you want to not spend as much time on the Titans, and then you just go play this on the guy. But
That's true too.
there's better commons, so I think this is often not that good.
Hmm.
All right, I get Cleave. Cleave is like really good. I think I'd put this in exceptional. Cleave is a really really
I would
good card.
agree. I would agree. Sometimes you don't need it, but like if you don't need it, then don't take it. Sometimes this saves your entire run. So
Yeah,
that's a pretty strong card. Okay, we got Cursed Twin Blade up next here. I think this has got to be also an exceptional card personally. It's just multi-strike with almost no downside for 2.
it's interesting. I've definitely felt my opinion of this card kind of fall off a little bit. I
Dang, hater.
the thing about it is that a lot of times it's just too expensive. I think that it's hard to fit in because like you have to merge it with something typically, and then you're paying so much energy for it. I still think it's good, mind you. I'm gonna give it above
I've
average, but I don't think
I've
it's like a
had
great
I've
great
had at
card.
least lately I've had times where I haven't had to merge it and it's just been fine on its own. I know people love the twin blade. What's the other one? The spear.
Everlasting Light.
Yeah, everlasting light. I know people love that combo and it's obviously a good one, but I found more and more lately, at least just a twin blade on its own is just pretty awesome. So obviously you can get a merge line going that's even better. But I think that multi strike for 2 is with very little downside is pretty like think about like what's it the hellhorn tome, right? I think fragile is a much bigger downside than average, and that costs 4. That's like a at least a pretty decent card.
Yeah, I
So I
mean,
don't know.
I think I would rank them about the same. Curse Blade has the downside of you lose your equipment slot, and all you're getting is like multi strike, which all you're getting is multi
Yeah,
strike. Multi strike's
exactly. Yeah.
good, but
Mhm.
it doesn't win you the game on its own. Basically, I think it
That is
still
true.
needs a
That is
lot of
true.
help.
That is
But
very much true. But it's a I find myself almost never skipping this basically. I'm
I've
being
been
very
I've
happy whenever I see it.
I've been taking it a little less lately, but I still think it's pretty good.
Okay.
Alright, I get Deadly Plunge. This is one of
One of
the
the best cards in the game.
this is a card that is confusing to me because there's also Heroic Dive, and I just don't understand why they have two cards that are almost exactly the same with different effects. I will read this one out just in case you don't remember which one's which. Deadly Plunge is the 2 energy consume, which deals damage to the front enemy equal to 3x this unit's health and armor. Not the one that moves your units down to the floor below. This card is not like the worst. I would give this below average. Like I was talking about with challenge, I think you often need to just pick off heavies with little pieces here and there to clear double heavies. And this is a card that does like, probably like in a good run 200-ish damage, which is sometimes enough.
It's so weird to me this card has consume on it. I don't understand. Like it feels like
Yeah.
this card was meant to be like, oh, I've got like a sick Valor frontline unit, and I can use it to chunk down heavies. And that was like the one thing my run was missing. And it's like, oh, by the way, it also has consume, so you can't actually rely on this with holdover to handle heavies consistently for you. So it's just so weird.
You're right.
I think I gotta put it in very bad, man. I don't know. Like the one thing it does, it only does it once.
In a
And like,
lot of fights,
are you gonna do Eternal Stone holdover on it to do that more consistently? Like, what are we doing here, man?
I think a lot of fights you can get away with it. Only you can just pick like this card and then one other card, and then you can be like, okay, well I can patch the holes a little bit. But you're right. It's very odd that this card has like 3 big negatives on it, because like at a baseline, I think that this effect could probably be 2 negatives, right? Because the negatives here are it's 2 energy, which I would say is 1 above what I would pay for this. It's consume, and it's only the front enemy and not a targeted enemy. So like there's so many things that this card is like shackled by for no clear reason.
This must be something that, like, in early testing, the original design was too strong, so they kept, like, having to tweak it or something. Because it is just in a really weird spot. I
Yeah,
don't get it.
it's a strange card. This is like what I was talking about too when we were talking about Liquid Courage, where it's like, yeah, a lot of the uncommons in this clan are just not good. Yeah.
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 Up next for me here is Demonize.
Yep.
For me, I see this and I see Begone, and it's the meme from The Office where it's the two pictures. I just see the art and I'm like, this is the same card, isn't it? I think I put this also in very bad, man. I just never use this thing. It's cool, but it's so expensive. And I feel like the purpose of it is basically what you're saying before about, oh, there's double heavies. Well, one leaks up, you bring it back down, and you give it more melee, so it's hopefully easier to kill. But it's just like 3 energy for that. Like, I don't know, man. That's expensive.
I would put this card in below average. I think it's like, I agree, it's just too expensive. But this is another one where you can just give it like a -2 consume and then use it once and it's kind of okay. But it's not like great. Descending units is very strong though.
Yeah. But like the problem too is with it being so expensive, it's not realistic to use this as like a overstacking option. So you really can only use this on enemies, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's just like,
it is a strange card. I think it's.
You know what? Have you seen the new relics that leaked the other day? Not leaked, I guess they got revealed, right?
I actually have not.
Oh well, one of them gives 3 cost cards permafrost.
Whoa.
So I will say, hey, yes, but maybe Demonize will be a little bit better with this now, because I feel like permafrost is actually a pretty cool thing to do to it, right? Because then it's like, you can wait for the turn you actually need to play this to use it. So I don't know.
I think that this card, if it said Ascend, we would probably be having a very different conversation about it.
Maybe.
But yeah, I don't know.
It would be pretty. I still don't know. Yeah, whatever.
I agree. Whatever. Demonize. We're spending a lot of time talking about like a fucking C tier card.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Divinity. I think Divinity is like above average here. This card is mostly just good because a lot of other cards in this tier, like in the common pool, are not good. And this card is like consistently gonna be a pretty strong take in my opinion.
Yeah, I think like the bottom end of above average is probably fair. Bottom of the middle-ish.
Yeah.
Pretty good card. It's budget Ritual of Battle.
Yeah. I think you have to invest a lot of upgrades into it. Like if you can give this 2 good upgrades, it's a very strong duplicate target, but you need to give it like -2 remove consume plus, or -2 gain consume remove consume, or double stack -1, or you know, what have you.
Yeah, but I've had Smolderstone, Twinstone be pretty good on it.
Yeah.
Or like Smolderstone double stack, things like that.
Yeah.
There's some good stuff you can do for sure.
I agree. It has some play, but not my favorite card.
Okay. Up next is Eagle Heart.
Yep.
I think this is gonna be a little bit controversial. I'm gonna put this at average. I don't know. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
You get a free attack, but like oftentimes you want your free attack to come from your backliner, and moving them to the front can be a little bit of a risk. Yep. But when it's not a risk, this is a pretty powerful effect. So it's like, you know, kind of cool, but just average in general.
Yep. I mean, you did just cover it. The effect is very strong, but it fucks your positioning up. I think that the idea is that Banished is supposed to be like dancing around and you're supposed to be using Valor to pop someone different to the front line constantly, and this isn't supposed to be a downside, but that's just not how the game works. It doesn't play like that.
I mean, sometimes it does play like that, and when it does, this is awesome. Then this is like one of the best cards in the game for you. But like again, it doesn't often play that way.
Banished is not a clan where moving your units around a lot is very good. Because Battle Dancer sucks. Sorry, spoilers for the future. And so does the Demonic Fledgling's okay, but he's 10 HP, man. It is not very likely that you're surviving a hit with this unit.
The only real dance builds are the ones that use the 2 rare units, basically.
Yeah, which, you know.
They don't show up very often, so, you know, there's that.
And sometimes they show up and you have Inspire, and you go, oh, maybe next time. Okay. Oh, God, I got Heaven's Word? Oh, no. So Heaven's Word, if you've not seen it, I believe this card is 2 energy consume, ascend all friendly units on the floor, then advance the highest health friendly unit to the front, is what this card does.
Yep, 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 yep.
I honestly, so I originally made a tier set that's like the I don't know tier, because there are some cards that I don't have a strong feeling about, but then I went, I'm just gonna rank shit. I'll just say shit. I think this card is very bad. I really can't imagine a world where I want to play this.
I can imagine a world, and it's a world where you were forced to not take any size upgrades for whatever reason, and then you put intrinsic on this, and then you get a huge overstack. I think
Okay.
that's like a thing you can do with this card that is very strong, but I think that doesn't happen very often. I think you have to play around that specific line very, very specifically. So I think I do agree with you putting in the very bad tier. This is also one of the new cards that they released with the most recent update, the Lost Armament update.
Yeah, yep.
So we both played very little with this card. I've taken it once or twice, and I tried to do that line, and both times I tried to do it, I couldn't find intrinsic for my Heaven's Ward, so it ended up being very bad. But I can see a world where this card ends up being powerful for you. But I think it's just like it's a consistency issue. The effect outside of that line is very bad. So, don't play it then.
It's a cool idea, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah.
Another big problem is that I think that in 2 out of the 3 Seraphs, it's very bad for you to try to plan around playing on a higher floor. You want to be bottom floor versus savagery and corruption whenever possible.
Yep, that is very true as well.
I don't want to build my deck and go like, well, I guess I'm just going to concede and play middle floor and just take 35 damage or a curse every turn, because that sucks.
That is very true. It does suck.
But
I mean, sometimes I find myself having to play middle floor against savagery anyway, just because I don't ramp up fast enough.
Yeah, it happens.
But like, you know, that's me get a plan for, basically. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
Next card.
Ooh.
All right, I think you're up here, right?
No, I did Heaven's Ward.
Oh, you did Heaven's Ward? Shit.
Yeah, I did.
Imprisoned Zephyr. Oh man, I'm gonna put it at average just because it's like, or maybe above average. I don't know. It's so situational, right? It depends on if this is your primary or if this is your secondary. If you're playing Talos, did you get the shift effect with melee weakness or not? If you're playing Fel, how much do you care about shifting? It's really hard to say. I'm gonna put it just, I think, in average though.
Yeah, I mean, this card's unrankable.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
It is
a hard one.
It is not very rankable.
This if you are playing a shift build, this is basically a mandatory card for you. This is the most shift output you can get on a single card in the entire game, without a doubt. Obviously, right?
Yep.
This will give you so much value if you have shift cards, but if you don't, it's like worthless. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's a pretty hard card to rate. It is good when it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. All right, I'll take Inspire.
Yeah, what's up with Inspire?
I don't know. People really hate Inspire. I know it. I've seen people talk about this card. They're like, this is the worst starter card in the game. I hate this thing. Talos is my greatest nemesis, and I hate Inspire. I think this card is just like, I don't know. It's probably between below average and very bad. I would put it at below average. I think that it's like okay.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I feel like worst case scenario, there's a lot of decks that it's just like, I don't know. I'm playing my starters with nothing else to play. It's doing something for me at least. It's if you know, I think it's fine. I think it's not good. Obviously, I think it's on the lower half of starter cards, but I think it's not horrible. And also you have things like the Celestial Dust or whatever it's called, where it's +1 to all valor gains. That doubles it, which is like not much still, but it's like not bad then. So I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting to think about this card when you compare it to Just Cause, because in builds where you don't care about shifting, Inspire probably gives you more valor. It's just spread out, which is like not great, but fine is what I would say.
Yeah, you usually just want to focus your valor gain onto a specific target usually. So
yeah, but also I think that from like a design standpoint, I hate this card very deeply because it like really fucks up Exile Banished. Like if you start the game as Exile Banished with a shift unit, you just go, what do I do now?
Yeah, it is the same thing with like having like a Awoken Hollow with root seeds.
Yeah, it is kind of insane.
It's that sort of
weird again.
Mm-hmm.
But
what are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? I've been thinking about doing a rebalance patch of my own sometime, probably when Workshop support comes out. And my first thought was you should give Inspire trigger shift, and then someone said if you do that, melee weakness Talos becomes the strongest champion in the game. And I went, ah shit, you just can't design this clan around shift because of melee weakness Talos.
Well, in your rebalance, you could make melee weakness Talos worse then, so that way it's
Yeah,
balanced.
yeah, you just have to like fucking gun her down. Anyway, you can go next, I believe.
Next here we have Death Suit. Dude, I think Death Suit's a candidate for gutter tier. I fucking I
Yeah.
know, dude, it's fucking horrible. I think I gotta put it in gutter. At least the blood suit, it has the utility of like being able to pick off backlines or help out with heavies, which this does too, but it costs energy and it does it kind of worse, especially in the early game. So it's just like really, really bad.
Am I crazy? I thought this thing got taken down to 0 energy. Is it really still 1 energy?
Let me check. I got the book up here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Death suit. Where are you? Nah, it's still one, man. It's still one cost.
What? I wonder what the idea is with this card. It feels like it's half of an idea.
It's the same idea as like here's the thing. I feel like there's supposed to be some sort of concept of using shift offensively because you have both the suits, right? You have the blood suit, you have the death suit. There's this idea of shifting around your enemies. You have challenge as a spell too, right? But you don't have enough support to make this a consistent thing to do to enemies. And you oftentimes like even your negative shift effects like challenge you want to use on your own units because the benefit outweighs the detriment. So it's just like, why are we here? Why are we here, Death Suit?
It's weird too because like, what enemy do you want to put Penitent's Death Suit on? Well, a frontliner, right? A heavy, surely.
Floating bosses as well.
Yeah, you can do it on floating bosses, but aside from, and like, if this card is only for floating bosses, I guess that's okay. But if you put this on a heavy, to shift them, you have to move an enemy in front of them, and then you're losing out on melee weakness because you're killing something else instead. It's such a strange card. I think, at the very least, it should return to your hand when you kill an enemy and then cause 0. And even then, I don't know.
I wouldn't want that. I think that'd be worse for you, man, if it came back to your hand because you had to play it again.
Yeah, but like if you make it free and it comes back to your hand, you could make
it
like
yeah, sure.
You could make it a value engine then. But like even in this best case, I think it would only go up like maybe a tier.
Yeah, and like you said, another thing too, an even worse thing about it, right? You have to move someone in front of them, then move back whatever to get the hit off. In theory, you could just play this and have them move up a floor, but like you said with the Seraphites, right? You usually want to play bottom floor anyway. So you don't get to activate that melee weakness until after they leave your floor. It's just horrible.
It's a very odd card.
I don't. Yeah. Goodbye.
Alright, I'll take Rising Rage. I think that another one where it's kind of hard to rank, but because this triggers shift twice, I think that this card is average. I would give it, you know, in runs where you want to shift, it's good. In runs where you don't want to shift, it is probably really bad.
I think this is top of average, maybe above average for me. I do like Rising Rage quite a bit. It is annoying that you can't use the shift if you are playing bottom or middle floor because then it will move the unit trying to shift off the floor. It really is like a little finicky there. But you know, for overstacking purposes and things like that, you have this as a thing you can do. I think the real key for me here is that I think what solidifies me for bottom of below average, I guess, is that in the Seraphite you put holdover on this and you can move Seraph off the floor pretty consistently. And that is good enough for me sometimes. Sometimes that's the one thing my run needs is a way to handle, you know, Corruption Seraph corrupting my whole floor, and this will do it for me.
That's fair. I don't find myself in that spot too often, but it is, you can move Seraph away. I just find that this card is like strange. It'd be kind of nice if you could choose to not ascend, and then this card was just 1 energy advance.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be awesome then. Yeah, that'd be super cool if you had the ability to toggle whether or not it wanted to advance. You know, it'd be cool if it acted like what's it called? They're not serums. What are they? Infusions, right?
Oh yeah.
If you played the card, you got the advance effect, and then you could be like, hey, you get a secondary card that pops off of it that will go away at the end of turn. That can ascend also.
Yeah, I've had thoughts like this before, and what often I come back around to is it would be really annoying with how many interfaces you have to go through.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true.
I did that one right.
Yep. Up next for me here is Sanctuary. Just like basically kind of the same as benediction, I feel like, for me here. So I think I
Yep.
put it around the same rank. The problem is that it does have consume innately, so you can't give it smolder stone. But
Yeah.
you can give it eternal stone, smolder stone, and it ends up being really strong too then.
Yeah. It also,
So
because it starts at
yeah.
2 damage shield, you can also just give it double stack, and then it's 4 damage shield, and that's a lot of damage shield to a floor.
Yeah. It doesn't get quite into exceptional though, because it's still kind of,
Yeah,
you know, it's not bad, but it's not super good.
I agree. I think it's just above average.
Mhm.
Okay, I get Selfless Sacrifice. I think this card is also above average. Advance and damage shield too. Very solid.
Yeah, pretty good card.
Yeah.
No real notes there.
Yeah, it does everything this clan wants. Pretty
Yeah.
cool.
I know you're a little bit of a hater of Shield of Winch.
Dude, I'm not even a hater. I just
This
think that
guy
this
hates
card,
this card. He's always hating it so much.
I think this card is not that good, and then people are like, no, Shield of Wing, no, it's so cool, it's so good, and then I pick it, and it's like fucking awful, man. It doesn't do anything in half your runs.
I think you got to put it in either, like, I think high end of below average or bottom of average. I think the strength of this card is that it's really good in a lot of other clans. The end, basically. I think your thesis of, like, why would you play this in the Banished clan? None of the Banished cards like this is very true and real. But I think just like, oh, you slap this on an Awoken Hollow and it's like it's hitting for 100 damage, and AOE reflection, right? There's a lot of clans that utilize this very well, but maybe I'm gonna put it on average. Actually, I'm gonna put it on average. I think that's enough for me, honestly.
I will put it in below average. I think that this should also work off of your armor, because it doesn't, like, the way this clan works is you end up getting dropped to like 5 or 10 HP, but then the Valor armors you through it once you get stabilized.
You are 100% right that it is criminal that you have a card like Deadly Plunge in this clan, which does utilize armor, but then you have the Shield of Wind, which is just like, no, only HP on this one, idiot.
But like, I suggested this idea in a video, and all the comments were like, no man, you're wrong. If this thing worked off of armor as well, it would be broken. It would be so overpowered. And I'm like, what are you talking about? No, it wouldn't.
It'd be pretty good. I don't think it'd be overpowered, but it'd be pretty.
It would be. There are not many good tank equipments in this game, and this would suddenly be something I would put on a frontliner.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I think it's below average. I think that the best thing to do with this thing is put it on a mushroom stack. That seems like the most fun way to play it.
That's a good way to use it as well. That's very true.
This card is really good with underlegion. That is the entire tier list. Every card. This is really good with underlegion. Anyway, Spike of the Banished, for me, it did get buffed. I said before this thing definitely needed to get buffed. It got buffed to 4. I would have liked to have seen it gone to 5, but, you know, I think this card is still not that good. I will put it in below average. I think that one main point in its favor is that there are runs where you just have a lot of energy and any output is good, and Spike of the Banished is an output, but generally I think this card is not that strong.
I think it's at least average now. I do agree that beforehand it was really bad. I think being a little bit above rate for Divinity as far as cost to valor ratio is pretty good, but the fact that it has consume on it, that, like, the thing about Divinity, again, and I'm gonna say this for a lot of like these 3-cost cards, you can put Smolderstone on them and they're pretty high impact. You can't put Smolderstone on this, so that's a pretty big issue, but you have stuff you can do with it. So I think for me it's just around average.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's a little below average just because, like, Divinity is a common card and it's in a pool of like not that many really good commons, so it's pretty easy to pick it. I think there's a lot of pretty good rares in this clan, like Blood-Soaked Arena and Cursed Twinblade and Sanctuary. You know, we've already ranked, so it's a little harder to pick Spike of the Banished. Also, Spike of the Banished is not like in an exclusive clan specific pack, right? It's also going against the other rares, so I think it gets dropped down just for that.
Yeah. I still like it though, but it's just kind of eh.
Yeah, I agree. Wait.
Oh, I'm next. Or are you next? Am I next?
No, I did that one. You're on Tome of the Lost Path.
Tome of the Lost Path? Weird one.
Yeah.
Very strong sometimes, very stinky sometimes. I think for me it's gonna be average again then, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's just like it's the same as I feel about Imprisoned Zephyr, where it's like if you have shifts, oh great, a bunch of free shift triggers. If you want to overstack a unit, cool, it's free overstack. But if you don't need those, this does just nothing for you. So
it's interesting. I think that this clan, I agree with you, by the way. This is just like an average card, because like sometimes it's really good and sometimes it does do very little. But I think more often than not it is going to do something for you in Banished, but yeah, I don't know. It is like actually it's kind of good on both exile and default because it's like another way to shift Talos sometimes, which is nice if you need that. But I guess you don't always need that.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna keep it an average. It's just strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Wings Radiance, which I'm gonna put in above average. This card is like good.
Yeah, it's kind of what I want Rising Rage to be, where I just want a card that's like more flexible.
Yeah.
And this is a pretty flexible card. It's either a huge melee weakness hit on a heavy that also puts it to the front, so you know, hooray. Or it's a 0 cost shift card, which is also pretty cool sometimes. So, the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the main feeling I have about Wings Radiance is that unlike Challenge, its like weaker variant, Wings Radiance you can play for 4x, and the problem where you're wasting hits is not a problem because Wings Radiance just kills. You're gonna kill someone with 4 melee
Yeah,
weakness.
usually, hopefully.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we get into the units, and we'll have to. We should probably say what the units are and what they
Yeah, I
do,
got them. I
just
got
for
them up here
clarity.
exactly. So,
Yeah,
Avenger, 2 cost
Avenger.
unit, 2 pips for space, 2040 stats, and then Revenge trigger, apply melee weakness 1 to the attacker.
Yeah,
Is it me or is it you? Is it me
it's you.
now?
It's you. It's you.
I hate this guy quite a bit. I do not like him. I've had times where he's been very good. He's got good base stats, but 2 costs is like it's fine. He's 2 space, it's fine. I don't go below average for him though. I think the problem he has is that there's this really awesome card in this clan named Firebrand that exists simultaneously, and I prefer much more as like a frontline unit. So
Yep. He scales horrifically. He's really good in the
he
first few
doesn't.
fights.
He
Yeah,
doesn't scale.
but he like some character or some of these cards will have like not great growth potential, but you can put things on
Yeah.
them. There's nothing you can really do for this guy. He's too expensive to be your frontline because it's really hard to pay 2 energy for a tank. And his effect is not that good because he uses it, man. He gives melee weakness to the enemies and then he eats it. And it's like, oh boy, I
Yeah.
did 20 extra damage. Okay, I get Battle Dancer. I have like I hate this unit. I think he's so bad.
Real quick, Voyek. Sorry. 1 cost, two
Oh yeah,
space
go ahead.
pips, shift, gain 3 valor, 7 attack, 14 HP.
Thank
Okay,
you,
sorry.
thank you. No, you're right. You're right. It's like fucking insane to me how bad at what he's supposed to be he is. This unit is so like, this is the prime example of what I think they want Banished to be, where you're like you play like 3 battle dancers and they're constantly shifting and then you're like min-maxing your valor every turn. You know what happens when you do that? They all do no fucking damage and die.
Yeah.
I hate this guy. He's very bad. I think that the one time that I've had good results out of this unit is in like a really shitty early game where I had nothing good going for me. I put Titanite plus 20 on him and he was an okay tank to get past the early game because there was nothing else good. But like the only way to play this guy as a carry is to give him multi-strike dualism. I think that's the only situation where I would pick him is like default banished, multi-strike dualism face up in the shop, and he's in the banner. And it's like, okay, you can play him then. Otherwise, I think that you're gonna pick this unit and then die at Kale.
That seems about right. I agree. So you put him in. Yeah, he's pretty bad. Very,
I think
very.
he's
Not.
very
I don't
bad.
think he's gutter. I don't think he's gutter level.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Because there's cases for him. I think a lot of banished units have a very big asterisk on them of you want dualism on almost every one of these units because their effects get value from dualism and then they also get double value from everlasting light, right? But the thing is,
Yeah.
like that's not a unique effect of Battle Dancer. Every unit in this
Yeah.
clan is happy to play dualism everlasting light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
True.
I hate this guy.
Okay. Up next, I've got the Death Metal Hymnist, which is a
Oh
very
yeah.
weird one. It's
Oh yeah.
one of the support units in this clan. It is a 4 cost, 1 space non-banner unit, so it does not show up in deployment. 2/2 with the enchant ability to gain 1 multi-strike. So every unit except for it on the floor gains multi-strike. God, what a hard card to rank. I think this has got to be probably below average because I think more often than not, the requisites of having enough energy to play it and then also having the space to play it are too high for you. But if you meet those requisites, this is obviously a very strong effect. So I gotta go below average, but it's cool. I like that it exists.
I think that there are a lot of ways to cheat this unit out, And in those cases, it's very good. Or if you're just like, well, I have one open space on the floor and I'm taking energy, so I could just pick this guy for sure. Right? Like you have two spaces and it's like, well, I have a slot for you. He does kind of get fucked up by shift. That's a weird thing for all the birds where like shifting becomes a problem for them sometimes. Like you can't play this guy with Imprisoned Zephyr a lot of the time because he just runs it down.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of cool ways to cheat this guy out. You could play Volatile Gauge, you could play Sketches, you could play the Jack in the Box event, and then suddenly it's like, wow, I just have multi-strike on all my units. That's really good.
But yeah. I think more often than not, you just see this and you go, dang, can't play it today, sorry.
I think that if the other two rares are bad and you're like just finishing Archeon, you can pick this, but sometimes it's going to do something cool, and a lot of times it's going to do nothing.
Okay, up next we got one of the dancers. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. This is specifically this is the attack one. This is Death Dancer. It is a 1-cost 2-space unit that has 7 attack, 14 HP. Basically the same stat line as Battle Dancer, but the shift ability is it applies 4 attack to all friendly units on the floor. So, take it away, Voyix. Where do you put the Death Dancer?
I think I played this unit once at the start of the game, and then every time after that it shows up and I'm playing Exile Banished, and I go, oh man.
Yeah.
I honestly think this unit is not that good. It's like, it's just really hard for me to want to play Shift in this way. Like I was saying with Battle Dancer, it's just not that good. I'm going to put this in below average, but I could be convinced to put it in very bad. But I feel like it has to be below average.
I think I could even make the argument for average here, man, because I think when you are playing Just Cause as your starter, I think this goes up a lot in value.
Yeah.
So I think like half the time it's pickable and you can build around it, and if you see it early, it's really good. And half the time, if you have Inspire, you go, "What the fuck are you doing here? Go away."
Yeah, I agree.
So I'd put it. I think. I'll put it in average, man, because I think when you do have Just Cause, it's actually a really strong effect. Also with cards like Rising Rage, you can overstack, and then this ends up being very strong in an overstacked floor. So, yeah.
I trust you. I'll put it in average. I think I generally agree. It's just like, this card is probably really good if you get it in the right clan, and sometimes you get it in the wrong clan, and then you go, man.
Yeah. Oh, is it me now? Yes, me, isn't it? Demonic Fledgling stat line here is 1-cost, 2-space, 10/10 stats. Strike trigger, gain 1 valor. Shift trigger, gain 2 rage.
Okay.
Right. Weird. Still,
yeah.
I know. You said it's worse than, or is better than Battle Dancer, and I agree. But I think not by much. I think even in the ideal circumstances, I do hate playing this unit, so I'm gonna put it in the below average, I believe. But miserable card. I don't like it.
If this guy spawned in with multi-strike dualism, he'd be second from the top tier for sure. He'd be above average. But yeah, I think he's below average because you just have to hit the specific upgrades for him, man. It's really annoying that it works like this. Dude, I'm looking at the Banish units. Are these like all... They all kind of suck, huh?
Yeah, Banish has a weak unit pool.
That's
honestly.
Not very good.
They have strong spells. You can see they have strong spells, weak units.
Yeah. I guess it's supposed to be carried by Valor. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, up next here we have Divine Dancer. This is another 1-cost 2-space unit. Same. I just actually made the connection for the first time that all the dancers have 7/14 base stats.
Yeah.
That is interesting. But anyway, 7/14 stats. Shift, apply 5 armor to friendly units. This is you, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, sounds fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to put it in the same spot as the other dancer. I think this one's like a little bit better, but they're just going to go in average because it's like if you get this and you don't have Just Cause, you don't click it.
Yeah. It's a lot of... I mean, here's like the thing, right? Think about Steelworker, right? Steelworker gets 1 trigger per turn of AoE armor. In a dedicated shift deck, it's pretty easy to usually get 2 shift triggers on this.
Yeah.
And that's more armor per turn than Steelworker output. So it's usually pretty strong if you have consistent shifting. So depends.
I think that if you have this in a run where you're playing the shift and you have like all of the shift cards, this thing is really strong. Like you're gonna be immortal. But if you don't, it's really bad. That's it.
Up next, we've got everyone's favorite. We got Firebrand.
Yeah.
Firebrand is a 2-cost unit that takes up 2 space. 15/30 base stats. Revenge trigger, it gains 2 valor. This is maybe is I'm gonna put Firebrand in, I think, exceptional, or maybe the top end of above average. It's a really strong card.
I
Uh,
I would put Firebrand in
what's up?
above average.
Dang, what a hater.
Yeah.
It's a really good one. It's literally Cope and Seethe Avenger. Firebrand does what you do, but just way better
Yeah, for sure.
to an absurd degree. It holds a lot of upgrades really well too. Titanite, HP upgrades, or dualism are all very strong in Firebrand, which is not an issue this clan has. A lot of these units can use dualism usually pretty well, so it's not that desperate. You're not that desperate to find one, but like, it's pretty good. And then, unlike Avenger, Firebrand can actually kill the heavy that's attacking it because it gains Valor as the fight goes on, and it scales pretty rapidly. Firebrand does pretty big damage pretty quickly, in my experience playing her. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I like it a lot. I put it in exceptional because I think it crushes the early game usually, and then also will be very impactful mid to late game. But, you know.
I mean, I pretty much agree with everything you said, but I think it's above average. I think it's a little hard to pay 2 in your deployment for this unit. Because like deployment on this clan is very expensive very often because you want to play a bunch of weapons. I think that generally speaking, Firebrand is like the biggest problem is that this unit wants to play multi-strike dualism, but then if you play that, you die to Seraph before you snowball. But then if you play Titanite, you can't really play this as your carry. So it's like there's a little bit of a disconnect there, but it's very easy to fix if you just put some damage shield on or something like that. So and also like you said, really good in the early game. It's like Avenger, but with the chance to become like a game-winning card, which is cool.
I don't mind myself putting multi strike on the Firebrand too much. I usually just go full on defense on it and then just let it kill like maybe a heavy or chunk a
Yeah,
heavy down at least for me. But I guess that's maybe I should start doing that more. I don't know.
I think that every unit in this clan, like I said, you just want to put dualism, multi-strike, everlasting light on them, and then win the game off of that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah.
Up next, we have Lead Songbird. Let me pull up the exact stats on it because I don't remember off the dome. Are they all 2/2s? They are all 2/2s.
I think he's a 1 energy 2/2 where Valor is +1 attack.
Yep, it adds +1 per stack of a Valor. Also, to clarify, all the Songbirds are 1 space, just to make sure.
Yeah, 1 space. Yep. I think that this one is average. It's like this is the guy that you see, and then you put him in with like your perma-scaled Fel, and then she just goes fucking ape shit. But like you're usually doing Valor in this clan, and giving it +1 is good if you have space for it.
Yeah, I think my logic here is that it's sort of the same use case as the Hymnist, but this is like, oh, I had an extra space and it costs 1 instead of 4. So I think it's a little bit easier to slot into your deck. And while the impact is lower than multi-strike is usually, it's a pretty strong effect still. So I think you're more likely to play it basically.
Yeah, generally speaking, it's not like mission critical that you draw this unit within the first few turns because the early waves are not that strong and you won't have that much Valor anyway. So like a big problem that these totem units tend to have is that you just don't draw them in time, but you usually won't have that problem with Lead Songbird just because of how the fights play out. And so the only hard part then is like if your floors are overstacking, it's harder to get him a seat on the floor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's fine.
Okay, up next we have Punk Shredder. Same base stats, 2/2, 1 cost, 1 space. Enchant though to gain trample. I think I put this maybe at the low end of above average or high end of average because trample is a pretty strong effect. You usually don't need it to be enchanted. You usually just want 1 unit to have trample. But sacrificing 1 space for trample on your important unit to have trample is usually pretty good. So I put it in I think I'll settle for low end of above average.
Yep, I agree. Trample is very strong. Send tweet.
Yep, there you go. Oh, have fun with this one, Voyix. We
got Crusader.
Yeah, really weird freak of a unit. So this is 1 cost, 2 space, a 5/30 stats, and it has the ability Slam, which is cooldown 2. The Steadfast Crusader advances, and then it deals damage to the front enemy unit equal to this unit's HP and armor.
And what armor?
The fuck? And armor.
What? Damn, dude, Shield of Wing must have been OP in testing or something. It's the only explanation. I must be wrong.
Maybe, like, man, maybe.
Every other card is health and armor. It must have been OP. Anyway, I think this guy is average. He's like John normal in terms of tanking. He's what you want out of a tank. He's a 1 energy 2 space that has more HP than Train Steward. And that's really good. I think that that's very strong for your tank. And then sometimes he gives you a shift trigger, which is also cool.
I find myself not playing this guy very often, so maybe I put him at the high end of below average. I just don't fuck with him. He's got weird vibes, honestly.
I don't know. As far as tanks go, he is one of them, is how I feel about him. And like,
yeah, I guess.
When I'm playing something like permascaling Fel, I pick this guy, hey, an extra shift trigger every 2 turns. That's cool. And you're like immune to getting your floor reorganized. But I'm not like attached to this guy or anything. I think he's just fine.
I'm not attached to him at all. I get very weird vibes. I feel like this dude is he reminds me of a person who's a very big fan of Final Fantasy 13. That's the vibe that Crusader gives me. Hey, he loves Snow from Final Fantasy 13. He's a big fan.
I am missing a fucking banished card, man. Fuck.
What are you missing?
The quick bird.
Oh yeah, I'd be Warbler's not here. What the hell, dude?
It's because I used him as my test. It was the first unit I put into the thing, and then I removed him because I was like, oh well, I'll add him back when I add all of them at the end.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up, man. Yeah. You do that to the Warbler.
My bad. Oh,
are you putting the Warbler?
I think I can edit the tier list and put him on the list.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, I think so.
I'll you do that, and I'll do the next card while you're indisposed and doing that real quick.
All right.
Up next on the tier list, we've got Sword Maiden, which is a 1-cost 2-space unit, has 10/20 base stats, and it has some abilities. It has a summon effect, which will draw an equipment card from your deck, a random equipment, but it draws an equipment from your deck, and then it has Artificer, which is just an ability that triggers whenever any unit on the floor is given an equipment. It has Artificer, gain 8 Valor on itself, on Sword Maiden. A pretty unusual card. Basically, one way you can think about this is that you are paying 1 extra mana to make a random equipment in your deck deployable, because you will oftentimes play this on your deployment and just get an equipment out of your deck, right? So in a weird way, this is sort of deployable but cost 1 on an equipment in your deck, right? Also, the Artificer ability is almost worthless, except, in my opinion, except for when you're playing exiled Lazarus League. The assistants give you a bunch of fodder equipment that will end up giving you a ton of Valor gain on Sword Maiden. So it's very dependent on what your clans are. I think ultimately, though, this is probably maybe I put this in like the same spot as I put Steadfast Crusader. I think like top end of below average to low end of average, but just note that there are some clan combos that, in my opinion, make this card actually insanely strong.
I like this unit a lot. I think she's above average.
Ooh, even above average, damn.
Yeah. One rules clarification. Does it say anyone gets equipped, or is it only friendly units still?
I believe. Oh, I actually let me see that. I'm not sure if it's enemies as well. Equipment is attached to any ally of this unit, so I believe only on your own.
I don't understand. Quick aside, I don't understand why the fuck this doesn't work when you use the equip on enemies, equipments. Like surely we can get value out of Penitent's blood suit, right? No, why not?
You would think that. You would think that, dummy.
You would think, but anyway, I think this unit is mostly good because, like, I don't know, she's super flexible. Basically, she's a 1-cost 2-space, which is great stats, and as every unit in this clan wants dualism, she wants dualism. But if you give her dualism, especially, I think she got a lot better with weapons cache, where you can just rocket out like a shitload of weapons.
You know
on
what?
her.
That is true. I didn't think about weapons cache being a thing as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's really easy to have her start the game at like 90 Valor sometimes, and that's like really good.
Yeah, for the record, Valor 8 is like a lot of Valor for a single instance of an effect. So if you can do it a lot, it's pretty strong.
Yeah,
I still kind of have the opinion that I really only feel comfortable playing this as like a true tank if I'm playing the lab assistants or whatever they're called from Lazarus League. But I mean, I don't know. I'm willing to try it out, more weapons cache and things like that. That sounds pretty cool, honestly.
I think that if you have to play this game with Banished as your game plan, you want to put dualism on a unit. And pretty much my tier list is ranking how good they are at holding dualism, with the exception of like Steadfast Crusader and the other idiot.
I think also it kind of shouldn't be undersold how cool it is that you can just play this a unit and then just ignore it and then just get the equipment. And like the whole thing is like, it's there's a lot of equipments in this game where if they cost one more, they're still pretty strong to play in deployment.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad there either on that fact.
I
Okay.
agree. I think if
Yeah,
you refresh, you should see Upbeat Warbler now.
Well, I have to replace all the cards too then if I
Uh,
refresh.
what you can do, just to be safe, is just open it in a new tab.
He's
I think you
right.
shouldn't,
He's
but
right.
just open a new tab.
Let me try. Let me try that. It did hold all my placements. Okay, good.
Yeah, and Upbeat Warbler should be in front of Host Guard.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, you're up here. Warbler though, 1 cost, 1 space, 2/2. Enchant to give quick. Voyix, where do you rank this?
I think this thing is really bad. I'm gonna put him in very bad.
I'm gonna put him in below average. I think he's pretty bad though. Also,
Yeah, it's so because like the problem is that he's a common man. Like the pool of common cards is not like competitive or anything, but like this is not something that I am skipping divinity or cleave or selfless sacrifice for. It is like a big contextual problem for him where like it's very hard to compete with other commons. And quick is an effect that you almost always need immediately, unlike the other 3 birds where you can draw this later. You kind of need quick immediately, and it's very bad to bottom deck this unit.
Yeah,
I hate this guy. I think he's really bad.
I still think that like sometimes you got a sweeper and it's like, oh, you just throw this into the thing and now he's got a quick and then hooray. But it's pretty. You should not be relying on the Warbler to be helping you.
Yeah,
It's a pretty bad one, but it also has the same thing where you can put it in the box though, and then you get a
Yeah.
guaranteed quick on deployment and stuff like that too. So
That's true.
it's just kind of though. I don't know. I don't fuck with him very much.
He does hit that saxophone though when you play
The Warbler's got such tight pants though too.
him.
Why does the bird even need pants?
Yeah, why'd they put this bird in pants, man?
Do the other birds wear pants? Actually, hold on, wait a second. Quick drip check.
I think that the trample bird's only wearing a vest.
I think the Hymnus has got a pair of shorts on. It looks like I can't quite tell. It's a little bit hard to see, and then
the lead songbird's got like some sort of ankle cuffs on.
Yeah, but no pants.
Yeah, no pants. I agree.
Why is the Warbler got these tight pants on, man? Anyway.
Mystery. Anyway. What's this guy? This is Host Guard. What is he?
Host Guard is a weird card. So this is a 3 cost, 3 space, 25/60 stat line unit that has the ability Heavenly Slam. It has a cooldown of 3, and it moves to a target location on any floor. Deal damage to the front enemy unit equal to this unit's health and armor.
Oh yeah, this is the guy where every time I play him, I go, "Is he bothering you, ma'am?" When I use his ability, and then I fly him in.
I think this is like maybe a surprising pick, but I think this is like either average or above average, only because you can just play this on any floor and then just move it to your main floor for free, and it's just like a free overstack, and that's like fine. Its base stats are not worth the cost of the unit, I feel like, on average, but like it's just an extra body on a floor that oftentimes just has a bunch of random AoE effects if you're playing Inspire or if you're doing like shift things. Like it's just eh. I think I'm gonna put it in an average. The big issue is 3 cost, which is too much.
Yeah, I think this guy's a little above average. He's a kind of a beast. The stat line is crazy.
The stat line, especially early, is really awesome. But I don't know. I find oftentimes in the late game it's just like I'm paying 3 for this. I'll just play it. I won't even play it in deployment, and I'll play it afterwards, and it's just kind of like an afterthought. Like I don't know.
Yeah, deployment is very expensive, but I do think that this guy is usually pretty good. You're like a Titanite away from having a Giga tank that also takes up no space. It's like you get to play your whole floor, and then your tank is a 0 space unit, which is kind of insane. But yeah, he's definitely a little expensive. If he were a 2 cost though, this unit would be fucking insane. He'd be broken.
That would be awesome. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
That would be absurd. I agree
honestly,
with that for sure.
I wouldn't mind them making rare units a little more powerful like that, but I digress.
One of the cooler designs of a unit as well, I think.
Like
the gas metal wings and stuff.
Yeah, I think his flavor text is pretty badass too. I'm pretty sure this guy's a baller.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay.
All right.
Up next we've got Deadly Plunge version 2.0, heroic dive.
Yeah,
I need to read with the effect. This is the one that descends, right? Let
yeah,
me
this
read the
is the
exact
descend
effect
one.
here.
Yep.
Where are you in my card
This is
pool? Hold on.
consume, descend, and advance a friendly unit. Then deal damage to the front enemy unit equal to 2x health and armor of this unit.
Why? I don't. I don't know, man.
It is like I don't understand it either. It is so strange that Deadly Plunge and Heroic Dive exist in the same clan. Like
I think I
it
gotta.
doesn't make any
I I
sense.
I think it's better maybe than Deadly Plunge, but not by much. No, it's also it's less expensive, but the impact is lower. But then it also forces you to descend the card as well. It's so weird.
Yeah, I think the only good thing for Heroic Dive is that if I'm not mistaken, and this is actually never thought about this before, this is the only way to descend a unit other than demonize, which you don't want to do. Like, is this the only way to safely descend your own unit in this clan?
I think so, yeah.
The one good thing for Heroic Dive is that you can play it with Talos. Like with melee weakness Talos, when you descend her, she'll melee weakness, and then you can fly her back up, and that's really good. And outside of that exact scenario, this card is just Deadly Plunge, but worse. And Deadly Plunge is not that good. I think this card is below average.
Oh, you put it in below average and not very bad?
No, yeah, I put it in below average. I think it's like, maybe it is very bad.
I'm putting it very bad, I think. It's just so many hoops to jump through to get the same effect as Deadly Plunge, which again is a pretty bad card. You would make a good point. You know what? Actually, maybe I should put it below average because I think that you make a good point about it being like a pretty easy way to descend to overstack. And
Yeah.
again, two out of the three Seraphs usually want to be playing bottom floor, so being able to descend into it is a pretty good thing.
Yeah. I'll go below
What
average.
what a fucked up card though, man. Why do these exist?
It's so strange. At least you can get the effect on the bottom floor and get the very good 2x health and armor.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a fun rules question that I've never thought of before. Let's say you have a 100 HP mushroom stack on the middle and on the bottom floor, and you heroic dive, not deadly plunge.
I don't know what happens, man. I don't even know what happens when you just descend mushroom stacks into each other. I assume
They
they
combine.
form into one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
assume
they
they
combine.
combine. I have no idea which stat number they'll use for that. I've genuinely coin flip. I don't know.
Yeah,
Either
I don't
way.
know either.
Up next, we've got Everlasting Light here. Is a 1-cost equipment that has 3 attack on it. And on strike, you apply 2 Valor to all units on the floor. Friendly units on the floor.
This is
Mr.
Banished.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This is an awesome card. I think I gotta put this in exceptional, but I could see maybe putting in above average. It is, like you mentioned before, most of these units in this clan want dualism, and it's not the most intuitive thing ever, but dualism doubles the impact of this card then too. You're applying 4 Valor per strike onto your entire floor. That's a lot. That's a fucking lot of Valor gain per round. You put this on a multi-striker with dualism, right? Now you're getting 8. Like, it's kind of absurd stat gains, basically. But for 1 cost also. Absurd impact, basically, on a single card.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm going to put it in exceptional because I think that we have spent the last hour talking about Banished, just going, yeah, and this unit wants dualism. Yeah, and this unit wants dualism. And it's all for Everlasting Light. This is, like I said, this is Mr. Banished. This is the whole clan.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane. I do find myself kind of cooling on my opinion of this card a little bit. I think if we were to somehow revisit this tier list in a few months, I would probably end up putting this in above average, just because I feel like it's really hard to play front to back in Banished versus Seraph very often. But this card is just really good.
I will say too, with the new equipments added to the equipment pool, it's a little bit harder to get this out of your armories more consistently now.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind that there's like a soft nerf in recent times to this card, but it's still very strong.
You do tend to see this from just like card packs, which is nice at least.
Yes.
But yeah.
Let me make sure we didn't miss any cards in the thing here.
Oh yeah.
Quick. I know you already said the Warlord. Let me just make sure we didn't miss anything. I think we are. Oh, we forgot Felon Talos.
Oh, Felon Talos.
No, we're good. We got all the Banished.
Yeah, I think overall Banished is very interesting. A pretty like reasonable spread of cards, all things considered.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there's nothing too shocking about this clan. It's like, I don't know, a lot of their cards do nothing.
Yeah, but doing nothing in their clan is pretty cool because they have a lot of effects that revolve around shift, which is effectively doing nothing usually.
Yeah, that's true. Someone pointed this out to me how there's a very clear parallel in some cards where Banished is hellhorned, and I notice it a lot more nowadays. Like Divinity is ritual battle, right? But then also Hymnist is one horn's tome.
I think that was very intentional that the clan of former demons or angels that are turning into demons play similar to the clan that is demons.
Yeah,
I think that makes sense there.
it's a cool flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for time, just so you're aware, you're not
Yep.
recording this, are you?
No, no.
No. So that was about an hour and 10 minutes to do Banished. So.
Oh no. Fast, quick, on delay. Let's go.
All right. Let's get into pyreborn.
Okay,
Shall we?
we got alchemy here first. Was it me or is it you here? I think it's
You can go. You can go.
I can go. Maybe controversial. I'm putting alchemy in exceptional.
Yeah,
I
I
think
agree.
this is in and of itself a very powerful effect to get 2 eggs for the cost of 3 energy. But I think you got to understand that this clan revolves so much around eggs. Like Greed Dragon needs this card to function basically, and Greed Dragon is an awesome card. So this card by extension becomes awesome because it enables Greed Dragon. But it's on its own also just eggs are a very powerful effect. Very strong. So I think this is just a very awesome card.
Yeah, I think that in general, in the early game kind of just auto pick alchemy and or Midas touch unless I really can't, because like eggs are so good. It is never bad to play eggs in Pyreborn. It's always a good
Yeah.
thing. You're either getting relics and money. It's just more resources, right? And more resources is
Yeah.
good.
I think that also the common pool for Pyroborn is maybe a little bit on the weaker side. A lot of these cards are kind of eh. So like if you see alchemy here, you're like, oh, let's go. It's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. I
I'm
think
trying to
that
looking through here now to see it. I'm like I don't know. Lists are kind of iffy.
actually,
Like, what are you
I
gonna take?
think
You're gonna take Snotty Whelp over this? Like, no, come on, man.
I actually think the Pyreborn comment here is pretty stacked. It's just like tough because alchemy and golden touch, not Midas touch, are so good.
Yeah, I guess that's actually the issue is that they do just kind of they're not even the other comments are bad per se, but they do just kind of crush them. They kind of clear them big time.
Yeah. All right.
Also, excuse me, streamer. It's golden touch, not Midas touch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. I
yeah,
get
okay.
Cursed Dragon Staff. I
Yeah,
think
good
that this
luck.
card is like, I would probably put this in like average tier. It's like, so Cursed Dragon Staff is a very strange one because it has exactly one use case. There is nothing else to do with this, in my opinion, other than play this with Magma Cultist. Like,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
not 100% true. I think that there's been like once or twice where I put this on a unit to clear the 12 ones in Entropy Seraph. But generally
Okay,
speaking,
that's fair.
but the problem with that is you can't use that to kill the silencer, and the silencer will silence your incant. But like this card is pretty much dead if you don't have Magma Cultist, and with Magma Cultist, it's really good. It's like there's a whole philosophy around it, which I'll talk about a little more with Magma Cultist. But yeah, I think generally this is like good or useless.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it in below average. Actually, I do agree with that
Fair.
assessment, but I think I've had a little bit of a love hate relationship with cultists recently. I had a run where it was like the nuts with like dragon staves and cultists, but I didn't have a great way to handle the ring 7 mirror boss. Basically,
Oh yeah.
like
Yep.
the process of applying Pyrogel triggered her revenge effect, and she
Yep.
just got too strong. Basically, uh, and that's more of a me issue of not realizing that would be an issue in the run. But I do think that like an equipment that is only good on one unit in the entire game makes it kind of stinky.
Yeah, I think you're right. I was being too kind. It's just like it's really, really good when it's good, and it's like useless otherwise.
Yeah.
Which means it should go in below average, I think.
Okay.
You get Death Roar.
Okay. Up next, Death Roar. Transfer all Pyrogel onto this floor to one unit, and then deal five damage 5 times. I don't know how to rank this card, man. This is a weird one.
Yeah.
I don't play this very often. I think you're supposed to play this in a similar build to what you're playing with Cursed Dragonstaff, basically, where you use it to crush a heavy. But I feel like the problem with it is that you oftentimes then like, oh, I can't kill the rest of the units on this floor now because I've put all the pyrogel in one unit and then killed them. I think you need the gel transfuser or whatever it's called maybe to make this like actually good then. And I just don't play it very much. So I'm gonna put this I think in cautiously in below average. But
Agreed.
eh.
Yeah, I agree. Death Roller is strange because, like you said, you're taking all your pyre gel off. I generally, what I end up doing with this is like in runs that are pretty good, you play it to like siphon all of your pyre gel onto Seraph. But I think Pyreborn typically has the biggest trouble getting through fight 7 of any clan, and this card is not that good there. Not something I'm going to talk about a ton, but like this card is just kind of like too expensive for such a weird effect. It's like if Hoarfrost Effigy kind of sucked.
Yeah.
And Hoarfrost Effigy already sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's strange. Devilish Details is mine. There was a time, actually pretty recently, where I called this the worst card in the game.
Damn. It's funny too, because look at it compared to Alchemy, right? Yeah. Alchemy we're saying is one of the best cards in the game, right? 3 cost 2 eggs. 1 cost 3 eggs. Surely this is better then.
Yeah, the problem is that taking pyre damage is bad. I've built out a pretty strong understanding of how I feel about this card. I'm gonna put it in below average. By the way, if you're looking at the screen, the version that I have downloaded here is actually wrong because this is showing you take 10 damage. It got buffed in the last patch. You only take 8 damage from this now. Devilish Details is like a flowchart card. So, do you pick this after Archeon? No. Basically never. I think you should almost never take this after Archeon unless you already have capacity for 13 eggs. Otherwise,
that's crazy to have 13 egg capacity by the Archeon fight.
Almost impossible. Almost completely impossible. But Devilish Details needs you to either be getting like artifacts for taking it, so you have weak egg generation but have high egg capacity, so you take it there, or you need to have payoff. Those are the 2 cases for Devilish Details. And it's basically never going to happen at Archeon. So basically you take this after Kale because you have picked up the capacity to get to 13 eggs, but you can't get to 13 eggs. So you take this, you take 8 damage, and you cash out a boss relic for it. And that's about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That seems right. I could also see the world where you took a Greed Dragon, or you start with a Greed Dragon, and the game is just not giving you any eggs.
Yeah.
I guess you taking this, getting up to your maximum egg capacity, and then just never playing this again, and then maybe just even removing it from your deck, basically. Which is like a weird way to play, but I think is a thing you could do.
Yeah.
I think below average is probably fair for this, especially with the buff. It might not seem like much, but like 10 to 8 is like a pretty good buff for the card. 8 damage is still just a huge amount of life to pay because you're losing that life like effectively in theory every single combat. That's draining your life so much. And then think of the run where you're like, oh, you've drained to half health, but you're like, oh, I'll go to the Pyramanes in the last ring and I'll be fine for the Titan fight. And then ring 7 they show you Savagery's Final Assault, and you just drain 30 health there too, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, I agree. It's a strange card to really think about. I feel like I could do like a whole 20-minute discussion about the exact usage of this card, but we will save that for the next all cards tier list.
Yeah.
Next up is you for Dragon's Breath.
I'm gonna go controversial. I'm putting this only in above average. I'm not putting it in exceptional. You can't make me.
I think that's fair.
There you go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, cool.
That's where I was gonna put it.
It's a pretty strong effect. 10 Pyrogel, 10 AoE damage is pretty awesome, especially in the early to mid game. Late game, it's still usually pretty impactful, but not awesome, super impactful. Like it's good into like Corruption Seraph because it'll pick off most of the backliners. It'll exactly trigger the damage requirement to take a life off of the Reform guys and stuff.
I think
it's
card
pretty
does
good. But
20.
20? Isn't it 10?
It's supply Pyrogel 10, then deal 10 damage. Isn't that 20?
That does make sense, huh?
I don't know. I don't actually know how this works. Not that it matters. Like, it doesn't actually change the breakpoints, and everything you're saying is valid. But I was just thinking about that.
It should be 20, right? Actually, yeah. But anyway, either way, it's pretty good, but not like amazing in my opinion.
Yeah.
One of the 3 cost cards that I don't like putting Smolder Stone onto because I usually like playing this multiple times when I take it as well. So
I like to use this card as like a permafrost holder, and then use it to patch over specific bad turns where it's like, oh hey, there's a double heavy wave coming up. Here's Pyrogel 10, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think that this card is quite exceptional. It's like exceptional is like a very high bar in my mind. This is, needs to be, and I think Dragon's Breath is really good, but it's not quite like super broken in my eyes.
Fair.
Oh man, I get the honor of placing Fanning the Flame in the bottom tier.
You're putting it in the gutter?
I honestly think this might be the worst card in the game. I cannot.
Come on, come on.
Where are you putting it?
Like very bad or below average, probably very bad, honestly. But like, nah, I'm not putting it in the gutter, man.
No.
I can't do that to Fanning the Flame.
This card needs to be a common. There is no.
It'd be awesome if it was a common. I agree.
Yeah. This card is like, you get this at what, ring 4, and then you watch it do 3 damage to a 3 HP enemy. No, man, make this a common, and then it's like probably pickable. But I actually think that every time I've ever taken this, it's been bad. It's random damage, single time. So much has to go right, not only in timing of getting the card, but also in like actual rolls of where it does damage. This card is so bad.
In its defense, there are some clans that can support it really well, like Luna Coven, where you get a lot of conduit to it, and then it'll explode and then like take out a bunch of things and scale much more rapidly. You can whiff obviously with it sometimes, but there's runs where you can make this work. But I agree that it's probably, I don't think it is gutter tier. I think gutter is mean.
I think it's really bad. I think that this card would be really cool if they just swapped its place with Pyreball.
That seems fine.
But yeah,
I think you need to give Pyreball a little bit more damage, and if it's going to be like an uncommon, then it feels kind of annoying.
Or just make it like 1 cost, something like that.
Yeah,
but probably Pyreball at like 35 or 40 even. Anyway, yeah, I think this card's really bad.
Up next, Firestarter. I like Firestarter as a starter card. I think I'm going to put it in the average tier.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
I like it. Or maybe like in the context of all cards, it's maybe below average. Because I do find myself removing it pretty often from decks. But like, I don't know. It's fine.
It fits really nicely with what the clan wants to do.
Yep, that's true. Flexible as well. You can hit backliners with it. You can stack it on floating bosses if you know we're going to play it. It's just fine.
Yeah, I agree. Average for sure. It makes it a lot easier to win the early game, except for the fact that half of the time that you're playing this, it is stapled to one of the weaker early game champions, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So you're oh man, I get to do Pyrogel to the boss. Oh no, I have the trash guy. Oh man.
Don't call him the trash guy. That's fucked up.
I have Lord Penix. Oh man.
Okay. Flicker, come on.
Whoa, Flicker. Whoa. I don't know, man. This card's not very good. I'm gonna say it's very bad. It's like, this is another card that is like exactly for Magma Cultist and nothing else. But the problem is that this is a common, so you don't know if this is for Magma Cultist or not.
I'm gonna put it in the near the end of below average here, and I think the saving grace for it is that, again, it like has a decent number of cross clan synergies. Like you put this in Luna Coven, and it's like, oh, I've got 30 conduits, so this does just kill backline for me, which is pretty cool. But that clan's usually not struggling to kill backline. They have a lot of ways to do it anyway. But like, it's just pretty bad.
The problem with Flicker is that it is probably the worst common in the clan, and I would almost never pick it as a result, because like there's always a better card in the pack.
That is true, but when it starts in my deck, I'm like, oh, there's a Flicker here. Okay, I probably won't remove it by the end of the game, unless I do.
That's true. It is fine in the starting deck. I agree.
Also, it does hold Surge done pretty well, getting a +20 and then consume on this is pretty neat.
Yeah, that's true.
But
+10 also.
But it's just kind of I don't know. I do think that like its main purpose is to be with Magma Cultist. So I think that's like the big payoff for this card. And if you had Magma Cultist ahead of time, then like sure, this is awesome then. Great. But even then, like a lot of the other spells, even a lot of the commons are just like as good or better. Like Golden Touch is pretty awesome in that build still. And Alchemy, right? But even then, like, I don't know, Pyreball is probably better than this. Usually, like it's tough for Flicker to be picked here, basically. But it's not bad, or it is bad. It is bad, but it's not gutter or I wouldn't say it's very bad either. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
It's close.
Yeah, I think it's close for sure. Okay, who do we have next? Oh,
Golden Touch.
Golden Touch. Is it me? Do I go?
Yeah, it's you. It's you.
Maybe a little controversial. I'm not putting this in the exception. I put this in the top of above average because it is a little annoying.
Yeah.
I think it is I find myself almost never getting 2 kills off of this card. I feel like at most combats I only get to kill once with it, and then the end.
Yeah.
Alchemy, you just play it once, you're good to go.
1 egg is a lot worse than 2 eggs because of the breakpoints. Because you always want to cash out on 6, 8, or like I think it's like 6, 8, 10, or 13 are the cash out breakpoints. So like going from 4 to 5 is useless. Going from 6 to 7 is useless. You don't get anything useful off of it. It's like 25 gold.
Is 12 still a boss relic, but it's a random one, or is it?
Yeah.
Is
Yep,
it?
it is.
Okay, well, 12 is not bad then either. But either
Yeah, it's
way, then
okay.
it's still a 12, like a 2-point breakpoint there, still between 10 and 12.
Yeah, so like you want to go in increments of 2, and like you said, golden touch is annoying, and you probably won't get 2 kills in the early game with it.
And in theory, you could give it holdover and get 1,000,000 eggs, but I find that it's too often hard to actually play this holdover. Especially in like the mid game, the backliner stopped dying to it, so you need to give it like a damage increase. But then if you want to actually like afford to play it consistently, like it's just tough.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a strong starter though, or a strong common card, I should say, not starter card.
I mean, it is still giving you eggs, which is good, but it's not quite as good as alchemy. So above average for me.
Okay, we have everyone's favorite card, Greed.
I don't know if I've ever actually had a run where I was like, oh yeah, man, Greed. I'm gonna put this in very bad. So like, when you're playing spells in this clan, a lot of the time, not a lot of the time, but you are often wanting to play it for incants with Magma Cultist, and you can't play this card with Magma Cultist. So that's like automatically a mark against it. And then also, it doesn't do enough damage to kill anything important. 20 damage is not enough. So, I don't know. At least it makes money, I guess.
I was about to say this is my only unstamped card in the clan. But that's not true. Smelted Treasure is also unstamped for me. That's just a matter of not seeing it very often, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have Smelted Treasure for sure on this list.
Oh, on the list? God damn, this man, son of a bitch.
Because I did my original tier list before that card existed.
Okay. So yeah, go get that. I agree though. Greed is pretty terrible. The fact that this will kill your own units is usually a pretty big issue. Some of your units don't mind dying, right? Like Guildmonger, for example, the card next to it in the logbook is actually pretty good if you kill your own Guildmonger. But it is a little tough to justify this card's existence because it's too big of a liability. And then, as we mentioned before, in the Seraph fight, oftentimes you're playing on the bottom floor. So if you're using this to clean up units that are sneaking by you, that's fine. But you generally just want to not have to be in that place in the first place. So it's kind of icky.
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
Okay. Up next, we have the Hell Furnace. When a unit gains Pyrogel, it gains +3 stacks. It's a very strong effect that is, again, kind of really like only the best with Magma Cultist. I don't know about you, but I feel like if like Lord Penix is not my favorite Pyrogel applier.
No.
And no one else really does a good job of it. It does boost Firestarter, right? Like there's some application to this, but I think I gotta put this maybe even below average, or maybe just average. I don't know. It's a very strong effect that is just kind of flexible too, and it doesn't need to be played in. Because you have like Magma Mauler too, but like I don't know. I'm gonna put this in below average. I think still, it's kind of a low impact room if you ask me, but like it's fine.
Wherever you put Dragon Staff is where you put Hell Furnace, because I think the only case for this, that's not entirely true. You can play this with the Relic, the one where it's like when your Pyre takes damage, Revenge to Pyrogel to everyone. But basically, you're only really playing this with Magma Cultist, is my take. And
yeah.
It's the same as Dragon Staff.
Okay, up next, we have Full Metal Alchemist. In equivalent exchange. I have not seen Full Metal Alchemist, so I don't really understand the reference, but I know it's a thing people talk about in that show. How do you feel about losing one of your eggs to deal a fucking gigantic nuclear bomb?
Definitely in contention for worst card in the game. This is going in the gutter for sure.
Yeah, it's a really bad one. It's usually just not worth. If you're in the position where it's like, oh my god, I need to use my eggs to kill units, what the fuck are you doing?
The problem is that it doesn't kill units, man. That's the
Well,
problem.
if you got 8 eggs, you
Uh-huh.
do was it 8 times 25?
Yep.
What is that? Hold on, I can do math. That's 200. Oh fuck, that's not that much.
No.
Oh man, actually, hold on, wait a second.
No, I was doing
You
the
know,
math.
I'm about to put this in the gutter.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I think this card needs to do like 45x, and then at 10 eggs, which is pretty reasonable to reach, you could do 450, and I think that that would be acceptable. But like this card is just way understated for the cost.
It's I like how the guy in the art is getting shot in the dick with an egg, or I guess it's a gold coin actually
It
in
might
the
be an
art
egg.
there. It's a coin. I can tell pretty. Looking at it more closely. Yeah, he's getting shot with a coin right in the crotch. Well, actually not in the crotch. It's coming out the back. It's a through and through.
This is fucked
But
up.
anyway, cool art. Terrible card.
Was Luna Coven only got Dusk Mantle in the update, right? They didn't get anything else?
I don't think so. I think all of the old clans only got, or everyone only got one new card.
Yeah, okay.
I'm pretty
So
sure.
they got
Okay.
Dusk Mantle.
Okay.
Okay.
Up next, we've got Lava Armor. I think this is the most average fucking card in the game. It's not terrible. I'll take it when I see it, but it's just kind of eh.
Yep. It's like
You put it on the frontmost unit, and they become a little bit bulkier, and it becomes easier to kill enemies. Like that's neat, but it's like I'm never gonna see Lava Armor and go, oh my god, the run is saved.
yeah.
Like never.
We can talk about it. I guess the pyreborn clan is not very good at living, so having 10 more HP on these guys is good in the early game. But it is a common card, and I would rather play alchemy. I think there are some runs though. There has been one time where I picked alchemy and I needed to take lava armor, and I lost in fight 2 because I didn't take lava armor. But other than that,
Dang.
yeah, it's a great starting card though. I'm always really excited to start with lava armor.
Fair. Up next, we have Lava Flow, which is a
Yes.
0 cost consume to apply 4 Pyre Gel. This is like a pretty terrible card. I mean, obviously, it's good if you have, what's it called? If you have the guy whose name I forget now, Magma Cultist. But it's like one of the worst Magma Cultist cards, I feel like, too, because it inherently doesn't even actually, like, deal damage.
Yeah.
So it's just like, it's just not that good.
Yeah, I think this is below average, right?
It's either below average, it's like bottom of below average or top of very bad. I think I might even put it in top of very bad. I feel like I'm just never taking this as a speculative card that I might like. I don't know.
It's like
It's horrible, man.
the only case for it is like as a starter card, it's not the worst, but I guess that's enough to keep it out of the gutter because I would probably never click this over the other commons in this clan.
Yeah, that's not the problem. Even in like the ideal circumstances of you have a really strong Mammoth Cultist build going, right? I think you take all the commons over this card still. Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
know what?
agree.
Actually, you don't take Snotty Whelp. The Snotty Whelp in that build you would not take over this.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that
So
guy somehow.
So, but even then, that's not a good bar to clear because you need at least 2 cards to be better to take this. So, and I don't think you're getting there. So it's pretty horrible.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's very bad. Poor guy.
Okay.
Is
Up
it?
next, we have the opposite of this card.
Oh,
We have Make It Rain.
is this me?
I think this is you, yeah.
Oh, this card's exceptional. This is like in the
Yeah.
running for best card in the game. This thing is so OP.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is really good at killing backline for you without too much support, and is really good if you're playing the Magma Cultist line. This is like your big payoff if you're playing a Magma Cultist line. This is like the #1 card you're looking for in that deck, and even outside of it, is still pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, this card is always like a 1+10 as long as you have money, which you do. You're pyreborn. You're 1+10 away from doing 60 damage to the floor, and that is a lot of damage.
I like it.
Yeah, I think this card is extremely strong. It's like some cards feel like they're just shackled for some reason. You know, I was talking about it with like Deadly Plunge, or yeah, Deadly Plunge was the one I was talking about it with. This card is like the opposite.
Shield of Winge.
Yeah, or Shield of Winge. This card's like the opposite, where it just has everything going for it. It's crazy.
Very good one. Very good one.
Yeah.
Up next,
go
we
ahead.
have the Mind Cage. Mind Cage is kind of weird because it's sort of in the same boat as Dragonstaff, where it's meant for one guy, but I like that one guy a lot more. So I think I'm gonna put this in above average. It's also good on Lord Phoenix as well if you have him. That's enough for me to put it in above average. The fact that it's good, it's pretty strong half the time on one of your champions, and then the other half of the time very like game breakingly strong on one of your units. And then also like I haven't done this too often, but sometimes other units in the game have abilities you can put this on too. I think I put Mind Cage on like a meat hook. Like, and you get the days every turn instead, which is kind of cool. Like, there's times we can use this on other people, but this is meant for our boy Hothead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just pretty good for sure. It's with Hothead, it is like the whole run it solves itself out, right?
Mhm.
But like you said, it's good with Mr. Phoenix. It's good with. I guess you could put it on a whelp, but I don't know about that.
I wouldn't put it on any of the whelps really too often. Maybe like maybe Mr. Moneymaker whelp to get money every turn, or I don't know. It's meant for Hothead.
Yeah, I agree. I have added the 3 missing cards back to the list now, so if you want to refresh to get back on track.
There were 3 of them?
Yeah, because I had done a tier list before for Pyreborn, Luna, and Lazarus, so I had to put in their 3 new cards.
Okay.
That's what I was doing.
Gotcha.
There.
Gotcha. Okay.
I agree with everything you said about Mind Cage. It's very good just because it's like Hothead wins the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Payoff for me.
Okay. Yep.
I think this card is like average. I feel like a lot of times these days I just don't take pyre damage because that's how you kind of play the game, to just not take pyre damage. So payoff doesn't do anything a lot of the time. But when it's good, it's like game winning. But I think a lot of the time it just does nothing.
I gotta put it in above average. I think. I just think it's a nice insurance policy to have. Basically, is how I would describe it.
Yep.
I think I would just never skip this if the other cards were bad. I think I would always just take this, and I think like just the ability to heal your pyre, it just lets you play the game in different ways, so you could like route to less pyre health because of this then, and stuff like that. It's just a pretty strong card on its own.
Yeah. The only other thing that makes me put it in average is that Gilda, sometimes if you're playing the Guild Mother, she doesn't give you eggs until the end of the fight, so you will end up just like not having any way to get your HP back with this, which is kind of sad.
That is fair.
Or like Soul Smelter has the same problem if that's your egg source, so it doesn't always work with all the egg sources, basically.
That is very true and real.
But I still think it's a good card. You just healed full off of this thing.
Okay, we got Pyreball up here next. I think this is just like an average card. I think it's fine. Does a pretty good job of killing backliners for you, but it's not super strong. Am I crazy? Is the picture that you have here 15 damage? I'm pretty sure Pyreball's 20 damage, right?
Oh yeah, because these are from before the patch. Yep.
Okay.
That's why, because these are all old. That's why the Devilish Details is also wrong.
Yeah. Okay. It's a pretty decent card. I think it suffers again like a lot of these commons from Alchemy and Golden Touch existing.
Yeah.
Right. I think, but like, it's not a horrible card. I find myself very rarely removing this from my deck. If it's in there as a starter card, right? And it's just pretty good. Kills backline really well in the early and mid game, which is awesome for it. It's cleave but worse basically, because it'll fall off a bit usually in the late game.
I think that Pyreball is below average because there's a lot of competition.
That's fair.
I think there's like in the common pool there's 8 commons, and I think this is like the 5th strongest common in Pyreborn on average. So as a little below average in my mind as a result.
1, 2. I'm clocking 3 at least for sure is better. Who's your 4th? I got Lava Armor. I've got Lava Armor, Alchemy, and Golden Touch.
Pyre Cask.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
I think it's good, but I think they're both average. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah. Down the line. I get Brain Spike.
What a weird card. I think I'm gonna put this in below average, but maybe average. I don't know. I think this is one of those things where it's like it's secretly like awesomely strong on Hothead. I think you activate Fire Breath. You play this for 2 on Hothead. You get to activate Fire Breath again, and now all of your future Hothead moves make you a lot of money, which is pretty cool. But outside of that one thing, I think this card's kind of ass. I guess you can also play it on what's his name too, Lord Phoenix. But I think it's a lot worse on Phoenix.
I put this in above average. I think this card's really good.
Ooh.
It's like, even if you don't get the cooldown off of it, just like I have 1 or 2 energy left over, I give myself 4 avarice. That's a lot of money. It's really
I guess
good to
that's a
just
good
give
point.
yourself a lot of money. Even in
Yeah,
the
that's a fair
mediocre
point.
cases, this card is like, well, I made like an extra like 30, 40 gold. It's like a free collector for one card draw. As long as your run is strong enough, you just take this and you go, oh wow, I'm rich.
You know, I'm gonna put it in average. I don't think I'm really gonna go above average, but that's a pretty compelling argument.
Yeah, it's the only thing against it is sometimes you will have too much money as this clan, but I think that that's not a real problem because you just remove all your cards and buy all the relics.
Suffering from success.
Uh, Excision hates this
I
clan
have too much
because,
money.
and he's always talking about it because you make too much money. And it's like, man, I can't spend my money on anything. And it's like, I do
That's
not
true.
have this problem.
That's true. That's a big issue that I'm always having. Just too rich.
It's true.
Oh, fuck this next card.
Really?
It's not bad. I just don't like it.
I love the card art. This is the truth.
The card art's awesome, man. It is
Mhm.
Truth Nuke. It's so cool.
This is me when I find out information I don't like.
You know what I don't get about it though? And I guess I do get it because it's someone else getting exploded. Why is it just a guy? There's no guys in this game. There's no humans anywhere. Why is it
You're
a
right.
human getting their head exploded?
Wait, you're right. Like maybe. Oh, you're right. That is just a dude.
Shouldn't it be an angel? Shouldn't it be an angel getting their head fucking exploded?
Who is
There's no
this
guys
guy?
anywhere.
Who is this guy? Maybe it's like one
Yeah.
of the clergymen, but his hair all melted off.
No, man. I don't think so. I don't know. Whatever. It
Like
doesn't really matter, I guess.
one of the like. Oh, you're right. I don't know who is this guy. I'm
It's
gonna
cool art. It's
going
just
into the
so
next Q&A stream. Who is in Pyroclasm? Who's getting his head exploded? I want
why
answers.
why is it? I wish it just cost 3, man. 4 is so expensive. That's all. That's my only complaint.
Oh, yeah, I mean it's expensive, but this card is also like fucking broken. It's so
Yeah, I know
good.
it kills all the backline for you, man. I'm
And
putting
it's
it in above average. You can't stop me from putting it there. Like, I'm not putting it in exceptional. I refuse.
I don't think it's exceptional. I think it's above average for sure. This card is like it's really good as long as you can play it, and if you can play it, it's like ridiculous.
Yeah, whatever, man.
This is like once every 4 or 5 turns, you pass your turn to just nuke a floor, and that's strong.
Agreed.
Okay, Sacrificial Chamber for me. I think that this card is also above. Oh no, it went to exceptional. I go above average. It's really good to make money.
Yeah,
The end.
this gives you a lot of money. Way more money and more consistently than the brain spike does.
Yeah, true.
So I think this is a pretty good one. But all it does is make money. Brain spike has the cooldown thing, which is pretty neat, but that's not super relevant all the time. This should make you a bunch of money.
Yeah, you just get this and then you're rich. And it's also cheap. It's 1 energy, so you can like
Yeah.
drop deployable on it. Really good if you're
And
exile as
also,
well.
one of the cool things about this room that most rooms don't have this as an option. If you are playing another room that's much more important for your actual game plan, you can just play this on like the bottom floor, and this can be the incineration room for your bad units, like your stewards and stuff. You can throw them down there and convert them into money, which is pretty cool too. Hello, Voix?
Hello, I gotta pause for a sec.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Wait, I've unpaused. Where were we?
We were just talking about how cool and awesome you thought I was in this
That's
tier
true.
list.
Yeah. Cranberry exceptional tier.
Let's go. Okay. And up next, actually, here.
Yeah.
I think we had just finished talking about sacrificial chamber, basically,
Oh yeah,
right?
making money is good.
Making money is awesome. Everyone loves that. Up next, so a card that does in theory make money is the Soldier of Fortune.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, I think this is the strongest of these unit tutoring effects. And I think I almost want to put it in the gutter. I think I'll put it in very bad still. Because I get the idea of it, but it's so many hoops to jump through to make this usable for you. Like, the only use case for this is you have space on your floor. You have a non-deployable unit that you want to play with this. You give this card intrinsic, and you have to hopefully not draw the unit on your first turn as well. It's too much shit. It's too much shit to make this card a playable card. I'm putting it in the gutter. Fuck you. I don't care what you said. Gutter card.
The problem is that you have to hit intrinsic, I think, if you want to play this and get value out of the avarice and the attack and the armor. If you're using this to just pull, like, I don't know, a bird from Banished, for example, it's okay, but I don't know. It's like What's the point, basically?
It's so much hoops to jump through for an effect that's not even that good. And
Yeah.
even when you get the setup correct, like, even when you get the setup correctly, if you draw this on the opening turn and the unit you're trying to play is also just in that opening hand, you can't even use it.
Yeah. I don't know. One time I played this on Dante and it was cool. I made a
That's
lot of
great,
money.
man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. I fucking hate this card.
I'm putting it in very bad because, like you said, I think it's the best of the unit tutoring cards. Although maybe Channel Song's a
Yeah,
little better, but no, it's just like really
I
bad.
even that I don't even think it's better than. I think Channel Song is just worse than this too.
I think that
Like,
generally the use case for all of these draw a unit in your deck cards is to pull a non-banner unit, but the problem is that like half the time you start with a bunch of shitter units in your deck and then these cards can't play.
yeah, that's true too. Even if you remove all your I fucking hate it. God damn it.
You have to remove all 5 of your bloated whelps to then have a chance to draw what? Fucking I don't even know. What do you even draw with this? Wealthy whelp?
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool,
Sick.
man. That's so cool.
Excellent.
This is a gutter card. You can't convince me otherwise.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And guess where the other tutor cards are going, bitch? Right in the gutter.
Oh yeah, I mean they're all not very good. Soul Smelter?
Soul
Is it
Smelter.
me or you?
I think it's me. I mean, I said it was in the gutter first. I don't know. I just got too angry when I saw Soldier of Fortune.
Yeah, go ahead, Soul Smelter.
I put this in above average. It's pretty cool. Uh, the problem is that oftentimes you're like, oh, I really like eggs. I have an egg focused build here. You probably already just have alchemy or golden touch or whatever, and this will give you a lot of eggs usually. But like, if you don't have eggs, it's kind of hard to take this and be like, okay, now I'm gonna get a million eggs. So it's weird. I think it's good though. It makes you a lot of eggs.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna put it in
I like them.
average. I think it has a few too many problems. Like you have to see kills. You have to have a run where all of the kills are happening on the floor where this is being played, and then also that
Mhm,
unit that's seeing all of the kills needs to also live to the end of the
mhm.
fight. I think a lot of things have to go right for Soul Smelter, basically. But
I don't know. I feel like those conditions aren't that hard though usually.
I would say it's like you get
But
it like 7 or 8 times out of 10, which is, there's just a little bit of, for a 3 cost card, it's a lot of
my my
requirements.
my biggest issue with Soul Smelter is that if you are making it deployable, sometimes you just see it in the bottom of your deck and you go, "Well, I'm making no eggs today because I
Yeah.
waited till the very end of the combat to draw." That's like the big downside of this card. I feel like,
Yeah, it's a
uh,
little annoying.
but but I like it. Also, it gives you 10 attack, which is not nothing. I guess it's not much, but
True. 10 attack.
there you go. Here you go. Superheated.
Superheated.
Super heat.
Super heat.
Super heat. Bad.
Yeah, this card is like, I don't know. Is it very bad?
Debatable. I think I would not fault you either way for putting it in very bad or below average.
I'm gonna put it
I'm
in
gonna put it
very
in very
bad.
bad.
Yeah, I don't play this
I
thing.
agree. It's weird.
It mostly you're playing Pyrogel as like an AoE effect, so superheated never really gets you that much value.
Yeah. It costs 3 too, which is really usually these again magma cultist style incant builds are like machine gunning out a bunch of spells. This costs 3. It's pretty expensive. It's hard to
Yeah,
actually play, so it's kind of a weird one.
it would be better if it didn't have consume, so you could give it -2 gain consume.
Yeah.
Yeah, eh.
Okay. Tome of Contracts. I'm
Mhm.
gonna put this in the same spot as Mind Cage, basically, because they're basically the same thing.
Yeah,
Tome of Contract is a little bit more flexible because it's a spell, so you can give it intrinsic, you can give it spell chain, and then maybe give 2 different units the cooldown reduction, or just 1 unit 2 cooldown reduction if you're playing Lord Phoenix. That's pretty awesome because then you just get it the activation every single turn. But I think that ultimately it's kind of just in the same boat as Mind Cage.
yeah. The downside is that you're guaranteed deployable Mind Cage, where you're not guaranteed intrinsic Tome of Contracts, but
Yeah, exactly.
whatever. It's the same card.
Pretty much.
Pyrecask. I would put this as like above average. I think I like Pyrecask. I think it's pretty good.
I
I
think I'm gonna put Pyrocast, I think, just in average. I'm gonna put it above Pyreball at least. But I
mhm.
think for me, this is one of those things where it's like it falls off pretty hard late game. It's awesome early game for Archeon, right? Because you slap on Archeon and Archeon's gonna eat shit basically, which is really cool. But like, I don't know. I think it has a bit of a fall off sometimes.
I think it's like always good to put 10 Pyre Gel on someone, but the problem with this card is that it's like, I'm gonna pick Alchemy over it 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, true as well.
That's all. That's like its biggest flaw. But I think that Pyre Cask is like, of the commons, it is one of them.
Okay,
All right.
we're on to units here now. We've got Mr.
Yeah.
Miser as the first one on the list, which you do actually have the art here for, but the stats are kind of cut off on it.
Yeah, that's just
Um,
that's a flaw of how you do tier maker. I
yeah,
think.
no worries, no worries. Anyway,
Or it might
Miser
be
is a one space, one cost, 8/8 with avarice 10. Am I going? I think I'm going right.
well, yeah, I just did Pyre Cask. You can go.
Yeah, I'll put this at like the lower end of average. I feel like I don't know. I don't hate just picking up Misers randomly and just playing them and making some money early game, and then not caring about them later. I think that's fine.
He is the devil.
What the heck, man? That's so mean.
He's one of the things that puts you in like a, oh my god, I started with that unit situation. But I think that they have
That
pretty
is
much
true.
ironed that out now with Ekka getting buffed for like the 3rd time.
There are some nightmare early game situations with Miser because his base stats are pretty low as a starting unit that you can get as your thing.
Making
But
money is good though.
money is money.
Mm-hmm. Money is good.
So where are you placing him?
Oh, I put him in average.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. He's like, you pick him and then you put him on your floor and he makes you like 100 gold, and that's cool.
He's like the birds, but he's deployable.
Yeah, basically. Oh boy, snotty whelp. Oh boy, oh boy. Was he a 1 mana 4/1?
Let me double check the actual base stats of him. Yeah, 4/1.
It's 14 Pyre Gel.
Cooldown 2 on the ability, deal 1 damage and apply 12 Pyrogel to the front enemy unit. Deals damage first as a note there,
Yeah.
so you don't get the increased Pyrogel damage.
I think
Right?
that I think Snotty Whelp is the worst common card, and he's still just below average. He's fine. I guess it's like I put Lava Flow and Flicker in very bad. I've had good starts with Snotty Whelp lately where he's like my starting unit and he does stuff. Because there's like nice little synergies within the clan for having a 2 cooldown ability. But I don't know. It's like it's very uncommon that Flicker or Lava Flow, or actually I should put him down there with them. Because like Flicker, Lava Flow, and Snotty Whelp I'm basically never picking unless the pack is exactly those 3.
Yeah, and those I might just skip sometimes for the money.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I agree with you in very bad. I still like Flicker more than these two, but not by much. It's all pretty close. They're ass.
Yeah. They all go in the same spot, I think, in my mind.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh,
Up next we've got
Stuck Up
the
Whelp.
Stuck Up Whelp, which I think is not good. I think Stuck Up Whelp and Wealthy Whelp are sometimes really cool, but usually just not that useful because they're not deployable. They're hard to get consistently into a setup. And unlike Miser is deployable, right? These guys, like, I don't know, they take up 1 space, they cost 1, but it's just kind of hard to sneak them in. I'm gonna put this. I think I'm gonna put this on the bottom of below average. I don't think it's very bad because when it is cool, it makes you so much money, which is really awesome. But it's just too hard to sneak them in, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I think that one thing is I did actually have a pretty cool run in my backlog recording session where I played the Harvest Gilda line with this guy.
Yep.
It was cool. But yeah, he just like, he makes you a little money. And again, I think that there are runs in this clan where you just want to have ability presses, and that is cool to have Stuck Up Whelp for that. But generally, it's just like, he's not that good. And I think that unless you have a disagreement, we could just skip Wealthy Whelp because he's the exact same card.
One thing I want to note about Wealthy Whelp is that he's reliant on you having a big egg count in order to make money. But the issue there is that if you have a big egg count, you're probably also just making a lot of money just off your eggs in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a little bit of a win more thing. But it's not so much win more. It is like a decent amount of money you're making still early on, which can be pretty cool for you.
Yeah, Wealthy Whelp is for Greed Dragon, where you're not going to cash out.
Yeah, that's true too. That is very true as well.
It's like every 2 turns I get like 40 gold, and that's OP. But yeah, I think they're both about the same. I would say Wealthy Whelp's like very slightly better, but yeah.
Up next, we have Mr. Gold Tooth. This thing, I don't think it's exceptional. I think this is a pretty strong card, though. I'm going to put it in the above average tier.
Yeah.
He's got innate avarice, which is pretty cool for a deployable unit. Not as much as Miser, obviously, but close to the same amount. And then also just gets a huge attack stat for having a big pile of money, which is oftentimes very easy to do in this clan. Can be a little bit weak early on, but also just not terrible base stats for like a 2-cost unit.
Yeah,
So
what
it's
is
just
he?
kind of he's a 2-cost, 2-space, 1530
And then it's plus 15 per 100 gold.
per 100 gold.
Yeah,
Yes.
so basically you just play Gold Tooth and then your win condition is to have a lot of money. I agree, above average
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, your win condition is to survive the ring 6, and by then you should have like 1,000 gold, and then there you go.
He does also want you to find multi-strike. I think pyreborn, like rings 1 through 7, you do find yourself wanting to spend all your money, but you can usually get away with it. Ooh, I get bloated whelp. I was a big bloated whelp hater. I remember when the game came out, I thought this was like the worst starter card in the game. I'm sorry, bloated whelp. I think you're average. I think it's pretty strong actually. Like in the grand scheme of things, as far as starting cards go, bloated whelp's pretty good.
I'm not as on bloated whelp as you are. I think I'll put it at the top of below average here. I don't fuck with him that much, but I do. It's a unit that removes itself from your deck, which is pretty cool, right? So that's not the worst. And like early game, 1 damage is a lot of AoE damage, which sounds dumb, right? But it is just like it'll kill the healer backliners, it'll kill the 3/1s, it'll deal half the damage to the 6/2s, right? I'm saying a lot of dumb numbers here, right? But it's just like it's pretty impactful early game, and that's all you need to start to do is be usually just impactful early game. So it's fine.
Yeah, I think bloated whelp is fine. He also chump blocks in the late game, scales pretty nicely, synergizes with Gilda pretty well, and yeah,
True.
I also like you can just play him with sacrificial chamber, which is cool. Every start is just like plus 50 gold now with sacrificial chamber, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like bloated whelp. I think he's pretty good now. Sorry for the hate. He does get fucked by the Titan Skin 1 trials, though. Probably the only thing in the game that gets like completely ruined.
That is true. That is very true. Okay, up next we have the Guildmonger.
Yeah.
Bit of a weirdo freak. I think I put this maybe. This is a tough one for me. I think I'm gonna put it in average.
Yep, I agree.
I think the big problem here is that if you're taking Guildmonger, that means you're not taking a different card that could be a better unit for you in your deck, basically. Eggs is nice. Also, like, you know, people love giving this guy Endless and making 1,000,000 eggs in theory, which is really cool if you can make that work for you. Put him on the bottom floor and just let him die over and over again. But you only see so many units, and this clan has some very important units to find. And if you don't see them, it's a bit of an issue. So if you're taking this over something like Greed Dragon, what the fuck? You're dead, probably. So
yeah.
I don't know.
One thing of note is that he's like the best tank in the clan. And this clan has
That's
a
sad.
survivability problem. But yeah, he is 2 space, 1 energy, 30 HP. It's pretty good. This clan doesn't really ever I don't find myself playing tanks in that way, though, in this clan very often. But
I mean, you're usually looking to your allied clan to find a tank, generally.
yeah, if you even need it. I think that Guildmonger is okay because getting eggs is really good, and even if he's like, you get him in ring 3 after Archeon, and you just go 1 egg per fight, you get like 1 relic for taking Guildmonger, which is cool.
True and real.
Oh boy, Magma Mauler for me. What's this guy? He's like a 10-25 with Strike Apply Pyrogel 5, I think, or
I'll
Pyrogel
look
8.
up the exact stats. Hold on. It's 1 cost, 2 space. I know for sure.
Yeah.
And then it is a 10-25. Yes.
Nice. I think he's average. He's okay.
Yeah, I agree.
He's an early game
I like
beast.
him more as a tank just because I feel like he's more combat oriented than Guildmonger, I guess, even though the stat line is worse. But he's just kind of a weirdo. I feel like his stats are just a little too small in a clan that doesn't have good survivability options, so it's just kind of eh.
He's weird because you can kind of just give him anything. You can give him Titanite, you can give him Large, you can give him Dualism, you can give him Multi-Strike, just give him health. Like, he can take almost any upgrade and be fine. He's kind of like a jack of all trades. Kind of cool. I think he's fine.
I guy's got a big hammer.
That's true. Yeah, big hammer.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I like his big hammer, yeah. Greed Dragon for you.
Up next we have the Greed Dragon. Listen, I'm putting it in exceptional. This unit is fucked up sometimes. Obviously, you need eggs, but if you have eggs, he's a disgusting man. I think you're a
I
little bit of a hater, a little bit of a Greed Dragon hater here, but I am a believer in the cult of the Greed Dragon.
I think he's just above average. I've never really gotten the hype. I I think that his biggest problem in my eyes is that he wants too many upgrades. You know, I want to give him multi-strike, I want to give him smidge, I want to give him quick. On his own, he's never really going to win you the game, and he kind of blocks you from cashing out eggs, which is bad for this clan. But it's not too hard to like play 10 eggs and then have this guy go from, what is he at 10 eggs? He's like a 120, something like that.
Mhm.
It's not too hard to finish the rest
I've had
of them
this
off.
man save me. I've had him save me on so many Corruption Seraph runs though, where I find no survivability and I just put endless on this dude and just replay him several times.
Yeah, he's good.
I've had him be very good for me in runs where I would otherwise have no win condition. So I fuck with him pretty heavy, but it is important to note that if you don't have eggs, he doesn't do anything, which is not good.
I think his base stats aren't that bad, right? Or they're like
They're
20,
not
35.
terrible. Like you can get through the ring 1 and 2 on his base stats in theory,
Mhm.
but like outside of that, he's gonna fall off really hard if you don't find an egg.
Yeah, sometimes you get kind of caught. I like
Mhm.
cashing out my eggs for value. You can usually get like one or two. But typically when I play Greed Dragon, it's like I don't have any egg production, so I'm not sad to not cash out, right? It's like I
Mhm.
got one alchemy or one alchemy and like a guild monger. I think that's what I played recently actually. And it's like, oh, I'll just play Greed Dragon with this and it's fine.
Mhm.
He's alright. I would say he's above average for sure. Good unit.
I like him a lot.
Hothead, I think, is exceptional. This unit's OP.
I also put him in exception. I like both these guys quite a bit. My problem with Hothead is that he's not too reliant. You don't need Mind Cage or Tome of Contracts. It's really awesome when you get one of them though. So
It's not impossible though because you just duplicate him if you need to.
yep, that's true as
It's
well.
fine.
You can go Smidge Stone, Hothead, duplicate them, and then just have them alternating.
Yeah,
A
that's
lot of
it.
options. A lot of options.
Hothead. The best part about Hothead is that you don't have to hit a specific big upgrade for him. You can just give him 2 14s, and that's fine.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yes, yes, yes.
I
Very
think
true as well.
Hothead's very good. Probably one of the best units in the game.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
You get
look
to
who
do
it
Magma
is.
Cultist.
Look who it fucking is. He's average.
Would you like to say more about him?
He's like we've talked so many about all these different cards that are like, if you have this guy, he's good, and that's true. But like even then, like it's just so much work to do to make him actually pay off for you. And like I mentioned before, one of the two bosses in the end game is kind of a pretty hard, or in Ring 7, it's kind of a hard counter to him. You need to be very careful about that. And I just don't fuck with him that much anymore.
You
I don't
were
know.
Mr. Magma Cultist originally.
I
remember.
was. I love this dude so much when I was first playing the game, the first month or two of train, and then I was just kind of like, I don't know. Yes, yeah, there's some flaws in his game plan. I could be convinced maybe he's above average though, but I think I just put him in average.
Magma Cultist is another flowchart unit. I don't remember what was the other card I talked about. It was like a flowchart card. It was Devilish Details.
I think you did mention that
Yeah,
before as being a flowchart.
yeah. Magma Cultist is like a flowchart though, where it's like you can't pick this early if you don't have your early game locked down because this unit is really bad until you have built your whole deck around him. So when you pick Magma Cultist, you have to pick him with the idea that he's just like a dead weight until probably around Kale. Probably after Kale is where he should come online. Because by then, if you've gone through, you've seen all the rare cards, you should see one of Hell Furnace or Dragon Staff. And Magma Cultist with Hell Furnace or Dragon Staff will probably carry your run. And sometimes your run is looking dire, right? You don't see your Hothead, you don't see your Greed Dragon, you don't see Gold Tooth, you don't have any good carry plan. And it's like, well, I have a Magma Cultist, and you can turn your run around with that. But it's so hard to do, and he's like very complicated, and it requires a lot of extra thought.
Where you putting him?
Oh, I put him in average. All right. Oh man,
Oh, huge
is this
one.
me? Is it me?
This is you. This is you,
Oh
man.
man. Do you want to just do like the bottom 1 tier now and put him in there, or do you want to wait till the end?
Dang, you think he's that? I mean, he's that bad. I agree. He's in that.
I,
He's in contention.
I don't. I think it is not contention. I think that Pyre-blooded is so Pyre-blooded is so bad that I remember talking about this on stream. If you tripled the effectiveness of his ability and like brought him down to 1 cost, he would still be in the bottom tier. Pyre-blooded was he 2 energy, 1 space. He's like a 5/10.
Whoa, hey, buddy! First off, it's a 1 energy, 1 space,
Okay, 1 energy, 1
5/10
space. Oh, he got buffed.
with
He got buffed.
it's a cooldown 3 to gain attack equal to Pyrogel stacks on all units.
Yeah. This card is like lost. He's from a different version. He's from a parallel universe where pyreborn is like, oh yeah, he's from like a parallel universe where there's a bunch of pyreborn cards that are like apply 50 pyrogel to your unit and then fucking send a nuclear missile to Seraph's back door, you know?
Yeah,
Like
it does feel. Maybe it's just the art is what I'm thinking. He's very Lazarus League coded in that, like Lazarus League oftentimes puts instability on their own units, right? This feels like it's supposed to be like the same idea where he's trying to cosplay as Lazarus League, where you want to put Pyrogel on your own units so you can keep increasing your own damage on this guy.
Yeah.
Because the only other alternative is to put a bunch of Pyrogel on the enemies and activate this ability, but how much Pyrogel can you put to make this worth it? It's so hard to get there on a single turn of applying Pyrogel to enemies to make this a good card.
If you were to play like Hell Furnace, double Magma Cultist, Pyre-blooded in the backline, you could then get enough attack to where when you played Flicker, they would all die anyway, and then Pyre-blooded can do nothing. Like,
Hey, what is the actual optimal circumstances, right? Furnace, double cultist, and let's say the cultists have dualism too, right?
Yeah.
So they're applying what is that?
5.
3, 5.
Fuck it, dude. If we're going for like
it's 10 gel per incant, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have 2 cultists, both with dualism, and you have furnace, and you have that's 10 gel AoE per incant. Right?
You could make this even more of a dream if you want. You could throw in like the Pyre-gel Phoenix for another, I think it's +4, and then the egg relic for another +1. So you get to like a perfect world where it's like 14 or 15 Pyre-gel per incant, right?
And this is also not taking into account that your incants will probably be killing backline throughout the process too of this, because you probably have Dragon Staff in this run as well. Let's say like super dream situation. There's like 4 units on the floor. You're gaining 15 gel per incant, right? And then it's AoE, so it's 60 gel per incant. You play 5 spells, so you're maybe every 3 turns giving this guy like 200 attack, which is fine.
It's and then he can do something. I guess in theory you are in the clan with cooldown reduction, right? So you can get him down to 2 or even 1 turn time.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot you also go double tome of contracts on this build too.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I guess if you had like enough spell chain tome of contracts in this build, you could just use his ability like 4 times in a turn, and then you know, he might kill a heavy.
Awesome.
This unit, he's lost. He's from a different world. It's the only explanation.
Yeah, I'm not willing to put him in bottom 1 yet, but he's in contention for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, up next we got Mr. Zealot. This is a weird unit. It is a 3 cost. Is it 1030? What's the actual stats on this fucker? Yeah, 1020. Sorry, it's a 3 cost, 2 space, 1020 with sweep. And as an action ability, it applies 5 Pyrogel to all enemy units. I believe action happens before the actual sweep happens, correct?
Yeah.
So I think this guy's pretty good. I mean, it's a sweeper. It's unusually expensive. It's a sweeper. It's basically just like a worse test subject alpha, if you ask me, because I don't think the Pyrogel is worth losing quick. It's got slightly better base stats than test subject too, right? 1020 versus 510. But I think I just put this. I'll put it in above average. It's still a sweeper, right? How bad could it be?
Yep, I agree. I think that on average, I think this unit is just not that fun. So like I tend to rank it on average because I don't want to pay 3 for my unit because he's not that exciting. But yeah, remember I talked about this with someone. I don't remember where I argued about this over, but I said that this action effect should be a strike effect, and someone was like, "Man, if you did that, he'd be OP." So, like what? I don't know.
I mean, I get the idea because you would be applying like if there's 4 units on the floor, you would be or is this strike onto the unit getting hit, or is this strike AOE?
Just strike onto the unit being hit. Just put 5.
Oh, okay.
I guess that's fair, right? If it was to all enemy units, yeah, it's like strike applied Pyre-gel 5. Like, I guess the idea is that he's supposed to put Pyrogel on and then attack, but it's way better just to have him synergize with multi-strike.
Yeah, I agree. That would be probably better on average, but maybe there's a confusion because if it was strike apply to everyone per strike, that'd be pretty busted then, because then you would just be applying 30 Pyrogel per round then.
Yeah, that would be too strong. It'd be just like strike apply Pyrogel 5
to the unit hit.
Yeah.
In the same way that like Plague Doctor does, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, he's a sweeper, above average.
Yeah.
GG.
Okay.
Smelted
treasure. You're up here with Smelted Treasure.
Yeah, it's average. I love spending money to get armor. Cool. This clan has bad survivability.
I think only seen this card once and I didn't pick it for whatever reason. I have not played this card a single time, so I really actually don't have a good sense for this. But it seems pretty strong. Like, if again, it's survivability in the clan that has none. And oftentimes in the late game, 50 gold is nothing for you, so it's like pretty cool. But early on, 50 gold's a lot of gold, so it's like kind of tough to play early. But it's a rare. You don't see it too often early, right? So who cares?
Yeah, I feel nothing for this card. It's like Ally of the Ancients. It's fine.
Yep.
As pyreborn.
Okay, very cool.
We are looking at about 1 hour per clan right now, so I think this video will actually be 10 hours.
Yeah, yes, man. 10 hours. Let's go.
Actually, it's going to be more than that because we also have to do the clanless cards.
Clanless, so, yeah.
I don't think we're going to do this video in one sitting. I'm
man.
not going to make it another 8 hours.
No, me neither, man. I got work tomorrow.
Call it in.
Yeah, sorry, boss. I gotta make a tier list of cards.
Right, let's try to do Lazarus League. Let's try to.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, we're gonna be here till like fucking midnight though. Oh my god.
Yeah. We can do it in 3 if you want. We don't have to do it in 2 sittings. We can stop at any point if you want to do like a stream tonight or whatever.
Let's do in the coven and let's see how we feel.
Yeah.
How's that
sound? Okay.
There is no reason for us to do. It is kind of fun to just. I don't know. I did just do like a 12-hour recording session last week, so.
Oh my god.
It was for when I went out of town, But anyway,
we're wasting time. We're wasting time.
Yeah,
Bloody Moon above average. Awesome card.
Yeah. Bloody Moon above average.
Go.
All right. Bloody Moon above average. I agree. It's good to kill enemies and get your energy back.
Yeah. Effectively 0 cost kill a backliner. That's a great spell.
I think
I like this.
This card is probably the best card in the game to put the Holy Stone on and heal for cost.
Love that for it. True.
Yeah. This card's really good. And the commons for this clan aren't like crazy, so it's very easy to pick this. Celestial Storm, I think this card is below average. It's too expensive.
Yeah, it's like Cleave, but a lot worse, and also like too finicky, and also more expensive.
Yeah. I would like to take some time, I guess, since this is the first card for it. The moon phase mechanic in this clan combo, or in this clan, is definitely a problem. It is.
In general, it's a problem.
It is a problem because it's another situation where half of the clan is really, really good at their mechanic, and half of the clan is fucking lost. And like default Luna Coven, you are just praying that your moon phase is correct. And then Exile Luna Coven, it's like, haha, I can just do whatever I want. Cool.
Yeah. I listen, I love the Exile Luna Coven starter card. Yeah,
it's very good. And I think that Witchweave is really bad. It's like a huge problem.
Agreed.
Lots of strange things to think about.
Would it be that crazy? Would it be so insane if Witchweave phased 1 damage effect, same effect basically, but also just phased?
Oh,
would that be so crazy?
You're right.
Would that be so fucking crazy?
Why doesn't it?
That's a good question.
Because like Conduit 1 on Moon Ritual is cool.
Yeah. Anyway, you know what? We're gonna get a shot for asking too many questions here, boys. We gotta move on.
You're right. Sorry, I'm just thinking about it. Anyway, Celestial Storm sucks because that is like, it's hard to get Conduit and Moon Control in the run. It's not like impossible, but it's like a very narrow subset, and then you're paying your whole energy to do this. There are better things to do.
I think what saves this card is the fact that in this clan it is very easy just to stack a million Conduit and then you don't even need the right moon cycle. It's just nuking the whole floor then sometimes for you. Or not nuking it, but it's like killing backline and chunking heavies down.
Yeah.
But and when that happens, it's a very pickable card. But you don't know early on when you're seeing this as a common card, you don't know if that's how your build's gonna go, right? Unless you maybe already have like incant Echo or whatever, right? So
Yeah, maybe then.
it's just kind of like a hard pick as a common card because you don't know if your run's gonna get there to the point of being able to consistently play this.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, up next, Coven Spike. I think I put this at like below average too.
Agree.
Like I don't know, it's just like it's a little too low impact for how much you spend on this. And like you're in the clan where it's like you have these units that are giving you like 50 conduit, and you're playing like a 4 cost spell to get 12 conduit. It's just a little not enough. But you can
Some
just like if you already are like hard locked into a conduit build, you can just play this as like a like, 1 cost gain 3 and can't if you have nothing else to do with your energy.
Sometimes I think that you have, if you're like exiled in a coven and you don't have Ekka, you have trouble making enough conduit, but even then, this card is not that good. I had like one really cool run where I started the game as Luna Coven with uh, all drafts are rare, and then this card was like a pivotal piece because I could give it remove consume -2 gain consume really
Mm-hmm.
early, and that was cool, but that's not normal.
Yeah,
It's not that good. The end.
yeah, that's fair.
Uh, Cover of Night for me, I think this card is average. It's pretty good. One stealth is a little weak, but then you can give it like double stack or spell chain, and suddenly it's 2 stealth. And also, I guess it phases to New Moon if you care about that, but I don't think you ever do.
Yeah, the new moon phase is often irrelevant. You're usually just playing this as like a stealth card, and like you said, it's a little low stealth, but like compare it to Engulf and Smoke, half the cost, half the stealth. It's kind of on rate. The problem
Yeah.
is that it consumes. Engulf and Smoke you can hold over. This you can't hold over unless you give it endless first. But if you do, if you or not Eternal Stone, I mean, but if you give it Eternal Stone and hold over, defense is solved. That is like a thing you can do with this card. It's kind of like one of those things where you probably shouldn't skip it if you see it, but like it's not like something you go crazy about, and it's usually not run winning for you either.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that you do always want to be in full moon for your spellcasts, don't you? So it's weird that this phases you to new moon. I guess you
Well,
have to
you just
phase
play
it
it at the
anyway.
end of turn.
Yeah, end of turn
Play it,
exactly.
play it end of turn. Then next turn, hey, you're in full moon again at the start. So it's kind of cool.
Mm.
Duality. I think I put duality as above average. I think it's a little, obviously if you don't have any conduit on rate, it's a little low impact, 1 mana, 10 damage, but you're in the conduit clan. So usually this is like 1 mana, deal 300 damage pretty often, which is pretty cool.
I think it's just average. I feel like more and more I don't play for conduit in this clan, or at least not enough conduit where duality is that good. And it's a
I just
rare.
think I think the floor is not bad on it though. I think worst case you're like, whatever, I'm killing a backline with this still probably.
Yeah, it is
So it's
a
not.
like. I think it's just average as a result though still, because it's like it's a 1 energy thing, which is solid, but nothing too exciting for it. I fear.
I think the upside of being able to actually nuke heavies though is pretty cool. So
Yeah,
I,
but
I
I guess you do need a spell for it, but like typically if you're putting up enough conduit where this is killing a heavy, you're probably putting up enough conduit where you're able to do anything you want to them.
I feel like I've had some runs where like the first couple of heavies I need this to kill, and then afterwards it's not too much issue. But like I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty close, right? We're within
Yeah.
one tier.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've actually been like within one tier on almost every card.
A couple were maybe like 1, 2 off, but like I don't know, debatably.
Yeah.
Up next here, Mr. Voix, we've got the Eclipse Chamber.
Oh yeah. Is
Is it
this
you
me?
now? I think it's you, right?
Oh, it is
Yeah.
me. This card. I don't know. Like before this patch, this was like very bad in my eyes. I think now it's probably average because Nightingale is better. I think you can play this plus Nightingale and just have him be a scaling guy. And the nice thing about it is you play this and just like set it and forget it, right? You can go play all of your other resources elsewhere and he just scales for free. But it's not like super good because you still have to get like a Shade Guard in there.
I think this falls into the same category as like Zephyr does, where it's like, yeah, sure, if you have the right units for this, this is awesome, but if you don't, it does nothing. So it's like average.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think Zephyr Room though, like when you have the right units, is kind of OP. Where this is just like I have the right units. Okay, it's fine.
I think it's kind of like I think it's kind of close because I think like 15 attack scaling per round for free in addition to getting the new moon effects can be like kind of game breakingly strong sometimes. I don't know. Not game breaking, game winningly strong, I should say. It can be a pretty powerful buff. At least I've had it be sometimes, but I think it depends.
Yeah, I agree. It depends. It is something where, like, if you get it early, you do just kind of free win the first few fights, right? If you get this in, like, your first arm shop, you're very solid.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess the biggest problem with it is it has to link up with Nightingale, and it's like kind of a chicken and egg situation where Nightingale's pretty dog shit without it.
I have just had runs where I play like a Smidge Stone Shade Guard and play like 3 Shade Guards on a Eclipse Chamber, like a Smidge Stone Multi-Strike Shade Guard
Oh
line.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I've
think
had to be
that's
good
good.
for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's good too. Okay, you get Phase Blessing.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me because it's definitely high end of above average or just exceptional. I think I'm willing to put this in exceptional. This is a really strong effect when you have conduit. Like it's
Yeah,
just so much defense. It's like it is really good. I don't know what else to say about that, right? It's just like, oh, I have a conduit. Now I give any unit on my floor 100 armor for one mana. Like that's that's strong. I don't know what else to say really.
yeah. It's a clan defining card, I think, for sure. You put like even just a little bit of conduit out, and then it's like, oh hey, and you don't even need to put conduit. You can just give it a +10, and then this is like 1 energy, 15 armor. That's crazy, man. It's a really good card.
I
And
agree.
you often want to do conduit. Like, you're always doing conduit in this clan. It's something you're chasing most of the time. So Phase Blessing is almost always going to be good. Yeah.
Even
I
when
put
it's
it in
bad, it's still
exceptional.
pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're up next to your Voyix.
Oh boy, I get the most thrilling card of the clan, Glittering Draft. This is average. It's like, hey, I pay 1 energy, I get 4 conduit. Wow, it's like slightly
Yeah.
better than Coven Spike. And it heals, and it goes away.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that there is something to be said for the way that, like, 'cause this card is very close to Coven Spike, but I think there's like a nice important point where you can play Glittering Draft like first, right? You can play this before, where Coven Spike you have to play it as your last to get it at 1 energy.
hmm
But yeah,
Also, like something to keep in mind too, heals 20.
yep,
That's not terrible.
yeah, yeah, I agree.
A lot of times that's pretty significant. Not often, but enough where it's like, oh, that's pretty cool too.
Yeah, usually I think your units in this clan are kind of fragile, but yeah, like the fragile in the sense that like the heal is not gonna really save them from dying on
Because if
Seraph.
they took damage, they were probably dying in the first place. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or like they're gonna be taking damage on armor from Phase Blessing or Tidal Turning. But still, the heal
yeah.
is nice, the conduit is nice, this card is fine. Heaven Fall to you?
Oh, got a weird one here, man. This is like kind of almost in the same boat as Celestial Storm, right? They both kind of require full moon to hit, and this is a more expensive card, but I feel like on average it's hitting way harder. So I think I'll put this. I think I'll put this in average. I think it's a little too conditional for me, but like it can kind of go crazy sometimes. I've had it be like give it a cost. I've had like freeze stone. I've had freeze. I don't think I've actually played this with the buff to freeze stone. But in the past, I would have times where I'd give it like freeze stone and then like just like a smolder stone. I would just sit on it and wait for a good turn to play it, and it can be pretty awesome. But I think that's not often. I think that usually this is just kind of like a meh average card.
Yeah, there are definitely cases where it's really good. I think it is just average. I agree. Very dizzying card to play. I don't know if you've ever played it a lot, but I had a run where I played it with holdover, and it was just like every turn my camera's flying all over the place
Yep.
chasing it down.
Yep. That is pretty cool.
But yeah, I think Split Anvil is like the big hit for this because you can do like Split
Oh
Anvil
yeah.
holdover on this thing, which is
Mhm.
crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, good card. I think it is of the cards to pay out your conduit. It is one of the better ones because if you can play this with holdover, you'll kill everything with it. Like you just put all your units top four, you play this 3 times, everything dies.
It's pretty cool.
I have the old Hexcalation here.
Yep. It is one cost now.
Yeah, I still think this card is very bad. You probably will never get me to play this thing. It's crazy because this clan does want to overstack, but I just don't think that this card is the way to do it.
I think I'm just gonna put it in below average. I don't know. I think like worst case scenario, ascending is not the worst thing in the world because you can use it to get Seraph off your floor still. I find it hard to put a 1 cost ascend card below average, even if it has like no effect on it, basically, which is what this does. Because who cares about spell weakness? It's not that relevant in this clan.
What about Seer's Orb?
Yeah, Seer's Orb. You're right. My bad. I forgot about that awesome relic. So for me, it's just a below average card. But I don't think I put it into very bad. But if you want it in very bad, I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, I think that you value ascending Seraph off the floor more than me. It's not something I find myself doing too often. And that's like the only real disconnect between us on this card.
Yerp.
Alright, you get Cycle Staff.
Wow. Here's the problem, man. I had a Cycle Staff run recently where I had like 200 attack on it, and it was really cool. But that is not very often. So I think I gotta put this in. Oh man, it's hard. I want to put it in very bad. Fuck this thing. Trash.
This will be my inflammatory pick for Luna Coven. I think this thing is in the gutter. I actually think that I think that Moon Cycle requires basically God to descend down from the heavens and bless your run personally to have all of the bullshit go right to make Moon Cycle work for you. And it just doesn't happen. It does not happen enough. Like, I've played this in Exile Luna Coven on like an average run, and this thing ended at like 60. And I went, wow, I could have played a fucking glass cannon for this. You need to hit like the double moon cycle plus a bunch of moon cycling cards, and then you need to hit like meddler and shit, and then you have to hit this thing too. It's just so bad, man. And what's the point? To play a worse version of a like a fucking glass cannon. This thing is so bad.
I want to see if I can find the video I had where I did go crazy with it. But in the thumbnail, it should say how much stats I had on it. Hold on.
Like, you can have it happen. And
it was actually, dude, it was kind of crazy. It was a 279 statted Luna Cycle Staff. That's pretty good, boy. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. It's like, I think that this run though is like, it's like a 1 in 1,000 almost, where everything goes right.
I don't think it's that high, but I think it's uncommon enough where you should not be relying on this very often.
Because like, you have to hit it so early too, and the pool is diluted. I think this card is so bad. I just feel like it needs to be buffed up to like more attack, and then maybe it would be fine on average.
You think it would be powerful, or do you think it would be broken if it was +2? Because honestly, I'm thinking about it, it probably would be fine if it was +2 per cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should just be +2, yeah. And then it's like, oh, you got a crazy high roll, but whatever, man. This game's about crazy high rolls. But it's also fine for cards to be bad. I think that's also okay.
It's fair.
Moonbeam for me?
Yeah.
It's fine.
I might put this one below average. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
In terms of ways to kill heavies with a high conduit build, this is one of them. I don't have anything else to say. Average for me.
I'm putting it below average. I don't know. I don't fuck with it. I feel like so oftentimes I'm spending my energy on other cards, and I get to this and like have like 1 left over, and it's like, oh well, I can do like 200 damage, but I could have done that with any other spell instead. So
yeah,
I'll go below average on it, but no hate for you, Moonbeam.
I feel nothing for this card.
Yeah. Okay, we got Moonlit Glaive.
This
it's really strong.
I didn't actually know. I've always just called this card the Mage Blade. This card's called Moonlit Glaive.
Oh, it's called Moonlit Glaive, you dumbass.
Damn.
Mage Blade is the effect.
Yeah, this is the Mage Blade.
No, it's not the Mage Blade.
Well, it's a blade, and it gives you Mage Blade. It's the Mage's Blade as Mage Blade.
This is kind of like, you're gonna maybe have to talk me off the edge here, because I might put this in exceptional. It's a pretty strong equipment.
Oh, also for note, I think that this is the wrong card.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 2 costs, not 1 cost.
Yeah, it's 2 costs now. I agree with you. This is exceptional.
Yeah, it's just so fucking strong.
Yeah, it's like the best thing to do in this clan with Conduit, always. You always want to pick this.
Put it on a Selene Acolyte, put it on literally just anyone, and it kills people. It's very, very good effect.
Yeah, it's like in the same way that Everlasting Light is Mr. Banished, I think this is Mr. Luna Coven. This is the card that you're building your run around. You're playing Planetarium or the what is it called, Enchanted Chamber or Fairy, and you're playing these things to play Moonlit Glaive. You can do it to make your spells better, but it's just way better to do it with Moonlit Glaive.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Moonrise.
First thing, I pointed this out in my Luna Coven tier list. I especially notice it when I'm looking at it here. Moonrise's card art looks like Stewie Griffin's head.
Oh no!
Uh-huh.
I never noticed that. Why have you done this to me? Why have you given me this psychic damage?
Every time I look at this card, especially doing the tier list, that's Stewie Griffin, dude.
Oh,
that's
it's fucking Stewie Griffin. You're right.
Uh-huh.
He's gonna say Cool Whip.
He's gonna say Cool Whip. You're so right.
Oh no.
This card is like, I'll put it in the average tier, but it goes with an asterisk where I would never in my life pick this card if I had Lunar Priestess. When you have to, Luna Coven is a clan where you have to figure out how you're solving the moon phase, and the best way to do that is to start the game with Moon Ritual, and then after that is to play Lunar Priestess, and then after that it's to pick a bunch of different really shitty moon phase cards, and this is one of them. So it goes in average, but I would never pick this if I had one of the better options in the tier.
I think I'm gonna put it in below average for the same reason. Basically, I think it's like one of the worst of the options to control the moon phases.
Yeah, you could put it in either one. I think.
Yeah, I think. Man, this card would be so much nicer if it also just drew a card, so that way you don't feel so bad for it existing.
Yeah, but it gives you an energy, which is like, I don't know.
What if it was okay? Would it was 0 cost, draw a card, face? So that way there's no like actual deck penalty to it because it just replaces itself. Even what if it's draw +1 next turn then?
Yeah, I mean that'd be fine.
I mean, there's so many ways to make this like actually like not horrible to play, but like it just feels like it's like, well, my deck sucks, and this kind of helps it a little bit, or this is worthless in my deck, or like the only 2 places this card is in. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean I agree.
Okay, Moon Ritual.
Moon Ritual is you.
Yeah, I'll just put this in average against a starter card. I feel like none of the starters get to go in the above average tier, but again, this is like the thing where it's like, oh, this makes half your cards in this clan work correctly, so that's pretty cool. I like it.
I will put Moon Ritual in above average. I think this card is like fucking. I think that phasing and controlling the phase is pivotal to this clan. And starting the game with 5 cards that say phase on them is really good. It fixes so many of your problems.
Yeah.
I also, there's like you have to math out where you place your units if you don't have good phase control. And Moon Ritual removes the math because you can always put the phase control, or you can always get your phase to the correct for the boss in the early game. Like you can always correct your phase, which is nice as well with this. But like, yeah, I think this card is really good.
I like that it exists. I wish that we would burn in hell.
True. I want to do like, since we're on it, I want to do a quick like jump ahead. I want to grab the other phase cards real quick while we're here. So let's do Lunacy next.
Lunacy. Okay. Yeah, that's a card that exists.
Yep. I think that. I mean, it's just like the same as Moonrise, but a little worse in my eyes. So I'm gonna put it in below average.
Yeah, I'm putting it below average too because in my head it's like, yeah, it's like a card that fixes the moon for you. I've had like exactly one time ever where I used this specifically for I think it was in that run where I had the cycle staff so high. But I've only played this one time ever with the intention of like just triggering multiple moon cycles rather than getting a specific moon phase. It's just not a good card.
Yeah, I don't think it's Lunacy's fault. This card is super OP in a world where the moon cycle cards are good, but the moon cycle cards are understated. So I think that Lunacy will stay bad until then.
Okay, you want to do Stardust Invocation next? So that is technically a phase card.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that one. Yeah, you can do Stardust Invocation.
Weird. I'm gonna put it in below average too. I just think because it's just like if you make this 0 cost, you've like congrats, you've copied the best spell in your hand, I guess, right? But it's just like I don't know. Just don't take this and you don't draw a bad card. Like it's just weird. It's just weird. It's a weird. So it also, I was so pissed. This is just me being resentful. I was so pissed off the first time I took this card and I gave it Twin Stone and I lowered the cost and I was like, oh, I'll play this, copy the other copy of it, and then copy a different card and I'll just do an infinite. I thought that would work, but it doesn't say it on the card. But you can't copy other Stardust Invocations, even if it's not even the fucking Twinstone version of it. You just can't copy Stardust Invocation with this.
Yep.
It's so annoying.
Infinites are illegal.
Yeah, I put it in below average though.
Yeah, I agree. It's just not that good to copy a spell in your hand, I feel like, which is strange. I don't know what you would want to copy. There's like a few, but the problem...
There's a lot of very strong spells, but the problem I'm about to say is you need to draw them at the same time.
And also, the Stardust Invocation is too expensive. It got a little better with the Permafrost buff, though.
That is true, I guess.
But no, I still think this is below average.
Now here's the thing. Now we got this card that you're now spending a lot of money on to make it like playable. Like it's like that's not that good. Just spend the money on your actual good spells and make them better.
Yeah, I mean it would be nice, wouldn't it? I want to do the last moon cycle card here, which is Lunar Priestess, real quick.
Oh, okay, units.
Yeah, we'll just jump ahead to her real quick and then go back. I think Lunar Priestess is above average because she's like the best way to handle the moon phase.
Yeah, I agree. If you don't have moon ritual, this is awesome. I like this quite a bit.
Yeah, even if you do have moon ritual, there's like a little inconsistency later on when you have a bunch of cards and then it's gone because Lunar Priestess is a one space unit that just fixes the phase.
Also, when you're playing Conduit Eka and you just want to play as many spells as possible, that's a free spell every turn.
Yep.
Which is really cool too.
Yeah. Lunar Priestess is like the best, probably like not the best unit in the clan, but the unit you want on every run.
Yeah, best supporting. Or actually, I don't want to say best supporting unit because there's like a lot of really good ones in this clan. I don't know. Good unit.
Yeah, very good unit. Okay, and that's the moon phase. I just figured we do them all together since talking about the moon phase is like, here are the ways to control it.
Okay. Up next, we have, at least for me, I have Planetarium here on this list.
Yep, Planetarium.
I think I put Planetarium in above average. I don't think it gets quite too exceptional because it's really strong, but it's like a room, so it can be a little bit tricky to get out there sometimes. It's deployable too, right? But it's a good effect. It's a lot of conduit. Not like a game-breaking amount of conduit, but a solid amount. So pretty good.
Rooms in this game are like, you always want one, but sometimes your clan does not have access to a room that matters. This happens a lot in like Lazarus League, for example. So Planetarium is nice because it's always good. And it's cheap, it's easy to play, it's easy to find because it's uncommon and it's in the uncommon pool. It's a very good card.
Pretty high impact for the actual, what it gives you.
I agree.
Okay,
I get
up next.
Ritual Tome. I think that I like this card more than the average player because in my mind, I want to play Ritual Tome and go like, yeah, I'm going to stack up like 40 Titan Skin, live forever. And it never really works out, but I still think this card is fun. I'm going to give it an average ranking.
I actually put this in above average. I think it's secretly like really strong. You give it like a -1 in Twinstone, four Titan Skin on your front line. If the unit already has Titanite, it's so much damage reduction.
Yeah,
it's kind of nutty.
I think a lot of the time, the reason that I think this ends up in average is because a lot of the time there are just better ways to do what this card is doing in the clan. But it's
the fact that you have like Phase Blessing, you just stack a billion armor instead is pretty cool. But if you don't have that, this is pretty good too then. Or if you just don't even have that much conduit, like it's pretty cool to go like 100 armor and then 4 Titan Skin.
I would also like to say this Titan Skin, I have seen it. It is a little bit buggy with Dusk Mantle.
Oh, I didn't know that was an issue.
I don't remember the exact criteria because I wasn't looking super closely, but there is something where if you're like phasing in and out of the moon or something like that, you'll end up lower on Titan Skin. Like I had one where I had like, I think I had 4 copies of this card and I was putting out like, I was supposed to end the game with Dusk Mantle at like Titan Skin 16 and I was ending at like Titan Skin 6 for some reason.
Very unusual.
Yeah, it is strange. Dusk Mantle, it's like the same thing as the when you would take the moon phase away while silence. Oh, you know what? It's with silence. That's what it is.
Oh.
It's when you have a silence enemy on the floor and then you like, I think you get silenced and then you get unsilenced exiting the new moon or something like that.
Weird. Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, you have to mess around with it. Anyway, that was me, so you get to do Silver Ink.
I thought I did this. I did. Oh, yeah, you did. You're right. Silver Ink is a weird one. I think I'm just gonna put it in average. It feels like win more often than not, but it can like really charge up something like Phase Blessing or whatever and make it like basically your 20 conduit is now enough to win the entire game sometimes with this. It's a little too hard to get it working consistently though sometimes. It's also expensive, so I'll just put it in average for now.
Last patch I think I would have put this in very bad, but with the buff to permafrost I'll put it in below average. It's really hard to play this. It's too expensive, so you have to invest in it.
You know what the cool thing is though? It's a very fun card. When you do get it to work, it's really fun.
True, it is
so
super fun.
I guess that buff.
It's
very cool. It's very cool to put a tune on a spell that should not normally have a tune, and it goes crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Like one thing I do kind of wish, if they wanted to crank the fun factor up, I wish this could like stack attunes or something like that. Because it'd be really cool to put like super attuned on something like the Truth Nuke.
Yep,
What's that card called?
Yeah.
Pyroclasm? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that shit would be fun. Because it would be really hard to do anyway. But yeah. Anyway, I think this card's a little weak just because it's too expensive. But it is fun. Silver Strike for me.
Yep.
This card is like fine. It's probably one of the better ways to do damage to the frontmost enemy. It's like Helical Crystallis, but conditional and strange. But it's cheaper.
And it's in a clan that has access to so much conduit, so it usually hits like a truck pretty often.
Yeah, it is. Like I think that this is a card that is better with Ekka, but then worse with Ekka because you have bad phase control. But if you have good phase control, then it's just like, boom, I drop like a 200 damage nuke on your head.
I think Silver Strikes is in the same way that Pyreborn suffers, Pyreborn suffers from like a lot of like, oh, this card is fine, but you have access to these way better common cards. I think this is sort of the same thing where this is like not that good of a common compared to the rest of the commons in the pool.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a very good point.
Up next, we've got Starstruck, which is a card I think is a better common. I think I put this in above average because Daze is a very strong effect to apply on a point and click spell.
I would put this in
not consistent. Ooh, exceptional! Dang.
I think this card is like close to a snap pick for me. I think it's probably one of the stronger cards in the game.
My problem with it is just the fact that it is I wouldn't say it's inconsistent, but the fact that it's reliant on moon cycling means that you have some problems sometimes. However, you can do holdover and double stack, and then just every other turn, you get the guaranteed correct cycle still. So you have ways to play it, and it's still pretty strong, but it's a little finicky.
Yeah, I think it's really good to shut down Seraph, and this is a way to do it, because you said hold over double stack, which is true. You can also give this intrinsic spell chain or intrinsic double stack and then duplicate it like twice, and that also shuts Seraph down completely. It's a really good card at just stopping Seraph from playing the game, basically. And that's very important, because if you let him play the game, he beats the shit out of you.
Yeah.
So I put this in exceptional as a result. I think it's a very good card.
Okay, up next we got Tidal Turning. Yeah. I think this is just like another phase blessing, basically. I think this is also just kind of exceptional. A little expensive, but AoE for the same effect as phase blessing is pretty good. But I don't know. Do you disagree?
I think this is above average. It's just it's too expensive and it's consume, and in a lot of cases the AoE just doesn't matter.
That's fair, but there is one case where it does matter in my opinion, and that's Corruption Seraph, which is pretty nice to have a little bit of AoE armor sometimes.
Yeah, it's true. I agree.
But you know, it also sweep against Savagery Seraph too.
Yeah, it's very hard because I think that you can't really walk into Savagery Seraph expecting to draw Tidal Turning to save your life, because you will. My decks are usually big with Luna Coven, and I think Luna Coven is the hardest clan to take draw with because they need space and energy usually. Yeah. So it's very easy to just draw Tidal Turning too late. But it's not like
just play intrinsic, duh.
True, that is true.
But I just find this just to be usually just like as good as Phase Blessing, even if it's a little bit more expensive. It's just a pretty strong effect.
I think that the main problem is that like when it's all you need to do is put up armor, these cards are interchangeable, but sometimes you need to put up armor and then also play some other stuff, and Tidal Turning locks you out from doing that, where you can just like...
That is extremely fair and true.
Yeah, but it's close. I think you are fine to put it in exceptional. I don't think it's like a crazy take.
Well, I'll fight you.
Okay. I think actually when the game came out, people asked me what my favorite card was, and I said it was Tidal Turning. I think this card's sick.
It's a cool one.
Yeah. Oh my god!
Your favorite card.
I get Witch Weave. I get Witch Weave. Oh baby,
Yeah,
this goes in the gutter. I fucking hate this card so much. It's like
it's a horrible starter.
this is like the problem with Witchweave is that it is a selfish card that cannot actually like play the game unless it's with Ekka. Without Ekka, this is just dead. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's just so bad. I mean, what else do you say? With secondary Luna Coven, this card is fucking awful. And
The
with
only
default Luna
other clan
Coven,
you
it's
can kind of
okay.
play it in is you can kind of play it in Awoken for triggering,
Yeah,
rejuvenate triggers or whatever.
it's fun,
That's the
and that
only other thing you can do with it if you're not playing Ekka, basically.
it is fun though. I did have a cool Thorned Hollow run with that, which I enjoyed. But yeah, this card is just like I think I'm being too mean to it maybe because it's like there is some flexibility and you can find conduit from Luna Coven without
I I
Ekka.
th- I I'm gonna put it in very bad. I think you are being a little too mean because of the fact that it is not phasing you. I think you're
Yeah,
judging it too harshly on the fact that the clan is so focused on phasing, and this doesn't help with that, as opposed to the other clan with the other card, which helps out with it a ton.
it's just
But
annoying.
it is bad. It is bad too. Like I mentioned before, Titan Skin Trials. What the fuck is this doing? Right? Like it's just
Nothing. Yeah.
yeah. There's issues. There's a lot of issues with this card. But I
Yeah,
don't think
I
I put it
just
in the gutter.
I think that I try not to be like I don't know. What's the right how do you put this? I try not to be like what the fuck are the devs doing? This is such a bad design decision. Like I don't want to be like that, but I really don't like the way that Witchweave plays. I think it's one of the biggest like design flaw cards in the game because it's
I'll
just
be
so
honest.
selfish.
I'm kind of in the inverse in that I think it's a really cool design idea to have this card be so flexible in a clan that does like stack a lot of conduit, so it can actually sometimes be impactful in the late game. The problem is again the clan is so focused on the moon phase, and this doesn't help with it. Right? That's like the issue. So
Yeah,
hey, look, maybe we add phase to the card. I'm just saying. Hopefully,
I
I don't get shot in the streets for this. But I think if Witchweave could phase every time you played it, that'd be pretty cool.
I really don't like that this starter card when you get Luna Coven secondary, you are just like it's useless, man. It does nothing. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
it's really bad.
It's so bad. Oh boy, I do 1 damage or I heal 1. Wow.
To be fair, oftentimes in the early game, the Moon Cycle card is also pretty bad early. Moon Ritual can be pretty bad early too,
It's
oftentimes. But
it's true.
it has the promise of being much more impactful in the mid to late game because you're gonna probably have some cards that rely on the correct Moon Cycle.
Yeah, as
So
soon
I
as
don't know.
you see a card that has the word full moon or new moon on it, it's online. Anyway, Cosmic Bolt to you.
Yeah, I'm Cosmic Bolt. I don't like this one that much. I don't know. I think I put this at like the same rate as Moonbeam basically. So I'm gonna put it below average. But it's just like I definitely had times where it's like I've got 5 billion conduit. Sure, I'll take a 2 damage instant kill a heavy. But like when it's not that, I'm just like, what are you doing here, man? It's kind of cringe that you're here. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
I just real quick. I just ran the numbers for this card to kill a heavy. You have to be at 93 conduit for it to do 500 damage.
That's not impossible by any means. I feel like.
I think it's impossible for Ardoon, but it's not impossible for Ekka.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's unless you're going crazy on Battleborn, you're getting slays fucking left and right.
That's true, actually. Yeah, maybe. I
I
put
think
this
I
in
think the
below
highest.
average.
Yeah, I think the highest I've gotten on Ardeum is like maybe like 60 conduit or something like that. So
I think I had a really good one with him where he was in the hundreds.
really, wow.
It requires like a lot of things to go right. You have to start. You have to
Yeah.
get Void Armament early, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that this card is just like it's a little too high of a mountain to climb, and by the time you're at the top of the mountain, do you really need to laser beam a heavy? Probably not, because the
Sometimes
problem
though.
with basically the problem with every one of these spells where it's like I just zap down a heavy. If I scroll up on the tier list, there is a card where you don't have to go through all of these hoops, and you could just play the game with Moonlit Glaive instead, and that's a
Yeah.
lot nicer.
Yeah, it's true.
And you're pretty likely to find it. But if you don't find it, you can
And
just take the Finger of God.
you spend 2 mana to kill one heavy, or spend 2 mana to kill one heavy every turn forever.
Yeah, or on a sweeper, kill everyone
Oh yeah.
forever.
Yeah, true.
It's just a tough little
Um,
side by side.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay,
gravity.
boy. Gravity. Weird card, but what do you think?
I think that gravity is bad. I think this card is not good because you really can't use it to overstag your own units because you're just gonna kill them.
Mhm.
I I would like it if gravity was like deal 5 damage or heal 5 to an ally, and then I think this card would actually be really strong. But as it is, I think it's just below average because it is nice to move Seraph away, and sometimes you can overstack, and it is a ping. So those are nice, but not that good.
I have also put it in the below average tier. I agree with the things that you said about it at the end.
The end, yeah. It's just it's funny that in this conduit clan they have the overstack card that just nukes you if you have any conduit.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm
Very
gonna get
strange.
the fucking eternal battle. I would like to overstack my moon pixie, please. Oops, I've killed her. Hey, where'd she go?
Dusk Mantle's up here next.
Mantle.
Shout out to Mr. Rising Dusk.
Oh yeah.
Who made this card? I'm lying. I don't know if he did that at all.
This is a reference to him. Quote me on that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. This is a weird one because again, it's a pretty strong effect. Titan Skin 5 has a lot of Titan Skin. It's only 1 cost. It gives you 10 HP as well. So I think I gotta put this in at least above average. But it's just again one of those things where it's not always super easy to keep it consistently new moon. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. But I think the floor on this isn't that bad. So I think this is fine.
Yeah. It's a card where there are not many good tank equipments, as I talked about with lava armor, right? So this is nice to put on your tank. Half the time, in the worst case, this is 10 HP, and half the time they save like 20 HP, which is good. It's not a bad card. I agree with you, above average. It's also, I think, a big point in its favor. It's cheap. 1 energy is really good for this. I think that this game has a lot of like really expensive stuff, especially in the equipment.
Yeah. Where are you putting Aurora Weaver?
Aurora Weaver. I love the like concept of this card, and it's really fun to think about a run where you're putting up like Aurora Weaver, extra moon cycles, ethereal Sealy. It's a cool idea. Anyway, I'm gonna put this unit in very bad.
I thought you were gonna put it in the gutter. I thought you were like ramping it up to go all the way in the very bottom. I agree with very bad. I think this thing is dog shit. It's too hard to get the things going together. But worst case scenario, if you get this on the floor, it's just gaining a conduit every turn. Yeah, the moon do keep moving.
The nice thing about Aurora Weaver is that in a perfect world, you can use this in place of Moon Pixie with some Moon Cycle, and you'll get about the same amount of conduit, right? The reality is that
it's hard to get there. It's hard, man, to get to Moon Pixie. Yeah, that's with like assuming no upgrades and like the floor only has like maybe 2 units on it. Like
it'll take a long time. The other problem is that unlike Moon Pixie, where you just drop it in and you get the value immediately, so you can draw it later, this needs to ramp up. So the later you draw this, the more value you're losing, like by a lot. Also, Luna Coven, I don't think we've talked about this yet because we haven't really talked too much about units. This is like maybe one of the most space-hungry clans in the game, and it's really hard to put totems on the floor with this clan.
Yeah.
So, kind of just get fucked, Aurora Weaver. Ethereal Sealy for you?
I have a bone to pick with this card. I've probably told you about it before. It infuriates me that dualism does not work on this card.
Yeah.
I get so angry about it, and I had like oh man, I don't remember if you were there when it happened. I got into this like, I wouldn't call it an argument exactly, but like the wording on dualism should mean that this works, and it just doesn't. And I'm putting it in below average, I think, because I think when you do have the right cards, if you just even have like Moon Cycle as your starter card, this will just make you a decent amount of. I think this is more realistic to be like the Moon Pixie replacement card. It's also a banner unit, so you can play it on deployment, which is pretty cool too. But it's not that good compared to what the other things this clan can do, basically. So I'll put it in below average, I think.
Ethereal Sealy, to me, is one of the units that is like, this rare unit should be like slightly better because you get punished if you pick it from your first banner, but you see it so infrequently that you want to pick it. But this thing is so weak at the start of your run. It's so hard to draft a 5/5 banner unit. Ethereal Sealy, I agree with you, by the way. I think your dualism opinions are, I don't know. I think it would probably be pretty strong, but I would be fine with it being strong because it's a rare unit. So I think it would be fine either way.
It's just not even. It's just the fact that Plague Doctor, right? Plague Doctor, the wording should work with dualism. It's just not working because like the dualism doesn't know how much is being applied or whatever. But this card, it just says 1. So 1 to 2 shouldn't be that hard. I don't
It's
get
like
it, man.
it's definitely a thing where ethereal Celia is like just I don't know if ethereal Celia was like actually applying the conduit itself, like when you gained a conduit it then said +1 conduit from Celia, it would make more sense, right? Because it's like the sourcing thing. I think dualism is just a
Yeah,
little
I know,
strange,
man. I'm
but
angry, boys. I'm angry.
I think that the main problem with this unit is that all of the ways that you get conduit in this game don't want ethereal Celia. Like Aurora Weaver is sitting in the very bad tier. Planetarium does not get much value out of this. It's like +1 on Planetarium. It's okay with like Lunar Priestess and the Moon Cycle card, and it's okay with Ekka, the Incant path, because it kind of lets you splash other paths with Ekka, but I kind of just don't even like it for that. So I think this thing's below average. It's just like fun but bad, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's
that's
also
my
a little
take.
too reliant on Moon Ritual just because you need to get more triggers of applying conduit. And
Yeah.
it's not even for the cycling. It's just for the fact that you just need a lot of triggers of application of it.
But if you don't have Moon Ritual, you will probably have Ekka, which is nice at
Yeah,
least.
that's true.
It's
You
like
can hopefully get conduit for that.
really bad if you're playing Luna Coven secondary.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, was it? Oh, fuck. Do I get Scrivener?
You get Scrivener, man.
Dude, I don't fucking know. I have not stamped this card.
Ah, dang, dude.
I've seen it like once. I'm gonna take a guess. This is my shot in the dark. I think Scrivener is very bad. It's so hard to find a run where it's like, yeah, I'd like to pay 2 energy and deployment for drawing a spell.
And
Really?
applying -1 to the cost of the spell, sir.
It's like this is
It's not that good. I agree with you for the record. I think this is a very bad card.
It's cool.
The base stats are bad.
It's cool in concept, but this is like the problem with this unit is like you just don't have space, man. It's impossible to fit this in a place where like how do you defend this unit? This clan is not very good at keeping units alive.
Unless they have Phase Blessing, but yeah.
But like you can't put Scrivener on your main floor because you're gonna put like what? You're gonna put Scrivener. You're also gonna put Ekka, and you're gonna put fucking
Yeah, that's the issue.
Pixie.
You can't put Scrivener on the main floor. That you don't have room for it.
Yeah, and then it's like, how do I give enough conduit for this thing to live? I don't know. I think Scrivener's just kind of lost.
It could be cool.
Yeah.
I think the mechanics of the game stop this from being very viable because if you're playing this on top floor and you're playing something bottom or middle floor, whatever, there's gonna be a Seraph coming by and killing it soon.
Yeah.
Like it's too hard to defend on a separate floor and not worth playing on your main floor.
I think that like hypothetically this unit is like playing an energy and a draw relic every other turn, which is cool if it draws you something good. But a lot of times I think it just sucks. Also, of note, I don't know, do you have the game open still? Can you tell me what this thing says? What does Scrivener specify a type of spell, or is it just any spell?
Nope, any spell. Draw a spell.
Okay, so like a lot of times, I don't know if you've noticed this, your starting spells in this clan cost 0. So like this is just gonna draw you trash a lot.
Yeah, very real, true. At least it won't draw you like a Vengeful Shard though.
That's true. That's pretty true. I might actually be better because it could make it free.
Ah, good point. Actually, good point.
Buff Scrivener, let it draw my blights. Thank you. Oh man, and then you get Selene Acolyte.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe be too simping for the Selene Acolyte. I think this is an exceptional unit. It's a sweeper. It's inconsistent because of the moon phase stuff, but as long as you can get the right moon cycle, this thing fucking crushes the entire game on its own.
Yep.
So,
this card is OP.
Yeah. Yeah, very strong.
Can't believe they made Test Subject Alpha 3 cost, but not her. Honestly,
I can believe it. I can believe it.
Honestly, I just can't believe there's so much sweep in this game. It's so strong.
There's a
and
lot.
hard to
There's a lot
balance.
of sweep. It's
yeah,
tough,
Selene
man.
Acolyte, very good. It does need so it needs conduit and moon phase control, which is sometimes hard to do both, and it needs quick and ideally multi. But I mean, you just every deck you're building is building those things. That's like the way you play this clan. And then you put Selene Acolyte down and you win the game. I would like to take an important note here. Be warned that your early game is weak with this unit. You will almost always have a worse start. Unless your start is like, I make 1,000,000 conduits somehow. But just be aware of the fact that you will sometimes die to like the spikes boss and think about that.
Also, warning, entropy seraph. Watch out for the silence units in the back line.
Yep.
Because your sweep is contingent on not being silenced.
Yep. That's important to remember as well.
Watch out if you watch out.
Thankfully, in this clan, if you are in a position where your sweep is getting silenced and you have conduit and you don't kill the silencer, something has gone wrong. You should have...
You have made a huge error.
This clan is like half pings. All they do is targeted damage spells. Alright, who do I get? Meddler! I forgot about this guy. We should have done him with all the Moonphase cards. I think that this guy is average. He is...
I agree.
He's like one of the better bad ways to do moon cycling. Probably the best bad way to do moon cycling, actually.
I had a run recently where I put him in a Jack-in-the-Box, and he basically saved my run because I had no other way to moon control. And having a deployable, shitty way to moon control was good enough on the run. It was very funny.
He's an endless target, and then you can give guaranteed moon control with that. I think if you want to play a moon cycle build, you have to play this unit, and then like the way that you're gonna hit the nuts on moon cycle is just meddler plus like a ×5, and you pray for that.
Yeah. But you did forget to say the stats, by the way, on the unit, just to recap real quick.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Slean Acolyte, 2 cost, 2 space, 10/5, Mage Blade 2, and then on full moon has sweep. Scrivener, 2 cost, 1 space, 15 attack at 8 HP.
What a
weird ability. Weird ability where cooldown 2, draw a card, reduce the cost, or draw a spell, reduce the cost of the spell by 1. And then Meddler there is it 1 cost, 1 space? What is it, 2/2? What's the stats of this guy?
5/3.
6/3.
6/3.
With a phase on summon, and then also the ability on cooldown 2 to phase.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Aurora Weaver also is a 5/5. 1 mana, 1 space.
Oh.
Mooncycle Conduit.
Where are you? Hold on. And then Sealy as well. Sorry. 5/5. Conduit 1. Yep. 1 space, 1 cost. Sealy also 5/5.
Yeah.
1 space, 1 cost. Okay. Moon Pixie.
Dude, what the fuck is this? You get Moon Pixie, I get Moon Collar. This just sucks.
Fucked idiot. Dude, this is a tough one for me. I feel like it's hard to put a non-deployable unit in exceptional, but I think I do gotta put it up here. Moon Pixie's fucked up, man. This card does so much shit for you.
Dude, I don't know if I agree. I think that Moon Pixie is for sure above average. I don't know if I'd put this in exceptional. She's like...
It's maybe the only non-deployable unit in the game that I rank this highly. It's so strong. It holds dualism so well. It's so much stats. I don't know. Actually, I'd put it in above average. But I guess ultimately it's kind of the same as Planetarium for you, basically.
Yeah, the hard part is that it's hard to keep her alive sometimes. But I agree, she's very, very good. She's like a run-defining card.
I think it's still above average. It's very strong, though.
Yeah, I agree with above average. I think it's close between above average and exceptional. She's very, very good. But I think that she's a little weaker unless you hit dualism. Conduit 3 on 4 units is like, what, 12 conduit? Which is nothing like too crazy. But 24 conduit is crazy.
And then, once you start getting more space upgrades, you start putting more pixies on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it is tough. Like I said earlier, though, the big thing about Moon Pixie is you don't have to draw her early because as soon as you play her, you get full effect.
I was thinking about Voix. You haven't seen any of the new relics yet. One of the new relics that they're adding makes non-banner units deployable.
Yeah,
so
I did see that one.
You did see that one?
Yeah.
I don't know how it works exactly, but like Moon Pixie with that is gonna be fucking crazy. That is obviously the one big downside of Pixie is that it is just not deployable.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that relic. It's probably gonna be like whatever most of the time.
It's gonna be usually bad, but yeah, usually bad, but sometimes crazy strong. Anyway, whatever. We're talking about cards, not relics.
Moon Collar for me. I think I will slap this one right next to Aurora Weaver.
That's fair.
Very bad. Double moon cycles is not that good. If you live your dream, live your truth, man. If you're the moon cycle guy out there and you're like, oh yeah, Ella play a moon cycle is a cool idea, live your truth. I think this card sucks. It's like, again, no deployment, very hard to draw in time, bad card, GG. At least it got the feet texture update.
I'm sorry, what's that, Al?
A few patches ago, they did a patch, and one of the patch notes was they updated Mooncolor's feet texture.
Oh, cool.
He's got
Good.
some like fog down there.
What did she have before? Not fog?
Yeah, I don't know.
Were the grippers out?
I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I remember that's the feet unit.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Up next here for me,
Wait, where are you
Mr.
ranking this thing?
Nightingale.
Hey,
Oh, am I doing that one? I thought it was you. Was that me?
Mooncaller, where'd you rank
Oh
it?
yeah, also very bad. It fucking sucks. Yeah, duh.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, my bad. Nightingale next.
yeah, this is the old
Uh,
Nightingale, by the way.
yeah, the new Nightingale multi-strikes for 2 now during New Moon.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just put this in average. I think obviously it got much better. I think I put this maybe like in very bad, or actually probably just below average before. I think this is just like an average unit now. We've mentioned before, Eclipse Chamber, really cool with this. If you have Moon Control, it's a Horned Warrior, or it's not a Horned Warrior now. Now it's a Animus of Will, which is cool. But a conditional Animus of Will is kind of annoying to play, so I'll just put it in average.
Yep, I agree. It's weird that this guy has stealth too, because it's like, what the fuck is the point? I don't understand.
Because he's a Greninja copy. You don't even know who Greninja is, do you?
No.
Yeah, that's fair. He's a ninja, man. He's a ninja, okay? So he's got stealth, duh.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I don't know. I think Nightingale was like really, really bad before, and now I think he's okay, but mostly it's interesting to consider why I think he's okay, but I think Animus of Will is pretty bad, and it's just the clan. Like, this is a context thing, because we'll be doing Animus of Will later, and just a spoiler, I think Animus of Will is probably going to end up below average, or maybe even very bad. That unit is quite bad in my mind. But Nightingale's okay because he has access to a bunch of really good damage buffs, and Eclipse Chamber is good for him as well. But yeah, he's okay now. It's hard to play front to back versus Savagery Seraph with this unit, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what am I getting? Oh my
You're
god,
getting
Silent
Moonguard.
Sentinel.
I love this guy.
No, I got Silent Sentinel.
What the fuck? Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, I already put him down for myself.
Silent Sentinel is, in my mind, he's probably the best tank in the game. He's like up there with Firebrand. I think that I will put him in above average, basically. He's really cheap with high health and an insane ability to heal to full. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, I like this guy too a lot.
He's a one energy, 2 space, 1040, I believe.
His existence is strange though, because he's in a clan that already has access to so much like healing and stuff. It's weird that he can also just heal himself, but very strong. Like you said, yeah, basically just like great stat lines on a 1-cost unit. Very cool.
Don't forget, he also applies spell weakness 1 when he heals
himself. Oh, huge, crazy, huge.
If you have the relic, that's spell weakness 2.
Yeah, you're right.
But no, I mean, this guy's really strong because he's like maybe the best tank in the game. Because any unit in this game can be a tank, but this guy has like the stat line to be really cheap and easy to play anywhere.
Yeah, I like him.
All right, Moonguard for you.
I like this guy a lot. It doesn't have the sweep that Acolyte has, but when you do have like correct moon control on him, just kills a heavy guaranteed basically on this clan, which is pretty cool. You give him a multi-strike, guess what? You're killing 2 heavies. I like him a lot. I think I put him just in like the high end of above average though. I don't think he's quite exceptional, but very strong unit.
Yeah, I put him in above average. I was between above average and average for him. I think his base stat line is pretty good. He's like a 30-30, right?
30-30, 2 cost, 2 space. Yeah. Baseline Mageblade 3, but then New Moon for an extra Moonblade 3. Moonblade 3. So basically, when it's nighttime, he just has a Moonlight Glaive. And Moonlight Glaive is an exceptional card. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, he's solid. You have to build the run around him, though. You have to make Conduit. Thankfully, this clan is pretty good at that, usually.
The big issue with Moonguard is that oftentimes, or not often, I've had some runs where I've had Moonguard and Acolyte, right? Because these are both cards that really like having you stack a lot of Conduit. But Selene Acolyte wants it to be full moon, and Moonguard wants it to be new moon. So it's kind of a weird clash there. You kind of can't play them together, which is really annoying. But it's fine. They're both good.
Yeah, I think that this unit is fun also. You get really big numbers off of him.
True.
Ooh, Shade Guard for me. I think he's above average. He's like a nice little strong early game guy. Hard to lose the game. He resolves very strongly. And then if you can control the moon phase, he's good. You can also turn him in. He can kind of flex between tank and damage dealer. You can give him Smidge Stone multi, like you said earlier, and he wins. Or you can just give him Titanite, which is what you'll often do. He is a pretty
Yep.
Smidge Stone heavy guy.
The
But yeah.
thing about Shade Guard that I like is that as long as you're not playing something like Selene Acolyte, and as long as you're not making it full moon every single turn, even if you don't have good moon control, just the plus stat gain every other turn, if you're using this as a tank, is usually good enough, which is pretty awesome. You
Yeah.
also have the option of giving it like against if you're against Corruption Seraph, you can just give it Endless and have it die and replay it, and then Elevator it up on Relentless too. Like you got good options for this guy as well.
Yeah. Very
It's not as
flexible.
flexible. It's not as flexible as some of the other cards, but it's a very flexible unit when it comes to upgrades.
Yeah, you can put a lot of stuff on him and be okay. I like this guy. Above average, if I didn't say that. Last
Here,
Luna Coven card, actually.
well, also to clarify the stat line there on
yeah.
what's his name on Shade Guard. What is the actual base stats?
So,
It is a 2-cost 3-space 1540 with resolve on New Moon to gain +10 attack and +15 health.
yeah.
Okay. Last guy is the Astrologer, who is a 1-cost 2-space. What is the base stat line on this fucker? Hold on. 510, yes. 1-cost 2-space 510. Moon cycles for +5 attack. I think I'm gonna put this below average. I think you probably hate this guy more than I do, but I think like worst case scenario, you give this guy double multi-strike, and he's gaining 5 attack per turn, which is not a lot, but like you get a couple of moon cycle cards in there, or if you just have Moon Ritual as your starter card, it's pretty cool. It does kind of require you to have Moon Ritual, though. I think if you're doing this, if you don't have Moon Ritual, or if you don't already have a Lunar Priestess, you should not play this card.
This is gonna be a shock. I think this guy's average.
Oh, I thought you were gonna put him in below average. Dang.
Nah, I think he's okay. Mostly because like you will never play around Moon Cycle for this unit to be strong, but you can just pick him in the early game and he will be okay. Like he's gonna end up usually around like 60 to 70 times 2. Mainly what you do with this guy is you just throw him on the top floor and forget about him. Like you play the rest of your game and he just scales for free on the top floor. And he'll save you a lot of HP in the mid game, but you'll basically never kill end game heavies with this guy.
Yeah, not until you give him a 300 damage Lunar Cycle Staff, bitch.
That's true, you could do that.
Okay, what do we have up next? Oh, we're done. We're done with the clan.
Yeah, we're done with the clan. So that's
it.
It's 3 hours and 3 clans. So what do we have? What,
Cool.
7 clans left? I guess 8 with the colorless. So we could break here, or we could do underlegion.
I think we should break here. Honestly,
I'm fine with that.
it was a good spot.
All right, so I'll probably just like cut up the end and then staple it together.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna end the recording. Goodbye. If I leave this in.
Why are you leaving this in?
I don't know. I'm honestly, it might be like Monday and I might forget to do this, and then I'll just like rush, staple all the clips together, forget to cut things off, and that's it.
That's fair. That's fair.
That happens to me a lot. So
well, see you in 5 seconds.
Yeah, bye.
The rest of the video. Underlegion.
Yeah, Underlegion. You want to just get right to it?
We should get in there.
So I get. Sorry, I've zoomed out a lot, so it's a little hard to see the cards now. But this looks to be Gooey Flask, which is the consume sap to enemy units.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am going to preface this by saying that I think Underlegion's biggest problem is that every single common that they have is fucking incredible. So really good cards in any other clan are going to end up a little bit lower ranked. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in below average.
I was thinking just maybe average. I think it's my at least theory of Monster Train is that an average card is a card that you take rather than skipping. And I think Gooey Flask, assuming there's no calcified Umbra there in its spot too, Gooey Flask is a card I think I would just never skip if I just see one. It's pretty solid. Worst case scenario, you use this to put a little bit of sap on Dominion during the Titan fight, and that's like a nice little chunk of pyro health saves. Like that's pretty cool. So I think the floor is very low on this card. Sometimes it's very rarely is it like saving you, but getting that initial first sap down can sometimes be really good with like other cards like Proliferate, which you need, to like propagate that sap that already exists then, right? Like it's a good card, but it's not like awesome. I think for me, it's just an average.
I think the only way that there are two common cards from Underlegion that are worse, or in the common draft, the only way that there are two cards that are worse than this is if I low rolled and got like a rare card in this pack and it was like a shitty rare instead of a
Yep.
good common.
Mhm.
So
Could happen.
I would just basically
I
never pick this, is my feeling.
I think there's a world where you already started with 2 rots and you don't really want a third one. You might take a gooey flask over a third rot. I think, but that's kind of hard.
Yeah, okay. It's like rot and you started with it, and then the other one is like
Maybe you don't have any spawn focus. You don't really need glow up too badly. You might take the gooey flask over it, but like that's pretty tough too. Like I don't know. I can see some worlds where you take this sometimes, but it is just like it is maybe their worst common, and that's a good thing for Underlegion, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. As a little preface here, if you don't know, Underlegion is fucking broken. This clan is so good. So they're gonna skew a little higher on average, I imagine.
Up next, we have Inhale. Inhale here. Maybe controversial. This is bordering on very bad. I think I gotta put it in below average. I think it's just a little too conditional for me to actually want this. I think this is also like a symptom of like there being so many good cards as well in this clan. I think Inhale, I'm just never actually like trying to get this effect. Like I don't need usually spot removal. You can usually, you know, kill things either by sapping them so they walk up to the pyre and they die, or by killing them with decay. So I feel like the damage isn't that important. And then one card that spawns 2 conditionally is also kind of on the low end for this clan. So I think it kind of doesn't really have much of a home.
It's interesting because Inhale has, in my mind, exactly one use case. Because I'm just looking over the cards real quick, and there's like you said, there's very little spot removal. There are not many cards where you can click them and say deal damage to the enemies in this clan. And there's one big thing you need this for, and that's for killing silence enemies.
I guess that's a good point. Yeah, yep, that is a thing.
Is bad at. But is it? Am I willing to put this in average for this one specific use case? Because it's almost never useful otherwise. I guess.
I mean, like, I wouldn't personally.
Yeah, probably not. But just be aware that it has its one use case. It is below average though, because average would mean that you would pick it pretty often. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this card goes below average, but you pick it specifically because you're playing like Spore Launcher and you're fighting Entropy Seraph, and you go, I need one card that clears silence enemies for me, and this is that one card.
I think the clan has a decent number of cards that also just do that. If you're playing Exile, Underlegion, your starter card can do it for you pretty often. Yeah. It depends. There's some waves where they have, if you're Entropy Seraph, for example, some of the waves have the units that have Titan Skin enchant, so that can be a little bit iffy. But it is pretty easy usually just with the cards in your pool. Like a Rot does it, obviously. Like there's a lot of cards you can use to kill the silence unit, so it's usually not a huge threat.
Yeah, but sometimes I think that beating silence is not a consistency thing, which is very strange for me anyway. It was very strange to figure out. But it's more like in Entropy, you pepper your deck with like 4 or 5 cards that can ping those guys off, and sometimes this is just one of them out of.
I forget the exact number, but I think there's like 4 silencers in the Entropy combat, right? So you don't need it all the time. Is it 3, 4? Well, either way, you don't need like consistent held over spot removal to handle this threat. You just need a couple of cards usually, and then by the time they come to the top, you should have found one of your cards to remove them, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless you get really, really unlucky.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that on the other 2 fights, the other 2 Seraphs, this card is pretty bad.
You can use it to pick off the what's it called? The reanimate guys and knock a life off of them. Like it's not terrible, but the thing is that you have so many, again, better ways to do that in this clan.
Yeah, and you just don't need to. But like specifically for silence, I think this thing is good.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Okay.
I take Tome of Evergrowth.
Okay.
And this is the 1 energy book where you. What is the effect? It's when you get a
you give the ability 1 turn cooldown, apply 3 sap and 3 regen to the target.
Okay, yeah, this card is good. I would put this as above average. It's like
I agree. I put it in above average too.
Yeah, it's like good. It is very cheap. It gets rid of itself, and the effect is extremely strong.
Yeah, the secret strength of this card is that Underlegion clan, I think more than any other clan, utilizes dualism really well, and dualism will double the effect of the ability as well. So you're applying 6 sap instead of 3 per activation.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Which is really good. Any unit takes 6 sap on the top floor, guess what? They're walking up to the pyre and dealing 0 damage.
Yep, you can use it to
maybe the 500 HP guys do a little bit, but not much. Like it's a really strong effect that has a cooldown of 1. Like you get to use it every single turn. Less often, but still a thing you can do as well is you can use this on a unit like Prickly Puffball. Is that what his name is? What's his name? Puffball?
Prickly Puffball, yeah, that's him.
Yeah, okay. You can use that on himself, because he oftentimes will also have dualism, and you can use this on itself because it doesn't actually attack to give itself regen to stay alive longer. That one's a little bit of a less common use case, but there's a lot of like cool little things you can do there where you can use this on yourself defensively, or use this, like I wouldn't say offensively, but you can use this on enemies to CC them, I guess. It's very flexible card that's kind of just almost impossible to skip.
Yeah, really good. I agree.
I think I'm up next year with Racking Pain. I think, didn't you one time have a run that like relied on this to be like exactly enough damage to win a run?
Yeah, that run was really bad. It was like 2
Yeah,
hours
I'm putting
long.
this. I think I'm putting this in the very bad tier. I don't know. It feels like it's so hard to get the statuses required for this to actually be an impactful amount of damage. And usually, if you have that much status on an enemy, it's either that much sap, which means they're doing nothing to you when they walk up to the pyre, or it's that much decay, and guess what? They're already taking infinite damage from your decay, so why are you playing this as well? It just feels like you're so few and far between where you actually just want this to be part of your run.
This card is mostly for killing bosses that you're stacking sap on, I find.
Yeah.
And it's also, you can use it to ping pre-combat, so you put a bunch of decay on enemies, but then like the cherubs and kale get eaten, which sucks. And it's cheap, right? This card only costs 1. Something I've noticed is that this game has like a very high energy curve where the good cards are all expensive. So a 1-cost card that has effect is good. However, this card is still pretty bad. What is this, by the way? Is it 3x the debuff stacks?
It's 3x the debuff number. So if you have 100 decay, it does 300 damage. But guess what?
Like,
the decay does 300 damage.
Yeah, it's for runs where you're stacking like a bunch of sap. The only time I think you actually want to play this and you're like, oh, thank God Racking Pain is here, is if you're playing Enchanterelle. And you'd rather have the other one. Whatever it's called. Deadly Variant. But yeah, I agree. I think this card is very bad. It's not quite like dog tier useless, but it's pretty bad.
I've never had it be useful once for me, but I can understand, like, I can see a world where you're barely like cobbling together a winning run and you're just a little bit short, and this gets you the last bit over the top there. Yep. But it just seems like so few and far between where that actually is the case.
Yeah, it's happened to me once so far.
Yeah, it's happened to be 0 times, so it's not a very good card, but no. You are right. It's a 1-cost card that can do some damage sometimes, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe you're playing this with like a, I don't know, like a frostbite or a pyre gel as well. Like maybe you can get enough, but I feel like it's just kind of like you don't put enough debuffs out for this. It's not what the clan does. Okay, I get mulch, which is the 0-cost consume, draw +1, and then another +1 for every 15 cards in your deck next turn.
Yeah.
This card is like, I don't know. I'll give it above average. It's like fine, but it has a lot of synergy within the clan if you're trying to play etch. So like,
there's the one card. There's the one card in Awoken that is effectively this card but worse. It's the 1-cost consume that draws 3 next turn. This is almost always that same effect, but it just costs 0 by default, and you have some random etch synergy as well. I'd have to look at the numbers. I think more often than not, my deck has 30 cards by the end of it. Yeah, but usually. Maybe it's a little bit under on average. I don't know the exact number, but this is usually 3, and even at 0 cost, draw 2 next turn. It's replacing itself and then giving you an extra card. So like mathematically, I think you're supposed to like this card. But it does feel a little lame when you need like an aggressive start. Yep. You need a strong start, and then like you draw this turn 1, and then you kind of get steamrolled. But I think that's pretty uncommon.
Yeah, so, I think if you have like 1 card in your deck that is super important to play, even into Seraph, Savagery, and Corruption, you could just play middle floor and basically tank it, and then mulch isn't even that bad.
Yeah, I think that is a correct assessment of the card.
Yeah, it's very boring though. I feel like there's not enough etch synergies for this card to be good, and I think that I could see this card being like super broken in a future content update.
Okay.
Me?
Up next we have. Oh, I thought I was next. Or
No,
did
you're
I?
right. You're right. You're next. You're next. I'm
I think
already
I am
lost.
next.
Got 10
Yeah. Up
minutes. I'm
next we
already bored.
have Contagious, which is a 2-cost consume spell that enemy units propagate 4, and then you add a copy of this card to your discard pile. This card, I don't know if I think is bad because it just feels worse than the other similar style card, Pandemic. But like I just feel like I never actually am able to utilize propagate specifically only on enemies very well. Obviously, if you have Enchantrel, or if you have I guess Spore Launcher as a way to like apply AoE debuffs and then you propagate with this probably isn't too bad. But I feel like both those strategies prefer more focus on spawning mushrooms. That way you can get that effect instead of trying to spend your mana to propagate. So this card feels a little lost to me. I haven't had it ever do anything for me. But I see the potential of it. Propagate, like, if you have the debuffs down, Propagate 4 is a pretty strong effect. I don't find myself ever playing this, so I think I have to. It's either below average or very bad, somewhere in that range. I think I'm gonna lean on below average though, because I think, like, again, it should be a strong effect sometimes. Maybe it's meant to be played like when you're not like focusing mostly on underlegion. Maybe there's like a supporting effect basically, but I don't know.
I think that this card is very bad, first of all. But I think it has one use case, and so I want to make a differentiation here because I think Inhale has a single use case, but Inhale's single use case is more common. You pick this card with Moral Mistress.
I guess just like for massive amounts of etching, and then you also get to apply the decay with it.
Yeah.
I
Or
guess so.
and you get some value if you're playing, like, you could go all the way down on the incant line with Madam Lion's main then, and the incant line becomes an etch line as well.
Yeah, so we're taking this as like a card that just basically then says 2-cost consume. I guess it keeps saying consume over and over because it replaces itself. Yeah.
Yeah, which is it's a premium effect. And then, like, if you get any value out of the propagate, it's good. I think that something that's very odd about this game, the more that we talk about it, is that propagating is weird. Because propagating on your units is like broken, but propagating on enemies is like useless because the only propagate 4 on like you said, propagate 4 on Spore Launcher is like 1 rally. That's nothing. Propagate 4 sap is okay, but if you're putting sap out, you're probably putting enough that you don't need to propagate it. And you can't propagate days. Propagating like every other allied effect is kind of useless. The only, I mean, it's like, think about it like this, right?
Frostbite.
Yeah, Frostbite. You're paying 2 energy to put out less than a Crystalline Seeds, and Crystalline Seeds, spoiler alert, fucking sucks. That card is not good.
It's pretty bad.
Or like you're paying 2 to propagate 4 Pyre Gel on all enemies, and it's like, well, I could just pay 0 to do 4 Pyre Gel. So to get value out of propagate, you have to have a lot of status effects on enemies, which is just not something that you do very often.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah,
I think the reason why propagate on yourself is so good is because your units are there the whole time. It sounds like a dumb thing to say, right? But they're there, so you keep propagating over and over and over and over again. Every enemy, you only have usually like 1 turn to line up propagating them, right? Because assuming your debuffs on them are being applied from your units, you only have like 1, maybe 2 turns if they're the floor above you, whatever, right? To like get a chance to hit them with propagate effects before they make it up to your pyre. But your units that are on your own floor are there the entire combat, so you have that much time to snowball the effect.
Yeah, and also your buffs are more impactful. Like 4 damage shield is a lot better than 4 frostbite.
Yeah. Also
there's one buff or one debuff that I guess we should mention, just because I imagine someone will say it if we don't. Melee weakness is good to propagate. That's the one.
Yeah, but that's so like 1 clan in this game has access to, or actually, I mean, 2 clans have access to somewhat consistent melee weakness. Yeah. Banished and Hellhorned, and that's not super common.
3 clans. You can get it with lazarus.
Who else has it? Oh yeah, I guess they have it with their mixes, huh?
Yeah, so like you can use it for that. But yeah, I mean, still, this card is just kind of lost. It almost feels like it needs to say like propagate 10, but then it's OP.
Yeah.
Strange.
I think I'm still leaving it below average though. I think it's like, no, I see the vision. I think it's just like a little weak, and again, lost in the clan.
Yeah, I mean, it might be like I'll see after we raid all the rares. It might actually be one step up because rares in this clan fucking suck.
Mm.
Speaking of rares that suck, I am next, and I'm playing Deadly Variant. This is the 2 energy, and this is consume apply 5x sap, or it's like 5x decay, or decay equal to 5x sap is the way to say it, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is like the same card as Racking Pain, where,
Mm-hmm.
but like better. So I guess you could put it in below average.
It's weird. It's tough. I don't know.
There's
I think
enough.
there. I think like you said before. I think you said that you mentioned that this is really good with what's her name, Enchantrel, right? I
Enchantrel,
think you said
yeah.
that before.
Yeah,
And I see that vision, but I think because Enchantrel's a rare unit and you see it so infrequently, that does make this card really bad.
you can play it with Mushy Room. You can also play it with the little guy, Wax Cap. And those are like okay, but I wouldn't. Like you're not
I
playing this
just
without Enchantrel, probably.
I just don't think you're getting enough like I don't think you're getting enough sap out of it to make this worth playing afterwards though.
You
Is
don't
what
need a lot of sap for this card to be good. You only need to be at like 6 or 7 sap. Probably actually more like 4 or 5 sap to be good.
I guess it's like a backline clearing, sure, but it's consumed, so you only get to do it
I,
like
this
once.
this is a boss killing card.
I guess I don't know.
This is a card where it's like, well, I just sap the enemies down to 0, right? And then the boss walks up and I can't kill it. So you just sap the boss for like, 10 or 15, and then you give it decay and it dies. And that's what this card does. And it's actually something that I think this clan needs, because it is kind of hard to kill bosses with this clan very often.
There is one of their more common struggles, I suppose.
Yeah. But
But
even all of that being said, it's not very common where you're going to be sapping a ton. Oh,
I just don't fuck with it.
this card's also good with Maneater.
I guess so.
The Lion's
Yeah.
Mane Path.
Yeah.
But again, it's like not that good of a rare card compared to some of the other rare cards. So this is sort of like a consolation prize. Or if you're playing Enchantrel, this is like hitting the lottery.
Okay, we got Mr. Dig Deep up next here.
Yep.
What a weird card. Good luck, Voix.
I did Deadly Variant. You're Dig Deep guy.
Oh, I did this one. Oh, I'm up now. Okay.
Yeah.
This is not a fair one though, because it really is just so dependent on the current state of your deck.
Yep.
I think like if you're at 30 cards, this is like a pretty solid card. Average to above average, but obviously if you have a thin deck, if you're only getting 3 spawns for 2 energy, it's pretty low rate. If you're playing, I don't even know how often do you have a 40 card deck unless you're playing the Entropy Pyre, right?
Entropy Pyre, yeah.
Yeah, if you're playing that, then sure, this is actually a pretty solid card. But if you're not, you're almost never gonna have a 40 card deck. So I feel like it's average. I don't know. I think that like oftentimes when you want a spawn focused deck, you will just literally take any spawn card you can find. But I think it may be oftentimes. I mean, I guess Fertile Ground is also like kind of inconsistent too. I don't know. I'm gonna say average, but it's when it's good, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. Like what you said is correct. When you're playing a deck that needs to rally, you click any card that says spawn and you don't care too much. Even 2 energy spawn 2 is good in my eyes, because you can make that 2 energy or 1 energy spawn 2. But this will usually be like 2 energy spawn 3, which is fine. It's not like, but 2 energy spawn 4 has consume on it, right? So 2 energy spawn 3 is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. And if you aren't playing to spawn, which I feel like sometimes you aren't, this card sucks. The end.
Yep.
Okay, I get Eager Conscript, the default starter. 1 energy spawn 1. I think this card is probably, in the grand scheme of things, it's probably a little above average, because this is the sort of card that you can end up like, it's very strong early. Mushrooms are good in the early game, specifically in the first 2 fights. This is really, really good. And you're basically getting to put up a front line for free. Like it takes up no space, right? So it's good for that. But sometimes this card is also not that good if you aren't really getting a big mushroom stack. They'll just die really fast. But usually, underlegion, you can get value out of your mushroom stack.
I mean, like most starters is the same story, right? It's either like somewhat important for your game plan or worthless. And this is the same thing, but when like I think like when it's important for your game plan, conscript is like actually pretty solid. So I think it's definitely on the higher end of or the higher side of average strength for starter cards, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's good. It it has the potential to be a major part of your game plan to just click this card, which is not something you can say for a card like, I don't know, Torch, for example, which is okay.
Yeah.
And I would say Torch is probably going to end up being an average starter, but like, you know, compared to Eager Conscript, which is like it's about the same value early, but can be your big plan late.
And also we should mention how important it is to have Eager Conscript as your starter with Bolit.
Oh yeah, true.
If you didn't
Helps
have
them.
this card, if you had Spore Touch instead, you'd be fucking screwed. Like this is
So
this is a very important card for that.
how bad is he with Dominion Pyre?
Bolit?
Yeah, is he really bad with Dominion Pyre? I don't even know.
I think he's not good. It depends on what you get from your draft. So like I think I've had a Dominion Pyre Bolit run where I just had Cluster Kernel, and I was like, oh, we're fine then. We're fine then. Yeah.
Right, because you would
Drafted
know ahead of time.
Yeah, ideally.
That makes sense. Okay.
Anyway, what do we got? What do we got next here?
You are doing Fertile Ground.
I definitely just did the last one. Don't lie to me, Walt.
No, I just did Eager Conscript. You did Dig Deep.
Oh, you're right. It's Fertile Ground. Can I just put it right next to Dig Deep?
Yeah, I think that's 100% real and true.
Again, it's like the exact same concept, but instead of it just being deck size, is how the density of consume cards. And we're gonna talk about this when we talk about spawning pods too. There are definitely certain decks, cough, all in on Everbloom. Is that the name of the Lion's Bane line, right? Yep. If you're all on Everbloom, etching is or consume, right, is a benefit for you, right? So this will make a lot more mushrooms sometimes, but it really just does depend on what your run's doing.
Yeah.
So it's in the exact same boat as Dig Deep.
It's a strange card to me because I feel like you do not ever really cross the streams between etching and spawning. I haven't anyway, because I feel like
I definitely have for Lion's Mane specifically where I just have like a run where I take Everbloom first because I need it for consistent spawning off of like a spore launcher or whatever, right? And I'll be like, I'll try to go Everbloom 1, Maneater 2 if I see Maneater, and I just never see Maneater, so I'm like, I'm not taking Spore Touch on this run. I'm just gonna go all in on Everbloom here because I have a high density of consume cards already.
Yeah,
and it's pretty good sometimes.
I think it got a little better with the new rare from the update as well to play Etch.
Yep, that is true.
We'll talk about that a little later.
Yep.
Okay, that gives me Fun Guy in a Suit. I actually this one I've had a bit of a like change of heart on this card. I thought this card was like super broken when we first started playing. I don't really like this card anymore. I think I might even go as far as to drop it to below average, but it is a card that says spawn, even though it's like a really bad rate. Is it spawn 3 or spawn 4?
It's spawn 3.
All right, this card's going in below average.
For me, it's still just average. Again, it's the armor is almost never relevant, but sometimes it is. Also, it's a card that says spawn, and remember too that the rare pool, like you said, is kind of stinky for this clan. So I find myself oftentimes just taking this because the other two cards are dog.
Yeah, I don't know. It's true, but also I still think this card is just not that good. Even in comparison to the other rares, it's like, this is probably more likely to be a skip for me. 3 energy for 3 spawn is pretty bad. Even though 1 energy for 1 spawn is good, 3 for 3 is really hard to swing. If this didn't have consume on it and you could give it -2 consume, I would probably bump it up a tier.
I've had a couple runs where I've given it Smolder or Eternal Stone, Smolder Stone.
Yeah, it's just inconsistent.
Not super often, but I still think it's just an average card.
That's fine. I mean, it's pretty close. Okay.
Up next, we got Mr. Glow Up.
Yep.
This is a pretty strong one. Just right off the bat, I like this guy a lot. It's usually if it's pretty flexible no matter what you're doing. If you're trying to go for some sort of spawning rally build, right? You can play this on your mushroom stack, and it will propagate 2, make 2 spawns, which is like 2 spawns for 1 mana is a pretty solid rate, which is nice. You can move units around. You can propagate other buffs potentially too. You can move enemies around, right? Yada yada. I don't think it has like quite the power of some of the exceptional cards. So I think I can only put it in above average, but it's a pretty good starter card. I like it a lot. Or not starter card, it's a common card.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like close. If there was a like, I almost want to make a tier between exceptional and above average and just put it there, but I'll put it in above average for now. It's really good. Propagate 2 is strong.
Yeah.
It is more often than not. This is just going to be 1 energy spawn 2, which is good, and then it has a bunch of flexibility, like you said.
Moving mushrooms around. Sometimes you need like your mushroom to hide for a round and let someone else tank for a bit, so you can get the mushroom stack going. It's very fun to put buffs on your mushroom stack and then propagate it either with this or with Loam Coat, which we'll talk about in a bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very cool stuff with Glow Up.
Yeah,
and very good rate for the effect.
Yeah, I agree.
You're up, mister.
What do I get? Oh, Grow Room. Dude, this one is, if you ever see a Reddit thread that's like, what is the card that you had the biggest change of heart on? I thought this card was like actually overpowered when a game came out. This card is fucking awful. I had no idea.
Don't be so mean, man. Come on.
This card is really bad. I think this thing is like insulting. I'm gonna give it very bad. I think Grow Room's really bad.
I can't put it lower than below average. I feel like the problem is that it's a really bad room for this clan. I feel like you have much better room options.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate to be the guy who has to say this, but like you can sometimes get cool stuff happening with Glow Room and like Shadow Sheath and Shroomponics and all this bullshit. And at the end of the day, like if you don't have Infectory or if you don't have Mushy Room, well, actually probably Infectory in your main floor basically, but like I don't know, 1 mana for a spawn every turn. It's not horrible. Nothing else to do with your room slot. But yeah. I think it is like, it's not good. You should not be like trying to rely on this effect. And the fact that it has propagate AoE is like almost never relevant either. I think you should really just be like using this as like a weird sort of like, the game didn't show me anything else better for my room, so I guess I'll play it.
Yeah, and I think that makes me put it in very bad because it's like, I would never want to play this unless I had absolutely no other choice, and even then I would think about it. The only thing in its favor is that it costs 1.
Yeah, exactly.
But Propagate 1 is just not enough. It's really, really underwhelming, and you don't get a lot of value. What it does do for you is it lets you put yourself into like equilibrium with stealth, which is nice. Where you can put stealth on and then you're just perma-stealth until the relentless. But that's about like... That's about it. I don't know. Every other buff is kind of whatever for it.
And I just want to say about your favorite card, Grow Room?
Yeah, I'm probably too harsh on it. It probably should go in below average, but I've decided to not sandbag this tier list. I'm just going to say shit.
There you go. Okay. Up next, we have Infectory. Yeah. I already forgot whose turn it is. Is it mine or yours?
It's you. I just slammed Grow Room into very bad.
In fact, dude, Infectory's a tough one because I think like it's pretty good usually. It's like again if you're it's only spawn focused, but if you care about spawns, Infectory is a way higher rate of creating spawns usually than the Grow Room is. But like I don't know. I think I'm gonna put it like low end of above average. I think like early game this can win you like the first like 4 rings sometimes, and it can definitely fall off a bit, and you shouldn't be relying on this to be like your main spawn maker, but I think it can often just be like pretty supplementary for you later on.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's really good if you're playing spawn, and if you're not playing spawn, it's still pretty good. The biggest problem that Infectory faces is that you can't see common equipment or rooms in the arm shop, so you only get 2 drafts to see this thing, and I think that is a bit of a shame.
Someone once told me that you can see them in the Ring 3 armory, because commons can still show up then, but like I think I've been lied to about that, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a simple, have you ever seen it happen? Because I haven't.
I don't know, man. I don't know what I've seen. I don't remember what I did 3 games ago in this game.
I've been watching for it ever since I saw someone say that, and I have never seen it, so.
Okay. Sounds like someone's a liar.
I think maybe
or it could be an update. Could be a change. Who knows?
Could be a Mandela effect. They might be from a different universe.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's what I was thinking anyway. Me?
Yep.
Alright, I get Loam Coat. This card's broken. Exceptional.
You know what? I was afraid to say it, but I agree too. This card is fucked up, nasty.
2 energy, you get 20 HP at a baseline, which is really good. And then you get regen 2 and propagate 2. And if you're dualism, they fixed dualism on this thing actually. Never mind.
They did fix the dualism bug with it, yes.
Yeah, which many people in my comment section were arguing was not a bug and was the intended way it was supposed to work. And then I got to go, ahaha, I'm so smart.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't even call it a thing against Loam Coat, but the thing about Loam Coat is the #1 application for this thing is usually just putting it onto your mushroom stack. And the problem with that is that unless you're doing some crazy shenanigans, you're almost never going to have a mushroom stack in deployment, so you can't rely on a deployable Loam Coat consistently. If Loam Coat is super important for your strategy, for whatever reason, you could get a little unlucky with it sometimes. But even then, it's pretty awesome still. So... Yeah. Good equipment.
Yeah, I agree. The only possible use case for that dog shit Luna Coven relic Celestial Sails is to pull a mushroom in deployment.
Oh, dude, you haven't seen all the new upcoming equipments or new relics in the next update, huh?
Not yet.
We just mentioned before about the caveat about how that might be relevant. One of the new cards lets you discard cards from your deployment and just draw cards from your deck.
Oh,
so with that, you could actually much more likely have poker chip basically. You could have a much more higher chance of seeing a spawn card in your deployment now.
That's a cool relic. That seems sick.
Yeah, this does seem pretty cool. I agree. Okay, I think I'm up next here. We have Mitosis Cap. Side note, I had someone really annoying recently. I had someone really annoying in a YouTube comment not too long ago. I had bought this from a shop and said it was a free duplicate on one of my units. Okay. And they said, well, actually, you paid 90 gold from the shop, so not really free. And I wanted to say so much shit to them. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. I think this is an average card. Like, obviously, if you need a duplication, not for free, it costs money from the shop sometimes. If you need a dupe, this can be really cool for you. But I find this oftentimes seeing this and being like, I don't need any extra units. I'm fine. No, thank you. 15 health for 0 is pretty cool. You mentioned before 20 health and Loam Coat's pretty good. But then you have the issue of, oh, well, if I'm using this as like an equipment and not as a duplicator, I'm now adding a bunch of bloat cards to my deck that I don't need anymore. So its only purpose is to dupe a card, and that is just so conditional. If that's good or not for you. And it can also only dupe units, not spells, obviously, right? So I can maybe see being an above average, but again, it's just so conditional. It's so hard to evaluate.
I actually think this is a little below average.
Oh, okay, fair.
The main problem with this card is that the units that I think you want to duplicate with this are Cluster Colonel and the other guy. You know the other
Spore
guy.
Launcher?
Spore Launcher, yeah, him. And the problem is that you can only really duplicate them reasonably like once, and then you're just out of deployment energy. So I think it's a little bit shitty for that. It's still fine. Sometimes you can use this to duplicate Squad Leader, and then you can lose your run trying to play around Squad Leader, which is fun. Or you can try to duplicate Green Recruit. I think those are also valid, but it's very hard to duplicate Green Recruit because, you know, he wants to die.
Yeah.
So
whatever you do, just don't call this a free dupe, though.
It's
whatever you do.
Free dupe in terms of map nodes.
Yeah.
Which I assume is what you meant.
Well, yeah, I thought it was obvious. I thought it was about, you know, language is nuanced or whatever the fuck.
No, I think people on the internet just want to feel correct and smarter than you.
Anyway,
yeah, I think Mitosis Cap is whatever. It's also, I will say, also very annoying when you get this as your random equipment from one of the events, and then you just get another copy of a shitty unit. Okay, is it me? Mushroom Cloud?
Mushroom Cloud.
This card is not good.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think it's quite bottom tier, but it's like, it's Inhale is like the exact same use case as Inhale, but harder to play. So I'm gonna give it very
I'm gonna put it in below average still, because I think it is just the same use case, but I think there's also more application to it. It can like deal more damage to more backliners if that's ever an issue. So like in in the Dominion Seraph fight, it's a lot more relevant. There's a lot more low health, both front and backliners in that fight. This is pretty useful against. But I just find myself like usually just being able to win this fight by just making more mushrooms rather than killing my existing mushrooms. So I don't know.
Yeah, and in like Dominion Seraph, you would want to play this every turn, but it does start the game with Consume, which makes it a little harder.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that's true as well.
This card would be better if it didn't have so many shackles on it. Consume and Fun Guy is tough because I think that sometimes when you play this clan, you can't play Fun Guys.
And if you're using this as like a backline solution, you want it to be more consistent, which is hard to do with Consume on the card. So
yep, you have to like remove Consume Holdover, which you can't always hit, so it's like not even really a worthy plan.
Okay, Mr. Mushy Room.
Wet and mushy.
Don't say that. Oh, is it me or is it you? I already forgot where we were.
It's you. It's you. I did Mushroom Cloud.
It's me. This is a tough one because I do think sometimes this thing is awesome and it wins you the entire run. Shout out to Manifold Mirror. This is obviously the best Manifold Mirror target in the game, I think. Unless actually, did they fix it did Manifold Mirror did work with the new Siren Song, but I think they fixed it to not work anymore, right?
Yep, that's what I've heard.
So I think this is now the de facto best Manifold Mirror target in the game, which is really cool. But I don't know. I just find myself not always needing this, I guess. Sometimes it just feels like overkill to sap everything like that. I think I put this in. I'm gonna put it in above average. It is still a pretty strong effect.
I agree.
Yeah, the end.
Yeah, it's a good card. I think the main use case for it is to stop. Like, even if your run's really good, I think that it's nice to be able to sap entropy to 0 for 1 energy. And you play this on your floor if you're not doing any other room.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like an insurance policy.
It is cool.
Pandemic for me. This is... Honestly, this card's exceptional as well. I think this card's fucking insane.
I personally put it on the border between above average and exceptional, but I think I'm leaning more towards exceptional too, because I think you just literally will never skip this. I think this is kind of like, again, because the Titans exist, this will always be a very solid card against them.
Yeah, really, really good.
Yep.
Yeah, Sap 2 is good. 8 Decay is good. That's 24 damage to an enemy. Mostly you play this just for the effect, and you can also, buff it up, double stack, give it a -1, anything like that. But yeah, this card's good.
Remove, consume, Smolder Stone, 0 cost, infinite pandemic cards in your deck.
You can give it Holy Stone as well, which is nice. Bunch of heals.
Edge synergy.
Yeah.
A lot of good things going on with the card for sure.
Great card. Really, really good card.
Really awesome card here too is my favorite card, Pox.
Whoa, Pox.
Love it. No, I listen, it's not the worst thing in the world. Obviously you're intended to play this on not the floor you're playing on. I just feel like cards like this just like don't matter much anymore in this game. Am I crazy for this? I feel like this card, what's it called? Greed, Inferno, like all these effects where it's like you play this on a card or on a floor where you're not playing are uncommon because of the fact that you're usually doing this as a preemptive, like a preemptive measure. So you're usually playing this on bottom floor, but because of the nature of the Seraphs now, you're almost always playing bottom floor anyway. Like I just think this style of play is just not really like a thing you do anymore in this game. So I think I'm putting this. I think I'm putting this in very bad. Or yeah, I'm gonna put it in very bad.
Yeah, I mean I think about the same. Again, it's the same thing as Inhale, where you have the one use case of using it to kill the silencers on entropy, but it's worse than Inhale because you can't really use it for anything else.
You also can't use it if the silencer made it to your own floor.
Yep. So you get one less.
And you can use it. It's not great if you use it.
Yeah, you can
use
it.
There's an issue.
You would get some etch synergy with that as well.
Yeah, that is true. That's true.
I think that this card would probably only go up 1 tier if it didn't hit your units, which is pretty telling. You probably still wouldn't.
That sounds about right. Maybe you would. Actually, it's you know what? I think you would actually take it much more highly because I think then you're looking at a card that's pretty similar to something like Cleave. Not as strong, but it feels pretty. Oh yeah, it has Consume on it too, then so you can't rely on it. I don't know.
It's close.
I think it'd be like an average card if it didn't hit your own units.
I think this is another card where it has like 2 knocks against it, right? 3 knocks against it, right? Because it has increased cost of energy because it's 2 energy. Although I guess this effect is about worth 2 energy, so maybe that's equal. But it's consume and it's hitting your own units. So it's got 2 things, and I
Yeah.
think if you take either one of those away, this card becomes a lot more playable.
Mhm.
That
Okay, up next.
was you
That
or
was
me?
me. Yep, that
Okay,
was
so
me.
I get proliferate. This card's pretty good. I don't think it's OP because of the consume, but propagate 2 on everyone is fine for 1 energy with consume. This card's good, synergizes with etch, and really good target to upgrade. I'll put it in above average.
I think it's about the same as glow up for me. I think it's like close, and there are runs where this is like insanely strong. Because you gotta remember, this is propagating enemies as well. So if you have any like spore launcher, decay, shenanigans there, or sap AOE, this then propagates that further, which is pretty strong. But I do agree that because it has consume, it's not like you can't be dependent on it too much. I think above average is the right spot for it.
Yeah.
Very strong card.
Yeah, really good.
Mm-hmm. Up next we have Rot.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to evaluate because I think Rot is like one of the strongest cards in the game within rings like 1 to 5. I think it does fall off a decent bit in the late game where you don't need it as much, and you should have done something stronger than relying on Rot. But it really is really good in the early game. I think I'm gonna leave it in above average, but if you wanted to put it higher, I wouldn't fault you.
Nah, I think above average. It's a
It's cool.
really good card to put like a -2 consume on and then just play it once and be happy with it. Good card.
Yep.
It's a little too expensive to use it as a consistent backline clear, so this card's basically just a boss killer or a heavy killer. Yeah, that's about it.
Yep.
Okay, me spawning pods. This one's interesting because I think the spawning pods is, like, for what it does relative to the clan, it's super broken in any other clan, but I think this card ends up below average in this clan because there are so many commons that it's almost impossible to click this. Same
I
reasoning
put
as
it
Gooey
in.
Flask, basically.
I put it in average.
Yeah.
I think it is about the same rate as Dig Deep and Fertile Ground, right? It is a common, so it's competing more. But I don't know if you've had this experience, but I've had at least 2 or 3 runs where I'll see an early Twin Mind, and I'll give spawning pods like intrinsic, and then like another cost reduction, and then like my ring 8 and ring 9 fights are basically me playing 10 spawning pods on turn 1. And
Yeah.
that's pretty cool usually.
Yeah, that is
That's
good.
pretty cool. That's obviously like a high roll too for that. But I think like the like most of these spawn cards when you're playing a spawn focused deck, the floor on this is really strong still. So I think I got to put at least an average. Honestly, out of like this Dig Deep and Fertile Ground, obviously it's not in the same card pool, it's a common. But I think I just like this one more than the other two because again, it's just more consistent. You know what you're getting for this card.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I think like in an even playing field, this card is better than the other two most of the time. But this card is competing with like fucking Loam Coat and Proliferate and shit, so it's tough.
That is true. That is true.
I will say also I haven't had the run you described with spawning pods, but I've had that run with intrinsic spell chain Proliferate, which is effectively the same thing.
Yep. That'll do it. That'll do it too. Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Mhm.
But yeah, spawning pods I think is just like it's hard to pick because the other commons are so good. It's a little oppressed.
Speaking of a hard card to evaluate here and to pick or whatever, Spike of the Legion.
Yeah.
Weird one, right? X cost, consume, propagate 2x. I think I'm gonna put this in the low end of above average because I feel like it's again in the context of this clan, it's almost impossible not to get some sort of good value out of this. So, and again, in a pool of pretty bad rares, this one's fine. So I think bottom end of above average is right for this.
Yep, I agree. Propagating is strong when you do it to yourself sometimes. X cost.
I've had runs where I've had runs where I've had like remove consume, Spike of the Legions, and I'll just like use this on occasionally like a heavy that's leaking to increase its sap to the point where it doesn't hit me. Stuff like that too. Like it's a more flexible card than it looks as well. But usually, 9 times out of 10, you're probably just playing this on your own mushroom stack.
Yeah, and it's good for that. Also very good if you're playing with Lazarus League, but you know.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, everyone knows that.
We know.
Me, Sport Touch. Average.
Okay, sure.
It's good. It is a good
It's
ping,
it's.
and in the end game, it is pretty much useless.
I wouldn't say it's useless. I think it's one of the more relevant of the starter cards of the end game because it can still pick off backlines. If you have like the reanimate guys in the Seraph fight, it'll whittle away their reanimates if they're not fully killed, etc., etc. I think it is on the above average side of starters, but I think in the context of the game, it's just an average card.
I think that typically you're playing Decay to kill things in this clan, so this doesn't actually end up picking off the reanimate guys for you if you're playing through
Well,
Underlegion.
they've already been brought to 1 HP is what I mean.
Yeah, but like, if you brought them to 1 HP with Decay, then this card does nothing for killing them.
Yeah. That is true.
And it's
That,
it's hard to stack enough Decay to kill anything other than a silencer with this card. But that's still pretty good. Killing silencers with this card is strong.
I think it's a decent card.
Yeah, it is a good starter.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of weird ones. I feel like in this clan, man.
Yeah,
I get the Great Decay, dude. Well, how do you fucking rate this, man?
I don't know.
I've had exactly one run where I've played the Great Decay and it was awesome, but it was a run that it worked well, and I've skipped this card a couple times too because it just hasn't been very good. I think I gotta put this in like either average or below average tier. The run that I had that was really cool because it had a lot of expensive cards that I had remove consume on for whatever reason. I think maybe I had either what's it called, Malika Shifting Pyre or Capricious Reflection. I might have just had a bunch of expensive cards that just had remove consume on them randomly, and you know, like Smolderstone, if a card has remove consume and you have the Great Decay, it lowers the cost, but the card does not get removed from your deck. So I had a run where I think I had the Great Decay. You know what? I'm pretty confident the Great Decay had Twin Stone placed on it as well. So fun thing about the sequencing here: when you play Great Decay and you have Twin Stone, the next copy only costs 1. So you go 2 to 1. I think I then further put a -1 on it, so it went from 1 to 0. So effectively made all of my cards in my deck, or all my spells, cost 2 less. I removed all of the shitty spells, and then just had a bunch of like 3 cost remove consume spells, all cost 1. It was really cool. I didn't even have any other like real etch synergies in the deck. I just thinned the deck out and just played a bunch of expensive spells for cheap over and over again. But that's like such a corner case, man. Like I just feel like usually this is nothing. So I'm gonna put it in below average, I think, but it's a really cool effect.
I played this with Moral Mistress recently, and it was very good. Me on Earth's Treasure. This is. I will do this one. I'll say what it does because I don't think many people ever pick this card. This is the 1 energy rare that's consume. Get a random consume from your draw pile, and then if you have, or from your consume pile, sorry. And if you've consumed 5 cards, you get another one. So you get 2 cards if you've consumed 5.
Important note: it cannot get other Unearthed Treasure copies.
Oh,
so you cannot. I know because I fucking twin stoned it and gave it a -1, and I was like, does this do an infinite? And no, it doesn't. No, you cannot get your other copies back from the consume pile. Yeah. This is not Wormkin etching. This is not a cool infinite consume loop enabler card.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this is below average. It's just like, you know, every etch card in this game is below average because there's not enough etch payout for this clan.
Yeah, if you do have the etch payoff though, I have had this be pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, again, even though I twin stoned it and gave it -1 and I couldn't do an infinite, I still get a lot of value. That run made a lot of value just from playing the consume cards I had over and over again. It was pretty cool.
How do you feel? I know this is like a tangent and a little bit hard to compare. How do you feel about this card compared to Broken Memories from Monster Train 1? Do you remember that card?
It's is it the one that pulls a card out of your graveyard and gives it consume?
No, Broken Memories was the card that was for 0 energy. You would pull a card from your consume pile and place it on top of your deck.
Oh, did you get to choose or was it random?
Yeah, you got to choose. Choose next turn,
I think this is I think this is maybe a better effect than that because it's random. You get it right away.
Yeah. But I think there are enough random shitty consumes. Like if you start the game with spawning pods, for example, you're probably not ever picking unearthed treasure because you don't want to pull that card again in most cases.
I disagree. I think there are maybe certain clans again. If you're Everbloom, Lion's Mane, right? If you're focusing on etching and spawning together, that does both for you then.
Yeah, but like there are, and you know, you could pick any number of consumes where it's like I started the game. I guess a more accurate one would be like I started the game with Gooey Flask, and outside of playing this to etch, you would never pick unearthed treasure without the etch incentive, because you could just pull some trash.
Exactly. Yes, that is I think more likely to be a case where it's like this is almost never good for you. Then yeah.
Yeah, it also has like weird anti-synergy if you ever pick up a book, like if you pick up like One Horn's Tome or something like that, because you can't, you can just like not pull that card and play it ever, so it's just a dead hit. It's just strange.
It is definitely a weird one. Also, I think the reason why Broken Memories was actually a pretty good card in Wormkin is that Wormkin had way more payoff for etching.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you just wanted as many etch cards as you can find to enable that, rather than being too picky.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Oh, you get to go with Balmabello?
Okay, Bombabello first here. What a fucking terrible unit.
Yeah.
What a fucking horrible rare. Dude, when the game first came out, I had one run where this popped up. I might not have even been at Covenant 10 yet. I had one run that was awesome where it was this and Lazarus League, and I had the ability to like intentionally kill it, and I gave it a bunch of reanimate stacks, so it gave my whole floor like rage and reanimate, and it was awesome. And I think again in Lazarus League, if you have mixes as your starting card too, then you can do really cool shit with Bombabello. But otherwise, this thing is like maybe even gutter tier. It's so fucking terrible. It's 3 cost. The stats aren't horrible, but I think it's a little overcosted for the stat line on it. And it's got like regen and spikes, and the idea is that you want to try to kill this to give your floor AoE spikes and regen, I guess. You need other buffs to make this actually like a worthwhile endeavor. And the times I've tried playing this, I tried doing the Valor, and the problem with doing this with Valor was that it was too hard to kill Bombabello because the Valor kept it alive. It really feels like it's only like playable in Lazarus League. This is a Lazarus League card. It's in the wrong clan. What are you doing here?
Yeah, I agree. Sorry,
I'm putting it at like the bottom of very bad. Personally,
I think Bombabello he's a good tank, but I think that honestly he should probably just cost 2. And this clan doesn't need tanks, so he's really lost. And also everything you said is correct. It's like when you want him to die, it's impossible to kill him. And this clan doesn't have anything you want to pass on, and you just need to pull buffs from other clans. It's a very strange card. Cool
I guess
idea,
you can maybe play it with like Hellhorned 2 with Rage, because then that wouldn't keep him alive. It would be easy to kill him, but it's so hard to then get enough rage on him to make it worth the hoops you have to like jump through. Like it's just such a fucked up card. I don't get it.
You'd have to take space to put enough units on the board in order to actually get value out of this, instead of just like putting rage directly on
just play a fledgling imp.
Also true.
It's so much easier. Anyway.
Yeah, he's very
You're up, man.
Sorry, I was doing a little reorganizing. You should be able to refresh, and it should put all of the, for when we get to Lazarus League, it should put all of the graphs next to their units, so we don't have to dig around for that.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, I have Spore Launcher. This guy is fine. He's a little above average, I think, for the clan. He's a good game plan, or he's useless, but he's more often good than he's useless.
I like him a lot.
The main problem is if you aren't the incant Lion's Mane line, you just can't play him in Exile.
That's true and real. It is really hard to get consistent spawns, and if you don't have conscripts for him, and if you don't have Everbloom, but like, man, he's a strong, when you actually can utilize him, it's a very strong effect. Also good, like again, good dualism holder. I've had occasions where I've used him as like kind of like a tank in the early game as well. He's got a good stat line for his cost. He's just a little too big, but also then you give him a smidge stone and everything's awesome. Hopefully.
Yeah, the big problem with this unit, and I think that this is something that it's like really hard to solve within the clan. You really want to go first in this game, and it's impossible for this unit to go first. The Decay always goes after the enemies, and also in Decay, Decay doesn't kill the cherubs before they get eaten, which I think sucks a lot.
Yeah.
So he has some knocks against him that you have to solve out. Most of the problems that he has, I think, get fixed by Amorous Inoki, though, which is nice at least.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which,
Inoki.
Yeah.
I'm maybe ranking a little bit lower than you. I think it's just an average card. I think you're right. It does like fix some issues that the clan does have, and I think if you are against Corruption Seraph, this maybe gets a bump up because I've had runs where I had just been able to outscale the corruption damage in that fight by regenning. So I think that there's some application there for Inoki, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes this card is just a win more card. You try to slot this into your already pretty strong like mushroom focused spawning build, and she's just there, and she's having a great time watching the game, but she doesn't do much sometimes. It really is just dependent on what your run is, like what you're facing against. So I think just an average for me.
Yeah, I agree. She's good sometimes, and other times she is not good. Good for getting you out of the early game, which I think this clan actually struggles with a little bit. If you're playing default, you can just pick her, and then it's really hard to die to bosses, which is a great plus. Makes it so your mushroom stack doesn't die also. Because normally when your mushrooms take damage, they lose stats, but with Inoki giving them plus max HP, that doesn't happen, which is nice.
And they give them that regen so they can like not hopefully fall below that threshold.
Yeah, so she's good for that, but sometimes she's not good. It's space is very premium in this clan, and so sometimes it's really hard to fit her on the floor. The end. Me?
Yep.
This is Cheery Deathcap, I believe, and this is the guy who is 1 energy summoned applied Decay 7 to all enemies.
Yep, 1 space, 1 cost.
He is average. I think this guy is a pretty good backline clearer. If you don't have dualism for anything else, you put dualism on this guy. 14 decay to all enemies with endless if you see it is 42 damage, which is like Inferno Room, but better because it's decay. You won't play this guy a ton. I think he's often just going to get outshined, but in runs where you don't have, like if you see him in the right circumstances, he's really good, so he's a good perspective pick.
Yeah, people when I first played the game, they were like, dude, these guys are so sick, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. I think they're just kind of meh. I might even put it at top of below average, because I feel like one of the, we talked before about silence being a big weakness of this clan. This guy can't kill the silencers because his summon effect gets hit by silence.
Which is fucking depressing, man.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna put him in. I think I'm gonna put him top and below average. Because you are right. Like, in theory, just raw damage output cost wise, this thing is kind of crazy. But you need space to play it, or you need to play it on a different floor, which you can do. But I don't know. I don't fuck with them too heavy.
I think the power of this unit depends on if you need to go to steel shops or not, because it's really good to diversify what is good for you in the steel shop. And this guy makes it so that if it's not good for you to get dualism or endless, suddenly it is. And that's really nice to have the option to do.
You know what? You make an excellent point. There's really only one unit in this clan that does utilize endless, and that's Prickly Puffball. So getting other hits for it is actually like a pretty compelling point.
Yeah.
So that's a very good argument for this, and for is Wax Cap up next? What's up next here?
Wax
no, it's a while away. Never mind. Yeah, probably alphabetical. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
No, it's
but yeah, that's actually a really compelling argument that like it's a unit that can hold endless in a clan that really only has like one other good endless holder. Oh, Bombabello, endless, duh. That was the secret I didn't understand this whole time. Of course.
That makes sense. I get it now.
Okay, you're up next, buddy.
Cluster Kernel. Man, I'm getting all the good ones. Or no, I just did that guy. You're up next.
Oh, you did that guy. I'm doing Cluster Kernel.
Yeah, you get this guy.
Dude, controversial. I think I put this in exceptional. I think I maybe rank it too highly. But I love this man. It's so much value. He makes so many boys.
Win the game.
I'm a big fan personally. Obviously, the dynamic duo is him and Spore Launcher together. But he's the engine oftentimes for Spore Launcher. And if Spore Launcher's not here, he's still usually pretty strong. So, yeah, I like him a lot. Also, just needs no upgrades. Like, he just on his own doesn't none of the shop upgrades matter for him. He just sits there and is awesome.
Yeah,
Smidgestone's pretty cool too because then you can play multiple copies of him. He's two mana is a lot for him though. I think that's the one big flaw. Is he's kind of expensive.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. He's probably exceptional. He's really good.
I think you can put him in above average too. I wouldn't fault you too much. I think he's like the bottom end of exceptional.
He's like, I mean, he's just really good. He does exactly what the clan wants to do, and he's good in every other clan because you could just pick him as your first banner unit, and then you won't die for a long time, which is nice. Oh, I get Deathcap Prophet. This unit is actually like fucking mind-boggling to me. I will put this guy in exceptional. He is actually broken as fuck. It is so insane. If you don't know what he does, this guy is rally, draw +1 next turn. In probably like 95% of your runs, this unit is a 1-space unit that is just 5 draw relics. That's crazy. I had a run where all I did with this guy is I picked him and I had Infectory from my starter, and that was 5 draw per turn in most cases, with me having to do almost nothing else. It is unbelievable how much value this unit gives. The only thing against him is his stat line is very bad. He's a 3/8. So if you have a weak start, which you won't because you're underlegion, you will have trouble to pick him. But if you have like a really weak start, maybe you have to skip him if your like starting unit is something bad from your secondary.
I could see if you started with like a moral mistress and you don't have much etch energy, and then you see this and you go, well, I can't really spawn either right now. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I can see some worlds where it's not that useful, but I think the idea with this unit is you see, like, it's a rare unit, so you're probably seeing it sometimes between, like, you know, ring 2 or ring 3, hopefully. If you see this early, you just go, it's time to spawn. It's time to start making guys. The clan makes so many guys. It's not too hard to turn this into a million draw. You are right about that, which is pretty good. So I like him a lot. I might put him top end of above average though, because I think his, like you said, the stat line is low, and if you don't have a good spawns, if you have like, let's say you went Man-Eater, Lion's Mane, so you have Spore Touch as your secondary card, or as your starter card too, and you have Moral Mistress again, and like stuff like this. I can see a world where you have to skip this because you just can't take it in the early game. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna defy you and be my own man and put it in top end of above average. I think there are times where you just can't take it. It's not an auto pick for me 100% of the time. But like you said, many times this thing is fucked up strong.
Yeah, it's an insane ability. Interestingly, we'll talk about it a little bit in Stygian, but I think that this guy does have a rival now with Offering Monument, who is also fucked up strong.
Yeah, I mean, they're the same card basically now.
Yeah, basically. But the main thing about this guy is that I think that I follow what I would say is roughly a flowchart. Actually, lately I haven't been following this flowchart because I've just been having fun because Lion's Mane is like so broken you can do whatever you want with her. She's probably like the coolest champion in the game for build diversity. But I think if you want to win, you pick the incant line with her unless it's not offered or your secondary is a unit starter. But Deathcap Prophet doesn't care about that because if your secondary is a unit starter, then he's still going to get rallies.
Yeah, that's true too.
I rank him highly for that. But, you know, you don't see him. It's hard to form a firm opinion on this guy because I've only seen him like 3 times.
The times I have played him has been disgustingly strong, but I have skipped him once or twice too because, again, I've had times where it's just like, I have, like, it's underlegion my secondary, I'm playing like maybe an incant line, and I just don't have any spawn cards, and I'm just like, you can't come, buddy, sorry. Maybe next time.
Yeah, it can happen. That's true. It can happen where you don't have your champion and your exile underlegion secondary.
Now time for your most hated unit in the game, Voyix.
Oh, yeah.
This is a tough one for me because I've had this card single-handedly win games before, but also I've had this like be a huge liability. I think if the Titans didn't exist, this would be an exceptional card. But the fact that you can't win the game by just putting 8 billion sap on a boss is a problem, because that does bite you in the ass big time in the Titan fight. I've had runs where it's like, okay, I'm putting 8 billion sap on everything, but guess what? They're walking up to the pyre, and now I'm taking, 12 extra damage every turn because of the pyre combat's taking so long. So it's weird. I want to say average, I think. I don't know.
She's really hard to rank because I think that she just has like probably one of the more run-dependent characters. This is maybe the worst character in the game if you don't look at the bosses, which I know some people play this game and don't look at the bosses. But Enchanterelle has like 2 really, really bad matchups in this game where I think you probably just avoid picking her or make sure that your game plan can play without her. She's awful into Spike's Kale. She is so bad at that fight. It's actually
Yep.
insane.
Yep.
And she's also really, really bad at Entropy Seraph.
Again, like we said, you gotta silence fucks you up a bit there, huh?
It's not silence actually. This is a trick, because a lot of times it's a little bit better for her, but a lot of times you're gonna be spawning through playing spells, and she's gonna sap into incant plus attack, which is meaningless.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot about the incant guys there too.
Yeah, so if you're playing like if you're putting out like 2 sap because you gave her dualism, that's -4. The incant guys are +5, so it's +1 attack.
Yep.
So your
That's
run has
fair
to
as
be
well,
ready
yeah.
to play without her, but she is good in the early to mid game, right? She's really good at like a lot of the game, so she can be average.
Again, I think her biggest liability though is the Titans. Though. If you're relying on the sap to win you the game, it will not win against the Titans.
True.
You need some other way to kill savagery, because you never have a relentless combat.
I think a newer player to this game, someone who didn't play Monster Train 1, will have an easier time with learning this unit. In Monster Train 1, you could play Lodestone Totem as your only plan into everything, and you would win. It was like you could put 2 Lodestone Totems top floor, and the run would just be over, because nothing could stop you from doing that. You can't do that in this game. You can't just sap everything because the Titans need to die, and there's the Spikes Kale, and then there's the plus incant, or plus attack on incant guys.
Yep.
So yeah. I think average though, because she's really strong for the early to mid game.
And if you just don't have those two, she's pretty strong as well.
Yeah, true.
You just need one way to deal damage to the boss. Like you can go like, it's really energy dependent then, right? Or your energy choked if you do this, but you can do like Lion's Mane, Spore Launcher, and Chantrel, and that usually will be enough to handle the Titans.
Or you can just play one of the shitty rare cards that we ranked low, Racking Pain and
yeah, true.
The other one.
Yep, that's true as well. They'll get the job done as well.
Oh, Deadly Variant. That's
yeah, Deadly Variant. Yeah.
Okay. We've been doing Underlegion for over an hour now. You want to bang the last ones out real quick?
Yeah, let's go quick. Right. Green
Recruit.
Fucking, I hate this guy personally, but people say he's good, but I don't like him.
I put him in average. He's another endless holder. If you need rallies, he's one way to get it. You just have to take space for him.
Yeah, I'd rather just not though. I'd rather just not play him. I think usually.
Yeah.
I put him in below average. I think on the rate is really good, right? If you can kill this guy consistently, it's awesome. But like, I think I almost always find myself rather just like filling out my floor, overstacking with a mushroom, and then not playing green recruit on the floor. I don't think it's a worthwhile strategy usually, but obviously that depends.
And the main
and it's a his big. I don't know if you're gonna talk about it, but his main issue is that he's a non-banner unit, so it's hard to rely on him.
He's also a common, so he's in contention with the other good commons.
Yes.
I think the main thing about him is that you can't really spawn consistently in Exile, so having the option to play this guy with Endless gives you an opening to play a line that you might otherwise not have. However, I would pick all of the other better commons over him always.
That's fair.
Okay,
Moral Mistress.
Good unit. I think that I'm coming around. I think a lot of people really hate her. I will give her above average. I think that this clan struggles to find carries sometimes, and she is a carry, but you have to like high roll to build your whole run around her. But even if you only give her like 1 or 2 etches, she can swing and clear an entire wave for you sometimes. So that's good.
I put her in average. I see her the same way I kind of see Magma Cultist, right? It's sort of like the same thing where it's like you have this entire one build focus that really only works right on this one unit. So if you see that unit, great. But if you don't have that unit in your build, it's just eh. So if you see this first, that's cool, and then you can take this and build and take the other consume cards that work with her. But I just it's kind of iffy.
I think
your stat line's also like kind of mad. It's like, what is it? So it's 15-15?
2 space. Yeah. 2 space.
That's not bad, but not horrible.
The main thing in her favor is that these banners are very good. If you look at the banners, there's not like, if you walk into an Underlegion banner, you're gonna be able to pick a game plan, right? You're gonna see Cluster Kernel or Spore Launcher or Moral Mistress most of the time. Like that's 3 of the 6 banner units. So,
or you'll see Squad Leader and Puffball.
And the only really bad banner, I think, is Squad Ball or Squad Leader and Noki.
Squad Ball.
Squad Ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think she's good just because she can be a game plan. But you do need a lot of things to go right for her to work. But I think that she can work, which is good for her.
Mhm.
Puffball. Over to you, Mr. Puff Shark.
Yeah, you're never gonna let me live that down, huh? Listen, the people, as far as I know, they agree with me, and you're the crazy one, so that's fine by me. I think this is like an above average card. I don't know how Gabriel feels about it now, but I know at one point he loved this card. I just think that it's obviously very strong in the early game, but I think it's hard to make this your actual like end game win condition game plan. The rate's a little too low, and I don't know. But I think this card is always a card that you can just like dump on the bottom floor or top floor, depending on what you're doing, I guess, right? And just let it sit there and just chill and vibe. He's got good vibes. I'm gonna put him in bottom end of above average, I think.
I'm gonna give him average. The nice thing about him is that when talking about economy from steel shops, he takes upgrades that no one else in the clan wants. Titanite and Largestone are both good on this guy, but he is fighting everyone else for dualism, and he can also
Yep.
play endless. But he's very versatile, so you always walk away from the shop with something for him. But once you walk into fight 7, he's kind of just useless.
Lot of hard counters out there. We mentioned entropy being a problem for a couple units in this clan. Big problem for him because entropy is a great fight because it's like you can pretty much always play top floor. If you're playing bottom floor with the prickly puffball, you're getting silenced off the time, like oftentimes, and then he's just not doing anything and he dies. So it's really sad for him.
He gets run over in those fights as well, just because it's so much damage.
Yeah, true as well. He's not quite tanky enough in the clan. Otherwise, when I first started playing the game, I had runs where I would put Loam Coat on Puffball and it wasn't too bad. Just to leave him as a frontline tank, give him Titanite. He's got good health. He's got regen on him, right? It's pretty playable. But usually you can get away with just doing that on a mushroom stack instead, and it's usually a little bit more impactful to get the propagates on the troops. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
not a bad guy though.
He's okay. Squad leader.
Yeah.
I will give, I think, the only below average of the banner units for this clan to squad leader. I think this guy needs like a fucking miracle to work. I played a run where I stacked a mushroom stack really high with like 4 or 5 squad leaders and I still just lost.
I had a run recently go pretty well with him. And he was impactful. And I did just do a really big stack. And then I think I just had 1 squad leader. I don't think you want to play like 5 squad leaders. I think that's a bait. I think you just want 1 squad leader and the rest of your plan focusing on generating spawns and stuff like that. And then like I think I had the relic that also just gave +2 attack per troop. So I had like an invisible squad leader there that I just had the normal squad leader to give it trample. And that was enough. That was enough with the actual other support in the clan, like Spore Launcher to kill backline. And you don't play this for the trample, you just play this for like maybe enough damage to kill a heavy with your mushroom stack on its own. That's I think the point of this card. I don't think you're supposed to be playing 5 squad leaders. I think that's a huge because boy, a squad doesn't have 5 leaders. What are you doing?
It's a big squad.
The chain of command will be ruined if there's 5 squad leaders directing 1 stack of mushrooms.
Yeah, you're probably right. I probably needed to split them up into 5 smaller squads of mushrooms.
Exactly. Then you get platoon leader.
Yeah.
Which is a new card.
New card reveal coming here. Yeah.
Anyway, I think this guy's really bad. I think he's below average, maybe even bordering on very bad. Because I feel like you almost never play him. Honestly, he's not good, but like there's potential, obviously. Like it's not hard to get like a 400 damage mushroom stack. You give that mushroom stack a void armament, and now the trample is relevant, and it can be pretty good sometimes. But he's just kind of a stinker usually.
He needs a lot of things to go right. That's all. Truffles. I ranked the squad leader. You can do truffles.
Yeah.
Sorry.
People are gonna hate me for this. I think this is also a below average card. I don't like truffles very much. There's many times where you can just put this top floor and you just make random equipments. Every time I fucking play truffles, man, it gives me dog shit. It gives me such bad equipments. Like fetch is a cool ability. If you don't know, by the way, the card, I guess 1 cost, 1 space, 5/5. Cooldown of 3. You get a random equipment to be put into your hand. The equipment is ephemeral and it does have -1 to its cost. So it's a little bit easier to play, but it's like it's not a good idea to rely on random equipment. It's cool because like for the cost, it's like it should be valuable. I saw myself never playing it though. You can't play truffles on its own floor in the Titan fight. It gets crushed. And then against floating bosses, guess what? Sarah's coming to kill his ass. So it's just I find it. you can't try to protect it. It's not worth protecting. And if you're playing it on a separate floor, the Grim Reaper's coming to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like him very much. I say below average, but like it's fine sometimes. I don't know.
I don't know. Do people in your comments talk positively about this card? Who's gonna hate you for
No,
this? I'm putting
no.
him in the
People just
gutter,
like
man.
you're putting him in the gutter. Damn.
This card is fucking useless. What do you? Yeah. Oh boy, here comes Truffles to give me Bloodthirsty Blade. Yes. He's so bad.
People just like how cute he is, though. That's the issue.
Yeah, you're right. The reason to rank this card high is because people are gonna go, no, the pupper, no, the cute doggo, no.
Thank you for giving me the bravery to. I'm not putting it in the gutter, but thank you for giving me the bravery to put it in the very bad tier because it is not very good.
This card is like the only case for me to pick this is I pick it because the other two uncommons are really bad, and I go, it could be fun. Maybe he'll give me something cool. Because there's a potential for him to spit out something super OP, and then like you pop off and you go, let's fucking go, Truffles. But it's never gonna happen. The only actual use case for this is if you're playing like Sword Maiden or something like that.
Yeah, Sword Maiden or Pincushion.
Yeah, that's it. This unit's so bad. He's fun though. Play Endless Truffles, have a fun time.
Okay.
How
do you feel about Mr. Waxman?
I like the other version of this guy, but it's really hard to ever play this thing. I think he's very bad. It's just not worth the investment to play this for 3 sap.
I think he's about the same as maybe a little bit worse than Cheery Death Cap. I put them both in the below average tier because you make the same argument for both of them, where it's like, oh, it holds Endless well, like not many other units in the clan do. It's like, I don't know. It's just fine. 3 sap is like, listen, we put Gooey Flask at the average tier. Surely this is as close to Gooey Flask. Except, silence units stop it from working, and it takes up space, so you can't play it on your current floor if your floor is full. So there's reasons to not like it. It doesn't trigger incants and doesn't trigger etch and all this stuff. So but it's not a bad effect, I think. I would put it in below average. So I don't think I put it in the very bad tier.
This is not like an own. When's the last time you played this card?
It's been a while.
I just like, from a practical stance, everything you're saying makes sense, but from a practical sense, I like can't even remember the last time I played Waxcap.
I wish you could like look at a card in the library here in the game and see like when you last played it. That'd be neat.
Last played date, never.
That'd be interesting, but I feel like I can't rank it too lowly because it is like it's not a bad effect on a card. That should be fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the 3 sap is not enough to really like change my heart.
Ooh, what about 6 sap? Dualism.
Yeah, then you're paying fucking 300 gold for this thing to put 6 sap on all the enemies. It's like, okay.
You will rue the day that you cross Waxcap.
You're right. I'm gonna be sapped. All right.
Okay.
Underlegion. I think I got like one more clan in me. I don't want to do 2 today.
Okay.
So let's do
Lazarus. we can do Lazarus.
Yeah. So if you did not refresh, you can refresh. I did it myself.
I did. I refreshed. You bastard.
I wasn't sure. So yeah.
Okay.
We got the guys next to their equipment, so we'll just put them together.
You have brain transfer up first, though, I assume, right?
Yeah. They're just
okay.
In the middle. They'll be in the same spot for you as they are for me.
Gotcha. Yes. Okay.
Brain transfer. You want me to go? Actually, you should go first because you talked to Illustrious about this card.
Yeah. So Illustrious if you don't know, is a. I think he watches you too. I'm pretty sure, but he watches me, and he is obsessed with both brain transfer and scrap for parts. They're very fun cards, and when they are strong, they're really, really strong. But like, brain transfer is just like not a good card usually.
Yeah,
it's like, I think, really bad. I would have put it in the very bad tier because I feel like you're so few and far between where you actually want to use this. I think scrap for parts actually has like a lot more utility because you can scrap for parts an endless unit and you'll just get the endless unit back and just get plus 40 and 0 cost on that unit now. So you can play that on like endless imps and make them free to play. I've had times where I've played scrap for parts on greed dragons and have gone just crazy. Scrap for parts, which we'll talk about later, more utility, but this thing is fucking, it's just so hard to actually make it work, man. But when you do get the stars to align, this can like actually cause like integer overflow errors in this game, which is really cool. But
Uh,
I'm trying to win. I'm not trying to break my game with
yeah,
math, so I'm putting it in very bad.
agreed. I don't. I could even be convinced to put this card in the gutter. I don't know if I've ever even played this thing.
It's not good.
It is very bad. I think I'll leave it out just because you can integer overflow and that's funny. But yeah, this card is. Is it good with Bombabella? Maybe it's good with Bombabella.
Oh, sick. Awesome. Great. Very cool.
Alright. I get Combustion Suit. This is the 10/10 strike, apply unstable 5 to all enemy units. This is fine. I'd put it in average. It's an okay equipment. It's a little tough because it's a rare, but it's good with multi-strike, and also it's nice to go 10/10, and you can do like a little backline clearing with this. It's okay.
I think I put it at the bottom end of above average. I think like it's the clan doesn't struggle with this, but sometimes it can be an issue rarely where you have trouble with backline, and this does kind of solve it for you, especially if you put it on a sweeper. Not necessarily putting it on test subject, for example, just like another clan sweeper, right? Because every unit that you strike applies AoE instability. So then once that does get to the backline, you're then causing like a 50 damage AoE wave as well once you're killing the backliners too. It can be pretty cool on sweepers, basically. And even worst case scenario, this is like 10/10 on an equipment. That's not too bad stat wise.
And it's
For a one
energy,
cost.
so it's really
Yeah.
easy to slot in.
Yeah, I think it's just fine. Oh, I think it's above average because like the floor is just fine, and the ceiling can actually be game saving for you occasionally.
I think that in any other clan, because as I'm sure you know, they balance this game on like pick rates and win rates, right? In any other clan, this card probably would have been nerfed to 2 energy, but in Lazarus League, there's just so much broken shit you can do that this thing falls to the wayside.
That is a good way to look at it, honestly. That's fair.
It is. Lazarus League and Underlegion are like the privileged clans where they do so much insane shit that things that would be like average in other clans just become not good. But yeah, I think this is one of those cards where it's just like, I guess maybe in the grand scheme of things, you do just put it up to above average because it is really good. But I have been kind of doing things in context of like Lazarus League.
Yeah.
In context of the whole game, yeah, you're probably right.
I've been trying to do more holistically the whole game, but I think it's also fair to evaluate cards based on the context of their clan too.
Yeah, mostly for the commons, I think, because you're looking at the commons versus other commons. Anyway, I get Electricity Chamber, right?
Fucking gutter. Sorry. I don't want to cut ahead.
No, you're right. This card has exactly one use case, and that's for stacking on mushrooms.
What a fucking terrible card. I don't get why it's a rare.
I don't get why it's in the game.
Yeah,
when you summon a unit, they get 7 spikes. It's like, it does work on reanimate as well, so like there's something there, I guess, with like this card is for a build where you're stacking reanimate on the big Chungus tank guy, and then you're giving him like fragile body. But fragile body is like
more than enough already
stats
on its own.
Yeah.
It's so strange, man. I don't get it.
Do you think that they're scared of spikes? Because like every spikes card is understated except for one.
I don't know, maybe.
Because like, I mean, just look at some of the awoken spikes cards, man, and then it's like, what the hell are we doing here?
It's a great question. It's a great question. I think this is in contention for the actual bottom 1 card in the game. I think this might be worth, like, Pyre-blooded might be better than this. I don't know, man. It's tough. You gotta think about it. You gotta think about it.
Yeah, I think it only gets... It is my favorite thing that people say to me. Well, it's good with Underlegion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking good with Underlegion. But this is...
I don't even think this is good with Underlegion, man. I don't even think it's good. It's like... I don't want to play energy in deployment to play this and then like AoE propagate my floor. I don't want to do that still.
No,
that's a really bad plan.
It's good because
with the mushroom stack too.
Yeah.
The mushroom stack too.
Yeah,
but like,
oh
man, I don't know. It's so bad.
It is very bad. And now you get fragile body.
Excuse me, streamer, faulty body.
What, really?
It's called. It gives fragile, but the card is faulty body.
Oh yeah. The fun fact, a little lore fact. Did you know that this is Baron Grail's wife?
Yeah, it's like one of the few cards in the game that has like flavor text about her. I'm pretty sure, and it's like Yeah, it's supposed to be her. Although maybe it's not definitely. I don't know, man. Maybe it's like a
I'm
fucking clone. I don't make the lore video, fucker. What are you doing?
the rough Lazarus League story, although it got a little shifted with the most recent card they added, but I think that Arechi was like working with her, and then she got too insane with her experiments and killed herself, or I guess did this to herself. And then Baron Grail's her husband, and he's really sad about it.
Anyway,
Anyway,
this card is not terrible. I think, like we mentioned before about the big Chungus reanimator units, this is meant for them, and not maybe not exclusively them, but pretty much exclusively them, right? Like I don't know who else you put this on.
yeah.
But it's meant for them, and then like hulking mass, maybe what's his name, makeshift golem, and then like 9 Live Nightmare use this card pretty well. But there may be like, are they the only 3 cards in the game that utilize this well? Like what's another one? I can't think of one off the dome. Probably someone else does.
Every card in the game can use this well if you just put a big reanimate number on them. But
that's fair too. That's fair too. But
the
like
three that you said are the best options.
Yeah. So I think I put this in below average because I think it's like a little too narrow in scope. But the effect is strong. That's a huge amount of spikes to add. That kills like every backliner in the game except for like, well, I mean, like you don't want to get hit by the sweepers in the Savagery Seraph fight, but it will kill them. It will kill them eventually.
Yeah.
The Chosen Assassin does survive the first hit without any support though, so it will hit you twice, which is an issue then as well. You need to get a little bit more spikes on there to take it out, but you don't want to even really take those hits either, in theory. So I don't know. It's a lot of spikes though.
I put this in average. I think that it's if you're doing reanimate, which you can usually do with this character or with this clan, it is kind of something that they're good at. This card is strong and you can invest in it. If you give this like double stack spell chain, this is 160 spikes for 2 energy, which is fucking ridiculous.
That's a lot of spikes.
Yeah, you can pretty easily get this card if you get it strong enough early enough, you can make this card kill everything for you. And that's good. But yeah, it's like a weird one because it's either your whole game plan or it's completely griefing your run.
Oh, dude, brain transfer.
Oh, doesn't it?
It doesn't transfer the fragile, but it transfers the spikes.
Oh, brain transfer OP.
There you go. We figured it out. Back to the top.
Yeah, brain transfer S tier.
Anyway. Ready to move on to Forevermore Serum?
Yeah, me, right?
I think it's you, yeah.
Yeah. This I don't have a lot to say about Forevermore Serum. Paying 1 energy for 1 reanimate is good, above average.
I feel the same way. It's just a very good effect. I think this is maybe one of the cards that I always pretty much will take from the bottle event.
Yep.
Right? If I see Lazarus League, I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll take a Forevermore Serum. Sure. Any run, reanimate 1 is like not a bad card to have. Even if you're not building around it, like, yeah, I would love my tank to have like 1 extra hit before it dies. So I will always take that from that on any clan, and I will always take it in the clan that revolves around this effect too, quite heavily. So, yeah, good one.
Yep, good card. I agree. All right, Horrify to you.
Horrify. This might be the strongest card I never take. I don't know why. I just feel like this is a good effect because, like, worst case, this will stop a Seraph from hitting you or just some sort of problematic enemy from hitting you. Like, it's fine. But I just find that I just never need this in this clan. Like, it's an effect that for whatever reason I just don't need to worry about Seraph hitting me on. So I think I'm gonna put this. Maybe is it crazy to put this? I think I'm gonna put this below average, or maybe just average. I'm gonna put it average. Days is point and click days is good. The end, I guess. Average.
Point and click days is good. The end. Above average.
Okay, fair enough.
It's very good to Days Seraph. This is like not that good in the Savagery, I guess. But yeah, I think this card is fine. It suffers from the fact that it's in Lazarus League. Put this in any other clan, this is fucking exceptional broken nonsense. This card is like fine.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I want to pause. I need to fuck with my window because I've been messing with it and now I need to just like reset and start over. Okay, unpaused. You did Horrify.
I did Horrify, yep.
I will do Minds of Their Own.
Yep.
For 3 energy, you get to attack before the enemies go. Going first is good. I think this is above average.
It's weird because you do need equipment, but like this is a clan that has access to a lot of equipments, as we both know, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it usually does just read as attack first and attack again, right? It's a combination of quick and multi-strike at the cost of 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've had times where I've just given this holdover and it's won me the game. Like it's a pretty
Yes.
good spell. But it
Yeah,
is
pretty
important
good.
to note that sometimes you don't have an equipment build going, and if you don't, then obviously don't fucking take this card.
I feel like
So
I would say like 85% of my runs I'm playing equipment on my carry. You just like check it
yeah,
off, I feel.
yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Sometimes you won't have it. So I think above average. And you get
Yeah.
oh
You want to do the fucking pseudoscience tier? The fucking pseudoscience tier?
Did you ever hear the shit that Olympic told me shortly after this game released?
I probably, but I don't remember. What
He
did he
told me
say?
that he picked this card and he played it like 6 times where he needed just one reanimate and it just gave him 36 spikes and he died.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really funny. I think about that every time.
Yeah. We're just putting this in the pseudoscience tier because it's like it is just like a card that is between average and above average. It should, on average, be an above average effect, but sometimes you really only want one of the effects and it just refuses to give it to you, and it's really fucking annoying. Like Spike 6 is I guess Spike 6 is like on rate for this effect actually. We mentioned before about how like Spikes is like understated in general, but like 6 spikes for 1 energy is not bad. But you just how like I don't know. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna be brave, and I'm gonna put this in actually the top of average because I think that like it's not fun to rely on this, and you really oftentimes only play this for the reanimate effect, and it's not very consistent. I'd rather just have Forevermore Serum every time over this card. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think pseudoscience is like the way that I think about this card is that it's 2/3 of the time you get survivability and 1/3 of the time you get damage, and it's like okay if you play it as that. You can't really rely on this for anything, and the only time I ever play this is if it's in my starting deck. I don't think I would ever willingly add this to my deck, but you know, maybe if everything else sucks, you can click it. It's not like terrible. It's always a buff, and that's a positive. But yeah, you just play this without any hope of it doing what you want. I'd say
Yeah.
average as well. Ooh, I get reanimation lab. I think this goes right next to electricity chamber. I think this thing is also really bad.
In my mind, at least, I feel like the stats is better than spikes on the mushrooms. Right in
True.
that build, getting max HP means that they don't get their attack lowered when they get hit, and it's almost the exact same rate, right? It's like, well, it's not, 7 damage is not the same as 8 spikes. 8 spikes probably on your mushroom attack is actually better, but you don't get those again. You get like a little bit of an HP cushion, so you don't have to worry about stat loss. Oh, this is also dog shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe you could do this as like the bottom and the very bad instead. But I'm actually willing to put this in the gutter too. I think these rooms both are dog shit.
It is crazy to me, like really, really insane that this clan is probably not even probably this clan is the mop. It's a toss up actually between this and Underlegion, the strongest clan in the game, and the rooms are just unplayable.
Yeah, I actually just do think Lazarus League is the strongest clan. I think it's close between it and Underlegion. I think this is the strongest clan, and I think that these two rooms are horrendously bad.
Yeah. I will say the main thing about reanimation lab, because you may be confused about this, when you are reanimating a character, it's almost always your frontliner, and you don't care about them getting 7/7 because if they're getting 7 HP, who cares? They're probably reanimating, like you're stacking reanimate, they're getting 7 attack. Who cares? They're your tank. This card just does nothing.
They're still at 1 HP. So like
No,
the
I
next
think
attack is probably like still
they
going
come
to knock them down.
they come back at 8.
Oh, no, sorry, 8.
Yeah, 8.
Sorry.
Yeah. So they survive
Yeah.
7 damage. It's OP.
It's
No,
so bad.
I think the idea is you play like reanimation lab on a unit like I don't know, play it on like a frontliner and then give them lifesteal and they heal a bunch. But it just doesn't matter. There's better things to do.
Anyway, replicator array here. Weird one because I feel like the true purpose of replicator array is to play it in like weird pincushion runs or just a run where you have like assistance and you don't care about your equipment, so you can just put a scissor hand on your carry and dupe it for free, which is really strong when you can do that. But I think as often you just have no real play for this card because your equipment might be just too important on your carry unit, so you don't want to dupe them. Like, it's just a weird one. It's also pretty expensive. I'm gonna put this, I think, in average, but I've had runs where this has been awesome for me. I actually had a run recently where I did just replicate array at pincushion, and like I gave it multi-striking titanite, and that won me the game.
I think it's a little below average. The biggest problem for it is that, like, in default, how do you play this? It's really hard, I think, to play this in default Lazarus. So it's only really playable in Exile Lazarus, and then you can fall victim to a draw order problem where you just draw your equipment on turn 1, and then you just can't replicate array your carry, or you have to wait to play your equipment until later. But it is good for pincushion, so I think it's fine for that.
I think the real secret of replicate array is just when you have, like, I don't know, the vampire. What's her name?
Sanguine Assistant?
Yeah, when you have Sanguine Assistant and you just, like, you don't care about the equipment that she's got grafted, so you just slap it onto a unit, and then it's like, oh, well, you know what? It would be cool having 2 of that unit, because I didn't care about the Vampire's Tooth. It didn't really matter, but having 2 of them is actually a pretty powerful effect then. I think you can find use for this outside of purely Exile Lazarus League, but it's very swingy. It's a high variance card for sure.
The main problem is that you're paying 5 energy to duplicate that unit, and it's better it would be a lot nicer to just duplicate it naturally, but you can't always do that.
Yep.
Me, right?
Oh, you hate this card. You hate this card.
Mix-a-lot. I think this card is okay if you're mixing, and I think that I'll put it in average. This clan has a pretty heavy split. I think that in default this is good, and in exile this is bad.
I very much agree with you. I think when it first came out, you were kind of a hater of this card. I've only played it, I think, once so far, actually. But I had a run where it was default, and I gave it a Smolder Stone, and I was like, this card is awesome. Because it's like, oh, I get to, for 1 cost, mix 5 times, even if only, like, 2 or 3 of the mixes are what I want. It's still a pretty good effect usually. As long as you, caveat here for this card, please have the mix you want first there, so you're not just getting a random color mix on the first mix, right?
Yep.
Have the baseline mix that you want, play this, and then just get what should be a pretty good rate on the cost of the card.
Yeah. I played this with holdover to stack a green, and then I just dropped like a 12 or 13 reanimate, and that's fine. And you can do the same with red, but yeah, mostly this is just stack reanimate or stack rage, and that's the card.
Yep.
And then cash out when you gotta. It's fine if you're
holdover's kind of funny, but I didn't think about doing that either. But that's pretty neat. Did you give it intrinsic too then?
I don't remember what else I gave it. I'd have to look. I think I just put it on. I don't remember. Let me pull it up. You can do the next card. I'll go look for this. Okay. Oh man, it works out perfectly.
Jamie, pull up Sir Mix-a-Lot.
I think I did call it Sir Mix-a-Lot. Yeah.
Scrap for parts. Listen, it's again, like I said before, definitely better than Brain Transfer. Not a good card. I think I gotta put this in below average. It's a fun effect. 1 cost, consume, sacrifice the creature that you're playing it on. You draw a unit. The unit gets plus 40 attack and then cost 0, which is, again, like I mentioned before, really good with endless units because you will sack the endless unit with this card. You will get the endless unit back guaranteed, because the way endless works is that it immediately puts that unit back on top of your deck, and then it will guarantee draw the unit you just put on top of the deck first. So it's really cool with that. Like I said before, imps kind of neat with, because it makes the imp 0 cost. If you're playing Transcendent, for example, making your Transcendent 0 costed is really cool, because Transcendent costs 2. It can be a bit of a hassle sometimes. So that can be really neat. But usually this is bad. Honestly, if we're being real, I should probably be putting this in the very bad tier. But it just has more utility than Brain Transfer does, so I think I'm going to put it in below average still. Boy, you back yet?
Yeah. Very bad. I think that this card does nothing.
How dare you? Did you not hear me just rambling?
No, I heard you, and everything you said is true. I have never played this card.
Play it. It's fun when it works, man. I think there's also a universe where you can just give this remove, consume, and holdover, and just play any fucking like shitter with endless on it, and just make it be your carry by just replaying it and killing it over and over again. like endless. Like, dude, imagine. Oh my god, imagine Nightingale with endless and multi-strike. It permanently stealths because you get to keep replaying it over and over again. I figured out why the unit has stealth, man.
Wait, that's
That's it.
OP.
It's for this. Exactly. Exactly.
I think that
Anyway.
the main problem is that you would need an act of God for this to actually happen and for you.
I mean, there are, for that, yes, but there are actually, again, much easier lines for it to be more playable. Greed Dragon loves this card.
Yeah.
Etc. But, you know.
I just think
Anyway,
it's
up
not
next.
that good. I don't have a lot to say. I think that a lot has to go right for this to be okay. It's kind of weird to me that this says consume or sacrifice on it, because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like all of the tutor cards are really bad. You could take sacrifice off of this and I think it would be about the same.
You know, yeah, maybe, yeah, sure.
Yeah. But the Mix-a-Lot run I had was with Reforming Ooze.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, so I did Intrinsic Holdover Mix-a-Lot, and then I did Stack Reanimate on Reforming Ooze, and he ended at 600 times 3.
That's really neat.
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay.
Okay. I get Secret Ingredient. I don't think this is going to be controversial. This is an S tier card. This is like just insane. Mixing is so broken.
Do you put it in the exceptional tier as a starter card?
Yeah, exceptional. Absolutely.
Wow. I do agree it is the strongest starter card for sure.
You put upgrades on this, it is broken. Like -1 or intrinsic spell chain, intrinsic holdover. This card is fucking nuts. It's like you get to play on rate ritual battle every turn almost if you're stacking red, or you get to just play like reanimate every turn. It's not quite every turn, and you have like some downsides to it, but you can pivot your entire run around this card, and it works. It's so strong.
I will put it in the above average tier in general. I agree with you that I think it is just the strongest starter card in the game by like a decent bit for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think I put it in the S tier, man. It's a starter card. I sometimes remove this from my deck.
Nah,
I don't remove other cards from my deck ever. I have like once or twice, I'm sure, at some point. I don't think I've ever removed any of these exceptional cards from my deck ever before. So I think, I actually, Alchemy is an exception because I have removed it from Greed Dragon runs where I've had max stacks. I don't want to play it anymore. But that's like a weird corner case, I think. But yeah, I don't know. It's a great card.
It just does everything, I think, is the main thing. You make it a little better, and then it can be your whole run.
A card I will put into the exceptional tier, though, I think, is actually the Spike of the League, which is the next card.
Okay.
I like it a lot. It's just, you know, it's point and click reanimate, but if you have extra mana, it's better. It's the same rate as Forevermore Serum, but more flexible. So, really strong card.
Yeah, I would just give it above average. I think that it's pretty good, but I feel like how do I put this? The main problem with it is that you need to to play a reanimate build, you need to take a lot of reanimate, and this only gets you like part of the way there. So you have to take other cards with it. I don't think it's quite exceptional in my mind, but it's really good. It's like you wouldn't skip this ever.
I don't know, man. You just put double stack on this, and then like that's almost all the reanimate you need.
If you played this at 4 with double stack, it's 8 reanimate, and for the Titans, if you want to frontline with reanimate, you need to put up like 5 reanimate per turn. It's 4 or 5.
Well, that's that's. I mean, that's more than 4 in a turn, but you obviously, you can't rely on it.
Yeah, but you don't get to keep doing it, is the problem.
Yeah.
But it's a piece of the puzzle to get you to a like fully sustained plan, but it's not like, to me, I feel like these top tier cards are all like, this is a huge part of my game plan. And
that's fair.
Which actually makes me feel like I should drop Pandemic down to above average, because I think Pandemic's a little bit out of place up here.
I think my top tier is maybe a little bit more broad, because I do think this is just like in the same way that Unnamed Tome is like just basically unskippable. I feel the same way about this card. Where even if it's not like your game plan, it is just like always a card I take pretty much every time, guaranteed. And it's like pretty flexible. It's like it's flexible as far as spell upgrades too. You can give this remove consume, and then if you do that, you can give it Smolder Stone. You can give it double stack. You can give it Permafrost. You can't really give it Twin Stone, but that's mostly X cost cards, right? Mm-hmm. But like it just holds a lot of spell upgrades really well too.
Yeah. I'm gonna
It's
drop
a strong one.
Pandemic down to above average. That's what I take away from this, because I
Damn.
think that this card is good, but my exceptional tier is like this card is game winning on its own, or like a major game plan piece. And I think the Spike of the League is just like a piece of the puzzle. I don't think it's the whole puzzle.
This is fair.
Surgical Strike.
Is it you or me? I already forgot where we were.
It's me.
Okay.
This card is mostly sad because you can't use it to go infinite off of a mushroom. I do feel sad because I thought I was going to be so smart when I saw this. Because I thought what you could do is just kill the mushroom that you incant from Madam Lion's Mane and then just keep surgical striking it over and over again to go forever. You're not allowed to do that. That's illegal.
Boo, hiss.
I think this card is average. The main use case for Surgical Strike is to use this to kill one of your reanimate guys that has like unstable on them. You can use it to ping off backline with a +10, but the main thing you do with this is you stack up like an overworked assistant and then you just Surgical Strike to nuke the floor.
Yep. Give this 0 cost, just stab assistant 18 times, kill everything.
Yeah, and it's not really that good, but this card is still fine because you can use it to pick off like the 3/3s, you can use it to pick off the reanimate guys, you can use it with a +10 to kill silence. It's got a lot of good play.
Yeah. Yep. I was gonna say specifically the +10 line is just like, oh, I can kind of just one shot any backliner now, except for a couple of weird ones, right? But like, and then you have it as the overworked assistant line too. It's not bad.
The main thing I think that keeps this from being really strong is that you would want to give it you need to give it 3 upgrades for it to be OP, because it needs a -1, a +10, and a holdover so that you can play it every turn, and then it goes kind of crazy.
Yep.
But as it is, I think it's just fine. It has its place.
I agree.
Tome of Horrors for you.
I think at one point people were saying this is like one of the best cards in the game, and it's really, really strong, and it does like enable that line you just said. Basically, you put this on an overworked assistant, and then you start stabbing it, and it blows up and kills everything. I find that I don't ever find myself playing this though with Baron Grail too often is the issue I think with it.
Never.
So I think I'm gonna put it in above average. I like it a lot when it's good, but I think it's like a card that sometimes you just don't play very often. Or it's a card you sometimes just don't play in certain builds.
Yeah.
It's not all the time amazing.
This card, there's going to be a few cards in Lazarus League because this is a clan with like, I think the last time I made a tier list, I made a tier that was called like the Exile Default Split tier, where you just put a card. I think I did that for when I made my guide. This card is basically in a superposition between being exceptional and unplayable, because this is really good in default and it's really bad in Exile.
Yep.
So I'm going to put it in average in this one, and just say it equals out. Basically, the thing I said where you have to put 5 reanimates per turn to survive the Titans is for this card. You have to put up, because you can stack a bunch of unstable, and if you can put up enough reanimate to support it, this card wins you the game. If you can't, then it doesn't, and you just do nothing with it. So it's good when it's good.
Yerp.
Best thing to do with this is put it on a character who has Loam Coat.
Yep, I think I still just put it in above average though, because when it is strong, it's really, really strong.
That's fair.
I think it's pretty cool.
It's an untier listable card. This is not a card that makes sense for a tier list. This is where you have to use like nuance as a person trying to.
Ooh, hits.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
F tier because sometimes it's unplayable.
Yeah.
Me, right? It's alive.
Yeah.
This is the version here. Lazarus League is old. These are from pre-patch, so just be aware this is not the correct card. This is now +7 attack, not +10 attack.
Everyone was saying It's Alive was too strong. It needed a nerf.
I am glad that they still make balance changes that make me go, who are they talking to?
Yeah.
I was worried that we weren't going to have another change like the nerf to Glacial Seal.
This is not that level of
no,
what are they
it's
doing?
not
Come
quite.
on.
But like this card is fine and it got nerfed, and it's really strange. We don't have to talk about it's getting nerfed. I think that this card is like, I don't know. I would say below average. I think that it's not something that is all that good. It's like good early and then it becomes useless, basically.
I agree. I feel like this is a clan that does not want its backline in the front very often.
No, never.
It doesn't want, so I don't understand why we have advance on this. It seems like advance is a pure liability on this card. Obviously, if you're playing If you're playing banished, then this is probably really cool for you. That's awesome. I'm so
Yeah.
happy for you, man, that you found a card that is really good in your clan outside of your clan. But like outside of that, you're just never playing this, man. I feel, or you're not never playing this. You're playing this with spell chain, and then you're like moving your front line to the back, and then you're putting someone else back in front real quick, so that way you don't have to worry about it. But that's not worth it either. It's not a good card, but it
Yeah.
is like, it's just fine, but it's bad.
Well, what you're supposed to do with this, I'm pretty sure the design philosophy is that you're supposed to play this in combination with reanimate, and then you put this on your frontliner, and then it's like they live at 1 HP from the reanimate, and then you just heal them to full. The problem with this is that your frontliners, when they die in this clan, get armor, so you just don't care about this.
Yeah, it is kind of strange.
Like,
I was about to say, like, you know what? I kind of understand Reanimation Lab maybe more now. Maybe that was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
You use the life steal from this, and then the tank dies, and then they heal to full, and like so you can sort of see the thing. It's just the clan does so much other way more busted shit. Why are you trying to do this?
Yeah, mostly what this card ends up being is just a way to get out of the early game. But this clan is really good at getting out of the early game because this clan is good, so this card doesn't exist, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Another
up
card that
next we
is...
got-
This is an incorrect card as well. This costs 2 now.
This is Organ Harvester.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this is one of the ones that more got more nerfed, I guess, from the cost.
Yeah.
Like the 1 to 2 bump seems like a pretty significant nerf to it. I think this is still like an above average card though. If you have like a unit that can get slays off of this effect, that does want reanimate, or even just wants like a couple reanimate stacks, so that way it can like not get killed by like the random backline sweeper or whatever, like it's fine. But like I'm gonna leave it at the bottom of above average. It got the cost going from 1 to 2 is actually a pretty big detriment to the card, I think, is my thoughts on it. And I haven't played it too much since it actually got nerfed, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's above average. I agree. It's good on Test Subject Alpha, and it's bad on Plague Doctor. That's the card. And those are the 2 units you're playing in this clan to carry. I think that you don't do anything else with this clan to carry. Other characters, it's like, you know, put this on a sweeper, it's fine. Anyone else, it's probably not that good.
I had one run where I believe what I did was I merged Organ Harvester with the new sweep equipment.
Mm-hmm.
I gave a makeshift golem quick, and then it would quick sweep the back line, get a bunch of reanimate stacks from killing the back line, and then die, and with the reanimate stacks gain armor on the entire floor, and it was awesome. It was really cool. But that's you know, a weird thing to do. You can, in theory, though, put this on one of those reanimate tanks, and like if you get a couple spikes on them or whatever, you can kind of actually snowball.
Yep.
I believe instability does not trigger slay, right? If you have instability on your own units and they explode, you do not get the slay triggers from this happening. Right. So something to keep in mind there too.
Yeah. This is good with faulty body. That's one of the ones. Right? That's where you use it.
Also faulty body, true. And brain transfer.
Mm-hmm, true.
Okay.
Acid Rain. 1 energy, unstable 10, and then 1 damage to all enemy units. This card is fine. It's mostly for when you're playing the Arechi path where he's can't apply unstable to all enemies. This is just more unstable for cheap, and that's really good because it's what you're doing. And it's good to just have the like AoE board clear.
I feel like I should play this card more because I think it is good, but for whatever reason, I just never play it. I don't know.
There's a lot of good stuff to do in this clan, primarily.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. I think this clan does just so much broken shit that like a good card sometimes you just don't play still.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Up next we have Explosive Reaction. I feel like this is like kind of in the same boat as Acid Rain, where you just put this on a backliner and hopefully they just die from the initial damage. And if they don't, they should die at the end of that turn and then explode everyone.
Yep.
But I think that it's a little bit better, but not by much. I think it's more instability, but I don't know. I'm just gonna put it in the same tier, average.
Yep, I agree. Main thing about this one is that if you are playing if you're playing around unstable, you can give this double stack, and 50 is a lot.
That
Even in
is
the end
true.
game, that's a lot of unstable. But yeah, this is
That is
just
true.
like,
You can also put this on your own units. If you're playing
mhm,
overworked assistant, just fucking blast them.
it's true. Mostly this
There's things
card
to
is
do.
just like the other two commons aren't that good, so I'll take this because I don't have anything better to take. It's like Rot in that sense, where it's like really good early and then it kind of falls off.
Yeah.
Me, Insatiable Hunger. When the units gain lifesteal too, it's fine. It's a survival plan if you have nothing better to do.
I don't know, man. I don't think it's fine. I think it's bad. I don't
I've
think it's
had it
very
be
bad,
good.
but I just don't find myself ever relying on this. AoE lifesteal just feels like. I mean, it's not AoE. I guess really just playing this as like the frontliner gets some lifesteal. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm putting this in, I think, below average. I think this is again another thing where it's like the clan just has so much other better things going on. Why are you doing this?
It's cheap and you can put lifesteal on multiple backliners, which is nice. It's also good for pincushion.
That's fair. Pincushion's cool with this, I
I,
guess.
I think it's fine. Again, it'd be really good in all the other clans, but it's just fine here. Mixology.
Okay, mixology. This is a really good card. It's it's secret ingredient, but it's 2 costs instead of 1, but it's 2 mixes. And the cool thing about that is that you can, you know, give it like a smolder stone or whatever you want to do to this, and then it's like you're upgrading 2 mixes at the same time. So I don't think I put this in the S tier. I think I put this in top of above average though. Still, it's a good card.
Yeah, the big downside of this card is that it's not very good because it's not very good in exile if you are not mixing, and I think that it's very hard to have this be your only mix.
Yeah, that is true. It's the same thing as you said before with Tome of Horrors, basically, right? It's like you kind of need to be in the correct Lazarus League for it to be good then, because on its own, it is a little low impact if you don't have the secret ingredients already there.
You can fix it in exile by having holdover on it though, which is why I'm going to put it in above average. The main reason that secret ingredient ends up being exceptional is because you are in default Lazarus, right? So you know you're always going to play for mix in that clan. So you have that information. It's like a little context thing. But yeah, I think mixology is fine. I did not like this card a ton, but I had it carry my run today, so now I like it.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah, I got it as my Dominion Pyre card, and then I walked into intrinsic holdover, and I was like, oh, I guess I will just play 2 of this. Potion kit to me. This card's below average. I think this should be a 2 cooldown. 3 cooldown is too long. Mixing every 3 turns is offensive. The only thing this is good for is like equipment synergy.
Honestly, I think I put it at the bottom of average, because I think it's like, I don't know, a bunch, like for 1 cost, you put this on a unit that you don't care about, and you just get a bunch of random mixes. It's not a bad rate, hopefully, usually. And like you said, it's like it's got random equipment synergies with pincushion, whatever. You can slap this on someone who you don't care about. I think it's just fine. I'm not going crazy for a potion kit, but I think it's like, you know what I will say? Unlike a lot of these cards, if you're playing Baron Grail, right? It's an equipment, so that's pretty good for you. If you're playing Orechi or just default Lazarus League, it's mixes, which is kind of good for you. So no matter what, it's doing something for you, which is not too bad.
You're right, but also I think that the big problem is that a lot of the time my equipment slots are full. So this is like 1 mix in Baron Grail because I'm just going to play this for the equipment, and 1 mix on Baron Grail is useless. This is like 2 regen usually on runs where I'm playing like Living Armory and I'm just cycling equipment really fast.
Yeah, but like even then in that build, cycling equipment is just on its own pretty good. Like this could be 1 cost 0/0 equipment, and I'm like, oh, Baron Grail, I love this.
Yeah, but like, you know, it is good to play every equipment on Baron Grail, that is true. But I still think this card is just like kind of whatever, because you're not getting much value out of it. 1 mix is okay on Orechi, but I think the other problem is like my equipment slots are usually full, so I don't have anyone to hold this.
I find myself usually not having too much trouble, and then also if I replace the equipment, I don't feel too bad about it usually. The issue is when you have the other equipment first, and then you're like, oh, potion kit, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I can't do anything with you. And then sometimes it is a bit of a blight. But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get, or does it me risky operation or you?
I think it's me.
Yeah, you can do it.
I think it's me. I think this card is Again, this is one of the things where if this card existed in another clan, this would be like maybe an above average to almost exceptional card. Like, who cares about the losing life? You're getting plus 10 in lifesteal. As long as you're not playing this on the frontmost unit, you're hopefully probably just healing back to full when you play this. So the life loss is almost never relevant in my opinion, and it's 1 cost plus 10 attack. It's pretty decent. But I think in this clan, I think you can again do like oftentimes so much better shit. So I think I'm just gonna put it in average, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's better than It's Alive now, though. Now it's like both these cards exist, and it's like, why is It's Alive even fucking here anymore?
Yeah. Risky Operation is weird. In Monster Train 1, plus 10 attack was like game winning, right? You played Razor Sharp Edge and Awoken and you won the game for it. Plus 10 attack is not as good in this game because the enemies have too much HP. But it's still fine. I agree with average. Fun synergy point out on the Savagery event, you can of course get the deal more damage per missing health and get plus 40 HP upgrade, and then you play this with that, and it's like you just get max value every time and then heal to full. Super cool.
Yep. That is a neat one.
Dude, weaponized prosthetic. This is based on my personal experience only. I think this card is unpickable. I put this in the gutter. I have not mastered this card. It's the only I don't think I've ever even picked this card. It's so bad.
I've taken it a couple times. I've had a couple runs where it's like a Sword Maiden Baron Grail run, and you are just stacking as many equipments into your deck, and you are planning on just like not caring about any of them and just replacing them as soon as you get the next draw. And the problem with this strategy with weaponized prosthetic is that like you don't care about the stats on the person that you're playing the equipment on usually. But I think the one case where it is actually kind of cool is that, and this actually happened on my recent run, where I had Sword Maiden, Baron Grail, and Pincushion. And I was just throwing every equipment I could find onto Pincushion, and then I replicator rated it. And the idea was that I took weaponized prosthetic with the idea of like, oh, I'm just gonna, one of my scissor hands, I'm gonna play prosthetic it, play a new equipment, and then dupe it. And if everything lines up, plus 30 attack on the dupe unit is pretty cool. I think when I took this, I just never drew the weaponized prosthetic before the replicator ray. So it didn't end up mattering at all, really. It's a bad card. It's the end.
Yeah. Yep. The main problem is that a lot of things have to go right. Like you said, you can just misdraw, which is really bad. It's like a win more card. I don't really like to call cards win more cards, but like the builds that would play this, you're already gonna have so much attack that you don't need this card.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I think that this thing has no place because 30 attack.
I can put it. I can put it in. And I'm gonna leave it at the bottom of very bad because I think there's a couple lines where it might be a thing you can play.
Yeah, I'll revise this if I ever put it into a deck and win the game.
A deck
because
ever?
If I ever play it.
Yeah, last played counter for weaponized prosthetic. ...
Yeah, actually, never. Overworked assistant for you.
Yep. I'm gonna put this guy, I think, in the above average tier. We're in a weird spot with this. Like a lot of these units that are like strong units that are not banner units, they always have this inconsistency issue. But goddamn, overworked assistant can do real crazy shit sometimes. Just like the best unit in the game to like do like, you know, Tome of Horrors on, do all this shit with, like incant to gain 4 instability can be really cool. We talked about the one spell that his name I forget now, the one that kills it and then gets another copy. Surgical Precision, is that what it's called? Yeah, Surgical Strike. Yeah, like this card makes that card work. Mm-hmm. It's really good. The only real thing against this card is the fact that it's not a banner unit. And if you are relying on this and you don't draw it, you can be in big trouble. But it's really strong.
I give him average. I think the main problem is really bad in Exile, right? First of all.
Yeah. Also true. This is again one of those cards where like you have to play it in the right version of the clan.
Second of all, and more importantly, you have to give this guy a shitload of reanimate. You need to give him like if you want him to frontline, which you typically do, because you want him to get hit and die to clear enemies, because otherwise you might be too short to kill early heavies. So you want him to frontline. You have to give him so much reanimate, and it's very hard to actually hit his numbers. But if you put him behind and he's your main game plan, you're going to leak enemies. So it's like a bit of a catch-22, because this is this is a card you have to like fully invest your run around to make him work, in my opinion.
I'll be honest. I've had times where I've purely only taken him as a backline killer. I don't use him as a frontline tank. I just use him in the back, and I just have him. I drip feed him reanimates every once in a while, and then he's just every turn detonating, killing the backline, and that's enough for me sometimes.
The problem with that though is that you have to tank the backline on the rest of your floor, which is kind of gross.
I mean, it depends on what your build is doing.
That's true.
Sometimes it doesn't matter.
Sometimes it doesn't matter. That's true. Yeah, I think this guy's just average. He's got a lot of things going against him. For a while, I thought he was really OP. Someone in my YouTube chat called him the best card in the game for a while. The start of the game. That was a little much.
He's pretty cool, but my biggest problem with him is just the fact that he's not a banner unit. That I think is the biggest weakness of the card.
Yeah. I don't think it would change my opinion of him too much. I get Erratic Assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card's okay. I think it's above average just because like you're never sad to start the game with this. And it's like pivotal to Baron Grail's existence, basically. Probably the most tied together starter card to champion.
Yes.
Because of like 2 of his paths just requiring this. So, you know, above average.
Kind of all 3 of his paths required, I feel like.
Learning Limb doesn't really matter with this. You don't care about the attack on Scissor
Learning
Hands.
Limb kind of like sucks ass, I feel like.
Yeah, Learning Limb's really bad. But it's the path you play if you get Dominion start, I think.
I will say that when you're not playing Baron Grail, obviously if you're playing a clan that does not like unit starters, if you're playing Stygian, for example, right? There could be some issues there too. But I don't know. It's not bad usually.
Yeah,
I put it in above average as well.
Yeah, it's tied to the clan super hard, and it's a 0 cost starter, which is fine. And they don't take up much room.
True.
Fine. You get double.
Can we just put Scissor Hands together? Oh, we're putting Scissor Hands together with it in the list here. Just
yeah. You just put them side by side. I did that originally to visualize when I was
just to make it visualize easier. Double Edge Bearer. This is kind of a weird one. Because obviously a double strike equipment is like very strong, right?
Yep.
Just a 1 cost, give double strike. That's really, really good. This is again on a non-banner unit, which is the issue here. If you're relying on this to give your carry double strike so you can beat the game, if you don't draw this, if you bottom deck this, can cause big issues for you. But I want to put this in above average still. I think this is a very strong effect. No matter what you're doing, you should have a unit that can use the equipment from this guy. The end.
I think he's average. I think that being able to merge your equipment is really important. So I think it's a bit of a knock against him. A lot of runs you can't really play double-edged arms on your carry because you have to play like Bloodthirsty Blade and then the double-edged arms is dead, or you have to play like Everlasting Light or something like that. So I think the main thing is that you can't merge. So, and it would be broken if you could merge, of course, but still. Yeah. I just think that a lot of times this guy's really hard to play. But when he's good, he's really good. Great for pincushion.
Mm-hmm. I like him. I think that it is fair to say that a double edge arms is not the best equipment you can equip, obviously, but I think as long as you're not playing like a sweeper that needs Bloodthirsty Blade, or if you're not playing a build that needs Everlasting Light on it, for example, right, like you said, right? I think like this is better than most merged equipment on your carry, with the exception again of certain sweepers. Then, but I don't know. It's really good. It's a good equipment, man.
Yeah, I think practically within the clan, you struggle to find time to play it because like I'm always going to play Twisted Back over it, for example.
Well, Twisted Back is like not fair.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll do Sanguine Assistant, and then you can do your boy.
Yeah.
So I think Sanguine Assistant is fine. It makes it very hard to lose the early game, and it gives you an equipment, and there's not a lot else to say. This actually, I will say, the one thing I really don't like about this unit is that no matter what, if you unequip Vampire's Tooth, you lose 1 lifesteal. I don't really like that works that way. I kind of wish you would just keep the lifesteal, but maybe it's
how it works.
Yeah. So if you, even if it's like 3 turns
Oh, there's
later,
a
and
Texas lifesteal one on it.
yeah. So when you take it off, you lose 1 life steal no matter what.
That is weird.
Yeah,
I would say my biggest problem with this is that it costs 1 to play the assistant, and then the equipment costs 1 to equip. That's kind of annoying. You can get in the early game, you can get a little bit energy choked on that, but I think everything you said is right. It is pretty strong in the early game, especially. The end.
Yep, I put it in average. I don't know if I said that.
Yes, I have it in average here too.
Yeah, it's good. I think it is strong to have lifesteal, and you just put this on your tank or play it for the equipment. Who cares about that? Go ahead, talk about Twisted Back.
I'm too much of a simp for this unit. I don't think I can be objective, but this is an exceptional one for me. I love this man so much, and I think it's context for the clan too. Obviously, with Test Subject Alpha and Twisted Back, you do fucked up, disgusting shit and win the game with these 2 cards almost single-handedly, basically, if you have them together. But I think you can also just put this on other sweepers outside of your clan, obviously, or even like I've had runs where I put Twisted Back on Plague Doctor and just using it to get the rage gain, so that way it can kill the front line and kill everything. Like, I just like this guy so much. But again, I'm gonna, like I say a lot here, I guess, the fact that it is not a banner unit is a big consistency issue. So what I'll usually do with Twisted Assistant is that if I see the first one early in the game because it's a common, I then just like start duping it like 2 or 3 times in a run. And I've had that be pretty good for me, so I don't know. I'm assuming you're putting it above average because you don't simp for the assistant like I do.
No, it's exceptional. Twisted Back is broken.
Oh, okay.
This equipment's really good. The trample is whatever, but strike gain rage 2 is really, really good. And if you find it early enough, you can just put dualism on your carry and then go strike rage 4, which is also really good.
And yet he hates the rage room. Curious.
I don't actually. I think rage room is also really good.
Oh, okay. There you go.
But yeah.
Yet he hated the rage room at one point. Don't let him forget.
I thought rage room wasn't gonna be that good, and then I played it, and it was pretty good. Okay. But yeah, Twisted Back, I had a run recently where I played for most of the run. I just stacked Reanimate on Hulking Mass, and then I put Twisted Back on him, and he killed every boss for a long time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fun. I think I might have lost that run, though. I don't remember.
You know what I will say? I think these cards where it's like good in both styles of Lazarus League is I think like a good indication of the cards that are really good, right? I think like you can play this in a default or exile Lazarus League because if you're playing equipments, that's an equipment right there. And if you're playing mixes, guess what? You can also just put mixes on the unit that's holding Twisted Back, and that'll usually be more than enough damage to win the game. So
yeah. Twisted Back is just good on anyone. It's really good. Mm-hmm. Very versatile. Oh man, and I get a similar power level.
Damn, Puffer Flesh. Damn, girl, what that mouth do?
Definitely in the running for one of the worst cards in the game.
It's big stink.
The only thing that's in Puffer Flesh's favor is that it is an equipment. So if you're playing an equipment slam build, it's okay. But the problem is that Puffer Flesh is 11 HP, so sometimes he doesn't fucking die. Gutter, really bad card.
Awful. I put him in very bad. I don't think he's gutter level.
I've never played this unit for anything other than a 2-cost equipment.
Yeah, that's sometimes enough. That's sometimes enough, man.
It's not.
That's
fair.
it.
It's not fair.
Listen, we have to rank cards in the context of their clan, and in the context of their clan, sometimes a 2-cost equipment is playable.
Sometimes you click on Puffer Flesh because you can put the equipment on Baron Grail.
I won't put you in the gutter, Puffer Flesh. I won't.
This card, like, I would like to take a moment. I know this is like, we're gonna go a little off track here. How fucking bad is Spiky Skin, though?
It's
Revenge Spikes 3. What the hell, man?
Why can't... You know what? This should have some default spikes at first, I feel like.
Uh-huh.
Like, why not? Why not? The fucking thing, like, the Vampire Fang, it comes with some damage. Why can't the Spiky Skin come with some spikes at first?
Dude, I get it now. Electricity Chamber, Spiky Skin, stack Reanimate on a guy. Oh.
Yeah. Awesome.
Every time he gets hit, it's plus 11 spikes. Think about it.
I won't.
It's
you
weird
can't make me think about
you
it.
Probably, to make this card good, you probably need to like triple or quadruple the spikes numbers on it. I feel like they're so undertuned. But just it's like it's incongruent with the game. It's really bad to get hit. Anyway.
Yeah.
And anyway, makeshift golem to you.
Weird unit, right? We're talking about makeshift golem and hulking mass and 9 lives. These cards are kind of like all the same unit, kind of wearing a funny mask sometimes for like the other ones. But I don't know, man. I think makeshift golem has like a cool niche thing where it's like it is giving you AoE armor, which I've had once or twice ever in my life be relevant to protect my backline against corruption seraph. I've had some runs where this guy, like, I gave him a million reanimate and he kept dying every turn, and that kept my backline alive for that fight. So I think it's really hard for me to give this like in like the gutter or very bad. I think this is like a below average card. I think that is where I will put it.
He's a good tank if you have reanimate. Like, 1-cost tanks are hard to come by, so I think that he gets to go in average for me just because he's a 1-cost 2-space tank. So it's like he's really good for that. But without reanimate, this unit's really bad. It's like maybe you knock him down to below average because sometimes he's bad with reanimate, is what I'm thinking now. Because like you would just play something else instead. So I'll give him below average. Yeah, it's like he's close though. I think that in a world where you always had reanimate, this unit is probably really good. I think mostly he's good if you're like default Lazarus secondary and you're not gonna end up playing a Lazarus unit as your carry. Then you can just play makeshift golem as your front line for a front to back plan. But yeah.
Like... and again, I want to point out, I think the AoE armor part of it is kind of weird too. I don't know. He's a fucking freak.
I think it's good. It's good to have defensive options for your backline. It's nice to have.
I like how he has one eyeball.
Yeah, the main thing is like the selfish armor of hulking mass doesn't really matter if you're stacking enough reanimate. Whereas like he doesn't care about AoE armor. It's better to have AoE armor on makeshift golem on average if you're playing reanimate as your line, I think. I don't know. It's kind of like not even worth thinking about within this clan, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
The clan is 2 units. I guess 2.5 units.
Hey, Meat Hook's right there, man. I fuck with Meat Hook, for the record.
Is it me for Meat Hook?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna put Meat Hook in above average, but he's like... Meat Hook is not a carry. I feel like we've talked about most of these units as like their potential to impact your run to win. Meat Hook is like a passenger. You put him on your floor and you press his ability to stun Seraph every turn. And that's really good. For 1 energy, 2 space, you put him on your floor or you put him on the floor above with dualism and he perma-stuns Seraph and Seraph will never hit your floor. That's really good. You can play space and put him on your floor if you don't see dualism, and then he just protects everyone from Seraph, which is good. It's not super good into savagery, but yeah. But you never play this guy to carry. He's like a pure utility baiting unit, which is weird.
I mean, we put Lunar Priestess in the same tier, and that's like the exact same role too, so I don't think it's that weird to put this guy here as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, I agree with everything you said. I have no real notes. You kind of hit it all. Very good. And then like I've had actually pretty cool runs where I've gone dualism, Meat Hook, and then in the Titan fight I will play like my main floor bottom. I'll play Meat Hook with a bunch of chump blockers and mid floor. And every time savagery comes by the middle floor, daze 2, top floor daze, bottom floor floor is there, and I just take no damage from savagery the entire Titan fight.
Yeah, that's good.
I like him, but you are right. He's not meant to be a carry. He's meant to be a support unit, and he's actually a pretty strong support unit.
When you talk about the banner units, it's usually like this unit impacts the run because they kill bosses, or this unit kills backline. This guy just stuns Seraph, and that's really good. You get the fun one.
I get Pincushion. Again, it's one of the many cards that I feel like it really depends on if you're playing default or exile Lazarus League. So I'm gonna put it in the average tier. I think it's like pretty strong. You know what I would even say? I would put it above average. I wouldn't put it in exceptional. I would put it in above average if you're a Baron Grail, or not Baron Grail, but you're just exile Lazarus League. And I think I would put it below average if you are, or maybe I'd even just put it in very bad if you were default Lazarus League. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting more of the weird ones. I don't like you. I think you set this up specifically to frame me.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's an average card.
I think that Pincushion, if you are exiled, is really fine, and if you are default, he's like a tank is all you can really play him as. But he gets a really high health pool as long as you can find like 3 or 4 equipment for him. which is nice. But I agree with average. He's not very rankable. He goes in the split tier, but we didn't make a split tier for this.
Yep.
Me hulking mass. Or we could either switch them. I think we should have it so you do test subject alpha and I do plague doctor. So if you want, you can do hulking mass, or we can just swap the order of those two.
Okay. Hulking mass.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I put this. Yeah, it's like average to below average. I think it's like again, same role as makeshift golem, same role kind of as like 9 lives is like this like reanimate tank. I do just like that in the early game he just has better baseline stats as a tank.
Mm-hmm. What are
I
his
think
base
that's pretty
stats?
cool about him. Oh yeah, they're cut off here. I believe is it 2040? What's the actual hold on? What's the line here?
I think he's 1540.
It is. Oh, it's actually it's 1520, but then 40 armor.
So 1560 effectively.
Yeah, 1560. 3 space, 2 cost, and then reanimates to gain 40 armor as well. I think I just put him in the average tier personally. I like him a little bit more than makeshift golem. Obviously, he's bigger and more expensive, which is kind of an issue. But again, I think his baseline stats early on are actually pretty cool. So in the early game, I think he's a little bit more impactful, but not as strong late game.
Yeah, average. Agree. Good early. He's too expensive to be a long-term tank, though. He's too big and too high cost, right? Because usually in this game, your tanks are either... Well, put it like this, right? Are there any other 2-cost, 3-space tanks in this game? No. Or not that we've ranked so far, anyway. There's probably some in the base game.
What's his name? Bugman from... What's the Shade Guard?
Yeah, Shade Guard.
Yeah, but he's like fucked up strong.
Yeah, Shade Guard is.
He's allowed to be there.
Yeah, I think that this guy should probably just be 2 spaces. My feeling, because like you're competing with what Shade Guard. The other unit that is in this like weight class is fucking Spore Launcher.
Greed Dragon too.
Oh yeah, Greed Dragon. Yeah, wow. I mean, Hulking Mass is just like he's overcosted, I think. But he's good.
Yeah.
He's very strong early, and you can put dualism on him. Like dualism reanimate on this guy, and he's like an immortal god for a long time. That's like what 160 effective HP plus the base.
Or Titanite too, because it's effectively also then doubling the armor is basically, or doubling the tanking is basically doubling the armor.
Yeah. But I agree with average.
So,
he's better in default than exile, but he's fine in either.
Yeah.
Okay. I get Plague Doctor. We haven't been talking about the effects of the units because their stats are cut off, but I think their stat lines don't matter a ton. I feel like it's been fine. Plague Doctor is exceptional, of course. I don't think you would disagree.
Nope, I like Plague Doctor a lot. I thank you for giving me test subjects. I am still in the eternal feud between Plague Doctor and Test Subject. I'm still on Team Test Subject, but I think they're both very, very good units, and I would put Plague Doctor in exceptional. She does not need much support to win you the entire game, which is really good.
Yep. The only thing about Plague Doctor, so Plague Doctor's base stats are 9/9, and if she's your only game plan, you can die to Legion in Fight 2, which is the Spikes boss. That's like the only thing to think about. You can give her a lot of stuff because she's 1 space, she fits onto a lot of floors, and you buff her attack a little bit, give her quick, she runs entire floors over, no problem. She kills everything because of applying unstable. If you can put like what I think it's 250 unstable. So if you can do 250, which is to say if you can do 125 times 2 with multi, she kills entire waves. That's good.
Yes. Yeah. The end. Pretty much. Sometimes you can have trouble if you really low rolled with like damage gain, but like I think mixes almost get you to that 125 number, assuming you have multi quick. So you don't need much. You don't need much, man. It's not hard to get there. I will say if you need the damage immediately, you can maybe struggle with Plague Doctor against Savagery Seraph, because those waves are pretty beefy pretty quickly, and they want you to play bottom floor, so you might have to play mid floor with Plague Doctor then. But something to keep in mind there too. Really good. And tragic that dualism doesn't work on this unit still, but whatever.
If you're only 125, you do have to tank the round of damage before the enemies explode. That's the only other thing. But yeah, Plague Doctor's good. Go ahead, Test Subject Alpha Guy.
Okay, it's me, Test Subject Alpha Guy. Hello. 3 cost, 510, quick sweep. I'm putting this also in exceptional tier. Voyix doesn't want you to know the truth about this unit. He's going to keep saying it's only above average for the rest of his life.
Oh, Test Subject Alpha's good.
How good? Say it. Say it,
exceptional.
fucker.
Yeah, he's a quick sweep.
Okay.
This clan has like This clan has 2 carries, and they're both really good, and like every other unit is kind of useless, is how I feel about them.
I don't know if I feel that strongly about the other units, but it does feel like you do really want one of these two units very
Well,
badly.
let me ask you like this. You just started your run, your starting unit is Miser. You walk to a Lazarus League banner. Are you looking in that Lazarus League banner to see Meat Hook plus Makeshift Golem? Or are you looking for Test
No,
Subject
man,
Alpha or Plague
no.
Doctor?
I'm looking for them, of course, man.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm always looking for those two.
Yeah, it's all you're ever looking for in this clan, because they just win the game.
Yeah. They're really good. But maybe I want Hydra Armed Horror. Have you thought about that?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I do want to talk a little bit. I think that these two cards kind of embody the problem of this game in my mind right now, which is that to win this game consistently, you need to do something that wins Fight 7 Savagery no matter what. I think that the main problem with this game is just how you have to play it into Fight 7. And these units are exactly correct because they're super S tier because they win every fight. They're good at clearing backline and they can clear frontline with a little bit of assistance. And that's what you need in this game. And the clans that struggle are the clans that can't get to 500 damage quickly because you just get run down by Savagery on 7. And you don't know it's coming is the other problem.
True.
So I just wanted to say that because like these are both S tier, but they're S tier because they just play the game the way that the game is meant to be played. And it feels like units that are bad just don't play the game correctly. Okay.
Up next, Reforming Ooze.
Me, right?
You're up, buddy.
Yep. This card, I will say, this card is fucking insane. It is so ridiculous how high this guy's attack goes. I'm gonna put him in above average, but like he is another split card where you have to have mix in your starter. But I think that you can swing it without mix. You're just gonna be a little weaker, and you have to pick any reanimates you see. But in the runs where you start with mix, this guy is like fucking absurd how much damage he gets to. It's sickening how strong he is.
I am really only a believer in the ooze when you have the mix start. I just feel like it's just not consistent enough without it. So I put it in the superposition average tier personally.
I think that,
but
at a baseline, what this unit says is he's a 1 energy 2 space unit, which is good. And then if you have no reanimates, he's still going to gain like +6 per combat if you have no way to get reanimate no matter what. And if you can get any reanimate, he's going to start scaling like crazy. +6 per combat is not good, of course, but there's a lot of ways to get a reanimate hit.
Unless you're unlucky and then you die and lose like an idiot.
Yeah, that's true. But he's really cheap to play, right? He's a 1 energy 2 space, so it's not like it's a huge loss if you take him and he's bad.
You know what? We talked about this a lot in the context of common cards. The problem here with Reforming Ooze is I see this and I see fucking Test Subject Alpha. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do, man? If I'm playing Baron Grail, I'm not taking Ooze in that.
No, of course not. But you can play Ooze when the other cards aren't better.
Yeah.
Yeah. You pick him because it's like Ooze versus Meat Hook, and you just go, oh, we'll play Ooze here, maybe we get some reanimate.
Another card in the average tier superposition, in my opinion, is Mr. Hydra Armed Horror here.
Yeah, this poor guy.
Really cool when you have assistance, so you can give it Scissor Hands, so you can give it 10 multi-strike. It's Dante at home most of the time, but like if not, if you like, I don't know, because like I also can see a world where you only have like a couple of equipments and you just have like 100 rage via mixing, and that also is pretty good. But I just feel like you shouldn't really be playing this unless you have the assistance to give it the baseline multi-strike that it needs to carry. I don't know.
I think that your point about mixing is correct, and I just don't know because you don't see this unit very often. I don't know if I've ever seen this guy and taken him with default. He might actually bump up a tier as a result of all of this, though. Because, like, you're right. If you just mix him up, if you put him at Dante at home, he's probably pretty good. But I don't know. I don't actually know how it goes. So,
for the record, I've never done that either. I just think it's hypothetical that you can do that and work it. But I think you're much better off just playing this in erratic assistance start, and then maybe you just have like the whole over mixology line you had before, right? You can do that with him then, and it'd be pretty cool too.
Yeah, you could be fine. But yeah, it's just like what I would like to see. I don't know. It's hard to figure out a way to make this unit good in default. So maybe it's just fine. Pick like 2 or 3 equipment subs, throw them on him. You know what the biggest problem for Hydra Armed Horror is? He can't hold Twisted back.
Yeah, it's true. That is a big issue.
I like
Would be pretty
it
good.
almost sounds like a joke, but like if you could just give this guy 4 multi-strike and then have him hold twisted back, he'd be OP.
I think I've done this before, but I forget the exact way it works. What happens if you give him the stoic plate mail?
I think you get silent. You get silence first. I actually tested this on Pincushion. If you give Pincushion stoic plate mail, he does not trigger equipped.
Okay. I think I have done that with him. I think he did hold the equipment, and then I think when you play the next one, I think you maybe get the multi-strike again back, but I don't know. I don't remember how it works exactly.
Interesting. Last card of Lazarus League for me, I believe.
Yep.
9-Live Nightmare. This card is like, it's a really fun card to talk about all of the cool things you would like to do with this card. But the reality is that this thing has 8 reanimate, and that's okay. Basically, the only thing to do is stack unstable on this unit and then give it dualism. And it's really good if you do that. And it's pretty much useless otherwise. I guess this is like the one maybe case for reanimation lab, but even then I think it's bad.
I wouldn't play with it. I wouldn't play there either, honestly.
Yeah, I think realistically it should go below average.
I'd be more interested in playing Electricity Chamber with 9 labs, I think, personally.
Oh yeah, because then you can give it a fragile or faulty body as well.
Or you can give it Electricity Chamber and then give it like what's it called? Organ Harvester. Things like that too, to give it more reanimate stacks. I think trying to upgrade its base stats is a lost cause with lab. I think you're just better off trying to give it spikes instead. Very neat card. Obviously, like when the stars align, this thing can solo the game. Is really cool, but like it's so conditional.
Yeah.
So I just put it in the average tier, but I think it's like a sad. So it's a sad situation. I guess I don't know.
I put it in below average. I think the stars aligning for this thing is just you get the book.
I guess I don't know.
I think that on average you would click 9-Live Nightmare and then it would do nothing. It's a very disappointing rare card. But if this were an uncommon, I might even be willing to bump it up a tier because you probably could see it and then have it line up correctly, but it just feels like it's so unlikely that you're ever going to see your shit line up for this card.
I don't know, man. I think the world where you just give this dualism and then early game play this as a tank and it's like it blocks 16 hits is like sounds funny, but it is actually pretty strong. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just feel like you're playing a worse hulking mass than though.
But one space though, Voyix. One space.
That's true. You could fit some assistance on the floor then.
Exactly.
Ooh, or Hydra Armed Horror. Ooh.
You're starting to think now, man. You're starting to think.
It's starting to come together.
Okay, well that's the end of that one.
Well, we're back. Although again, this might be cut out. I don't have any idea of how much I'll edit this. Now we're on to Hellhorned. Anything you want to say, Cranberry?
Hello.
Hello. It's been what, like a week, I think?
About maybe a little less. I don't remember when exactly the last time I recorded was, but
yeah.
Let's get into it. We don't have time to waste. It's gonna take so long still to do all of this.
Yeah, true. We can maybe go a little faster because we've done these before, and people probably know
some of these. Not this new one that's coming up right here.
Oh, that's true. Do you want to go first?
Yeah. Sure. Fortified Pauldrons.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty solidly average card. It really is just kind of dependent on what you're doing currently with Hellhorned. If you have a unit like Steelworker where you oftentimes put dualism on it, it's not terrible to give it this and then it becomes an even better tank. Also really good with Apex Imp, kind of obviously, right? So not terrible, but like it's pretty narrow in scope. Also still a 0 cost, so it can't be too bad usually. Also, you can just, if it's not that good, you can probably just merge it onto another equipment for free. Not for free, but like it doesn't make the equipment cost more. So I put this solidly average personally.
Agreed. I think that there are some cases where this is worse than the old Fortify. Mostly it's when you would want like a lot of armor right away, so you miss out on being able to like double stack Spell Chain Fortify. But this is really easy to play, and there's not a lot of tank equipment in the game, so it's not like there's a big contest for frontline equipment like there is for backline equipment. So Fortified Pauldrons ends up being like, well, the other two are bad, so I'll just take it. I agree with average.
I think the other big weakness that this has over the previous version of Fortify is that it's not a spell, so like incant build, Stygian, yada yada.
True.
They usually like that card, so now that card doesn't exist anymore. So
that is true, yeah. Too bad, but still, it's like fine. I don't think anyone is like, man, my favorite card Fortify got changed. It's over. I
Yeah,
like this
I bet
design.
there's probably one person out there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
There's probably a guy out there. But anyway,
Anyway, I
up
got
next
Alloy
here,
of the
the
Ancients.
alloy.
Yeah. This is 30 armor, right? For one?
Uh, is it 30? I thought it was 20. Did it get buffed
I
at
think
some
it got
point?
buffed. I think it got buffed.
That makes sense. It is 30. It is 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put this in above average. This card is like, there's never a situation where this card is bad. It's always good to take this if there's nothing better in the pack. Having one off 30 armor is very good. You can double stack it to 60, -1 spell chain it, all of that. Really, really good card. Very versatile too. You can put a lot of upgrades on it.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. A lot of times, like, you just need to, like, maybe your frontliner needs to survive the first hit of Savagery Seraph, and this will usually get you there with an intrinsic on it then, right? Yada, yada, etc., right? It's a pretty decent spell to get you, defensively started, basically.
Yeah, you can put remove consume, double stack, spell chain. What are the other upgrades you can put on this?
Intrinsic. If you go remove consume, you can go hold over too then.
Yeah, remove consume, hold over. I think that this might actually be able to take any upgrade and be good with it. The only thing is you can't like first play hold over on it. But otherwise, yeah, this card's really versatile.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright, over to you for battering ram.
I will say, and I said this when the game first came out, Battering Ram is one of the most improved cards in the game compared to what it used to be in Monster Train 1. That being said, in the same sort of thinking about it, it's not that good. The one thing about Battering Ram, right, is that in Monster Train 1, it would oftentimes just be way overkill. You either had like so much armor that is like way overkill whatever you're trying to kill, or it did nothing for you, right? But with the increased HP of heavies in this game, oftentimes like that overkill is now just like accurate amount of kill.
Yeah.
So it ends up being a lot better previously, but ultimately still it's like 3 mana to kill 1 unit. It's like still a little overcosted usually for the effect. I put it, I think, in like the lower end of average personally.
I'll give it below average. I think the main problem for Battering Ram is that it's only good at fighting Savagery Seraph. There's no other time to play this. And I don't think every run that you see this is also going to have enough armor to make a big enough impact. But if you fill the criteria of I have enough armor and I'm fighting Savagery Seraph, then this is good. And it's also like maybe good if you're like, I'm also really going to die and fight 7 to Savagery because then you take it to cover that. But I still think that there's just so many things have to line up for this to be good. That's all.
I would argue it's pretty good into Entropy Seraph as well, because there's 1 or 2 waves near the end of that fight that have like 2, 3 heavies in it sometimes.
I think
so
there's like 2 double heavies.
Yeah, there's one there's like, it's either like, I think there's 2 heavies and like a midweight as well.
Oh, maybe.
So point being is that like that wave can be problematic for some builds, and this could be a solution there too. But definitely more so useful to Savagery Seraph. That I 100% agree with. But I think it's not. I think the only one it's really bad into is Corruption Seraph, because of how many times I think basically all the waves have 1 or 2 chump blockers in the front of it first.
Yeah.
And because it's hitting the frontmost enemy, they're gonna, you need to kill them first and then hit with the Battering Ram, which is a little bit less reliable.
Yeah, I agree. I think this card's just like, a lot has to go right for it to be worth taking. That's all.
Yeah.
I get Dark Deal. And I think Dark Deal is... It's interesting. I think that Dark Deal is above average or average, and this is like a completely contextual thing. I'll put it in above average. The problem with Dark Deal is that if you have Ritual of Battle, this card is really bad, because you would always rather invest in Ritual of Battle. But you see Dark Deal after you know if you've gotten Ritual of Battle or not, and it goes back around to like a bit of a core problem of the way Monster Train gives you cards, where the most important card in Hellhorned is a common, so you just don't get to see it sometimes. But I think Dark Deal is good if you need rage scaling, and it's the only way to play the game as Hellhorned is to rage scale. And so
yeah.
if you don't have Ritual, it's good. If you have Ritual, it's a little less good, because it's like, it's more rage, but it's better just to draw Rituals instead. So I'll give it above average though, because you're not always going to see Ritual.
Are we gonna put like every rage card in except for maybe Rage Serum in above average here?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's like
they're all pretty solid.
It's really, really important to scale damage, and Hellhorn scaling rage is one of the only ways to scale damage. When you put it like that though, I actually think I should put Dark Deal in average, because I think the other rage cards are a little better than it.
I think they can all go in above average, honestly, because I think they're all pretty equally important. Yeah. Up next we have Inflame. I
Where
think
did you?
Inflame holds upgrades way better
Yeah.
than Dark Deal does, right? Like getting like plenty of things you can do here, like cost reductions onto it with double stack then, or Twin Stone usually ends up being pretty good. Slap a Smolder Stone on it, and then maybe even just Eternal Stone afterwards. You get a card that is a little bit less rage than Dark Deal, then, but it also comes with 10 armor, which is pretty cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't damage your unit if you're playing it on yourself. We should mention, I guess, real quick, going back to Dark Deal, we should mention the ability for it to kill backliners for you as well, in theory.
No, we
5
shouldn't.
damage isn't much in the late game, but it can be useful. We should say it.
I
We
I
should
actually
say it,
think
or
it
else someone
can't
will
be
be
useful.
angry.
They can be angry. I think they're wrong. If you're dark
Okay,
dealing
well,
enemies,
whatever.
something went wrong in your run.
Yeah, I'm sure. I agree. But I would put Inflame a little bit above Dark Deal, I think, in the grand scheme of things, but also in the above average tier.
I put it in average. I think that the problem with Inflame is that you have to hit certain upgrades for it to really be good, because 2 energy for 6 rage is terrible. So this really needs
It
you
is
to
pretty
find
bad.
double stack or like -1 or -2, remove consume or something like that, right? Because the armor component of this is almost always useless. So the problem with Inflame is that if you see Inflame in like ring 5 or 7, it's potentially too late for you to have consistency to hit your upgrades. So I think it's a little bad for that, but it is like, I have to play Rage, and there is a Rage card, is how it feels.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's just like, I think there's a bit of a power gap. I don't want to play this card.
I'm usually not too upset playing it, but I don't know.
Yeah, there are better options. I'll take Hidden Passage. This is probably a bit of a hot take. I actually have had like no runs where this card was useful for me. I'm gonna throw this in below average because I never play this. I take it and I'm like, yeah, I'm supposed to take this here, and it's never good. The only thing it's good for is if you have no backline access whatsoever, you can Hidden Passage to like sneak out one backliner in the early parts of the fight. Or like if you're killing a wave super hard, you can throw the backliner on there to also kill them. But Hidden Passage, I don't overstack my units very often in this game as Hellhorned, so I think that this is not that good.
I agree that overstacking Hellhorn is kind of a little bit of a bait strategy, because oftentimes if you want a really wide floor, you just want like 2 or 3 units with multi-strike, and then you want like a fledgling imp to give it AoE rage instead.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can do that if you're overstacking. So I do agree that like you're not really supposed to use this for overstacking, but I think ultimately I find it hard not to put this in at least like the bottom end of average, because I always, I like having access to holding over movement cards to keep Seraph off your floor. Something that I just rate a little bit higher, I guess. So I'll put it in average. So I think it's kind of again, like overstacking is a bit of a bait. At least you can use it to like displace backliners from their floor and pick them off early. But like, I don't know. It still has utility as being a movement card.
Yeah, I have found a little. I think we have a little bit of a disconnect on this, and it's nothing crazy. It's just a strategy difference, right? I think it's better to have Seraph on your floor and have your run be able to face him. And Hidden Passage shows up too early in the run to know if you can do that or not. So you can just take it as a perspective pick if nothing else is good. But I don't want to move Seraph off my floor. I want to take free rounds off of him.
Here's the thing too. I don't think I rarely take this. I think usually it's just in my starting deck. So I think almost all the other common cards are more essential to your strategy. Like all like the Ritual of Battle, the Imps, etc. I think they're usually much more impactful than this will be. So I don't find myself ever taking this, but if it's in my deck, it's like, oh, it's nice that it's here.
Cool. Yeah, that's true. It's interesting that Hellhorned is like awful about overstacking. It's really bad for this clan to overstack, and they have Hidden Passage. But like you said, you're playing endless imps, or like you just get no value because you're just raging up a single target anyway. It's weird.
Yeah.
Did you do that one? I did that one.
I think you did that one.
I did that one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you can do Hornbreak.
Okay, I'm up here with Hornbreak. Hornbreak, I think I'll just quickly slot into average here. It's pretty nice. I don't find myself taking it too often from drafts, but it's a cool card to have early because it will crush backliners for you. Really nice that it kills the spike guys through their shields in the early game, and it has relevancy in the back game if you need it, the late game if you need to like kill backliners still, because a lot of the backliners, they have some sort of either like maybe they have like the spell shield in the entropy fight, or like Titan skin, or whatever they have, right? This will still mess them up pretty badly. Holds upgrades well too, but like ultimately I find myself not using Hornbreak to win me in the entire game. It's just like, nice that it's there.
Yep, I agree with everything you said. I want to add one thing that I found pretty recently, actually. which I also put Hornbreak in average. Hornbreak with a +10 will kill the chosen shield guy in Kale, the one that has the Titan skin to the whole floor. So it's like,
Ooh, that's
because
cool.
yeah, those guys only have 30 HP, I found. So you can play Hornbreak with +10 for that if you're like, I'm really worried about the second wave of Lifesteal Kale. So that's a nice little piece of tech. And it's nice that it takes 2 hits to clear reanimators in the Corruption Seraph fight, but that's not something that like matters a lot. This is like the world's okayest card, right? It does exactly what it says it does, and that's always fine.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll take Imp in a Box. This card, consume and add 2 random imps to your hand, is like below average in my eyes. I think that I have not had many runs where you're stacking a ton of imps. It's a lot harder in this game, it feels like. So I just kind of don't like it that much.
I think there's also like better upgrades for your imps with dualism, right? So I feel like
True.
you're oftentimes not going for a huge number of imps, you just want a couple of really strong imps instead. So I think this like, and also like without Transcendent Infusion anymore, like going for like an all-in Transcendent build doesn't work either really that much anymore. So you don't care about getting a bunch of other random imp effects into the stack as well. So
Yeah. It's
uh,
I think the problem
I
with
think
Imp in a Box is that most of the imps are bad. Because like Welder Helper is not giving enough armor to matter anymore without dualism. Molten Imp is like so bad. Pyre Chomper's whatever. Scholar is okay, but he's gonna end up pulling back Imp in a Box, and it's like, what the hell did I do? So like the only imp that you really want is Rage Imp, and then Transcend Imp, of course.
yeah, I would even maybe be convinced to put this into very bad, honestly, because I feel like, I mean, I don't know.
You're kind of right. I actually
It's
agree
a
with
tough
you.
one. I think it also like gets in theory can get in the way of Impish Scholar too. Maybe if you want Impish Scholar for a specific card, and then you
Yeah.
just end up like getting Impish Scholar off of this and just getting it back again. It's kind of like fuck you, man. Come on.
Yeah, what's going on here?
I,
Right?
I would put this I think in very bad. I think it's even Imp decks barely want to play this, which is a pretty bad sign.
Yeah, the only time you really want to play this is if you have Queen, and then you're just like, well, I'm playing Imp Toss, and this is 2 imps to throw.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Or 2 more imps for the Rally Queen path.
Real.
Whoa. You get Impelate, I believe.
You know what? This is a weird one. I actually don't feel comfortable ranking this one too closely because I feel like I've never had Implate yet on a Queen's Imp start. I feel like this has to be like you have to play this on a Queen Impling start. I have not had it happen yet, so I really don't have a good sense for how this plays. Obviously, you need, I guess 10 imps to do half a heavy's worth of health, which doesn't seem very good in the late game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. This seems pretty bad to me, just on rate. But again, I don't have a good sense for it.
I
Maybe if you've somehow gone super all in on imps with a queen simply start to the point where this is killing heavies, then it looks like a pretty good thing to do. But I haven't done that yet at all. So I put this in. I think I'm gonna put this in very bad too. I think I don't know.
I this is one that's like, I'm with you. I think that it's like, you can talk about it on paper, but practically I have not had any runs with Impelate. Imps feel pretty weak to me in general. I think the only case where you would play Impelate is with Imp Parade Queen, because then Impelate's scaling up over the course of the fight, or if you have Impsicle, right? For the +1 random
Yeah,
imp per
yeah.
turn. But like you said, the one thing that's good about it though, because like you said, it's like bad at killing enemies. That it is cheap though, so you can play a few of it pretty easily. It's only 1 cost, which is a big value point in this game. A lot of cards that are good are expensive, so it's nice for
Yeah.
that. But it is just a little bit too low damage for the late game. I think that it's like maybe okay if you need to soften up, or like if you have a unit like, let's say you have Horned Warrior with multi-strike, right? And he's hitting, I don't know, say he's like 250 times 3, right? Then this Impelate can catch the heavy that sneaks by you on Savagery
Yep.
Seraph, and that's kind of nice. But yeah, it's not that good. It's like practically pretty bad. So I'll just give it very bad. I agree with you.
I guess see it being below average, maybe. Again, it's just a card I haven't played very much, so.
Yeah, I think it's fair. We're not gonna be 100% correct on every card. You can just go off of like intuition. You know, you're pretty good at the game. You know what you've picked and what's good. I feel the same way. It's like Impelate on paper is good, but have I ever played it? I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right, let me
I just
give.
think about like the threshold is 500 damage, right? And how often this is doing 500 damage for you? Very rarely, I feel like. Almost never, probably. So,
Yeah,
eh.
if you think about it as the threshold isn't 500 damage, but it's more like 300 to 400 damage, where it's like this kills.
Is helping kill the heal
Mhm.
heavy early. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's about it.
Even
But
that's tough though. Even
yeah,
that's tough.
Hellhorned isn't very good at that. I think the only clan that's really good at killing heavies piecemeal is Underlegion.
That sounds right to me.
All right, I'll take important work. I think important work can have the honor of going in below average. The only time you would ever play this is the best sacrifice imp card. The only time you would ever play this is with a holdover endless, or holdover on this endless on an imp. I find that it is just not that good anymore. There's many better things to do.
I mean, you'll have some runs where it works for sure, right? Yeah. And usually, like, hopefully the idea is you already have an endless imp when you see this, so you can take this and then look for a holdover afterwards, and it ends up being well, or working well, right?
Yeah.
But it is the best imp killer. Play it with imps. Don't play it without imps. Like, right? I don't know. I would even maybe just put this in. I don't know. Maybe average, bottom of average, top of below average, because it is like a really strong enabler when you do have the setup for it. At least maybe you haven't found it as often, but I've found dualism, endless, fledgling imp to be a pretty strong line pretty often.
I agree. The
so
problem
this works well with it.
It's just inconsistent, right? Because you have to hit 2 good shop upgrades for him, which is something that's very hard to do.
I would also say the big issue too with important work specifically is seeing important work before you see your important imp.
Yeah,
that's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's quite sad.
Mm-hmm.
You get impressive.
Ugh. I mean, important work is so much better than this card. This card's really bad. Yes. This card is. I'm putting it in the very bad tier because it is just like way worse than important work.
Agreed.
I don't think it's gutter because I think like ultimately it's pretty good to kill your own imps, and this does like say one mana guarantee kill your own imps so you can play more imps, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the effect is pretty not effective. Attune is basically just worthless text on this card. Like I don't know.
Yeah, if you give it +10, it can do 100 damage.
Especially in this game, that's fucking dog shit.
It's like this card would be okay in the mid game, but you don't get this card in the mid game. By the time you get this, you're going to be in fight 5 or 6, and it's like, well, I'm already at the 500s. Yeah, this card sucks. I agree, very bad. It's like important work, but a lot worse. Oh man, I get Last Stand. Last Stand is really, really good. I'm gonna give it exceptional. Last Stand is like probably the best card in Hellhorned.
Dude,
this is a game-winning card.
This is maybe one of the most improved cards ever from 1 to 2. I don't know how you felt about it, but I always felt like in Monster Train 1, this card was just almost always a win more card.
Yeah,
it was 3 mana to double your rage, but like usually you just didn't need to double your rage. Your rage generation was usually already pretty good enough. In this game, you kind of need this card to get your rage high enough to actually kill things.
Yeah.
So this thing is so good.
Yeah, this is like the card, I feel like, for Hellhorned. This is like, my damage scaling is bad. I kind of low rolled. Oh, there's Last Stand. Thank God.
Also, great. Well, maybe one of the best cards in the game to give the Eternal Stone, Smolder Stone treatment to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that also made it a lot better from 1 to 2. Is you can just make this thing cost 1.
Yep, 1, and also does not go away.
Mm-hmm. And it plays really well with Lazarus League too, right? With the Twisted Back and the syringes.
Yep.
Pretty nice for that
Very
as well.
good.
Yeah, great card.
Very good really stuff going on there.
It's nice that Hellhorned has at least something nice going on. I thought they were really bad when we first started playing this game, but I've come around. They're actually pretty strong.
Up next, we've got March of Shields here.
Yep.
Maybe I'm like a crazy sick freak. I think this card is pretty bad.
Yeah.
I would think I put this into the below average tier because I don't think it's horrible. The movement is almost never relevant unless you're playing Banished, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like you don't need to shift your units around in Hellhorn too often. You already 12 armor just seems a little too low rate. Like we were talking before about Alloy. Alloy's 30 for 1. This is 12 for 1. That's like that's bad.
Yeah,
it's a pretty bad card, man. I don't know. I pretty much never take this, but it's not like I don't know. Maybe it's just very bad. I'm gonna put it below average. Is where my gut tells me, but it's just too low of a rate for what the card does for you.
I'll give it average. I think that the main thing that makes it average in my mind is that in some run, like you do need to solve survivability in some way, and this card is basically 24 armor with Titanite, and if you are tanking hits from enemies, you have to have Titanite is what I've been finding lately. If you're getting hit, you need Titanite in almost every run that isn't Luna Coven. So March of Shields is okay in that case, and it's like, yeah, you're right. The advance is meaningless. This could just say, I don't even know why this says advance, honestly. What unit in Hellhorn wants to advance? What is the point of this? It's honestly like a debuff to have advance on this. So strange.
Because you can't even put it on your backline, just give them a little bit of like buffer for like sweepers or whatever.
Yeah. The only reason I think this goes in average is because I don't think that there's a better armor card in the uncommon pool. Is there?
I would argue that Inflame is maybe better. I know it's less armor per mana spent, but I would argue that it's just like a better card.
It's close. I'd have to think about it. Oh no, Branding Right is better. That one's better. Ooh, although Branding Right got nerfed this patch, actually. Interesting.
Did it? What did it get nerfed by?
Piercing pierces through Titanite now.
But the... Oh, okay, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, so now...
The damage lord. Didn't this used to be 5 damage?
Yeah, it is 3 damage now.
No.
So, but I think it used to do like 2 to you, and now it does 3. It's still very good, I think. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, I think March of Shields is like... I don't pick this very often, but sometimes you kind of just have to. It's like if nothing else is good, you take it, I feel like. Alright, I'll take One Horn's Tome.
Yep.
It's like...
Hard to rank it. Hard to rank this guy.
I'll give it... It's close, right? I think it's above average or average. It depends on your run. It's very, very contextual because in runs, like you can't play this into Corruption Seraph usually, but into the other two, it's really good as long as you have a backline clear for Savagery, of course. The problem is that it's very expensive, but you can give it remove consume -2 gain consume. Multi-strike is very strong and it's not too hard to live with fragile once you get out of the early to mid game. There's a lot of snipes in the early and mid game, but past fight 4, the only thing that really snipes your backline is the Spikes boss on ring 7. And then, of course, Corruption Seraph. But you have to have him solved. One Horn's Tome is probably not changing that fight unless you just have a bunch of HP. So I'll give it above average. There's armor within the clan to defend it, and having an extra multi-strike is something that's very important.
Branding Right hates this one weird trick.
Yeah.
No, I actually 100% agree with you. It is like kind of debatably in the average to above average tier. It's a little expensive for the effect, and there is a liability obviously in playing this, but it's usually pretty good to get multi-strike. It's usually pretty easy to defend the unit with multi-strike, right? So I like it a lot, but it is like dependent on what you're doing on the run, obviously. So I don't know.
Definitely feels like at this point in the tier list, if we just like made another tier called It Depends between average and above average, this would go there. And I think there's a lot of cards that are like that, but if you construct a tier list with an extra tier, it's just going to shift the whole ranking around, you know? So it doesn't really matter. Anyway, Rage Room to you?
I've only played Rage Room like once or twice here so far, but it is pretty strong of an effect. I think we joked about it when I was talking about Twisted Back before.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool room. I think I would put it in above average though. I don't think it's like so game breakingly strong like Twisted Back is. Twisted Back also gives you the trample, which is usually hopefully a really strong creature to give it to. And usually the revenge rage trigger is not super relevant either, but like I don't know. I haven't played with it very much yet, so I don't have a good sense for it, but it seems pretty strong.
I think that I agree above average, first of all. Rage Room is not that good, but it's probably one of the best rooms in the game because rooms in this game kind of fucking suck. The more that I play them, I mean, look at the top tier. There is not a single room, is there? No. Bloodsoaked Arena's in above average. That one's pretty good.
I think there's going to be at least one we can agree on at some point here in the neutrals.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's true. But like when I think about constructing my run, it's like I want to have equipment on my carry and I want to have a room buffing my carry. And a lot of clans do not have a room that has any synergy whatsoever. So Rage Room being a 1-cost room, that's very important to me. 1 cost, so it's cheap on deployment, and it's like doing what you want to do, even if it's just a little bit. There is no real downside to playing this card. It is just pure upside. You lose 1 energy in deployment for the value that this brings, and that is a lot of value. This game is sort of about also, like... No, go ahead.
You also just not play it in deployment too. I found myself more and more lately just like, if a room is not super essential for my build, just not worrying too much about getting it deployable.
Yeah, I agree. I think this game is kind of just about like constructing your run by a bunch of pieces, and it's not quite as much about doing like one big thing. And Rage Room is a piece of Hellhorn's rage plan a lot of the time. And that's fine. It's just like, it is just like the rooms all suck, and this one is okay. It does what Hellhorn wants.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take Rage Serum. Rage Serum's average, sorry, I put it too high up on the list. Rage Serum's average, 5 rage for 0 is fine. It's nice if you have no other good rage cards, because you can throw like double stack at this, as long as you're playing rage. If you're not playing rage, this card is unclickable. There's no world where you pick this, like if you're playing some other build. But in Hellhorned, in the context of playing through Hellhorned, this is fine.
Yeah, it's a 0-cost spell that gives you some damage. It's kind of eh. But it did get buffed, right? It went from 3 to 5, I'm pretty sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is almost double. So how bad could it be?
Yeah, not too bad.
I think average is about fine for it.
I think it's this is just like a little side note. Probably one of the better cards to see when you have Malicta's Pyre or Capricious Reflection, because it has only slam dunk upgrades. I guess Permafrost isn't good, but Intrinsic, Double Stack, Spell Chain, all really good on this thing. Remove Consume's also fine.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, all right, I'll take Reinforce. Reinforce, I don't know if you have this. Every time I play this card, I get so thrown off by the fact that it's pick a unit and it's not reinforce your whole floor to double their armor.
I also feel the same way. It is because of Last Stand. Last Stand does it to everyone. This is only one unit. That's why.
Yeah, it always catches me because every time I take this, it's almost always in the Corruption Seraph, and then I go play it, and I'm like, why isn't this playing? Oh, I have to target someone. Anyway, I think this card is average. It's like I only ever really play this in the Corruption Seraph because it's like I need my frontliner to have a lot of armor to survive this, but otherwise it's just a little too expensive.
It's super situational, but the situation where it's good is winning you the game probably because it made the unit not die. Hooray!
Yeah.
So I think average is the right spot for it.
Yeah, I could see you maybe playing this with like Intrinsic on this, Intrinsic on Branding Right, and then like the Branding Right has double stack or Spell Chain, and then you just dump like, make 2 with that card if you have enough energy, and then just dump like 40, 80 armor or something like that for surviving savagery. But mostly this is just you need a lot of armor for corruption. That's it.
Up next we have the ritual.
Oh yeah.
This is a tough one because it is in the border for me, at least between above average and exceptional. I think I just put it in above average. I think top end of above average for me here, because it is a pretty expensive card, but it's like a huge amount of damage. Holds a lot of different upgrades really well. I'm not upset putting like a double stack and then just like a -1 on this oftentimes, right? Like it's a lot of stats on one card. It is a common. And it's probably the best common in their pool. I don't know. If you put it in exceptional, I wouldn't fault you, but I think it's quite up there for me at least.
I put this card in exceptional, and it's not even like it's not a close thought in my mind. I think that relative to the clan, this is probably the most important card in any clan. It was just not like a great way to say that, but in terms of how much Hellhorned revolves around this card, it feels like, to me, this is like the razor sharp edge in Monster Train 1 problem, where it's like my runs are either the ones where I get ritual or the ones where I don't. This card is so good. It's like insane how good this is. I've played so many different runs around ritual because you can give it -2 consume, remove consume, right? That one's good. You can give it double stack, like you said. That one's good. You can give it just 2 -1s in the worst cases. I had a run where I gave it intrinsic -2 consume and then duplicated it 4 times. That one was good. You can do so many things to make this card make you do enough damage, and it's like one of the only ways Hellhorn has, in my opinion, of doing the sort of damage you need to do in this game. I think this card is like so good. That's my.
You've convinced me. You've convinced me on that. I think.
It's like
probably be up there in the exceptional tier. It's a really good spell.
It's so the problem is that the 3 energy, but there's like nothing else you want to be doing in this clan. What are you doing with your energy in Hellhorned if it's not playing Ritual Battle? It's wishing I was playing Ritual Battle as I play fucking Torch. Ugh, Torch.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this card is really, really, really good. And then
Up
go ahead.
next, we have the next
Yeah,
card, Spike of
yeah,
the
yeah.
Hellhorned. Go
Spike.
take it away, boys. It's
Uh,
basically Ritual of Battle.
yeah, this is above average. The problem with this is that it's an X cost. It is like basically Ritual Battle, but X cost is making it a little worse because you can't natively give it -2 consume in my eyes. So, and you can't give it like spell chain, which you don't really spell chain ritual, but there are some runs where it's like that. The number of upgrades you can put on Spike of the Hellhorned are a little more narrow, but it's really cool if you get Boiler Room, which is nice.
You also can remove consume, Smolder Stone it, and then it ends up being better on rate. At least, or you can play for 0 and it ends up being, pretty good. Yada yada.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think it's above average too, but like a little weird.
Yeah,
Good spell though.
The problem with it is just like upgrades, right? You have to hit remove consume first, so you can get this in the wrong order. Have you played with that new relic that they put in the game? The one that puts permafrost on your X costs and 3s?
Yes.
That shit's really cool for this stuff with Ritual and Spike.
Yeah, I had either it was a stream or a YouTube comment, I forget which one, but I had someone be like, "Oh, this new cards X cost cards getting permafrost is like so terrible," and I'm like, "Are we looking at the fucking same relic? Like, it's obviously situational, but like, dude, like, have you seen fucking Kindle and Prismal Dust, like, and like all these X cost cards that like being frozen?
Yeah,
like, it's kind of awesome. It's like it obviously depends, but like, it can be really strong sometimes. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, tangent.
The first run I had with it, I had a Pyre of Dominion start, and I started with Dragon's Breath and Alchemy, so it was pretty good in that run.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that mainly Spike of the Hellhorned is just kind of like a little weird. It's a little worse just because it's so narrow. Anyway, me Tiresome Climb.
I thought it was me Tiresome Climb. You did Spike.
Did I do Spike? Oh, I did Spike. You Tiresome Climb.
This guy, maybe controversial. I think this is an exceptional card.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think this is a very good one.
Super
very, very nice card. Always relevant in the Titan fight, right? For dazing people to prevent damage coming in, yada yada. It can be a little bit annoying sometimes when you like desync what's his name, Savagery from his floor, and you end up putting him on the wrong floor and he ends up like tanking for a wave. But guess what? Get this holdover. Just keep moving him. Just keep moving him away.
Yep.
It'll be fine. Don't worry. Really strong. Really, I've mentioned so many times how I like keeping Seraph off the floor with movement cards. This keeps them off the floor and then also dazes them. I find this less relevant for waves usually, but you can pick off certain units with waves as well. Yada yada. Very flexible, very strong card. Daze 2 good. The end.
I agree with everything you said. I have no notes. The only thing that I think to say against this is that it does really want double upgrades because it wants intrinsic holdover.
Yes.
Into Seraph, you can get away with intrinsic double stack or intrinsic spell chain, and you can just have that be I'll let daze Seraph for 4, and that'll be good enough. Maybe duplicate it.
Yeah.
But intrinsic super important. Okay, me Torch. Torch is very bad. This card. 3 damage is not enough damage. This does not do enough. This needs to be like 5, probably minimum, but maybe even higher. It's just not enough damage.
Torch.
I do.
He
I think it's really bad.
Torch.
Yeah, I do. I think it's a very bad card.
Wow. I would just put it like below average. I don't know. It's kind of stinky, but like I can't bear to see how far my Torch has fallen.
It's pretty far. This card sucks a lot now.
It's definitely like pretty much irrelevant in the late game, unless you're killing your own ints with it. But like, yeah, I don't know, pretty stinky.
I think what they could do to this card to make it back to being relevant is give it piercing.
That'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think that's
sure. Why not? Why the fuck not? I guess sure.
It would have some like unique play in the mid to late game where you could pierce through spell shields or you could pierce through like armor, and it'd be cool in the early game as well. But yeah, I think this card's very bad. Vent to me.
I think Vent to me. I think you did Torch there.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. You did Tiresome.
I'm pretty sure.
I guess I did do Torch. Dude, I'm
yeah, man, lost. You did do Torch.
Go ahead,
I don't know what it is about this card. I feel like I should like it more because I love Torch in Train 1. I don't fuck with Torch anymore, man. I feel like X cost backline clearing cards are not like a thing I do. I mean, I know they're not really, they don't exist anywhere else, I guess, really, but like I feel like spells that kill backline, unless it's like cleave, which is really strong. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I think I gotta put it in very bad, man. I'm never playing this card ever, and I think also is the classic argument of all the other common cards are so much more important for your game plan. You kind of just can't take this.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
agree.
I'm putting it in very bad. Final
I
answer.
I agree. I think this card is not good. It is sad to see how far it has fallen because holdover 10 piercing vent in Monster Train 1 was giga broken, and that is
Mhm.
terrible in this game. Even if you could give this 10 piercing, it would still suck.
Yeah, it's just not enough damage to kill a lot of the backliners in certain configurations, right?
Yeah, and like, who the fuck is paying 3 energy for this card to do 15? That's
It's
sad.
not good. It's not good.
I think Vent just needs like a full rework. The design doesn't make any sense in this game.
You want to do the last two hellhorn spells here before we move on to the units, because I think two of them got stuck into the back there.
Oh yeah, you're right. They did. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
We can do Branding Right and then Inferno.
Okay.
I'll do Branding Right.
Yep.
Card's fine. It is good if you need armor. It is not good if you don't. I don't want to see a single comment telling me about how Branding Right can be used to kill backlines. No, it does 3 damage. You're not piercing backlines with this.
Huge amount of damage.
No, stop. Cease.
Huge damage.
This card is fine. It's a good double stack target, but don't kill your backline with this. The end.
Which tier are you putting in specifically?
Oh, average. Sorry, I don't think I said average.
I would agree with average. I think it's better enough for me at least than Martyr Shields to stay in the average tier and not go to the below average tier.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice.
Armor's armor.
Yep.
Ooh, you want to talk about big glow downs? You get Inferno.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I think with Pox, I think, right, where it's like this play style of like using these cards that like hurt yourself but hurt enemies as well doesn't work anymore because you're oftentimes playing bottom floor or at least middle floor. Like Inferno, you would always give this holdover and you just play it bottom floor over and over and over and over again. That's not really a thing you do anymore very often. And this is probably the best card for doing that because it's 120 piercing damage. Why is it 120? Actually, now I think about it, what breakpoint does that matter for? I guess the chosen incanters in the Entropy Seraphite is like a backliner that gets killed by this now.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the one. Yeah.
That's
Probably
not
for
that doesn't matter that much, I guess. I don't know. I think this is a very bad card now. It's just too expensive. You just spend too much of your mana. Like I think the idea, right, was back in ye old days of this being 100 damage for 3. You could play this, and then you maybe have you'd have one energy upgrade in your run, and then you'd play this, and then you'd play, I don't know, one other card on your main floor, and that would be enough, like resources wise, to win you the run. But I think nowadays, if you're spending 3 mana on this spell or 2 mana and holding this over whatever you're doing, and then you're only spending 1 or 2 mana on buffing up your floor, you're gonna get steamrolled by the heavies that are still surviving this, basically.
Yep.
So I don't know what you do with this card. It seems horrible.
I mostly agree. I give it below average because I think there are some runs where you just have to play this because you get offered nothing else, and it's like, it's fine into Entropy Seraph. One of the big things that I think caused Inferno to get worse is the change of the final fight from the Divinity to the Titans. Because the big thing about this in the Divinity was if you played this on the bottom floor, every turn, you killed almost everything, which meant that you were just free hitting the Divinity. That doesn't happen in the Titans. It's not really that important to free hit Entropy like that. So it's a little worse for that reason. But also, the card is just too expensive, and there's too many other things you need to do. Like you said, you just don't kill heavies with this. If you follow heavy waves up with this, they're still going to walk at you at, what, like 260? And you paid 6 energy to do 260? So this card's okay for killing backline if you have literally no other options, and you have to have it. And then you just play like middle floor, and then you clear Savagery's waves with this. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Sad to see it fall. It was probably one of the best cards in Monster Train 1. Maybe the
really
best
good.
card.
It was really good.
Okay. You did Inferno, so I will take Branded Warrior. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, just making sure we're still lined up. Branded Warrior is the unit that I lost my 100 and something streak on.
Got a little bit of a vendetta there, buddy.
Nah, I think he's below average. Branded Warrior is he's a very good example of something I don't think we've talked about a ton because this doesn't show up in the new game clans, but is a huge problem with a lot of the old units. This guy is like pretty good at 2 of the Seraph fights and completely unplayable into Savagery. You cannot pick this unit into Savagery Seraph. It's not possible. He cannot make the damage numbers. But Branded Warrior if you can give him dualism, multi-strike, and then have something in play to fight Savagery on 7 that doesn't cost you to take like 40 damage plus, and then make it to fight Corruption or Entropy and keep him alive on Corruption or Entropy, he's pretty good. But that's a lot of ifs.
You said a lot of, yeah, exactly. You said a lot of ifs. I agree with the below average placement. He has a lot of potential. If he can kill, he will kill and he'll keep killing, right? It's really cool if you can get him there. But his stats are abysmal. Let me actually bring up the exact stat line here, right?
He's a 10-5, right?
Is it a 10-5? Let me see.
He has some
is it 28 with rage 5, which is not horrible. It's not horrible, but like you mentioned, Savagery crushes this man, especially because like you in theory want to be killing the units in that fight with your units. So if you're not, if you can't slay those backliners. They will kill you in a single hit because you're gonna have melee weakness on you. You only have 8 HP to begin with, right? If a single sweeper ever hits the Branded Warrior, he's dead. And it's just, oh man, he's so fucked.
His biggest problem, in my opinion, is that he requires multi-strike dualism. You can't play him any other way, which means that you can't play a strong early game with him because you can't give him a strong, powerful early game upgrade, or else you just fuck his ability to play late game. And then he's just like a fucking 8 HP idiot. So I think the best way to play him is just take him to win like the first few fights and then throw him away.
He's a fucker.
Yeah, he's really bad. I'm kind of surprised they left him as he is after the update because this unit is like really, really bad.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? I agree. Over to you for Rail Beater.
Rail Beater. My last loss was actually a Rail Beater run. It wasn't Rail Beater's fault. I just had like a little math misplay. But I was using Rail Beaters in it, and it was not a very fun run. Rail Beater is a very annoying unit to use right now, in my opinion. I do not fuck with him. I think I put him also. Actually, I should put him in just normal average. He's pretty strong in the early game. I feel like still. I don't know.
I agree with you. And below average. I think if that's where you were going to put him initially, right?
I was going. He's a borderline. I think he's a borderline.
Yeah, he's a borderline for sure. He's like the thing in his favor is that he's a 1 energy tank that has what 50 HP baseline, 40 HP.
Let me bring up the stats. We should be actually doing that again.
Yeah.
So Rail Beater 1 cost 2 space 10/10, but with 30 armor, so it's a 40 HP tank.
Yeah, he's like
first, which is not bad.
I guess he's like. I should probably put him in average. Actually, you're right because he is like the world's okayest tank. He's just a piece of shit, man. I hate him. I don't know why, but you're right. Yeah. He is actually fine. He's a frontliner, but the problem is that he contributes to having really bad early games is why he feels so bad, because this clan can just show you Steelwork or Rail Beater and you go, wow, I have no damage. Thanks, Prince.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. He's good if you have dualism on him, but well, not good, but he's like a little better. But it's hard to put dualism on him because
he can set up Reaper Prince for like kills on heavies, which is nice. And his stat line is just okay, but he's just he's kind of miserable to play around.
Have you ever had a run where it was really important that Rail Beater put melee weakness on the enemies for you?
I've had Rail Beater utilize the melee weakness well, right? Where I'll go like double multi-strike Rail Beater as like the actual offensive carry, which is also kind of like a viable line with him.
Okay.
And not in this game actually, less. So I think it was more of a Monster Train 1 thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would do that, and the weakness would be relevant then. So I don't know.
I don't think I've ever had a run where I was like, thank God for the melee weakness on this unit. That's what I was thinking.
Melee is a strong ability, and unlike fucking piece of shit Avenger, Rail Beater can apply it and then someone else can use it.
Yeah.
Right. So you can time things correctly with them, but like I don't know.
I think that the intuitive reasoning here is that if he's applying his melee weakness and then you're attacking the enemies, that means the enemies have attacked you, which is almost always a bad thing to have happen to you in this game. especially
Yeah,
hellhorned. Hellhorned is not very survivable.
that's fair.
Anyway, that was you, right? Or no, was that me? I don't remember.
That was me. That was
Okay.
me.
I get Alpha Fiend. Alpha Fiend is fine. Another, he's average. He's another one that's like really, really bad at Savagery Seraph, but if you fight a fight where you can put him top 4 and let him scale up a few rounds, he actually scales pretty fast with multi-strike, so he's cool for that.
I've seen, when the game first came out, I saw some people saying, plus 15 attack, what the fuck, that's so much stronger than the first game. And I was like, have you fucking seen the numbers in this game? He needs it.
Yeah, have you played
He
the game?
needs the scaling to be relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think average is the right placement for. I think this is like a really weird unit that needs like, usually like maybe either double multi-strike or maybe even multi-smidge, because he's just kind of too big usually to fit on your floor. And like you said, he's a little bit too slow for a Savagery Seraph. The waves are too big too quickly. But otherwise, he can be really strong.
Mm-hmm.
But it just depends.
Yeah.
Biggest Gurg goat enjoyer in the game, probably right here, this guy.
Agree. Gurg's goat, and you just slam this guy and watch him go crazy, for sure. I think that if you were 2-space, he would probably be OP. If you were above average, I'd bump him up a tier if he was 2-space. He's very close to being very good, I think. Just a little.
I think I agree.
It's just like strike effects are very hard to play into Savagery. Ooh, anyway, Apex Imp for you.
Oh, this is like, I think this has got to be an exceptional character. Apex Imp can be so strong and is flexible too. I decided to run recently where I played Apex Imp just as a tank. I gave it no offensive upgrades. I gave it, I gave it Smidge Stone. I gave it Titanite, Smidge Stone, and then I overstacked the Titan skin from the Savagery event.
Mm-hmm.
And it just was a tank that also killed a heavy. It was awesome. He's so good. Now, obviously, you need armor for this to work. But if you have like just like a single held over armor card, it's going to be a really strong unit for you. So I'll put this in exceptional. I can see maybe because of the condition of needing armor cards, you might want to put it a little bit lower, but I like this guy a lot.
I am going to put him a little lower. Actually, I haven't gotten a ton of Apex Imp runs, so I don't think he's quite as GG easy as he used to be, but I'm just going to give him above average. I could see myself changing this opinion, though, down the line. My main problem with this unit is that in Monster Train 1, he was really OP because he was the whole run. He's not really the whole run in this game anymore. I think that you still have so many other problems to answer that he's just kind of like... He's very good at what he does, but when you build your whole run, you have to like contribute and devote all of your resources and thought into Apex Imp, I feel like, to really make sure that he shines and hits his numbers that he needs. And it's just a little tough because you still have to answer some other questions in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see it changing if I played a few more runs of him, for sure. It depends on like how it feels. Because like I think the problem is you could just miss armor is really scary.
I've seen this guy actually a decent number of times. I've maybe had like 4 or maybe even 5 runs with this guy. This is like maybe my most played rare unit.
I bet everyone has a rare unit that they're like, wow, I see that one a ton.
Yeah, maybe.
I wonder what mine is.
Speaking of, I have not seen this guy fucking ever.
Oh my god. So luckily, this is for we haven't been doing the units because none of the other ones have changed much. This is the new Consumer of Crowns. I believe you can correct me if I'm wrong, he's a 4 energy 140 with a 2 cooldown ability that sacrifices an imp to let him attack immediately, right?
We should mention 3 space. You didn't say space, but yes, everything else there was correct.
Okay, I have played this unit. I played him pre-patch and I played him post-rework. This unit is really fucking bad. I'm going to put him in the gutter.
In the gutter?
He is. So the only thing that is good about him is that he's okay in the early game, right? 40 HP means that he still needs a shitload of support, and you just dumped all your deployment ember to play a 140 that's going to drop dead super fast. Don't worry, you can play your free tank champion. Oh, wait, it's Prince or it's Shardtail Queen, who are also weak little glass bone idiots. You have no good way to keep this unit alive through the early game. You have to find so much to get him out of the early game, and then he's useless, man. He's bad as soon as you leave the fight. This sacrifice imp ability is bad. The fact that his 2 cooldown is bad. Everything about this guy sucks. If you aren't Exile Hellhorned, he's so bad. I think this unit is insane. He got worse, which is fucking crazy.
I think this unit is a prank. I think this unit is a prank. I think they were like, wouldn't it be so funny if we made Consumer of Crowns almost playable, but then we, at the last second, bumped the cooldown from 1 to 2? I think this unit would actually be close to playable in certain builds if it was
Yeah,
cooldown 1. You get a
agreed.
guaranteed sack outlet, and you get a free attack. That's actually kind of sick. The fact that it's every other turn, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why? Why do
Yep.
they do this to him?
Don't worry, you can
It's
just put
so
mind cage on
funny.
him.
It's so funny, man. God, I love
It's
that's such a good prank.
it's pretty funny. The problem, I understand why they did what they did, and I actually like I'm often I feel a little too critical. I understand the idea, right? Because now you can at
Yeah.
least play him in default hellhorned, because the big problem was he was unplayable if you weren't default hellhorned.
Yeah, if you were, you would cost 10. He was.
Mhm.
Listen, I more than anyone should be talking about the Consumer of Crowns Demon Fiend
Oh yeah, the
banner,
classic.
the classic, right? So
Mhm.
I'm happy that he is like a playable unit in no matter what. That doesn't make him good.
No.
I think it's so funny, man.
It's
I'm never. Oh man.
the problem with this unit is like if you see him in your first banner, right? And you're like, oh cool, Demon Fiend, I'll take him. And say you're like default Hellhorned and your starter unit was, I don't know, Horned Warrior, you're gonna click this guy and you're gonna go, ooh, cool rare unit, he's gonna go crazy. And then you're just gonna die in fight too, and you're gonna go, what happened? Because you can't put anything in front of him. You can't play Train Steward in front of him. You have to put Prince. You have to hope you picked Wrathful Prince, I guess. Which is also really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, this unit is insane. It's like
It's so funny. It's so funny.
it is really funny.
It's got this. Was this a playtesting thing? Was it too strong at cooldown 1? But
No
then
way.
maybe it was, man. I don't know. I don't understand. You know what? The playtesters who I've talked to have all been super cool and awesome. Maybe one of the playtesters was just like really annoying, and they said this was their favorite card, so they bumped it up to 2.
That would
Like
be
I
pretty
don't
funny.
know, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, Demon Fiend for you.
Demon Fiend. This is maybe one of the good example of most improved between not even between 1 and 2, between 2 and like the first update to Monster Train 2 where they gave this guy trample.
Yep.
That like made this unit like I would have put this probably in average to below average before that, but trample I think puts us in pretty solidly the above average tier. I don't think it's quite exceptional, but he's a all-star early game unit with the potential to be relevant in the late game too, which is pretty sweet. So that's why I slap him down right about here.
Agreed.
Okay.
Only real thing to say about him is I was under the impression that he was like Monster Train 1, where if you had and played Demon Fiend in the early game, you auto won. This unit does not beat Kale, or not Kale, Archeon naturally. You do need to give him a little more support. So sometimes you have to take suboptimal upgrades because he's the only thing you're playing, because he's 4 energy. So, and he's 3 space, so you can't play like a Train Steward with buffs. So sometimes you have to give him like Titanite to escape the early game, but he's really good otherwise. Okay, Strange Brute to me.
Yep.
This one is interesting. I could see a world where I put this in exceptional. I think this unit is really, really, really good because buffing rage is very strong. The problem is that sometimes you don't get rage, but I think that if you don't get rage in Hellhorned, you're fucked. It's pretty bad anyway. So I'll give him exceptional. I think every run that you play of Hellhorned wants to play this unit if you can do it. I can't really imagine a situation where you show me this guy and I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to play around Rage here. Because you're going to see him in like Ring 3 at the latest. And you're going to be early enough in that you can go, okay, well, I'm going to try to play Rage. So I'll give him exceptional. I think it's really strong.
I think I would put him in the high end of above average because I think just on his own, he's not doing a ton. He doesn't have the stat line to be a real tank. He's supposed to be a supporting unit, so you're supposed to put him in the back and he buffs everyone else's rage. But he's a bit of a weirdo freak. But obviously, like more than doubling the damage you get out of rage is an incredibly strong ability. So he's good. I can see myself changing on this one too, but I think I just put him in the high end of above average here for now.
I think you're right, actually. One of the reasons that you would not be playing Rage is if you're not playing Hellhorned as your main game plan. I will say I've been mostly doing this tier list from the perspective of like Hellhorned as your main, Banished as your main game plan. There are going to be runs where you see this guy and you're playing like, I don't know, Luna Coven Hellhorned, and you go, well, I don't need that because I'm playing Eka and I'm just stacking Conduit, and you wouldn't pick him there. So you're probably right. I would put him in above average, actually. That makes sense.
Okay.
I think you're correct. You get Horned Warrior, right?
I thought Apex, or not Apex. I thought the Fledgling Imp was up next year, but I think I maybe mixed them up somehow on
No,
the
I think
list.
I actually
So...
shuffled them around and I put the imps all together is what I did.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so Horn Warrior then.
Yeah, you can do Horn Warrior. I'll do Steelworker, and then we can just do all the imps kind of at once. I feel like.
Sounds good. Sounds good. This is a weird one. This is a weird one because I think Horn Warrior. I'm never like super sad to see him. He's got his baseline multi-strike. Thank you, Mr. Dusk, for this.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll just put this in average. Obviously, like early on, he's a pretty good holder of any stat buffs, rage, yada yada, etc. But I find myself more and more just not relying on him to be my actual end game carry. But I don't know, maybe he should be above average. He's got multi strike by default. That's pretty cool. No, I'm gonna leave it at average. I'm gonna leave it at average here. Final answer.
I am gonna give him above average. I think that within the clan, he is like. He's the poster child of what this clan wants to do, which is stack rage on a guy, and he's very good at being stacked rage on. And he's just good in the early game if you need to survive with any buffs from the steel shop. So I'm never sad to pick this unit. He's always pretty good. It's the thing is Hellhorned has like some pretty bad hits in the banners, so I'm always thrilled when it's not one of the bad hits.
That is a very good point.
And he has a chance to be a good carry into the end game. So, you know.
Europe.
All right, I'll take Steelworker. Steelworker is really hard to rate because he's like, what, 15 base HP, I think, which is fucking atrocious. It's so insane.
Yeah, starting stats are pretty abysmal. Mm-hmm. One cost 2 space, 10, 15. But then resolve, apply armor 6 to friendly units.
Yeah, he's like, it's hard. I think that you want to play this guy because he's nice into Corruption Seraph, but he's actually like a fucking plastic bag versus Savagery. He gets blown away so fast. Because to survive Savagery, you have to have 90 effective HP. So if you give this guy plus 25 and Titan Knight, Savagery still one-shots him, which is really tough. So you have to have armor cards as well. I'm going to give him average. I think in the grand scheme of things, he's kind of bad into a lot of fights, but he does make it a lot easier for you to win Relentless in the early to mid game because he gives so much armor to everyone. But late game, he's pretty tough, so I'll just give him average.
I'm leaning a little more below average on him. I think what you said is very correct about Seraph, right? This is like a good way to handle the corruption damage. I think you're supposed to not play him as a tank, though. I think that's like sort of the issue. I think he's supposed to be in the same way that like Deranged Brute is not supposed to be like a tank either. It's supposed to be like sort of like a support unit. I think you like maybe just give this guy a smidge down dualism and just put him on the floor, and then just like use him as like a backline unit, not a backline clearing, just like your own backline is to support your team.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's like not good either. So I don't know what this unit really does other than like maybe hanging around for Corruption Seraph.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's like, I think you just have to play this guy with an intrinsic armor card so he survives Savagery, and then he's pretty good because he can pump out like 12 armor to your whole floor every round, which is strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to like rapid fire through the imps since we already kind of talked about them?
Sure.
I'll go first. I'll take Fledgling Imp. I think Fledgling Imp is above average. Rage is very good.
I agree.
Okay.
I'll do Impish Scholar here. I think this is like very bad most of the time because it's hard to rely on specific consume cards to get back. So pretty stinky.
I'll disagree on this. I think he's just below average because I think that if you have no consumes in your starter, you can have this guy force a single consume over and over again, which is very good if you have like -2 consume ritual battle or like like a pyre cast or something like that. So he has like a little bit of play, but he's not very good. I agree with you. He is definitely on average pretty tough. Oh, I get Molting Imp. This unit is so fucking bad. Gutter. I can't even believe this unit is in the game.
What's the actual damage? Is it 7?
10.
8?
It's 10 now. It got buffed
10
again.
now?
He's so fucking bad. The only thing in the end game that he can do is kill silencers, and he gets silenced. They silence the summon, man. It's so insulting.
Yeah.
The only fight he would be good into is entropy, and he's bad into entropy, and he's not very good into corruption because you still tank curses, and he's fucking awful into savagery because you have to deal 50 damage. This unit is terrible.
Yeah.
I might over.
I'll do. Oh no, I'll put him in very bad.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree with everything you said though, but he's fine in the early game, so I can't be too angry with him. Up next, I'm gonna go Ember Chomper here.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is like a below, maybe even average. But I think this is a good below average. It's nice to get like a random shot of energy if you have like good X cost cards, and then also obvious synergy with Transcendent, right? Makes it also cost positive then, right?
Yeah.
But outside of those two case situations, you usually don't want this, and it's taking up a spot in your deck. So I think below average is about where I put this, or I mean maybe average-ish on average. I don't know. Weird one.
I go below average. If you remember in Monster Train 1, I believe I said this is the best card you don't want in your deck. You want to get this off Imp in the Box if you're playing Imps, because you don't want to actually pay to draw this card. But I think he's just below average because Imps are a little weaker in this game. Little silly guy. But cool, if you could permafrost him, I bet he'd jump a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Me, Queen Zimpling, probably below average. It's like fine to have chump blockers, and Queen really needs them. Bad if you get it off of a random imp, though. Always depressing. And a little worse since they got rid of the infusion.
Am I Transcendent now? Sorry, I am.
Yeah, you Transcendent you.
God, I think I gotta just put this in above average. It's so situational, right? Again, it's depending on how if you have imp payoffs, you'll know if you do or not. If you do, it's awesome. But there's weird stuff with Transcendent where you can't put dualism on Transcendent because you're not actually like the effect isn't on the card itself. It's just repeating the effects from before, but it's not repeating the effects with dualism on them either. I'm pretty sure there's some weird bullshit here where Transcendent kind of doesn't work well with that. So all you want is just endless on here, and it's
really
pretty good. I think there's some sort of shenanigans. I forget how it works exactly.
I think the way it works, I don't know this because I haven't had much gameplay with it, but I think the way it works is you have to have dualism on Transcendent to double a dualism Dimp's rage. That's what I believe it.
So they both have to have dualism for it to work, and if you're missing it on one of them, it doesn't. I don't know.
I think it's like if you have dualism on Transcendent but no dualism on Fledgling Imp, then you'll get dualism on Transcendent. I think is how it works. Let me check.
I don't know. Leave a comment. Tell me how this works. I don't know. I'm putting it in above average. So I think it's. I think Queen's Transcendent fell off from the first game because you can't do awesome infused imp shenanigans anymore. But it's almost always still like a huge amount of stat gain when you play this in the right run.
Yeah.
The end.
From the wiki, real quick. Dual Stone causes status effects from summon effects like Fledgling Imp and Wax Cap to be doubled regardless of whether the original unit had dualism. So you just dualism Transcendent. But he won't. But if you have a dualism Fledgling Imp, Transcendent will only do the base effect if he doesn't have dualism himself.
That's what it is. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. I knew there was some sort of weirdness there with it. Okay, gotcha. Got it.
All right. Last card for Hellhorned, I'll take Welder Helper and I'll put him in average. He's not that good. I could even see going to below average. Armor 20 on your front unit is just not enough anymore, and it's harder to kill this guy, I'm finding. I just don't have the time. So I think he's average, though, because he's 20 armor in the early game, which is sometimes really good.
And you can give it, like, dualism if you don't have any other outlets for it.
True,
so
40 armor.
40 for one is a lot, but it is much harder to play than it used to be. I agree with that for sure.
Yeah. Overall, how do you feel about Hellhorned in this update? Or in Monster Train as it is right now?
Monster Train? In general, they're pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah.
You need big damage, and Hellhorn can output pretty big damage. So they don't have any sweepers, but they have hopefully the numbers do not need sweepers. Basically, is the idea.
Yeah, and they work really well if you get a sweeper from your secondary.
Yeah, that is also very true too. Yes.
I think that I thought this clan was really bad when the game released. I've come around. I think that the main problem of this clan is just that you have to find Ritual Battle or you have a really hard time damage scaling. You can just go dry on rage scaling, and then this clan is kind of useless. I guess I should say you don't have to find Ritual because you can find Fledgling Imp and give it dualism. It's like a little worse, but still playable.
Yeah, I like Fledgling Imp quite a bit. I think it's a decent substitute for it, but you need one of the two almost certainly, basically. Yeah. Every single game, and if you whiff, you're maybe dead.
I think if you whiff, you like pray for Alpha Fiend and hope he can damage scale, but it gets tough.
Yeah.
Very, very feast or famine clan. Okay.
Hey, dude, it's your favorite clan up next.
Yeah, Green Clan. I'm gonna reorganize real quick. I will put the units down at the end. You gonna do that?
Oh, units at the end. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I like doing the units at the end. I really should have gone in and organized, but I just forgot. So I'm just gonna drag them down in order and then pull all the spells in front of the units that are there.
Okay.
And then we can go from there. I'll do some reorganizing while you talk about Sting if you would like.
Oh, what could I say about Sting that hasn't already been said? There's so many relics in this clan dedicated to buffing Sting. There's a couple units dedicated to buffing Sting. It's just like a below average card, I think, at the end of the day. It replaces itself next turn, so it's not horrible. But like, I don't know, it just feels like it does nothing. But it doesn't hurt you either. So I just can't be too angry at it, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. I just whatever, man.
I agree. I think Sting is a little below average. The piercing Sting relic is really good in this game. I think it makes Sting kind of a good card. I took Thorn Fruit once and it made my run actively worse. The one that gives you a Sting every round.
Mhm. Yeah, let's
Don't pick
go.
that thing. It's very bad. But yeah,
Let's go.
yeah, it's not a great card. Maybe
Mhm.
one day the Sting archetype is going to be good. Who knows? Oh, adaptive
Okay.
mutation. Fun. Adaptive
Yeah.
mutation is fucking awful in this clan, and it's really, really good if you have rage, and I think you don't really play it anywhere else. Is there any other
You
buff? I
can
guess
play it
Valor.
with Valor. Yeah, I've had Valor runs where it's playable too. Obviously, it
And
depends on the run itself, but
you can play it with like Mage Blade and Luna Coven.
yeah, I guess so, huh?
I'm gonna throw it in average, because like in Awoken, this card is awful. You would never play this raw. But if you have buffs, because if you're unaware, if you have temporary buffs like Rage, you swap the buffed attack, but then you get the base HP. So,
Mhm.
so basically, the way that it works is if you have 10 Rage on a unit with 5 attack, they'll have 25 attack, which will get swapped to their HP, but then they'll keep the Rage. So then their attack will go up even more because that'll be like their new
Yeah.
HP is going up or their new attack is going up, and then the Rage gets stacked on top of it.
It's a very bizarre mechanic that doesn't make sense with like how anything else in the game operates. For example, something like Primordium does
Mm-hmm.
not work this way.
Yeah.
But this does. So I do. Who knows?
Yeah, if what I said to you is confusing, the way you should think about this is the first time you play it, you're going to gain a little bit of attack and probably lose a bit of HP. The second time you play it, your attack and HP are going to jump very high, and then every time you play it afterwards, you're going to kind of just like seesaw and equalize. But it's
Mhm.
always positive, so good
Yeah,
card
it's
when
a
it's good.
yeah, exactly. I agree with the average placement for the record too.
It's like this is a card where it's like I'm gonna lose Relentless because all I am is a glass cannon, and then you play this and your carry has like 700 HP now, and also 700 attack.
Hmm.
What's next? Ooh, you get a new one.
Yeah, one of the new rooms, Awakening Ticket. I do like this card in general. It makes sense in the clan because you do have a lot of these cards that have like rejuvenate triggers, and this does heal all your units every turn, which is kind of neat. Uh, but it's weak outside your clan. Like this is not a very strong effect for anyone else, basically. So I think I'm gonna put it in average. Yeah, that's a pretty nice spot for it.
I
Like
agree.
plus 20 max HP is not terrible either. Like as far as defense is concerned, sometimes like that's a good threshold for you to hit. Um, it is a little expensive for a room. I think about average is fine.
Yeah, I agree. It's really good in Awoken and everywhere else. Like I said about Rage Room, right? There are not many rooms in this game that are good to play on like a floor that you're just playing combat on. So just plus 20 HP on your whole floor is fine.
Shout outs to when you have root seeds and like an awoken hollow start and you're like fuck, and then you see this and you're like, well now I'll be fine for the early game at least. That's cool.
Yeah, fucking root seeds, man. Ugh.
Hmm.
Can't believe they didn't change it. Anyway. Oh
Yeah.
my god, Bramble Lash. Whoa. I think this card's very bad.
Yeah, this might be almost a gutter tier card. I don't know.
I think Thorned
It's
Hollow has been buffed enough times that he almost has some play. Like you can play Thorned Hollow now if you're not fighting Savagery. He also kind of loses to Corruption, but
yeah. And like if the silence is on the floor, you can't get the rejuvenate triggers on entropy, and
I
you
think
can
that
keep doing this.
despite all of that, you can play Thorned Hollow as long as you have Shard Channeler. And even if you don't, Bramble Lash is like it doesn't take a lot for Bramble Lash to be good with Thorned Hollow. You only need like what 40 spikes, 50 spikes, which is like 10 rejuvenates to clear a heavy. So it's okay, but you just don't want to play Thorned Hollow. And also, a big problem in this clan, which we can talk about now, half of the clan can't play the Hollows for some reason, still.
Yeah. So yeah, you know.
The healing
Eh,
clan is bad at healing. It's fucking
yeah.
crazy.
Cool.
Cool. Hey, at least you get a banger to follow it up.
So I get Channel Song here. I put Soldier of Fortune in the gutter tier. This is worse than Soldier of Fortune. I'm putting this in the gutter too. I don't all of the tutor units out of your deck spells, in my opinion, are just not something you should play around. Like pretty much ever. Like I just sure, maybe you're playing this with like Shadow Siege or whatever. And it's like, oh, I'm cheating on the mana cost. Fuck you, man. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care what you're doing with your own time. Leave me alone. I'm not playing it, man.
I'm just thinking about it. I'm gonna give this one. Where did I put Soldier of Fortune? I put Soldier of Fortune very bad. I think I'm gonna also put this in very bad. I think it's not. I agree with you. I think this card is really, really bad. The only thing I can give this card is that if you are in a deck that didn't start with any units, which maybe I said this about Soldier of Fortune, that was like fucking 6 hours ago now. If you're in a deck that started with no units, which is a little more likely in Awoken, you can use this to rip a non-banner unit. You can play Intrinsic, right? To rip out like an imp or something.
Yes.
But then if it's like an endless unit that you have to play a bunch of times, they're 20/20. This card sucks. I'm putting this in the gutter. What the fuck? This is so bad.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, man.
Because your endless unit would have more HP and then they wouldn't die.
Yes, you get it, man. You see. It's so bad. There's only so like the only thing that makes sense for something like maybe like Moon Pixie. If you're really reliant on a Moon Pixie to get out quickly.
Or like
then that's
Trample Bird maybe, or like the Quick Bird.
Yeah. There's just so few times you want to play this thing, man. It's so bad.
I don't really understand. Maybe there's like a technical limitation. These cards should just be allowed to be played on units on your floors, right? Because like what is the point of this?
That'd be nice. That would be nice. I agree.
Anyway.
Maybe it's hard to do because it's like if you want it to be a tutor effect, but it's like, oh, if there's no tutor target, instead play it on a unit on the floor. That'd be really cool. But I guess that's just too hard to do. I don't know.
Fuck Channel Song. It's really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I get a really good card at least. Cycle of Life.
Let's go. Huge.
I honestly think that Awoken is the clan that makes me go like, what are they doing? I worry that I get too angry because or like too like aggressive with the way that I speak about this game sometimes. But like Cycle of Life has been 3 costs since Monster Train 1, and it was dog shit in Monster Train 1. It was like so bad. And then all they did was give it more spikes. Like nobody's playing a spikes build like this. I'm gonna give this very bad. I think that there is like a very small subset of cases where you take this because you need plus 10 HP and you can give this like a -2 consume and it's fine. But yeah, this card sucks a lot. Spike's 8 though.
I agree with the words you said there.
Yeah. I don't know, man. So this game is like, it's very interesting. I think that you do need bad cards. So like maybe that's the idea, is just like you don't want every card to be good. But Cycle of Life is so bad.
I think the true like, I don't want to say beauty, I don't know. The true point of these games is that some cards are bad but situationally good. And like you said, there are like very few situations where I could see you playing Cycle of Life, right? Like one big one, and every 3-cost card in the game has this potential. Split Anvil, right?
Yeah,
held over Split Anvil 3-cost card. Cycle of Life can be good then because it makes all of your cards in your hand free then, right? There's always something that is usable with, and this is like one of those things, right? So that's nice, but it is a pretty bad card.
Can I point something out to you real quick?
What's up?
Can you look at Cycle of Life and then look at the Pufferflesh's spiky skin? What do you think about that?
Hold on.
What do you feel about the comparison between those two cards?
Are you trying to allude to the fact that the Pufferflesh ate the tree in Cycle of Life? What are you saying?
I'm just thinking about how spiky skin costs 1 and gives you 10 HP and probably gives you more spikes than Cycle of Life will give you.
I mean, Cycle of Life replayable, idiot.
Yeah, that's true. I think actually though, like in a perfect world, all of the really, really bad cards are like Fanning the Flame. Because Fanning the Flame is a dog shit card, but it has runs. Someone out there is going to have their run where they're like, dude, I picked Fanning the Flame and it went crazy. I was hitting like 500s with it. And that's sick, man. This card sucks a lot, but you should have your fun.
Yeah.
Cycle of Life is just bad. You did that one, right? Because I did Channel Song.
I don't remember. I think you did Cycle of Life.
Okay, that sounds right. Sure. You can take it.
Yeah. Okay, Engraft is... I don't know, man. This is one of those ones where it's kind of weird. It holds upgrades kind of well. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too bad putting like a +10 because I feel like this clan doesn't do anything else with like +10s or whatever. Like, so it's not terrible to put a +10 on this. It replaces itself. It effectively costs 0 because you get the 1 energy back. I really only find myself playing this though if I have cultivate triggers, because I feel like otherwise, like, why is this even in the deck in the first place? Basically, uh, I think I'm gonna put it in like below average or maybe average. I don't know. It's a weird one. I'm gonna leave it at the bottom end of average because I think it's like we're gonna complain a lot about all these cards not healing, and then I feel bad then putting the one card that heals for free in a bad ranking too. It's pretty inoffensive as a card, I think, ultimately.
Yeah, average. I agree. It is like healing is hard, and this card is not very good at healing because it is only heal 1. So it's made to proc rejuve triggers, like you said. I don't know. It's not very good. Rejuving is pretty bad nowadays, I think. Everything this clan does is kind of bad. Spoilers. There's only one thing that keeps this clan from being like the actual worst clan in the game in my eyes.
I thought this was your least favorite clan in the whole game.
No, I think it's probably it depends. It depends on how I feel. But
Okay.
it's really it's hard to give this clan worst clan in the game because it has Husk Hermit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the rejuvenating is pretty bad, and graft is interesting because you can give it -1 and hold over, and like that's +1 energy and it's free draw, so it's cool. But yeah, you're probably never doing that because there's better things to do. Me, Glimmer.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This card should heal like 15 probably. This is below average.
I would be tempted to put this into the very bad twos. I feel like this is almost the same. I feel about this card the same way I feel about Vent, where it's like you can't use it to kill backline anymore. All this thing really does for you is like an AoE heal. And how often is that relevant? I feel like not very often.
I think this clan needs to heal, and so sometimes you have to pick this. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, a very important factor: Vent is in Hellhorn's common pack, and Glimmer is in Awoken's.
That's good too. Yeah, there are definitely better commons in this though. But I guess you're right that there
are not a lot. There are not many better commons.
Yeah, fair.
No, I think it's kind of crazy that this card is stuck at 3. There's an interesting thing that happened within Awoken where some of their numbers, one of their things got its numbers tripled, right? That's Emblem of the Exiles. And that relic went from like pretty good to super OP in this game. And then, I don't know, Glimmer could have probably been brought up to 9 or even 15 or 20, maybe 25, honestly.
Well, that'd be a lot, man.
And I still might
that
not
might
pick
be a
it.
bit. I don't know. I think I pick that almost every time.
Yeah, 25 in the early game is a lot. Yeah, but like 15, it goes to 25. So I don't know. You have to mess with the numbers a bit. Okay, was that you?
I think that one was me.
Okay, I'll take Invigorating Solution. This card kind of sucks, but sometimes it's good. It's really good if you give it intrinsic. I'm gonna put it in below average.
I agree with this. There's this very interesting concept in like all deck builder games of opportunity cost, right? Putting a card in your deck means you're gonna draw this card instead of a different card that you might have needed sooner. This does draw you through your deck ultimately quickly. So if you have a deck where there's like one really, really important card that you need to get as soon as possible, maybe a non banner unit or whatever, right? This is probably pretty good to put into your deck because it'll draw you through 3 cards the next turn. But it just does it like everything. It just depends.
Yeah, my feeling about this card is that it kind of just does nothing a lot of the time. But I don't know. Drawing cards in this clan is not that good because their cards are bad. that's what it really comes down to.
Damn, that's fucked up.
I mean, have we put a single card in above average yet? No.
Oh, let me see. Wait a second.
Now
they've all been average, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, now they've all been average so far, huh?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. And how many? I mean, yeah. Anyway. I just think that drawing cards is not that good in this clan, and when you need to play healing in this clan, it's really hard to take Invigorating Solution because all of the actual pickable healing cards are blue. Uncommon. Anyway, I'll take Old Growth. Old Growth actually surprised me. Old Growth is kind of good. I think it's above average. First one.
I would agree. Finally, an above average Awoken card.
I think that. No, go ahead.
No, I would say a lot of cool, fun things that you can do with Old Growth in this clan. You can, put it on a cultivator, which is like the most common thing to do, or rejuvenator. I mean, like something like Awoken, Hollow, yada yada. Right, get a very big HP number, make your tank unkillable.
Yeah.
But you also have access to things like as an energize or equalizing rings,
Yep.
right? Where you can then just have the thing also be able to kill for you too, which is pretty cool. We mentioned before about there being little competition for tank equipment. This is probably, with the context of this clan, the best tank equipment in the entire game, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Cheap.
it doesn't on its own win you the game either. So it's just kind of like, it's cool, but you can't put it in exceptional. But
No, definitely not.
yeah, also great with like a merge with shield of wing, right? That's a pretty cool one there.
Mm-hmm.
That can win you the game. That merged together on a tank unit will kill people to hell forever.
Yeah, that is very good.
Mm.
The big one that I want to highlight is the equalizing rings one, because I think it's a very low opportunity cost to pick this, and with equalizing rings, you suddenly get a damage scaling plan in a clan that's really bad at damage scaling. So it's like an out that you can look for. But yeah, put this on your tank, it's really good. The only downside of this card is that it doesn't actually give you any instant power. Like, you get nothing for playing this.
Yeah.
You get 10 empty max HP, I guess. But yeah.
Mm.
Super OP on the sentient if you have heal to full. Also, the relic. She's unkillable.
Oh wow, yeah, cool.
Okay, I'll take Preserve Thorns. This is like Invigorating Solution. Or wait, no, I took Old Growth. Sorry, you take
You
Preserving
did, yeah. What the
Preserve
heck,
Thorns.
dude? This is
Oh,
the
sorry.
you're about to say this is better invigorating solution. Fuck you, man.
No, I was actually gonna say this is worse Invigorating Solution.
Well, I mean, it's like better but worse. Is it gives you immediate damage, but then it adds 3 more stings to your deck. And is that good or is that bad? Who knows?
It's bad. I think it's really bad.
I'm not putting it in very bad. I think it still just goes in the below average tier. I don't think it's that
I
big of a
agree.
detriment.
I agree. I would never want to pick either of these cards though. I think the big thing is that I would play Intrinsic Invigorating Solution off of Malikas. I would not play Intrinsic Preserve Thorns in most cases.
Yeah, Pyro, yeah.
Sorry, I'm uploading a slice and dice video right now while we're talking.
This guy.
I should have done it.
I'm uploading an evil egg video.
Oh, wow, this guy is so cool. Egg. This card fucking sucks, right? Pyregro?
I think usually yes. Most times yes.
I think this is very bad. I think that, like, the only thing for it is, like, if you have like 8 draw, you can play this, but the problem is when you have a lot of draw in this clan, most of your cards that are drawing extra cards are cheap or free, so you don't even want to play them. What am I drawing for? What am I taking energy for? To play more restores? I fucking doubt it. Plus, I think I always take energy from the first boss a lot of the time, so this card's a little worse.
Yeah.
Maybe you take draw as this clan and then play Pyregro. Have you ever done that?
I think the one clear good use case for Pyregro is with Entropy Pyre Heart.
Yeah, for sure. That's true.
I think that would be, it's really good there. I think that this is a pretty energy hungry clan, especially if you have root seeds, because you can then just convert that energy into card draw the next turn then. So I think that you oftentimes end up taking the energy upgrades from the bosses, and if you've done that, this is just kind of a really bad card for you to take. So yeah, I don't fuck with it. I think very bad is right. I guess if you wanted it in below average, I wouldn't blame someone too much for it, but I think ultimately it's a bit of a stinky card. If you have a lot of X cost cards in your deck too, you can take it maybe, but like you know, whatever.
I think it's very hard to give up the draw. Drawing cards is important.
Am I next?
Yeah.
I am next. Pirate Shards. What the fuck do you do? What the hell, man? This card's so bad too. 10 spikes is a lot, but like you mentioned it before, I forget which even card you said it on. Your game plan should almost never be getting hit in the first place. It's usually a bad strategy. And like 1 cost, you know what for 1 cost does 10 damage? Razor Sharp Edge.
Whoa, true.
This, like I don't know. I think this is like a very bad card, I guess.
I'll shock the world. I think this is only below average. I think that
Okay.
it's like, it is not very good, but this is like a mid-game warrior card. This is really good at getting you through fights 4, 5, 6 if they're bad, and a lot of times they are bad with this clan.
Yeah, I can see it. But I don't respect it.
No, God, no. It is like, I think a big thing is sometimes you have no way to kill the boss because your damage is really bad, and this is like plus 10 damage on a unit if you're just sitting there living forever, which is like not good, but it's okay. But mostly I think you want to have this card like right away. You want this as like your fight 4 reward, and then maybe it's okay. You still have to live fight 4, which is tough. Yeah. Restoration detonation for me, right? This card is probably the best common in this clan. I'll give this above average. Heal 15 and then deal up to, what is it, up to 75. That's really good. It's strong, cheap. It's like this clan. I agree. This clan has a really big problem of healing, and this is one of the only substantial healing cards you can see in the early game, which is where it's the most important to be able to heal.
I think there's a debate between this and Razor Sharp Edge about being better, but this is a very good card. You are right. Heals a lot. You can put like your shitter spell upgrades in the early game too on this, and it's really cool too. Holds a plus 10 really well, right? Or you can Surge Stone it. Like it's not a bad card, but it's got weird art. What's going on there, man? You know what I mean? I don't want to say what it reminds me of, but I think you can maybe see and know what it reminds me of.
No.
I bet Pun Pun would know. Anyway.
Yeah, I bet.
Up next, we've got Restoring Retreat here.
You know what's funny? Didn't this card is this card 2 cost now? Didn't they nerf this?
Jamie, let me pull it up. Hold on.
I think this got nerfed and then
unnerfed. It got changed pretty drastically. It was like it got brought from 2 to 1, but then what did they do to it? I forget what it was exactly. Then they reverted the change. I know that for sure. I don't know, man.
I also don't know.
It is currently correct on the card there. It's 1 cost, restore 10, descend.
Huh. I wonder what they did. Oh, you know what I think it was? I think it healed 25 and cost 2, and everyone went, "This is worse."
I would agree with that. I think honestly, I think that is a worse card, but
for sure. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Restoring Retreat is a weird one. I find myself not oftentimes going for any sort of overstack strategy with this clan, because all the units suck to begin with, mostly.
Yeah.
Like you know what's so funny? Overstacking is actively bad because a lot of times you're using something like Awoken Hollow or a Sentient to cultivate, and if you have a bunch of units on the floor, you spread out that cultivation rather than putting it all on your one probably sweeper carry, right? So you're not very incentivized to overstack here. You can use this on enemies to displace them, which is a thing you can do. But if you're playing bottom floor, you can't move Seraph off the floor, or anyone off the floor for that matter. I think this is a pretty bad card. I think I maybe even put this... I'm going to put it at the bottom of... below average, but if you put it in very bad, I wouldn't blame you, I think, on this one. It's a really annoying card that it exists, I think, more than anything. And what's going on with the art? Who is that?
I think
who is this Jack the Beanstalk or Jack in the Beanstalk motherfucker here? What is this?
I think that's the clergyman from the first game, is what they always look like to me.
He's got the mask. He's got the fucking mask. But he's got a pierced ear, and he's got these fucking look at fucking negative drip. Look at his pants. They're being held together with like fucking staples.
Yeah, he's not a very fashionable guy.
Anyway, sorry. This is an ad hominem attack on the guy in Restoring Retreat.
I think this card's very bad. I don't know if I would ever click this in my life. The only thing this is good for is healing, but you probably don't want to drop your unit down because you would want to heal your front line and then end up in your back line, and it's this whole problem.
No,
really
I'll put it in very bad too. It's a pretty miserable card.
Shockingly bad card. I think that moving enemies is like not that good, especially moving them down, because you do, like you said, you want to play bottom floor. Moving down is a little worse on average. For Seraph, that is. Oh my god, I get root seeds.
There it is.
I think that other than the release of Plink, there is no other card in this game that has boggled my mind at its existence more than root seeds in Monster Train 2. This card just like fucks half the clan. Because you can't play either Hollow, you can't play Steel Singer, you have no access to healing, so your entire defensive plan is gone in the early game. And this is just awful. This was for sure the best starter in Monster Train 1, but this is it's not like the worst starter, because objectively it is a good card, but it just is so anti-synergistic with the clan. Like in the context of the fact that in playing Root Seeds you are playing Awoken, and you can walk into Thorned Hollow, Awoken Hollow as your banner and go, oh, I just got a 15/15 that cost me 3 space. That's really bad. I think this card's below average at best.
I agree. I think the one saving grace for Root Seeds, I mentioned it before, but Root Seeds likes taking energy upgrades because then you get to convert that energy into extra card draw for the next turn. If you have excess, you have nothing else better to play it on. And I think you're incentivized to take the energy upgrades from the bosses because of how much better they are in this game compared to the first game. So that's like the one thing Root Seeds has going for it, but I think it's a pretty bad starter card in general. The end.
Yeah, I agree. It's strange that this card did not get its attack increased, considering like in Monster Train 1, +2 attack, cap of 290. Monster Train 2, +2 attack, cap of like 500. The enemies almost doubled their attack or their HP, and this thing is still +2. For what?
I think because the card was considered pretty strong in Train 1, so they thought it would be okay for Train 2.
That's fair.
But it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. You get Steel Enhancer?
Yeah, I guess Steel Enhancer. Steel Enhancer was +3/+3 in the last game, right?
Yeah, it got buff 1/1.
Train 1. I still think this is a pretty... I think I put this as an average. It's fine. I will oftentimes take this because of just how bad the rest of the cards are in the pool.
Yep.
But this is a pretty like underwhelming upgrade. The card doesn't hold upgrades super well. You can't double stack it. You can twin stone it. That's kind of all you really want to ever do with this. And then it's like kind of playable. But it's just you could really like +4 attack's just not enough. Again, opportunity cost in your card, right? You're losing a card draw to get this instead. Like so, it's just kind of like. Yeah, it's just kind of average, though. It's not the worst thing you could do, but meh.
The worst part about this card is that, like you said, opportunity cost, but a lot of times this is the best thing you can be doing in Awoken, which is really sad. Yeah, I agree with average. I think that this card is good if you spell chain it, and that's about it. Because like if you give this like spell chain, it's 8/8 then, which is pretty good. But yeah, it's not great. It's good for the early game, though, because like having any buffs is often good for the early game.
That's fair.
Ooh, Unleash the Wildwood.
Kind of a weird one, but let's see what you think about this guy here.
This is probably, in terms of raw healing output, the best healing card in the game. Not probably, this is the best healing card in the game. 1 energy, heal everyone to full on your side of the board. Extremely good. This card's average. Healing sucks. Raw healing throughput is really bad.
Damn, you're right, but damn.
Because like the main problem is that like, what are you gonna do with this? You're gonna play holdover on it and then watch the sweepers kill you. It's the only boss where this matters to save your backline is fucking
corruption.
Yeah, because like savagery is just a raw check. You either live it or you don't. You don't need to heal to full every turn. It's did you live the melee weakness? If yes, you're good.
Yeah. You are correct. You are correct. It's a very good. Obviously, it's a situational thing too. Do you need a full heal every once in a while? Then sure, this is awesome. Give it permafrost. You can just keep it as like a in case of emergency break glass button. But it's just kind of not useful otherwise.
Yeah, it's pretty underwhelming. Oh, at least you get a banger.
Fuck this. I don't know, man. Vine Grasp, 3 damage is very little. It only kills things in the early game. Like it immediately falls off. When do collectors get 3 health? That's the ring 4 through 6, right? So at least it can still kill collectors then. But late game, you still can't kill the collectors. You can't kill the ring 7 collector there. I'm gonna put this in very bad. I'm never drafting this. I am never drafting this card.
Yeah. I was initially gonna put it in below average, but I agree with you. Why would you ever play this? Advancing enemies is not good for you. The only thing that this is good for is like if you get it off of cursed vines, but that's not even that good anymore.
I think the best use case for this is if you're playing banished and you're using it on your own units to move them around.
It's pretty
to trigger a shift, which is not good.
No, I think the big reason that this is falling off in my mind is because in Monster Train 1 there were 15 threes, right? That was like a big backliners. The 15/3 you could kill with this, or you could kill like a 15 × 2 5 over 2 turns. But yeah, this card's not good.
Stinky.
Wildwood Sap for me, I will put this in below average. It is strange. I don't know. It's weird that they dropped its regen by 1, and it gives plus 4 HP now. It's like, what if Steel Enhancer didn't give you attack and also consumed itself and gave you 4 regen, which is not that good, because 4 regen is like no HP in the grand scheme of things.
I think this is kind of a tough choice. I think I'm gonna put it below average too, but I can see the arguments for being average because sometimes you just need as much heal triggers as you can get.
Yeah.
And it does give you effectively 4 heal triggers, so that's fine on a single card. But it's pretty bad.
I would like to say, yeah, it only gives you those 4 heal triggers though if you are Exile Awoken.
Yeah.
And if you're Exile Awoken, you probably don't need heal triggers.
Or you should be relying on something else, please. I beg of you.
I hope that you don't need heal triggers. Put it like that.
Okay.
You get Wildwood Tome, I think.
This is a weird one because obviously when you need quick, this is a very good source of it. It doesn't take up your equipment slot. It doesn't take up an upgrade slot on your units. But the problem is that by the time you see this, you've probably already found a different source of quick. So you've probably already taken that, and you now just don't need this. But if you need it, it's awesome. It's really cool. You can give it intrinsic, and then it's not taking up a slot on your card. I think I'm just going to put it in average.
Yep, I agree.
Because it's kind of hard to assess when if it's good.
Yep. Everything you said is correct. Sometimes a lot of times what happens to me is I pick this card and then I never play it because I find a better source of quick shortly after. Yeah, it's a strange card. It's really good though if it's good. Like, it's a game-winning card if you need it. It is like super OP, but a lot of times it is not good. Or it's just a dead card anyway. Restore to me.
Yes.
This card's average. I think that the buff to make it 2 regen and 4 HP was pretty good. I think that this actually can heal you through the early game now with 2 regen, so that's nice. Yeah. It is healing in the healing clan, and this is kind of what they want to do. The main problem with this is that it doesn't help you kill heavies, so you just leak a lot of enemies in the early game because this card is really useless for fighting enemies. It's just good for killing bosses.
I will say that Rootsies also does not give you enough attack to kill heavies in the early game either.
Yeah,
most times. Is tough. So it's not like a big difference there either way.
Yeah.
Razor Sharp Edge. This is a really good card in this clan. I think I'm gonna put it in above average still. I think I like it a little bit more than Restoring Retreat. I think you said, or not Restoring Retreat, Restoration Detonation. I think they're pretty close. -2 attack is usually not a huge detriment to you, and +12 attack is, especially in the early game, a ton of attack for 1 cost. And that's kind of just the end of my thoughts on it, really. Hooray.
Yeah, I overhate Razor Sharp Edge. I should put it in above average. My instinct was to put it in average. I moved it up. The reason I don't like this card is because it takes a lot of effort for this to be the like way to win the game. You have to play this a lot of times to get to 500, but this is just going to end up being like one piece of a 4-part scaling puzzle, I think.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot worse because Awoken has a lot harder of a time putting that puzzle together. Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Speaking of really good damage scaling cards.
Yeah.
This card is very bad.
Yeah, it's not gutter worthy, but this is a pretty abysmal card.
The only reason to play Sharpen is you have like actual 0 damage. You have no way to kill the boss. And so you have to take this because it is +12 damage on enemies in the early game. As soon as you leave Archeon, this card becomes unplayable, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's not, it's dog.
Yeah, I think this card is like, please man, just give me like 4 more spikes and it'll be good, please. Just 4 more spikes on Sharpen.
No, dude, it's never, this is what, no.
Yeah.
If anything, they need to give it an attack upgrade. I don't even know what attack number you need for this to be playable.
20 for 2, maybe?
I play it for 20.
Yeah.
15, I think, is pretty close.
Yeah, maybe 15 because you're not taking the HP down. 20 is probably too much. Maybe like somewhere between, probably like 14 to 18 at 2 cost.
That seems right. That's like a third of what it is.
But it has 6 spikes.
Yeah.
Think about it. You could pay 5 energy, you could play this and Cycle of Life, you could have 14 spikes. And when the 500 HP enemy hits you 50 times, they're dead.
Yeah, you're
They're,
right.
they're
You're
on the
right.
clock, man.
Up next, we have Ensnare. I'm not talking about Sharpen anymore.
This clan is so sad.
Uh,
Oh my god.
Ensnare. This is a weird one because I feel like every time I take Ensnare, it ends up actually being really cool for me. Because like I'll use it to keep it a heavy there for an extra turn, so that way my sweeper can actually kill heavies early on while I'm still scaling it up. So I think I'm actually gonna put this in the lower end of above average, but I think like it's not potentially bad for you if you're relying on this. Basically, I think is what I would describe it as, because I feel like it takes one bad turn for everything to fall apart, and then just like 8 heavies walk up to your pyre and beat your ass.
Yeah.
But there's times where this will give you just a couple of extra rounds in the early game to kill a heavy, so that way it won't leak up. And if it's like this, we're gonna talk about it before when we get to the units, we're gonna talk about it a lot more. This clan is so reliant on its sweepers existing to win.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, oftentimes that 1 or 2 extra turns is kind of just all you need to kill those heavies, and you lose nothing for it, keeping them there a little bit longer. So I think I like Ensnare in general, but it's lucky that the sweepers exist in this clan. Is how I think how I would describe it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is like, it's above average, especially with the update where now you can root your own units, so you never end up wasting the draw +1 on Ensnare, which is nice.
True.
Yeah, this card is like not good, but it is good in the context of the clan, and it is like you sometimes have to play around this to just root heavies to kill them, like you said. Or you just root them on the top floor and then like kill the boss. Because this clan is pretty good at winning relentless against enemies that aren't named Seraph of Corruption.
Yes.
So you can do that and then just like leave a bunch of guys on the top floor and let Ensnare hold them there forever with holdover. But yeah, this card is like, I don't know, fine. Focus growth for me, right?
Yep.
I will give this one the honor of being the other healing card that I think goes above average, because this one, while I think that the healing throughput of Unleash the Wildwood is better, you almost never need to heal more than what Focus Growth gives you, and it gives you 2 draw next turn, and it gives you 2 rejuvenate triggers. It's like really good at doing exactly what this clan wants to do.
I think this is a pretty good assessment. I can see someone putting in an average. I'm on the border.
Yeah.
I can slot into above average though. It's close. It's close either way. It's a little expensive. Is I think my main issue with it. Doesn't hold upgrades super well. But like sometimes you want this card. So, you know.
If you're playing any build that, like, almost every Awoken run probably wants this unless you have like a Giga Quick Sweeper. But yeah, I think the big thing about this is that Awoken cards are bad, so even a card that is like bad in another clan, like Relative, is really good in Awoken.
Yeah.
You get the new Rail Spike.
I get the new Rail Spike.
Yes, man. I love this card.
Uninfinitable Rail Spike.
This change is crazy, right?
I mean, it just made it like worse, but not by too much, because I was almost never doing the infinite anyway. So I don't really care too much personally. It is a strange thing to do to the card. So I feel like it was such a non-problem that this infinite existed. So this is such an also dependent card on what your deck state like is when you see this. If you have too many 2-cost and 3-cost spells, don't take this. If you have a bunch of 1-cost spells, it's a pretty free take. So I think I'll put it in the average tier, but it really is so dependent on what your deck currently looks like. The end.
I have always hated Awoken's Rail Spike. I hated it before the changes. I've never really liked this card. I think that it is just not very good. I'm going to put it in below average as a result. I just never really liked this thing. I think that the problem is that it's too often... Like, if you have any card that costs more than 1 that is important for you to play, you can never play Awoken's Rail Spike because you might draw that card, and that sucks. You could put Permafrost on it, I guess. The Rail Spike, but yeah. And then I think the one use case for this was doing the infinite, and they got rid of the infinite. So, like, Yeah, I mean, it's not like
I
bad
mean,
for you though, right? This card is okay
I
because
think
it's
I
just
think
strong.
the use the now the use case is just like the same way I feel about invigorating solution, where it's like if you're trying to churn through your deck as fast as possible, so you can find a very important non priority card, right? And then it has the caveat of also you don't have a bunch of expensive cards.
Hmm.
You can play this, and then unlike the invigorating solution, it makes those cards cost less, so you can play them right away, which is kind of cool. Which is why I think I like it more than invigorating solution. But again, big asterisks, you should not be playing this if you have a high density of cards that cost 2 or more. So make of that
Yeah.
what you will.
It's an interesting card because any way that you buff it makes it just like an auto take, right? If this said apply -2, you would take this every time you saw it without even a thought.
Yeah.
So I think it's just like, it's one of those cards that's never going to really be balanceable. I think having the infinite on it was kind of cool, actually, but they don't want us to do infinites anymore.
Yeah.
I get spreading spores, right?
Go to jail. Yep.
Go to jail.
Yep, yep,
I
yep.
think spreading spores is average. It's the heal that it gained is pretty good. Being able to proc rejuvenate triggers and then gain a little spikes and gain a little regen. This card does a lot for one, so I think it's okay.
Yeah, I agree. I really think you only take it if you have a rejuvenate trigger, so you can keep just doing
Absolutely.
it over and over again.
Yep, for
I
sure.
think you're never gonna get enough spikes for this to be super relevant, but I think you can get to a regen number where this is kind of relevant. Now, it's not underlegion regen output, obviously.
Nothing
God
is.
forbid.
Nothing
God
ever
forbid we
is.
get to that high of a number on this clan.
And it's not
The healing clan.
if it did you consider though that if you played this card what is it? Like 15 times? Not 14 times, sorry. You would have as much as one fragile body and spikes?
Yeah, have you considered if you play this card like 25 times, you'd have as much regen as playing Loam Coat on turn 1?
Oh man.
The math there isn't right exactly, but you get the point. It's fucked.
Oh man.
It is crazy how uh, bad this clan is at doing the things that they're supposed to be good at doing, but whatever.
Yeah, I think that the main reason that spreading spores ends up so high is because this clan's cards are all very bad. So spreading spores is good just by virtue of not being one of the really unpickably bad cards.
Yeah.
Tough. At least it's not Cycle of Life. You get Animus of Will, I think.
I get Animus of Will. I think I remember you saying it, or someone saying at one point, that this is one of the most falled off cards in Monster Train 2.
Yeah, for sure.
It's pretty. I mean, it's not Animus. It's not Animus of Will's fault. It's just that we're asking too much of her, right? In the past game, like honestly, you could put 100 attack on this unit, and it ends up like killing a heavy for you at least. Right nowadays, you need like 500 attack to do what this unit's supposed to be doing, which is so hard to do in this clan because you don't have enough support to give her enough attack. But I think like considering other clans exist and like she's got a pretty good baseline set of stats, like was it 3/3? But also with like double multi strike.
She's
I think
now actually
3/8 now. Oh, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool. I think I still put it just below average though. I think you got to remember that other clans exist and like for example, Horned Warrior. This is kind of a better Horned Warrior than Horned Warrior is, but you're not in the Rage clans. You're not gonna always have access to that level of damage gaining. Also, there's sweepers in this clan, so what are you doing, man? Just play a sweeper. Don't be a freak. Come on.
Yeah, I put her in below average as well. She's like one of the worst units to start the game with. If you're default awoken, you walk into the first fight and you do no damage unless you got cultivate, and even then you're still gonna bleed a bunch of HP off.
And then you walk into the second ring, and guess what? It's fucking Legion.
Yeah.
Get ready to get spiked, buddy.
Yeah, the good news about Animus of Will is that she doesn't need any specific upgrades to be good. Like, she'd like to play multi-strike quick, but you can just give her Large Stone or 1425 and leave the early game alive, so that's nice at least. But yeah, this unit is just like, I don't know. I think her base stats should probably be like 10 times 3 and 10.
That sounds right. Yeah, sure.
It's, like you said, though, it's not her fault. Her clan is bad, and they have no support for her. It's really hard to buff your units in this clan.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take Shattered Shell.
Yep.
Shattered Shell is just for the stat line record, he's a 310 still, I believe.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure that's right. Units. 310, yes. 1 space, 310, 2 costs. Or 1 cost, sorry.
Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna put him in above average because he says sweep. Sweeping is very good. It's probably the best thing you can do in this game in every single run.
I might just put it in exceptional for the sake of having sweep. I think that Husk Hermit is better, but I think they're both pretty strong.
I think that
I've
if
had
you,
some the slay trigger is like not super relevant, but I've had times where it's been pretty good too. It's a tough one for me. I'm gonna put it actually in exceptional. I think sweep is just that strong personally.
yeah, if you want to put every sweep unit in exceptional, I think that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna be like a little bit picky with my exceptional tier, but yeah, I think you can just put them all up there. Sweep is very OP.
Yep, and the clan is also just so reliant on the fact that it has sweepers in it too.
Yeah, the main reason I'm gonna end up putting him in above average is because he's probably the weakest sweeper in the early game. So he struggles a little bit. You sometimes have to sacrifice good upgrades to survive the early game with him, and that's the only real downside to him.
That's fair.
But yeah, I mean, he says sweep, and that's fine. Oh man, you did that one, right? Or did I?
I think you did that one. I think I'm up next.
Okay, you get Steel Singer.
Yeah, what is the actual? Let me bring up the actual.
If I remember,
here.
he's you go ahead. You have it.
You know, you go. Let's see. Let's test your memory.
Okay.
Let's see it.
He's a 3-cost, 4-space, 1040, summon, gain 80 empty max HP, rejuvenate, gain 3 attack.
You were so close.
Is it 2 attack?
The only line you missed. You got that right. The only thing you missed was 10 attack. Is 20 baseline attack.
Oh, it's 20. Okay.
Is that 2040 baseline?
Okay, 2040.
Yeah. This unit's pretty bad. Not even taking into account the fact that half the time it's kind of unplayable because you don't have restores in your starting deck. 3 attack permanently gained at every heal is good if you see this unit very, very early, like ring 2. And I think if you're taking this ring like 4 and onwards, it's just not going to be enough to do anything for you. You give this double multi-strike, it is so hard to get it to the attack numbers where it's actually killing things. I actually haven't stamped this unit yet. This is still an unstamped for me. So I think I'm gonna put this in the very bad tier, with the caveat that I have not won a game with it yet, so it's hard to say for sure. But I've seen this thing many times and I've gone, nah, you can't be here today, buddy. Sorry.
Okay.
Voyix?
Sorry, I'm preparing myself.
Okay.
Get ready.
Uh-huh.
In Monster Train 1, Steel Singer was my favorite unit in the game. I thought this unit was so fun, and you could always pivot to him. It was really satisfying. I thought this guy was really, really sick. I think that he's in the running for the worst unit in this game. He's like not quite there. I think there are some units that are a little worse, like Consumer of Crowns is looking at me funny, but this unit is so bad. So 4 space, 3 energy is such an insane cost for this guy. And if you see him, first of all, like you said, if you see him with Root Seeds, he's completely unplayable. You cannot pick this. In Monster Train 1, you could get away with it. You could pick up 1 or 2 heal cards, and you could get away with it. You cannot play him in this game if you have Root Seeds. He will just never get enough damage. I don't think I've played him since he gained the 3 attack, because I think he was 2 attack before. Pretty sure he got buffed in the patch. So I'm going to give him very bad, but I will probably drop this unit down once I see him again. I think the biggest problem with him is that you have to give him multi-strike and you have to give him quick, but if you give him those things, you cannot possibly fit 2 of them on the floor, and you really, really need to play 2 of this unit. But you can play them on 2 separate floors, but then it's like you're going to end up getting hit because you need the quick, so you have to play like Restoring Retreat to fit them together, which is awkward. Also, last thing, one of the things that made this unit a lot worse is he lost the Edge Prior infusion, which I think was really, really important for him to actually scale up enough.
Edge Prior infusion was -1. This is the -1 cost of heal spells, right?
No,
Still?
in Monster Train 1, Edge Prior infusion was resolve heal 5 to all units on the floor.
Oh, okay.
So it was a free resolve trigger every round, and then if you could play 2 of them, which I think was not super common, but you could put two Edge Prior infusions out and then heal a bunch. But yeah, I'm really sad about this unit because I thought he was really fun, but he just kind of fundamentally doesn't fit into this game. He struggles a lot.
Big stinker.
I get Vine Mother.
Okay, Sting Boy, come on. Let a white boy sting. Let's see it.
Yeah, I'll put her in below average. She's a pretty good stat line tank, and the ability that they gave her is actually really good. I did play, I famously, or maybe infamously, I don't know how many people actually know about this run, but I did play the run where I got her on stream and then I times 5'd her, and that run actually won by just stinging everything to death. So there is an
Um,
amount of Vine Mothers out there that wins you the game, but realistically, this is just like press the button, get 2 stings, and buff your stings, which is pretty nice. Can you read her stats actually? I don't remember what she does.
the exact line is 2 space, 1
Mhm.
cost, 0.35. End of
35.
turn, sting spells in your deck gain +4 magic power, and then the ability is Vine Wrath, which has a 2 cooldown to add 2 sting spells to your hand.
Yeah. She's okay.
I have not seen the new Vine Mother yet. I have not stamped either version of Vine Mother, so I have no real thoughts on this card. I will default to your opinion on below average, because I have not played her yet.
Yeah, I think that
Uh,
the big thing in her favor is shot, like a strange thing for Awoken. She's a 1 space or 2 space 35 HP unit, which is something that's like not in this clan for some reason.
mhm.
The only unit that's close is Husk
Yeah.
Hermit.
Yeah.
So, but like Husk Hermit doesn't need a tank because he's just God. So,
Yeah.
Anyway, you can take Wilting Sapwood.
Wilting Sapwood, I used to love this guy. My favorite thing to ever do in Monster Train 1 was to give Wilting Sapwood Endless and just play it on bottom floor and just watch him get his ass beat and make me infinite energy. And I would just take like double card draw upgrades and I would be so happy. It was he was such a weird freak, but he was so cool in that role. And I don't think you can do that really anymore, because I think, like, again, like we've mentioned before many times, oftentimes you end up just playing bottom floor now instead. So that's not really a thing you can do with Wilting Sapwood. I apparently have stamped this card. I don't remember the one that I played with it. But apparently I have won a game with Wilting Sapwood. The stat line isn't terrible on it. It's 3 space, 2 cost, which is pretty bulky. For a 550.
Okay.
With the revenge trigger of gaining energy. I think there's a world where you can just play this like on a non like awoken focused run and just have this be your tank, and like it just makes you a bunch of energy, which is kind of cool sometimes. But I think this has got to be at the very least like a below average to very bad card. Like what is this? He's just he's a pervert. He looks like a pervert. I don't know. I don't like him.
Yeah, I put this in the gutter. I think this unit's unplayable.
Oh come on, he's got a tanky stat line for the early game.
Dude, you cannot be paying 2 energy and 3 space for your frontliner. It's just too much.
He makes you so much energy though. Look at all the energy he makes when he fucking dies.
Yeah, I can't wait to use all that energy to play Restore. Woohoo. It's like,
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of good with Root Seeds, but then you can't even play it with Windleton because he's too big as well. I don't know. This thing should be like 2 space, and then it can go in very bad. I have nothing to
You
say.
can't change the lines. He's very bad, and that's where I draw the line, Bucko.
Very well. I will take Animus of Speed. This unit is actually good now. I was shocked to find out. I'll give her average. I've had just high rolls with her. New Animus is what? She's 35-8 with quick.
Hold on, I'll pull up the stats. It is
35-8,
35-8.
2 space, 35-8, ability, attack an enemy, 2 cooldown.
A 2 cooldown attack any enemy unit immediately.
Any enemy.
So you can attack back line, front line, whatever you want to do. You can hit any enemy on the floor. So if it has multi-strike, it's going to attack twice then.
Yep. And
which is neat.
The second attack does not fizzle. If it kills with the first attack, the second attack will hit the frontmost enemy.
Oh, I didn't know. That's cool.
Yeah. I think this unit's average. There's a very, very good run, I think, out there where you play this with Dark Calling Rector, and that is actually OP.
Makes sense.
You play her, she takes her shot, she takes her free shot, then she takes her quick attacks, then she dies, and then gets reformed with higher HP. You play 2 of that with a multi-strike, and you will win. It's like, as long as you keep Rector alive, you'll win. It's pretty good. I think this card is probably just average, but I need to play it more. It might be a little worse on average.
We did a co-op video where I was like, I haven't played this card at all yet, and you're like, let me show you how cool this guy is, and the video went really well. It was a cool run. I have still not played this unit since then, not out of like not wanting to. It's just that I keep playing sweepers instead.
Yeah,
so
she's good if you already have a frontliner and there isn't a sweeper in the banner, which is like a narrow subset, but she's like playable as a banner unit, which is good for this clan.
Yeah.
You get a Woken Hollow, unless you want to say more.
Woken Hollow. No, I don't want to say anymore. Woken Hollow, what a fucker.
Yeah.
better than Thorn Hollow, and if you have heals, I think rejuvenate or cultivate 3 off of rejuvenating is actually like pretty worthwhile on your sweeper. So I think I put this on average in the average tier. But like like everything is fucking dependent on anything, right? Like, are you playing restores? If so, probably pretty decent for the early game. Well, definitely decent for the early game, obviously then, right? But if you are not playing restores, then and you're playing root seeds, then it's like, well, it's a 1 energy 1535 or 1525 3 space unit. That's not good. That's really bad.
Yeah.
So it's weird. I'll just put it average for now. I can see putting below average, I think.
Yep.
The end.
Yep. If Root Seeds said heal 1 on it, like I think it should have gotten in the last update, this would be an average tier. Because I think this card is fine with Restore. It's actually a pretty decent damage scaler. Because what did you say it was? 3/3?
It's yeah, cultivate. So it's +3/+3 every heal trigger on your lowest health unit.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. Since this can't be played in Root Seeds, it's kind of bad, but it's like a decent frontliner for a 2-space backliner, and it's fine to play with like any of the 2-space backliners, of which this clan has 4 good ones. But if you can't play this with Wendleton, this card does not work with Exile, yada yada yada. There's like every hollow doesn't work. It's an insane design flaw where you just get fucked in the early game because you got the wrong clan or the wrong unit, and it feels very bad, and I hate it. Send tweet.
Cool.
You want to do Thorn Hollow next before we do this, and then we can do like Husk Hermit and then the 3 channelers.
Sure. I put Thorn Hollow, I think, in the very bad tier. Although, yeah, no, I will. I think it's just we keep saying it's hard to rely on your own units getting hit. This is a unit that needs to get hit to get value, and it has the added bonus of having the same issue of Awoken Hollow, where if you don't have restores in your early game, this is a really understated unit. So it seems pretty miserable. I think one thing to mention too is that we've said it before many times too. This clan kind of has a bit of a weakness to tanking through Corruption Seraph, right? It doesn't matter how much regen you stack. It doesn't matter how big you make the unit. If they're doubling your corruption damage, you're gonna only survive like 4 or 5 rounds in Relentless, no matter what you do in that fight. So it's not good.
I agree.
Which is a shame because it's a cool design unit, and it is kind of close. They keep giving it more and more buffs. It's close to being playable, but it's just not quite there at all, actually.
Yeah, Thorn Hollow is like a 1 in 100 unit where you'll get your run where you start default Awoken, Luna Coven secondary, see this guy right away with Dualism and Titanite, and then he gets to go crazy, and it's really fun. But most of the time he sucks, and like you said, he's very bad at Corruption Seraph. You probably could win Corruption Seraph if you played Zone of Silence on this guy and then kept Seraph away from him, because if he enters with no corruption, he won't gain any corruption, so you can maybe win like that.
Yeah. But yeah, a train steward would win that though, man. Like, it's you're
tough.
right. But like, yeah.
I agree. I mean, he's just very bad. I agree, for sure. So, yeah, quick checklist. You have to fight not Corruption Seraph. You have to have a lot of healing in your starting deck, and you need to see Dualism on this guy. And then he can maybe beat Entropy.
I did have a Thorn Hollow run that basically had all the things go right for it, and then Ring 3, I saw the Savagery event where it gave you Rage, Savage Heart, the Rage on hit, permanent scaling. So he was just getting his ass beat the whole time and gaining permanent Rage scaling, and then I hit Adaptive Mutation.
Oh,
that was a
GG.
good run.
That's okay.
Yeah, that was an awesome run. But that, again, the problem is that could have been a Train Steward and I would have won the run, right? Like, it wasn't that Thorn Hollow won the run, it's that a bunch of strong things all happened in one run together. So, tough.
Husk Hermit to me.
Yep.
I'm gonna put this guy in exceptional. He's probably the best sweeper in the game, and he got buffed. He's got a good early game now. I don't have a lot to say. He's very strong. He's probably not the best sweeper, maybe Test Subject Alpha, but he does cost 2 less, so it's close.
No, I put TSA over it, but it's a pretty close one. TSA has the extra open upgrade slot because you don't need to put quick on it. Husk Hermit costs 1 and it has a better stat line, I would say. So it's a debatable one between the two of them, but this is a very good unit for sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk too much about how good it is.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm gonna.
Up next. Oh,
Yeah,
what's
you
up?
you can go. You can go. I was gonna say we could just like just real quick go through these and just go like 1, 2, 3 if you want.
Edge Prior, very bad.
Yep,
like,
agreed.
like I've never played this unit ever. I'm pretty sure. I
Yeah,
have a
I think
stamp. I
he's.
think it was in a dream that I did this.
I think he's one of my only unstamped units. Actually, he's really bad.
Yeah,
What
it's
card do you
horrible,
want this
horrible
guy
UV
for?
card.
Maybe Cycle of Life, I
Uh,
guess, or not Cycle of Life. Sorry, Spreading Spores. He doesn't even work with Cycle of Life.
yeah, no, I was gonna mention that before actually with Cycle of Life. No heal trigger on it. It gives you
Yeah,
max HP, but it doesn't heal at all. So you're spending 3 mana on this card that doesn't even like work with like your
anything.
rejuvenate triggers. So yeah.
Yeah, this card very bad. Shard Channeler, I think,
Shard
is
Channeler.
also very bad.
Yeah, I think you mentioned before that like in theory, like Shard Channeler can like get you to the break point where Spikes is good, right? But it's like it's really hard to get there in the first place. You can only take this when you're there. But like I guess it's a non-banner rare unit, so like if you're seeing it, maybe you'll know by then if you're committed or not to a Spikes plan.
Yeah,
So
Shard Channeler is actually like the exact bad card I want in this game because he has a case. There is a run where
yes,
he
yeah,
exists and is good. If you're playing
yes.
Thorned Hollow and you see this guy after Archeon, you can dupe him twice and suddenly your Thorned Hollow is hitting like, I don't know, you're rejuving for 8s and that 8 is like 24 damage every rejuve. That's still enough damage, but that's a lot of things that have to go right, so he's very bad.
Yeah.
And this is the draw +1 guy, right?
Yeah, Custodian. I think this is probably the most playable of them, but I think it's also a pretty bad unit. I think getting 1 extra card draw per turn is not worth having to play this in an empty spot on your floor and then defend it. So, yeah, bad.
I actually give this guy average. I think that the banners or your drafts are often bad enough that this is like worth picking because it's a little bit of draw and you often have an open slot. Like if you're playing Sentient plus Husk Hermit, you can fit this guy a lot of times as long as you're not cultivating. So it's like, sometimes it's fine, but it's not really that good. But like the other cards are also really bad, so you just kind of take it because there's nothing better to do.
That's fair. I haven't done that yet, but maybe I should be doing that more.
I
don't fuck with any of the fucking channelers.
To be honest with you, I think that if you never played this unit, your runs would not look much different.
Damn.
I'm gonna put him in below average. I've talked myself down.
Okay.
Hey, you want to talk? How do you feel about Awoken?
This clan, it's funny looking at it here. Like, it's really bad.
Yep. Very
Just
bad
seeing
plan.
like how few cards even make it into the average and above like tier, it's not. They're in a bad spot balance wise here, man.
Yeah, it's really bad.
They've got so much shit in below average and below them. Damn, dude.
It's really hard in a world where you have to do 500 damage to kill frontliners to get there by doing like +12s and +2s, and healing is not good in this game because getting hit is really bad, like always really bad. So this clan just kind of sucks. At least they have Husk Hermit.
Sheesh.
Do you want to do Stygian?
I'm down. Yeah, we can get.
I think Stygian and call it for today is my feeling.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna move the spells over real quick, so we'll grab those in front of the units, and then I'm gonna move the totem units, like all the. But when by totem units I mean non-banner units, to the end.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, and then I'll just start because I don't remember who started, and I'll take Crypt Builder.
Okay.
This card's fine. It does damage. It's like annoying because you'll miss your random discards, but it synergizes with foregone power, kind of. So you'll take this sometimes. It's average to me.
I agree. I think using this to get a free incant by discarding it is more important than the actual effect of the card usually.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny.
True.
And it's also in the early game able to kill heavies for you, which is pretty nice too. Sometimes you'll just play this for 3 to kill a heavy.
Yep.
And the ability to move enemies, I think, is actually kind of annoying. I think I wish it wasn't there actually. I think on the card.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
But ultimately, it's fine. I think I'm never removing this from my deck, but I'm probably never drafting it. The end.
I think if the other two cards are like the really bad commons that this clan has, you can take this sometimes because it's like better than skipping. But yeah, pretty close.
Yeah.
Oh, foregone power to you.
I think this is like maybe a below average card. I think in the context of the Stygian clan, obviously incant is a mechanic, so you like having a lot of spells. And the problem is that because you're so oftentimes taking energy from your first boss, you can play all your cards, or most of your cards, right? So foregone power pitching a random card is oftentimes not worth the fact that it costs 0. so you're just not even getting extra incants out of this being a cheap card. The only, I guess, the upside on it is that it is 8 frostbite, which in the early game is a lot of frostbite. I don't know. Yeah, I don't fuck with it. I think just below average here for me. I think this may be my most commonly removed starter card from my deck, because I end up just not being able to play it because I'm relying on like another card in my deck and I don't want to randomly discard it.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I'm going to say this once for this clan, and then I will not say it again. I think that random discard is really, really bad and unfun for this game, and I really hate the design of Foregone Power. I think it's extremely frustrating to just draw like 3 of this card and then miss your discard completely and then just be worse off. I think that feels very bad. I would like to see this changed to just let you choose the discard or something like that. But yeah, I think that Foregone Power becomes a pretty good card when you get it down to like 2 copies in the deck, because then you have pretty good control over what it discards. But a lot of times I will play a card that says random discard, and I'll go like, well, if I hit my offering card, it's really good, and if I hit like a good card for me, it's very bad, but I have to do it because I need the incants. So I think this card's very frustrating and unfun, and I don't like random discard. I'm going to put it in below average as well, even though the Frostbite 8 is good in the early game.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get that out there because I think that Foregone Power is like, it's my current feeling is like it's a worse design than Plink feels, because this is the Permafrost clan and also the clan that discards at random, which is just like, why are they like this?
It's cards contain multitudes.
Yeah, it's true.
Anyway, you want to go Ice and Pyre here, buddy?
Yeah, this card is fucking unplayable. You cannot pick this. I'm putting this in the gutter. It's so bad. It doesn't do enough damage, and it has limitations.
We've mentioned many times before, right, how the current game, you're oftentimes in the late game specifically much more often playing on the bottom or mid floor. So this being in the top floor really only exists to like maybe catch a heavy that's leaking. It's only doing 90 damage, so you need to put like investment in it, and even then, the heavy might still survive, which is like a tough thing, a very, very tough thing for you to do. I wouldn't go gutter. I think I would put it in the very bad tier, but I think it's bottom of very bad and it's close.
To me, the number you need to do to catch a heavy that's escaping is like, if you say let's just do like a hypothetical, right? You have like 100 damage on a sweeper, hit twice, 200 damage with Frost Piercer, 300 damage, like probably about 400 damage. You need your Ice and Pyre, because that's like a perfect scenario. You need your Ice and Pyre to probably do like around 150, which means that with a +10, it's like close, right? It'll maybe catch a heavy, but that's only going to catch one. You can do it, and it's okay for that, but I think that the problem is you can draw this, and then the heavy's on the middle floor, and you go, oh, I should have played
I guess I gotta spend 100 gold on this terrible fucking card for it to be like playable. Like that's not what you want to do, man. That's not good.
Tough. It's very not good. I agree. You get Ancient Synergy, I believe.
I don't like this card as much as I used to. I think this is the same issue where it's like it's too hard to get this card to a high enough damage point where it's impactful. It costs 3, which is pretty expensive. We mentioned before how you have more energy to play with in general, so that's not a huge issue, and you can make the cost of this card lower. But I think in general, I just don't like this card as much as I used to. I think I put it in the below average tier.
I put it in very bad. I think that it's too expensive to do not enough damage. It basically needs you to have a bunch of spell weakness, which is not something that this clan is really doing in this game, in my experience. And it's just too expensive for incants, and it doesn't really do enough damage. If you have like, what? So you have 20 spells in your deck. What does this do? 40 times 3? 120? That's not that good for 3 energy.
Yeah.
It just doesn't do enough damage, I think. In Monster Train 1, this was good because it was like a big killer damage spell, but they didn't really bump its damage up, and the enemies have a lot more HP. So I think this is bad. Crystalline Seeds to me.
Was it to you? I think it's to you, right? That sounds right. Sure, why not?
Sounds right. Below average, I think that this card is 0 cost, and sometimes you take it because it's an incant, and this could say nothing on it, and it would still be good.
I literally 100% agree with what you're saying. That's how I feel about this card, and that's how I feel about Urchin Spines.
Yeah, you want to do Urchin Spines at the
0
same
cost,
time?
right in the same spot.
Same card.
Right in the same spot. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures.
Yeah. I think honestly, if you want to keep going, I could also put Preserve in the same spot.
I Preserve, yeah, sure. Honestly, yeah, it's the same purpose, basically, sure.
And
it doesn't have Consume on it.
Yeah, it's true.
But
same thing though. Same situation.
Same thing.
Have you ever in your life drafted Preserve and gone, I need this to freeze a card on a specific turn?
Maybe like in Monster Train 1 once ever, I think.
Yeah, I think
But in
maybe
this game,
once.
no, it's so few and far between. It doesn't really happen very often.
Yeah, because like, what if you draw the card you need to freeze first? That's the real problem.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Hmm. And I have one more that I'd like to put up for this exact same spot. Energy Siphon.
Which one? Yep. Oh, yep. That goes in there too.
I think Energy Siphon
You
should
are right.
probably just cost, or it should probably do 2 spell weakness, and then maybe you could play it, but 1 spell weakness is just not enough.
I don't even read spell weakness on this card, man. Again, I just think of this as being a 0 cost incant still.
Yeah, that's
Like,
all it
yeah,
is,
it's
really.
just
Maybe,
yeah.
like, I think maybe like once every 50 times I play it, I use the spell weakness and go, oh, that was nice for me.
I don't think I've ever done it. I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
done it, man.
It happens like very infrequently in the early to mid game where you take this and it's like, oh, my Crystallis catches this 100 health guy. That's nice. But then you're like losing
Okay.
incant, so it's kind of bad. Anyway, you can take Deep Offering here.
Oh man, this is close to gutter level, I think, for me. I think I'm gonna put it in very bad because I have like I think once since the nerf to it have taken it with the intent of using it as a value plan. And I forget what the exact it was actually not too long ago, but I forget why I did it exactly. I think I maybe had taken double energy upgrades already. And I had something else that went with it for whatever reason. But this card is just so atrocious now. 3 cost is way too expensive for this effect. The effect was already like on its own barely playable at 2 cost. And you had the ability to give it remove consume and then make it 0 cost, and then it was like actually a pretty solid card without doing any infinites with it. It was a pretty like okay thing to do. And then now it's just like you can't even do the infinite, and it's just kind of unplayable. So I don't know. I wouldn't hate you for putting this in the gutter. This is a pretty big fall off card wise.
Yeah, I think this is the gutter for sure. The problem with this card is that if you are Exile Stygian, you can't play it at all because you like if you're Exile Stygian and you need to incant, which I don't know, does your champion need to incant in Exile Stygian? Oh wait, yeah,
Hmm.
all he does is incant. You can't play this card because if you play Foregone Power, you might discard it, which is bad. And if you play it, you miss all of your incants from Foregone Power. And it costs 3, so you play this, and then you have no energy to play the cards you draw. The only thing this was good for was doing the infinite. And I think the infinite was like an interesting long-term payoff for Deep Offering, where you would see this in Ring 3 and go, I don't have a great play to win the game. And then you would play like, okay, well, I could path these magic shops to try to set up this infinite, right? Remove cards. I'm strong early, but I have no way to beat 500 HP heavies. And then they killed it. I think this was definitely the most interesting deck building infinite in this game, and they just got rid of it, which is really sad. And this card I would never ever click, I don't think.
There's also this issue of this card existing in the same clan as Frenzied Swarm.
Yeah.
Like it's just like holdover Frenzied Swarm is like the maybe the literal strongest thing you can do in this entire game. And then
Mm-hmm.
this card just goes, but what if you played me instead? And you're like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Literally never.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Very, 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 very bad. I'm very sad. I thought it was so cool. And it's like disappointing now. In my mind, it was the same as like playing for Magma Cultist, where you're taking this because you have a strong early, but you have no way to scale into the late, and then this is a way to play the game,
Mhm.
which was cool. Did you do that one?
I'd already forget. I think so though.
Okay.
I did that one actually. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take Drain. This one is probably going to be shocking because Drain says Sap on it. I think this card is very bad. I have not stamped this card. I think it's really, really hard to play this as a random discard.
Wow.
Everything
Very
that
bad.
everything that I said about Foregone Power is exacerbated on this because you can't play this card with Foregone Power because they just are at odds. And Sap 3 on a single target is just not really good enough. I mean, compare it to like the other Sap card, right? Not the other Sap card within this clan, but the other Sap card in this game. That I think is worth talking about, which I can't think of the name of, but the Underlegion one, the 1 cost Sap 2.
Gooey Flask.
Yeah, Gooey Flask. That's Sap 2 to
Mhm.
all enemies for 1, with no drawback except for Consume. This is Sap 3 and you lose a card in your hand at random. It's not good.
It's bad for sure. I don't think I put it in like the gutter or very. I think this is like the bottom end of below average. 'Cause I think the one saving grace for this is that this card is really nice in the Titan fight. Slap this onto Dominion every once in a while, and it's saving you a lot of HP.
That is
I think
true.
that's like the one real saving grace of this card. So I put it in the bottom of below average here. I think that again, random discard is bad, especially if you are relying on a held over Frenzied Swarm. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I will say, I don't know if. I mean, how many hours do I have in this game? Monster Train. 1 second. Yeah, I've played this game for 500 hours. I don't think I've ever picked Drain.
Wow, this guy hates Drain.
It's really bad. I think it's just a very bad card. You can do Flash
Up,
Freeze.
up next, we have Flash Freeze. I think this is probably just kind of an average card. I think early game it's awesome because it's like a really good amount of damage. Put it on a backline, the backline is dead. Put it on a heavy, they will probably die before they make it to the pyre. Put this on an Archeon, it's a lot of damage output on Archeon, which is maybe what you need or whatever, right? It obviously falls off in the late game, but the nice thing about this clan is that all you really just want is spells. Even if they're bad spells, they're good for you. So I think this is just an average card.
I agree with everything you said, but I'm going to put it in above average because I think this clan has a pretty weak early game, and this card is so strong and versatile in the early game. Kills backline, kills heavy, kills bosses. You need those things, so this can really do
Yeah,
anything for you. It fixes a pretty
that's
weak
fair.
early game.
I think
And
the
yeah,
only weakness this card has is that it like unlike our zero cost incant garbage you said before, this has to need a target. So if your floor is empty, you either don't play it or you play it on one of your own units, which is actually oftentimes not even that bad of a thing to do, but just context dependent on what you're
yeah,
doing.
for sure, for sure.
Um, mhm.
I get Frenzied Swarm.
Mm.
This card is, I think, not quite exceptional for me, but it's very good. It's like above average. I don't know if it's like maybe exceptional because it is very good to just daze everything. Yeah, I don't know why. I just haven't had many runs with it lately, I feel like. So it doesn't have a long or like a strong impact in my mind. But like Holdover Frenzied Swarm is really, really, really good. So I think this should go in exceptional actually.
I am putting it in exceptional for sure. You said it. Holdover, like discarding your hand is a bad thing. However, if this is the last card you're playing every turn, this is an incredibly strong effect. So it's like probably just do that. You can't really play it with foregone powers mess this card up pretty drastically. But I think the idea is that if you take this card, you just remove the foregone powers from your deck, and you're pretty
Yeah.
happy. You're in a good spot.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, this card is kind of just why all of the other random discards are bad, right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, I agree. It's exceptional. I haven't played it. That's what I'm realizing. I have not played this card lately. It just hasn't shown up.
Weird.
Oh,
Pretty
you know
weird.
what? I think this tier list is missing a card, by the way.
Again, what card are we missing this time?
There was a new one added in this update. Did you see it? Have you seen it yet? There's one new
There's a
card.
new card?
Yeah, it's an event card.
Oh, well, we're technically we started this video before the event came out, so we can't talk about it legally.
Yeah, I'll just add it in my free time. If you haven't seen it,
Okay.
it's from the Purified Essence event. If you don't give the 50/50 to your unit, it's 3 energy, no consume, apply dazed 1 to all enemies.
That's, I mean, not terrible. A little
Yeah,
expensive, probably, but that's a pretty cool effect.
it's interesting. We can talk about it when we get there. We'll probably get there, who knows when.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
yeah.
up next we have the Frost Piercer. 2 cost is one of the new equipments they added in the last update.
Hmm.
2 cost, strike apply, frostbite equal to half the damage dealt. This is I've played this a couple times, and every time I've played this, I have not needed the frostbite to win the game already. This does feel like a very much a win more card to me so far from the times I have played it. So I think I will, but it does like it feels like a very strong effect though. Is my one problem. Every time I play it, I don't need it, but in my head I'm like, yeah, but if I didn't get as good of a high roll this run, it might have actually saved me. So I'm gonna
Hmm.
put it in below average, I think, for now. I see the potential for this card, but every time I see it, it just ends up not being very good for me.
As I've had the opposite experience. I think this card is actually above average. It's like it's really good in my experience so far. It's really good at dragging bad runs across the finish line because what you do is you have a run where you have no damage scaling. You put this on a sweeper, and suddenly your 100 damage sweeper who's hitting twice is doing 200 damage plus 100 frostbite, which is 100 plus 99 plus 98, and
Hmm.
suddenly you drag across the finish line and clear these 500 HP heavies.
Hmm.
It's also really good for killing entropy, which I think is something that this clan actually struggles with because you're so low damage a lot of the time. So you just get to free stack frostbite on entropy in the Titan fight. So I like this thing a lot. I also think that there's a big problem of there's not really a lot of equipment that you want in this clan. So this is like a good equipment to just throw on for free. Well, not for
I
free,
need
of
to play
course.
it more for sure,
Yeah.
but I I don't doubt these things. When I first saw this, I was like, this seems like it should be pretty good. But again, in my experience playing, every time I've seen it, it's just been overkill.
I think
Um,
my experience with it so far is like, because we've already ranked a few Stygian rares pretty low, right? Very bad gutter for me. So like, this is a card that shows up in the rare draft, and I go, hey, that's not completely useless, so I'll take it because it's like 2 energy to slap it on your unit.
that's fair.
I think a lot of times your carry just doesn't have equipment. Also, like if you're playing a siren, you probably don't have equipment on both sirens, so it's nice to have. But yeah,
The things you're saying make sense, and I'm
yeah,
excited for when I actually do play it. It ends up being pretty useful to me.
yeah, it's a rare card, and there's just like experience variance, right? You just haven't played it very
Yeah.
much, so I could see you having your opinion change.
Yes.
Okay, I will take Frozen Lands, and I will put it in. I don't know, man. I guess below average, but it's maybe very bad. It's like the reason that this is below average to me, even though it's a worse card than Torch, is because it's in a clan where you just want to play 1-cost spells that have no context on them, right? It's like the other 4 spells that I put in below average.
Yep, I agree. Very much so, completely.
Yeah.
It's good because it says the word spell on the card, and that
Yeah.
is it.
Yeah, it's a little worse than the ones that are 0 cost, maybe, but I don't know. Doing 10 damage is sometimes good in the early game. 30 damage is not a thing. Alright, Guardian Amulet to you.
I rank this pretty similar to how I rank Crypt Builder. I think Crypt Builder is better in the early game, and I think Guardian's Amulet arguably is better in the mid to late game. But ultimately, I'm just playing both of these as like an outlet to discard cards too. So if I have a lot of discard cards, this is great. If I don't, it's terrible. I think I just put it in average for now. A little bit lower than Crypt Builder, but not by too much.
I hate this card. I'm going to put it in very bad.
What the heck?
Yeah, I think that it's not too often where I am playing runs where I'm like, oh yeah, and then I have enough discard to just always discard this. So the effect on it is insultingly bad. Also, like you can never get value out of this. I think Crypt Builder you can at least pay 3 to play it in the worst cases, and you're getting an okay effect out of it. But I don't know. I think Guardian's Amulet is just awful.
This guy hates sap. It's confirmed.
It's interesting because I think Sap is really good, but Sap 2, I think that if this card was Sap 3, I would put it in below average or even maybe up another one. Because this, if you remember back in like the very early days of Monster Train 1, this card was super OP. And then they
I
just nerfed
honestly,
it.
I just like never even play it for the sap. Like I only play this if I have the ability to discard it.
You know what I'm starting to realize? I think that I just haven't played much Incant lately because I think Incant it struggles in this game pretty heavily.
I don't know.
We
It
can
just
talk
depends
about that.
on what you're seeing. I feel like.
Yeah, we can talk about it when we get to the Sirens.
Speaking of,
Oh my
Voyix,
god.
how do you feel about the best incant card in the game, Harness the Titan?
Fuck, man. Because like I'm gonna put it in the gutter. This card is actually just unclickable. It's like, it's really hard. I mean, you probably could say like, oh, well, this is very bad because of the incant. But like, this card is worse than Frozen Lance.
Voyix, I put it in the gutter too. Don't worry, it's really bad.
No, you're right though, because it's like, it is an incant, but no, because you're like adding trash to your deck when you
Here's
could just be playing Frozen Lance.
here's the thing. In your draft, there's probably another spell you can take instead.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
There's probably something else you can take instead, man. Like you shouldn't take this.
Now,
it's a not a good effect.
Here's the question for you. How much does this need to say for you to pick it? What magic power number?
Like 30? I don't know.
30 was what I was thinking. You'd have to look at the breakpoints, but like, oh god.
I haven't even tried doing it in this game because I gave up on this effect a while in Monster Train 1. But I had runs where I put holdover on this, trying to make it like be a thing where I make my spells just really, really big. It just never ended up being worth it.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Stinky. Oh, you know what? I bet you can get there though. I bet you can. One day, someone will have like a twin stone held over. What's the pyre and ice? Whatever the fucking terrible
Ice
other
Empire.
spell is. Ice and Pyre, yeah. You do that, you do Harness the Titan, you give that holdover and whatever, and you end up getting to the point where you're just playing enough Ice and Pyres to clear the entire floor. And that's cool for you, man. Congrats.
Yeah, now I know I've always said it's a little bit of an apples to oranges to compare across clan lines, but if you were to hold over Harness the Titan every turn for 6 turns, you would still be getting less value on your cards than if you just played Eka and put her on the Silver Empress path.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like this needs to be so much bigger. Because
Yeah.
you're giving up a draw for this too. It's very bad. Maybe it could be like a perma
Yeah.
scaling card. Like 1 energy, apply +2 magic power permanently to cards in hand. Something like that, maybe.
What if this was like Vine Mother, where it just gave +10 to every spell in your deck? Would that be good?
Maybe. Actually, like, possibly.
Maybe that's enough.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, you get to do Crystallis.
Crystallis, a good early game all-star, right? Kill heavy, no problem, easy peasy. I feel like this thing falls off pretty hard in the mid game, so I'm gonna, I think, put this in average, because it is a spell still and it's decent damage, and if you do have any conduit or whatever, it goes pretty well. But I don't know. Bit of a basket card.
I give it above average. It's good early, and a lot of cards in the early packs are pretty bad. And I think that it's very easy to go to a magic shop to look for something else. Like you're looking for holdover on important cards like Frenzied Swarm, and then you're just like, oh yeah, by the way, Crystallis costs 1 now. And then this card's like OP, right? 70 damage for 1, and the incant is strong. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I'm looking at this clan, and I'm like, wow, does every card in this clan fucking suck? What the hell? So I gotta give some value out. It goes to above average. We gotta get the Stygian skew up a little bit. Did you do Crystallis?
I did Crystallis, so I said average, and then you put it above. So have fun with your favorite card, Hoarfrost Effigy.
It's like, I will put this card in the gutter where it belongs, but this is another example of a very good card to be bad, because there are people out there who are going to be like, whoa, I can make my frostbite really big, and you can have a lot of fun doing that. You can like put a lot of frostbite on the bosses, and that's really fun. This card could cost 1, and I think I would still not pick it. The fact that this thing costs 3 is fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is too expensive for sure. I think I mentioned this before to you. I've had one run ever where Hoarfrost Effigy was good for me, and it was in the Titans, and I was able to like take frostbite off of Savagery and then transfer it onto Entropy to kill it. And that's like a fun, awesome, cool thing. That is like the only application for this card, and that's only if you have enough frostbite to be significant in the first place onto Savagery, and I feel like that happens so infrequently.
Yeah.
So I think gutter is the right place for it. But it's like it's like a thing where it's like every once in a while you can play this, and that's really cool.
Yeah,
but
agree.
It's pretty stinky.
Yeah.
Up next here is Ice Storm. I feel kind of the same way about this as I feel about Helix Crystal. You can't target it, which is oftentimes really bad for you. But if you have any bonuses on it, it holds random bonuses really well, and it's an incant, which is great for this clan. I think I'll put this in the bottom of above average, I think, for me personally. But it's like, I feel like I find myself playing this less and less, I feel like, than I used to. So I don't know.
Yeah, I give it average. I think that it is like, it's fine to give it incidental upgrades, but it's like, the fact that it's random means that you're just going to end up hitting like the boss a lot of the time, which feels bad for floating bosses, and you're just going to miss the enemies that you need to hit with it. I don't know if you've ever been in the position where you have to play a +10 Ice Storm and pray it kills the silencer, but that shit is not fun.
It does not sound fun, no.
Yeah, on Entropy Seraph, it's very sad. But I mean, it is a 1-cost incant card, and that's okay. It's probably one of the better ones to incant off of. The loss of +10 piercing, I think, hurt this card a lot. Ice Tornado me?
Yes.
This clan does not have too many of these where it's like actually just so much worse in one half than the other. Maybe this is the only one. Really, really bad to play this in Exile Stygian. And it's okay in default, but still pretty bad because it's an uncommon. So I'm going to give this very bad. I think it's too expensive and it doesn't do enough damage, and random damage is not good, and Ice Tornado is... I kind of forgot it was in the game, actually. I thought that this was still a common. I don't know if I've ever clicked this.
I think this has got to be either like 2 cost at least or something else. It's too expensive. That's, I think, the biggest thing more than anything. Is just too expensive, and the effect is not worth putting cost reductions on it. So it shouldn't exist in this current form. Very bad, very stinky.
Needs to be a little more damage, I think, actually. What is it right now, 30?
Yeah, 30. 3 targets random.
Probably needs to be like 45 is my feeling.
Maybe 50 so we can kill the chosen assassins in Savagery.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that.
And even then it's not reliable for it, so like, I don't know, whatever, man.
Yeah, it's a tough card to balance because, like, I don't know, you make it do too much damage, it becomes OP. I think like this is probably just a mid-game warrior card that falls off and maybe does something nice in the end game, but
I don't
probably
even think
not.
it's a mid game. I think it's just like for the early game, honestly.
Yeah, but it's uncommon now, so you can't
I
even see
know.
it in the early game. Yeah,
I
it's
know.
pretty
I'm
tough.
aware.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like
Up next.
yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. What's up?
No, it's
No,
like
no, no.
I
You
think
go.
I
You
think
go.
at 45 it would be okay in the mid game, but go ahead.
Whatever. Anyway, offering token. I like this card a lot, probably more than I should. It's not an exceptional card though. It's a 0-cost incant that discards vengeful shards for you, or discards the curse that that you have to get sap for. Yada yada. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. I think this is a high end, above average card personally.
Yep, agree completely. Everything you said is correct. It's the best discard card in the game because you get to target what you want to discard, so you can always hit what you want. And I wish they were all like this one because they would all be very good then.
I think discard should either be random or all cards. It's kind of like the only way that makes sense to balance it. The fact that there's random discard in addition is very weird. But I like
Yeah.
this one a lot because it does choose.
Yep. New Siren Song. Definitely nerfed compared to the old Siren Song. Worse for sure, which is funny. I like the idea. I like what they were going for. I think that this card is not actually as bad as I originally believed. This is another one of those mid-game warrior cards where you pick this because like everything else in your rare pack is really bad. You're looking at like Deep Offering, Hoarfrost Effigy, Harness the Titan in this clan. So you just throw this in average, I would say, because what you do with this is you put it on your top floor and it stops you from taking like any damage in the mid game because any enemy that makes it up there dies automatically, and that's nice. And then in the end game, it's kind of just like useless or like risky, I would say.
I need to play it more because I haven't played it much. I don't think I played it at all yet, actually, since it became a room. But what you're saying makes sense. I think as like an insurance policy to stop people from leaking, I think that's fine. But I don't rate that very highly as like a thing. I think it's too mana to do that as well, which is kind of iffy. I'm gonna put it, I think, in below average. But again, I haven't played it at all, really, so hard to say.
I pay 1 energy for Mushy Room to do the same thing pretty much a lot of the time, and I think that it's not too crazy to put this at 2 energy. And I think this clan is really bad at killing heavies sometimes, so it's nice to have this card, especially in the mid game. But yeah, you have to try it out. I've had a few runs where it saved me a lot of HP.
Okay, up next we have the Spike of the Stygian. We should have maybe included this with the 0-cost incanters.
Yeah.
Oftentimes that's what I'm doing with this thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as bad as they are because I think there is some application. Oftentimes I will use this to just, if I have extra energy on a turn and I have this permafrost, I'll just throw this for X equals 2 on Dominion to save some health. But I think this is a pretty insultingly low effect for what it does. So I'm going to put below average, I think.
Yeah, I'll give it average because, like, I don't know. I think you pick this pretty often because it's better than skipping in this clan very often. And, you know, have you seen the rares in this clan?
Yeah.
But no, I think it's fair to put it in below average. Honestly, yeah, I'll just put it in below average. I agree. It probably does just go with all the other ones, but at least it has the value of you can put it on Dominion in the end game. I don't know if that... You're right. I don't think that drops it up or bumps it up a whole tier. Titan's Tooth.
Titan's Tooth.
This card is like it's the same as Crypt Builder to me, I think, but like worse now because this is an uncommon. So I'm gonna put it in below average because it is just like you use this to discard, but I think that the effect on this is also useless. You just use it for the offering discard for incant, which I think is not that strong. So I'll give it below average.
I agree, and I've decided also upon pondering it more to move Guardian's Amulet to basically the same thing because I do play them kind of the same way.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, you said it right. Basically, the effect's not worth it for 3. It's not terrible in the early game, but it's just kind of stinky, and you're using this just to discard, basically.
Why is this uncommon? What did they move from the uncommon pool in Monster Train 1 to the common pool? Is it the freeze guy?
It might be the freeze mollusk.
And then
I think he used to be an uncommon and is now a common.
What about Ice Tornado? That was also a common in Monster Train 1.
It was. So surely something else has been moved. Maybe Energy Siphon? Was that an uncommon?
No.
I don't think so.
So one of these commons was an uncommon in Monster Train 1.
Crypt Builder, maybe?
No, that was definitely a common.
I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they just... I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not.
Was Malice Mage maybe an uncommon as well? Did they move both of them down to common?
Maybe. I don't remember what Malice Mage was.
Yeah, whatever.
Who knows?
That was 100 years ago.
Yeah. Very strange.
Okay.
Who's up?
I'm up for unnamed tome.
Oh, nice.
Very, very good card. Once upon a time, I think Dusk had put this as the single best card in the game. It's good, but it is a lot worse than it used to be, because it used to be silence the units forever. Now it's just mute 3, which is not forever, but it's not bad. Holds a lot of upgrades pretty well. You can put double stack on it. You can do a twin stone on it, right? Good things. I think I just put this in above average, high end of above average, because I think the effect is very strong. Can save you runs. You can also give it intrinsic too, by the way, as well, then, to make sure you can like immediately turn 1, stop Seraph shenanigans, whatever they're doing. But I don't know. I'm not the super biggest fan of it currently.
I think it's still exceptional. I think that it's really good. Even at 3, it's still strong. But I think that if they ever drop it down even like 1 more, I think it becomes like almost unplayable at 2. But I think 3 is like right on the sweet spot.
It used to be 5.
Yeah,
right.
5,
I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, 5. It was super OP.
Yeah. Tragic.
Yep. Titan's Gratitude. I will give this a little higher than the other random discard cards of Drain and is there another one? Oh, Foregone Power.
Foregone Power?
Yeah, Foregone Power is in below average. This card's fine just because it's 60 damage in the early game, and this clan is weak early, so you take this sometimes. I think that if this were uncommon, I would never click it ever in my life.
I think you are right. I think that is a lot of damage early on. Being able just to crush heavies is pretty cool.
Yep.
Because oftentimes you're letting them leak, which is bad. So yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, and then as soon as you get Frenzy Swarm, you never play this again. Ooh, gifts for a guard.
Gifts for a guard. Let me read what the current version is. I think this might be one of the old versions, right?
No, this is current.
This is current. Okay.
Yeah, this is current. So, it says draw 3 damage spells now.
Yeah, draw 3 damage spells and apply consume plus 30 magic power, and they cost 0. Yep. I think this card's actually maybe not as bad as I think it is, because it is like probably like the issue with Gifts to the Guard before is that like, oh, you would use this and you would draw your holdover Frenzied Swarm, and now you're dead. Yep. And that can't happen because now it's only targeting damage spells. So that seems like it's actually maybe a pretty cool effect now. But I actually haven't played it at all since the change to it, so I'm not super confident. I think I'll just put it in below average because I don't trust it. Also, they removed an infinite from it too, apparently, because once again, infinites are too strong for whatever reason.
Yeah,
it's a little too expensive, I think, for the very bad. Okay.
I think it's like, I don't know. I don't want to play this card. That's it.
I think if you give it like a generic cost reduction on it, you are like probably net positive energy, right? You're getting 3 spells and then it costing 0. So you're probably, unless there were 0 cost cards you're getting out of this, you are getting more value. But you are thinning your deck out, which could be an issue, right? I think that's like, but I guess the other spell also has consume, so I don't know. Just kind of a weird spot to be in.
I think you're not thinning your deck out in a meaningful enough way for this card to be good for that. So I think the only reason you would play this is because you're like, I need to get 4 incants right now, which is not really enough to push me over any breakpoints in my mind. But I don't know. You probably pick this. I think the only time you ever play this is you're like, I'm playing 2 sirens, I need to incant very fast, and so you pick it for that because the other cards are not good. And if it's not that situation, you don't pick this. Also, like, really bad in Exile Stygian, right? Because you're just always drawing cards you added to your deck.
Yeah, you can't hit any what's it called, Frozen Lances off of that.
Yeah. So it's like you're only hitting Frozen Lance. You can't hit Foregone Power.
Yeah.
But yeah. Strange. Real quick, do you want to talk about these spells? Because I didn't realize how bad I feel Stygian spells are.
Well, Stygian spells are bad, but they make up for the fact that they just get value from playing spells, so I think it makes sense.
I placed like half of their rares in the gutter.
Well, yeah, but
and 2 of their rares in very bad.
They're not good.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
I don't think that's fine. I think this clan needs help.
Well, no, look at all their units. Look at how good their units are there.
Is this the worst clan in the game?
No, shut up. They have frenzy swarm, idiot. Okay, up next we have called Kalia.
Yeah. You want to do these two
I, I,
together?
I
Two
sure.
sweepers.
Yeah. I don't know how you feel about them, but I feel like unlike the Awoken clan that has some pretty good, like not good, but like some ways to get their attack up, there's kind of no way to get the Squid Lady's attack up in this clan natively. You need to rely on your other clan to get their attack high enough to kill things.
Yep.
I think these two I might just put in the above average tier. They're very good, they're sweepers, but I don't like them as much as a lot of the other sweepers.
I agree 100% in the context. So they're good because they're one energy, two space sweepers. They have pretty bad base stats though. Their damage output and HP is pretty low. And yeah, they're in a clan that has, I think, 0 access to damage scaling. This clan can't scale your damage at all on your units. So they're fully reliant on your allied clan to scale their damage. I think this leads you to a very easy conclusion, which is that the worst clan combo in the game is Stygian plus any other clan that's bad at scaling, which is Stygian Awoken or Stygian Umbra, typically. Because you are just kind of fucked in those clan combos. So yeah, I think I agree. I think just for the record, I think Cold Kalia is like a little bit better because her frostbite output is actually meaningful in a clan that does no damage.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. And I think worst case with these units is that they're going to be still a really good backline clearing for you. You just give them quick and then like a damage upgrade, and they kill all the backline in the game, which is a very good spot to be in for these units still.
Yeah,
so that's fine. That's fine. But that's kind of that's all you can rely on them for in this clan, basically.
Yeah, and you hope that your secondary clan is a clan that can give them the damage to win, or you just hit like Bloodthirsty Blade. But yeah, quick multi on either of these to carry through backline, and then hope that you get some damage for frontline. And sometimes all you need is backline clear if you're fighting entropy or corruption.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note that you have pretty good ways in this clan of killing heavies. The spells do a decent amount of damage to frontline units, and then usually the incant sirens are pretty good at chunking them down as well. So they work. I think the clan works well together with the tools they have. I don't think you need these sirens to often be a one-man killing crew. But just note that they're weaker than the other sweepers because in the context of their clan they don't have like that strong of a line, I guess.
Yeah, I think Frostpiercer is good because your damage scaling options are so weak in this clan that it's some way to scale damage. But yeah,
that makes sense.
I agree. I think above average is clear. Okay,
I want to do Eel Gorgon.
This unit is like, I haven't played a lot of him. This unit's like really, really bad, right?
Yeah, I think there's like this thing, we're going to talk about this a lot, we've been talking about it a lot, where it's like, in Monster Train 1, there were certain units that were really good because all they needed was like, Eel Gorgon just needed like a large stone, and like maybe like 1 plus attack bonus, and then playing 10 spells won you an entire fight, basically, or maybe it's 10 spells, but like playing 6 or 7 spells per turn did just win the combat for you pretty easily.
Yeah.
And that is not the case in the game right now. You need some sort of damage scaling plan on Eel Gorgon, and then you need to play spells on Eel Gorgon to win. And like we mentioned, there's no native scaling in this clan at all. So it's a big liability. Obviously, if you have any sort of good scaling on Eel Gorgon, it doesn't take much to get pretty crazy numbers. But I would put this, I think, in below average, because I think it is just reliant on what your other clan's doing. Also important to note, you need a clan that scales via stats. So something like Hellhorned with Rage does not work because the Rage will fall off.
I bet this unit's actually not as bad as it seems, because I bet he does really well with equipment. Like, you could give him Glass Cannon, right? And then he sheds the Fragile, and then suddenly he's just plus 50.
Yeah, yeah.
So you could do something like that.
But I don't know if that's enough though all the time though. Again, it's like kind of iffy.
Yeah, and you're like weak to getting stacked with a bunch of curses and then having one bad day and dying. Yeah. There is tech where you silence him though, right? And then he keeps the multi-strike.
Yeah, it's really inconsistent though. I mentioned it. I've told you about this a long time ago. But if you put the equipment, the silence equipment, the Stoic Plate Mail on Eel Gorgon, you keep the multi strike that you currently have. So the idea is that you want to machine gun out a lot of spells on the same turn that you then play the equipment, and then you have access to doing things like stacking Rage and Eel Gorgon while having a lot of multi strike. There's some cool things there. Do not do that into Entropy Seraph because the silence unit, for whatever reason, cancels the silence from your equipment, and then you lose your multi-strike. Or at least that's what it did when I last played. Maybe that's been patched since then. I don't know. Yeah, it was actually a long time ago that I did that, but
I think it
All this to be said,
might have been bug
was
fixed.
maybe. All
I'm
this
not
to be
sure.
said, even that you mentioned about glass cannon, I think the problem here, right, is that if you're playing glass cannon on Edelgorg and you have 60 attack, right, you need to play 10 spells to kill one heavy with that, like, and then you get to like hit the one behind it like once or twice too. Then you need a little bit more even than a glass cannon for this to work.
I
So
think
it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think his biggest problem is that Armor Shark isn't good because Edelgorgon can't go first ever because he cleanses his quicks. So he needs Armor Shark to be good enough to frontline for him, and Armor Shark is fucking awful. He's so bad. So yeah,
I think
I'm
you
gonna
can do
give
it with
him
Siren as a tank, but I don't know. I see the
maybe.
potential for it, but I think you're just way too reliant on your other clan to be giving this unit enough support for it to be like a good unit.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him very bad. I think this unit is bad, but maybe I will have my heart changed. He does scale, at least.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's interesting. Alright, you can do
Okay.
Armor Shark.
Armor Shark. This unit fucking sucks.
Yeah,
It's
really
pretty
bad.
bad. I will put it in the very bad tier. However, I did have a run recently where I gave it dualism and then the +2 incant as well. So it was incanting 10 armor per cast. And I was against Corruption Seraph, and I just had so much incant that it was enough armor to survive.
Okay.
So that was pretty cool. And that's the only time it's ever happened for me ever, I'm pretty sure.
What are his base stats? He's like a 515.
Let me pull it up here for you, Jamie. Or I'm Jamie, I think.
I
Hold
think
on,
he's
sorry.
1 energy, 2 space, 515, incant armor 3.
525,
25.
sir.
I think they gave like a flat +10 to a bunch of tanks in this game.
Yeah, it's like, it's again pretty bad. Pretty bad. I think the big issue with Guardian named is that Siren of the Sea exists.
Yeah, it's like insane.
And it's just like, why would you want to gain 3 armor when you can gain 3 attack and 3 health?
Yeah,
It
it's
just
kind
seems
of
so much worse.
insane,
And the
right?
only use case is if you see dualism and you don't see Titanite. That's it. That's the only time this is a better tank than Siren of the Sea. And
Yeah.
it happened to me one time ever, and it was great, but still, it wasn't that good.
Yeah, I agree. Very bad. He's like really, really bad in the savagery because he's just gonna get fucking blown away.
That's true as well.
Sent to the moon. Very strange. Okay. I get Lodestone Totem. This thing is okay. I think that I'm gonna give it average. I think in Monster Train 1, Lodestone Totem was like in the running for best card in the game or best unit in the game because you just played like 2 copies of it and won because you would sap everything to 0 and walk into your pyre. You can't do that in this game, but if you consider this unit as more of like a supporting tank for your carry and you use this to like mitigate incoming damage for 1 space, it's really good for that. So I think it's good as that. The big downside is that it's 3 energy. At 2 energy, I think this thing would be above average or maybe even OP. But yeah, you put dualism on this and then enemies don't hurt you, but you still have to plan to kill the enemies because there are things like spikes in the game.
Yeah, we talked about this with Enchantrel. Is literally the exact same thing, basically.
I think it's a little different to me because this guy's 1 space and you're already probably incanting in this clan.
Yeah,
yeah. She's 2 space and you're also giving up a space for the mushroom stack, so you have a lot less room to do something else that's good on the floor with Enchantrel.
I just meant like this. It was the same in the sense of like playstyle. Like it's like you can't rely on this to sap everything because you will not win the Titans if you do that. You will die.
Yeah, they'll kill you eventually unless you have like perma stell or perma days on what's his name, corruption, and then you just like I don't know, perma days.
And you play the longest fucking game ever of Monster Train.
Yeah, you'll play like a 30-round fight or something, but it's like theoretically possible, I guess. But like, yeah, I guess you could do it with like a perma silence on entropy and savagery, and then a perma days on corruption, and you just wait forever. Okay, you get Siren of the Sea, or no, this is Nameless Siren.
Nameless Siren. Nameless Siren, I think, with the invention of dualism, became a lot better than Nameless Siren in the last game. I think this is maybe like an above average unit for me. It's bordering on average to above average. I like that you know, it's just really good at killing heavies. We mentioned before, right? We have sweepers to kill backline, we have sirens to kill heavies, and it does the job really well. So I think this is above average for me.
I give the Siren average. I think that if units had 3 upgrade slots, this would probably be above average or maybe even exceptional. The problem with Siren is that she needs dualism and multi-strike, but you also need to give her some sort of armor, like incant armor 2 or HP. So you have to sacrifice either your damage scaling or your survivability on this unit to play her, which I think makes her use case a little more narrow because it makes the early game a lot harder. And she's just like kind of bad at Corruption Seraph as a result of that. But I still think she's good, so I'd give her average.
I agree with the point on Corruption Seraph. I've found myself just sacrificing defense then. I've just gone like with like, you know, putting her in the back and then just like, she won't get hit, it'll be fine. And it's a little bit risky, but I think in the role of just being purely a damage character, she's really strong. And if you just play her that way.
In the Corruption Seraph, this is the clan that can go, it'll be fine, because you have Frenzied Swarm and
yes.
The other one, Silence.
Unnamed Tome.
Yeah. Yep. I think the problem is like sometimes you pick this unit in Ring 2 and then you die to Legion. That's my real fear. But it doesn't happen too often if you hit dualism, because she'll just like crush. She'll do so much damage. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah. I think she's alright. I think that the Sirens in general are just kind of weak in terms of being your main game plan. It's hard to get the numbers, but she's like able to do it. Okay.
I haven't had too much trouble with the Sirens. I feel like they not super consistently get there, but I think in the current state of the game, they hold the big upgrades pretty well usually. So I just take them and go to a lot of steel shops, and it usually goes pretty well for me.
I think the Siren of the Sea can't beat Savagery. I think she's too slow for that. But Name of Siren can.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, I'll take Offering Monument. This is the new Offering Monument, which is the We Hate Infinites Offering Monument. This is just 0/1 incant draw +1. It's shocking and easy to forget because this is a rare, but this card's exceptional.
Yeah.
This just says draw to 10 every turn forever.
That's true.
It's
I
weird, right?
I agree with you. I think I've only played it like once or twice, and it has been pretty strong. So I think I will put it up here too, because I think that it's really strong. it's death cap, but more consistent, because death cap, you're not always playing rally. You always have some spells. Even if you're not an incant build, you have spells in your deck. Like it came with the game.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's pretty good.
It's like, I think it's 1 energy too, right? So it's like you're paying 1 energy in deployment in 1 space to just have 5 draw relics.
Yeah.
It's very strong. You get the other Siren.
I get the other Siren. The slightly more flexible, but arguably worse one, I think. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. I think they're pretty close, power-wise. I mentioned it before. These Sirens, because they gain 3 HP per incant, are like just basically strictly better than the Armored Shark. They can hold Endless in theory if you're against Corruption Seraph, and then they just die, and then you replay them, and they keep their stats, which is pretty cool, right? You can just give them double multi-strike, and they can probably chunk down most heavies. I don't think it's too hard to get them to the point where they're killing savagery waves, but you will probably leak like 50 health worth of damage in that fight. Yeah. I think you can, but if you came in with full health, you'll probably survive, and you'll probably crush the Titans afterwards, so it's not too bad. And I give them Smidge Stone. You can go Smidge Multi and just like copy this a couple times and just have an entire floor of them. I think I put this in above average too, but it's more generically strong and less specialized than Nameless. I like it though.
Yeah, I think this unit's just average. I agree with everything you said. I think that she's just a little weak on carrying, and I think that you can just kind of have a tough day of incants sometimes. But this unit, I think that she plays really well. Like, you almost always want to play this if you're playing Titan Channel Soul Guard, because she can be like, she can act as an interim tank and also a damage dealer while you wait for Soul Guard to scale up, and that's really good. I think she's always in that run.
I think I would also I know you mentioned before Frostpiercer being very good with Sweepers. I think I would also play Frostpiercer sometimes in Savagery on these Sirens of the Sea too. I think it could be really useful there as well.
I think all 4 of this clan's main carry units would like to play Frostpiercer.
Yep.
But yeah, I just think that they're fine. Maybe I'll have my opinion change a little bit. I haven't had many good incant runs lately, but yeah, it's fine. What do I get? Oh, I get Hot Shark.
You do get the Hot Shark.
Hot Shark is like not good in this game. It's sad to say, because he was like the king of Monster Train 1. Where did I put Puffball? I put Puffball in average.
I put Puffball. Okay.
You gave him above average, right?
Yes, I put gay puffball above average. I think they just fill the same role right now, honestly. I know that it's a little bit different, and I think Shark is better at the role of killing backline. So I think I would put it in above average personally, but
I'm gonna give him
it's
average. I think he's a little worse than Puffball because Puffball's big value point is that he kills bosses for you in the early game, and Shark does not.
that is true. That is
But
true.
I think Shark is fine because at the end of the day, he's a 0, 35, 1, 8, 1 energy, 2 space tank, and that's fine. This clan doesn't really need him because you have a lot of good tanks, but if you don't see anything else, he's okay. His frostbite effect is like meaningless though because he's never putting enough frostbite to make a meaningful impact on savagery, and corruption, it takes too long to kill the little reanimate guys, so you'll just take the damage anyway, and he doesn't kill the curses, and entropy, he gets silenced every 3 waves or so.
Yeah.
So he's just bad in the Seraph.
Yeah, he gets kind of crushed in that fight, absolutely.
And I think he's also bad in fight 7. I think he's just like good until Kale, and then he becomes bad.
You know, that's
yeah, he just
maybe I want to put them both lower. Maybe I want to put them both lower. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave him here for now. I'll think about it. I'll think about it more.
Yeah, I think the general value is that they are both very good in the early game, so they get to be here. But Shark's just like a little worse.
I get fucking lodestone. This is Guardian Stone. Never mind. Sorry, I thought
Guardian Stone.
Confused for a second here. Yeah, this thing's fucking dog shit.
Yep.
One armor per incant is so low. I don't want to put it in the. I don't gutter. I never play this thing. It seems so bad to me.
I'll put it very bad. I think it has one thing that makes it. This is something that keeps it out of the gutter, to be fair, but it's good with the hellhorned railhammer relic because that is 5 incant per armor, or 5 armor per incant rather.
You know what? I agree with that. I'm leaving it in the gutter because that's one out of clan relic that's good with it, but that's not enough for me to save it. But it's pretty bad.
I think in runs where you're incanting, a lot of times you're playing 2 space, so you can sometimes pick this and throw it on the floor and it makes some difference, but not a lot. So, very bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think it has like a very small niche within the clan. I feel the exact same about Glacial Seal, which I'm going to put in the same spot. I think Glacial Seal is like, I have nothing else to put in this spot. I have an open spot on the floor. Here's Glacial Seal. Go ahead. It does very little, but it's fun to go, whoa, Glacial Seal, woo.
I'm sorry, I'm putting it in the gutter. I feel like I've never had this be impactful on a run for me before.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't fault you.
I don't know. Sorry, Glacial Seal. Maybe if you didn't get nerfed in Monster Train 1, I wouldn't laugh at you when I see you. It's your fault.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, I'm gonna throw these in the gutter. They're really bad. It's like 1 in a million, maybe.
Up next, we've got the Cuttlefish.
Mollusk Mage. Love this guy. He's so cute.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about the fact that it's got conduit on it, so it's a buff that can be like augmented by like propagate, yada yada, etc., versus just being plus 10 magic power? Do you think that's a huge power up for this card?
Yeah, he's OP now for sure. They made him broken. No doubt.
Where are you putting this guy?
I'm sorry.
I think you're up, right?
Am I up? I think it's you. I did
Was it me? Seal. I thought I did Glacial. Oh, whatever. Fine. I'm putting this in, I think, very bad. I think in the early game it's not horrible. I think the spell power is really only relevant then, and then it falls off a fucking cliff. And I don't like playing it. The end.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing in this guy's favor is that he's Moon Pixie for Luna Coven. So if you're playing with Luna Coven and this clan, you can play this in place of Moon Pixie, and he's like close. He's actually about on pace with Moon Pixie, because Moon Pixie on a floor of like Moon Pixie plus 3 other units is 12, and he's 15. So he's actually better than her in the clan usually.
You know what? Cool thing to keep in mind for the future.
Yeah,
but this clan does not utilize it nearly as well, unfortunately.
No, he's really bad in Stygian, but he's good in Luna Coven, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Good to know.
Okay, this is the freeze guy. This guy goes in the gutter. I think that I hate him. He's like always useless. Permafrost is bad. The end.
Yeah, that's probably correct. I think I want to like being able to point and click freezing instead of it being random every turn.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's just still not worth much.
No, it's not very good. I mean, it's like, I think that in Luna Coven, I would pick this unit a lot, because Luna Coven actually does enough damage for their spells to matter. Because like a big problem with Luna Coven's conduit plan is you just miss your spells on important turns. So this unit would be good in Luna Coven. In Stygian, playing spells is bad. So I don't want to do this. Or you just actually, it's not bad. You want to play them as fast as possible to get in cants rather
you don't
than
want
play
to
them on a specific turn.
Exactly. You don't want to hold them.
I think that Cuddle Hex here, or no, this is what is this guy's name?
That's Cuddle Hex.
Oh, and the other one's Mollusk Mage. Yeah, Cuddle Hex is good as your starter card sometimes, because sometimes in the early game, like fight 2, you need him to free the Frostbite card, so you can always put Frostbite on the boss, and that's like the only thing he does. I would never draft this guy though.
Yeah.
Very bad. I think Stygian was our fastest to talk about.
Yeah. Great work. We did it. It only took an hour instead of an hour and 20 minutes.
All right. Umbra, would you like to start?
Oh, Coven?
Yeah.
Coven, everyone's favorite card, Coven. I know you love talking about this card because I had one run in the very beginning of Monster Train 2 where I lost. And there was a person who was like, probably the correct line was to play Coven and just constantly, like a holdover Coven and just constantly, I think it was move Savagery down to my main floor to keep it from dealing damage to my pyre directly. And I think this card is in the gutter. I fucking hate this thing. I think the use case for Coven is horrendous. And I will basically never use it, ever. I don't care. I would rather lose than play this card.
I do think constantly about the guy who said the line in your run was to hold over Coven to keep Savagery locked to the middle floor. Because it's like, maybe he was right, but it's impossible. I feel like it can't be right. That being said, I'm willing to put this in very bad and not quite the gutter. I think the main thing that saves Coven is that since you're playing on bottom floor, you can sometimes use this to just catch a heavy with a sweeper that's going to go by you. It's also good with banished, if you don't know, because if you cave in a whole floor, you get a lot of shift triggers for that, which is nice, at least.
That's neat. It just feels so counterproductive. Not counterproductive. I guess just against what this clan's even doing in the first place. Because the whole thing is that, like, more than any other clan, Umbra has the capacity to play multiple floors because you sometimes want to spread out morsel feeding to multiple units. But this, like, it's just like, it gives you one just big overstacked floor in theory too, which is just not what you want to do with the clan. And I think, like, the idea of, like, using this as, like, a targeted descend card in enemies is, like, fine, but like usually if you're relying on this consistently, you're gonna like lose still because you're gonna end up getting a floor 2 overstacked. And eventually it's gonna catch up to you, so it's just not really a good plan.
I think that this card is a victim of like this game. The fundamental design of this game cannot support Umbra, because I think what you're actually supposed to be doing with Coven is dropping like 30 morsels onto your floor, and you just can't do that because of the 7-unit limit. Umbra, like, fundamentally, I think, does not work in this game because you have the capacity to make all these morsels and then you just can't, like, place them all, and it feels really bad. Maybe you're supposed to spread it out across multiple floors.
I think the main purpose of Coven is supposed to be played in the way that you would use something like Entangle to keep it heavy there a little bit longer so you can hit it before it leaks. And that's, like, the main point. But this is 2 mana, and you don't get a card draw next turn. Entangle, as long as you use it like proactively, is 0 mana. You only get to get 1 unit, but you usually only need to use it on 1 unit anyway. And then it also replaces itself the next turn. So this is like just super outclassed by Entangle, in my opinion.
Yeah, everybody's favorite OP card, Entangle.
Okay.
Alright. I'll take Kindle, and I will put this one in the average tier. Kindle is good if you have another X-Cost card, and it is not that good if you don't. I think it got a little bit better in the update because now you can have that Permafrost X-Cost cards relic, which you were talked about earlier. One other thing about Kindle, really good for Holy Stone. You can play like Spell Chain, Holy Stone, Kindle, and heal your whole health bar, which is nice.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good speculative pick because the clan also has Shroud Spike. So even if you take this and you don't have a X-Cost card currently, you can still, in your upcoming like rare drafts or whatever, potentially see a good X-Cost card in your clan that works well together with this.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of those weird things where it's like it really is only good if you have other X-Cost cards. So it's debatable if you should take it when you don't have it, but I think it's worth the speculation. And also, it's not terrible if you're like aggressively taking Calcified Embers. You can play this immediately and then dump your hand, and then usually also just dump your Ember as well, which is nice. So I think it's fine. I agree with average placement, but yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It has some high highs where it like carries your run with Shroud Spike for sure. Or even Prismal Dust. But yeah, it's fine. Shroud Mitosis for you?
I liked Shroud Mitosis in the last game. I think it's maybe horrible in this game. I find
Yeah.
myself so infrequently actually like having the space and having the game plan where I'm relying on this to make me enough morsels. I think a big part of this is maybe just how much better Morsel Maker got, right? And I find myself usually just doing that if I'm playing an actual morsel strategy. Because of the deployment phase, right? Now you can rely on Morsel Maker to show up right away. You don't need to like try to do something like play a Shroud Mitosis. But I mean, like, it's kind of hard to argue that its output is good, right? 1 mana to make 3 morsels is a lot. It's a lot of value, but like I feel like I just never need this. So I'm gonna put this, I think, in the very bad tier. But I respect the output that it can do if you do want this. But I think I'd rather do other stuff instead, basically.
I think that intuitively the problem that Shroud Mitosis faces is that when you want to play a lot of morsels, you usually are already hitting the theoretical cap nowadays because, like you said, you have Morsel Maker. So, like a lot of times, you'll have like in a perfect world, Morsel Maker, Morsel Master plus your carry, and that's a lot more viable these days than it was in Monster Train One, and that's 7 units
Mm-hmm.
right there. So then Shroud
Yeah.
Mitosis is useless. Not that like feeding and gorging is really all that good in this game. Also, like that's the other problem. It's pretty bad
Mm-hmm.
to play morsels. So I think I agree with it being. I think I'm gonna give it below average, but I think I could see myself putting it in very bad depending on how I feel about the rest of the rares after this.
There's definitely worlds where you like have a making of a morsel maybe held over
Hmm.
already, and you're playing a gore strategy, and then you just like see this and give it hold over, and then you're just making 4 morsel miners every turn. That's a huge stat number gain. Like that, like on a sweeper will win you the entire game. I can see the worlds where this is good, but I feel like more often than not, this is just like overkill or just worthless, right? Like you just don't need this output basically.
Yeah,
So yeah.
and free Umbra from the 7 unit limit on morsels. Make them not count to the cap, and this clan becomes maybe not better, but a lot more fun.
I think it'd become better. I think that'd be pretty good.
They
Yeah,
would
I
be
don't know.
buff for sure, but I don't know if it would be
Yeah.
like a meaningful amount better. I just would have a lot more fun if I was allowed to play like as many mushrooms or as many morsels as you play mushrooms in Underlegion. Every clan just feels like
It's
worse
something that I
Underlegion.
would love to ask the devs about, right? It's like
Hmm.
a did you guys play test this and it did end up being too strong? I can see a world where it is too strong in theory, but like I don't know. So whatever.
Yeah, it'd be cool because you'd have a cash out for all the extra space you can make with this clan now. Anyway,
Yeah.
Antumbra Assault is, I would say, average to above average. It depends entirely. I'm going to put it in average. This card is like really good if you're default Umbra and you didn't start with any other card that says deal damage to a target.
Hmm.
Because it's really good to be able to ping enemies in this clan because they're not very good at killing backline in the early game. And you can ping your own morsels later for morsel generation. All in all, it's just like a nice flexible card. I'll give it average though, because I think it's not that important for Exile Umbra since you have Blink.
Yeah, I think this is just like an early game hero starter card. I agree with
Mm-hmm.
you. I don't think I ever draft this, but when I have this in my starting deck, I'm always using this to like kill shit. It makes you 2 morsels when it does kill things, and you'll always have something to kill in the early, rings 1 to, I don't know. Like, are there any waves in ring like 5 or 4 that don't have somebody you can ping with this? I think usually pretty not often.
Yeah, you can ping it. I think because you can ping the curses, you can ping the hastes, you can ping the corruption guys. What's the other wave? I think that's it. Is there like
You're gonna,
a
you're gonna have things you can target with this for a
yeah?
pretty long time. Only in the late game does this need upgrades to start targeting. You shouldn't be relying on this as morsel generation. This should just be purely backline killing with the added bonus of every once in a while making you some morsels, which is good too. So I think average is right for this. I think I wouldn't put this in above average. It's like not terrible. I need to do more with Antumbra, so I need to play more with like giving it buffs and maybe like trying to put a holdover on and seeing how good it is as being like a genuine morsel generator because I don't have a good sense for that.
Yeah, I think that
But I think it's probably not worth doing. Usually, is my gut. on that one.
I think you just take it early as like a ping card, and then in the late game it'll sometimes make you morsels, but it won't ping anything important. There's almost, except for Entropy Seraph, there's always something you can ping on Seraph with this fight, or with this thing, I should say. So yeah, like it's fine. But morsel generation, again, I will say my general thesis about Umbra is that it is like really, really bad to gorge. Sometimes you have to do it because your other clan is not good, but you don't want to play through morsels because they're extremely inconsistent. You have no control over what they give you, and that's the big problem. Like you need damage scaling, and sometimes your morsels randomly generate you like 30 health morsels and 1 damage morsel, and then you just don't do any damage. Yeah.
True and real.
You did Shroud Mitosis, so I did that one. So you're doing Cannibalize?
Yep, I'm doing Cannibalize. I'm gonna put this basically right next to Shroud Mitosis. I think it's like a little bit worse on average. Because like they both almost read the same way, right? Shroud Mitosis is just make 3 copies of one, but at least they get to go on the floor, so you get to bypass, or like, you know, floor size restrictions. Cannibalize, you need something to kill, and then you just make 3 random morsels. And like it's all the same like stuff, right? It's like it's logically it's the same thing. It's like, oh well, how often can you actually leverage 3 morsels for value here in a meaningful way? You need something to kill to begin with. It's a tough one. And why do this when you have, again, morsel maker, morsel master? Like it's just like, I don't know. I put this in very bad as well.
The main reason is because you won't always hit morsel maker, morsel master when you're trying to play gorge.
Yeah, yes.
And
this is true.
I think that Cannibalize is very bad. First of all, I agree with you on that. I put it like a tier below Shroud Mitosis. I think that the sacrifice cost is pretty high. The main reason for Cannibalize is that well, first of all, I want to say this card is really, really hard to play in Exile Umbra because Plink does not always make you a morsel throughout the game. Like you can always Shade Splitter, play Shade Splitter, Cannibalize, and that's 2 energy that make 3 morsels, which is, you know, it's about on rate, I would say. But the main problem I think that you face with Cannibalize is that it's just like not worth it. Like, I don't want to make 3 morsels. Sometimes you have to, right? And the main case where you're going to play this is like you're playing a floor plan on the bottom floor and then something else on the top floor that's Umbra related. So it's just like, oh, well, to Cannibalize because it's cheap. And you just throw it up there and it's like, hey, 3 morsels for whoever's on the top floor. I think this happens mostly with Gorge Penumbra, where you pick this for him or for like Morsel Maid. But yeah, it's just not like a great thing to be doing typically. And I think that it's not worth the card space to take this, because you want to play the morsel cards that give you extra value alongside the morsels, in my opinion, which we'll talk about those in a little bit.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point that if like morsel maid is one of the few units that can like actually just like take as many morsels as humanly possible, right? And Shroud Mitosis does not work with Morsel Maid. That's actually a really important note here, is that with Morsel Maid, Shroud Mitosis, you can't ever actually copy the morsels because they never exist. They always get eaten instantly. In the past, actually, Monster Train 1, you could cheat this by using Morsel Maker. Morsel Maker, the morsels, for whatever reason, I think when they get spawned, would not get eaten. Now they do. So now there is actually no use case for Mitosis with Morsel Maid, but Cannibalize does work there because you can play the morsel on a different floor, kill it, play it on the Morsel Maid floor. I do think that your point about Planks with Cannibalize also just applies to Shroud Mitosis too. We should mention that as well there, I guess. Yeah, if you have Planks with Mitosis, you might not consistently have a morsel to play in the first place to then Mitosis.
Yep.
So be mindful there too. And I don't know. I think actually what the funniest thing about Cannibalize, I think the most times I play this is when I'm playing not a morsel strategy, it's when I actually care about killing my own units. Like an endless greed dragon or like just tombs to explode them, right? Like I think that's when I actually care more about Cannibalize, which says a lot about the card.
It's very interesting that this is like, is this the only way in the game to click a card and then just kill one of your units? I don't think there's any other. Oh, there's Glutton's Maw now, actually.
Well, there's also Imp sacrificing cards
right,
as well.
But like, you can't do that on Greed
any
Dragon.
unit.
Yeah.
Any unit specifically. I mean, Crushing Demise kinda, but it's not point and click. It's random.
I don't think you can.
It's random. It's random, but it is Crushing Demise does kill a unit.
Yeah, which
so the floor is empty. Yes. I agree. But yeah, I think this is the only card in the game that does just point at your own unit and kill it, no matter what.
No,
in Train 1, we have the what's it called?
The what?
Oh, Brain Transfer. Brain Transfer and Scrap for Parts.
And Glutton's Maw.
Yes, Glutton's Maw 2. Yes, yes,
So you
yes.
got a few. It's not that crazy, but
Mhm.
I've never picked. But it's because Brain Transfer
It's
isn't a good clan, I think, so I don't think about it.
it's weird that Cannibalize and now Glutton's Maw exist in this clan that just otherwise have no actual like extinguish effects. I think that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You have a decent number of ways to kill your own units, but there's no actual real benefit to that exchange. It's just that the benefit is the effect of what you're getting from the killing.
Yeah. It's interesting. For sure.
Cannibalize, interesting card, terrible card,
Yeah,
but it is
not very
interesting
good.
for sure.
Yeah, very strange.
I'm happy that we talked about it before. Right? I'm happy it exists because it is one of these cards where it's like this really weird card, but there are certain fringe cases where it is a really powerful effect. Right? If you are playing a Greed Dragon and you also care about gorging, this is an awesome card, which is cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Mm.
Okay, I get Crucible Extension because you did Cannibalize.
Yes. Yes.
This
Yes. Yes.
card is really, really bad. I think that it is
I
better than it
agree.
was with the rework because now you can deployable it. I still think this card is like maybe gutter tier. It's like really fucking bad to play this, I think.
Yeah, you really just I think because of the fact that the boss upgrade gives you 2 space, that's enough for almost every build that you're doing. You don't need to take this room, pay 2 mana, and then get 4 space instead. It's just like overkill by a pretty absurd degree, I feel like. I guess logically what you can do is that you can take an energy upgrade and then make this deployable, and then effectively you're spending that one space upgrade that you could have gotten to instead play this room and make even more space than you would get from playing the space upgrade. But it's like again, it's just overkill.
Ember Cash
Okay,
for you.
am I next here with Ember
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Cash?
yeah, yeah.
I hate to do it. I think there's really only one place you ever even kind of want to see this, and that's when you're playing like a hardcore dedicated incant run. Because ultimately, I think this is just really kind of not worth it. You have to pay mana, play this card to then add 3 really good cards to your discard pile, so you don't even get to see them until the next cycle through your deck. I think this is like not a good strategy that you should be playing with. Again, I can see the line if you're playing a super hardcore dedicated incant build, you just want any spell you can see. Especially maybe if you're playing like Pyre of Entropy as well, then so you really just want anything that's not a Vengeful Shard. But outside of that, like I'm putting this in very bad personally.
Agreed. I think that this is actually the only thing you missed is that this is like a super OP card for underlegion if you're playing Etch. But as we talked about in underlegion, there's
Oh
only
yeah,
2 cards that even say Etch.
but yes, also good point. True.
But yeah, I think the idea is that you're supposed to play this to power up energy to play like a super big X cost card because this clan has a lot of them, and that is not good because you can't really control drawing this with your X cost cards. It requires too many things to go right. You have too many cards for this to be good. So
Yeah, I think this is a cool design for a card. I think it just doesn't work in the game,
yep,
unfortunately.
yeah, I agree. Sad, but true.
Yeah.
Okay, engine upgrade for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think that this is like one of the least offensive of the plus energy cards, so I'll put it in below average. I think you could put this in very bad, but it is like 0 energy and just gain energy. So if you have literally nothing to deployable, this is an energy relic, which is pretty good because you're never going to play on all 3 floors and you could always just play your units and then take the -1 space. I think it's a cool way for them to update engine upgrade, which was a card that really like truly did not make sense in the context of this game. And so I did actually, if you remember, people said they were going to make this a room, and I said, no, that doesn't make any sense. That would just be like a lot worse. And here we are. It is a lot worse. And engine upgrade was already pretty bad.
Yeah, I actually like it a little bit more than you do. Not a ton. I'm like on the border between average and below average. 'Cause I think like ultimately it's a pretty low cost, right? It's like, obviously cost 0. You play this on you almost always have one floor that you're not playing with. Obviously, I would much prefer having an Inferno room on that floor instead, or something along those lines, right? But like it's the opportunity cost is low. It's taking up a card in your deck, but like especially if you have like a lot of X cost cards, this is pretty good. I think I just basically just try to play this when I have a bunch of X cost cards, and I don't even like try to deployable it. I just play it when I draw it usually. Up next, we
Uh,
got the Excavation Eruption.
yeah.
Maybe I'm an insane person. I find myself almost never playing this, but I think that just looking at the card, like it's pretty bad currently. But Not horrible. It can pick off backline. It will probably still recoup at least some of the energy. It should get like 1 slay per cast, and even depending on the boss fight, obviously. But even in like the late game, it could or it should make you at least 1 or 2 energy back. But I find myself just like not wanting to try to even rely on this. I think this is like a bottom of below average card, personally.
Yeah, I agree. The main problem that this card faces is that it's like unplayable unless you're fighting Corruption Seraph. Unless you like really need this effect to get to Seraph, which I think is like not insane because Umbra's kind of weak. But like into Savagery and Entropy, you just like will not kill things with this. You can like play it and pray you kill a Silencer, I guess. I think most commonly what you'll do with this is give it like a +20 consume after you get to a certain point and just like play it. Okay, it's gone now. But it's like Ice Tornado if it sucked, and Ice Tornado already sucks.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't know. Strange card.
But
very odd.
This card like, makes the energy back though when it kills things for you, which is nice.
Yeah, it's like an early to mid game good card though too. You got to give it the value there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Even if it triple hits a heavy, that's gonna half health a heavy up until you get past fight 6. But I think a big thing is that you don't really, most runs don't struggle to survive KO. That's what I've found anyway. So I just find that I value things that are good into Seraph more.
It depends. The lifesteal KO sometimes is a little bit tricky just because of how much damage you need to kill that second wave.
Yeah, that fight's a little bit bullshit.
Anyway, up next, oh my god, Mr. Feast.
Mr. Feast.
Who's up? Is it you or me? I already forget where we are.
It's me.
It's you?
I'll put it in below average. If like the biggest problem that this clan faces is that it's very hard to eat your morsels, and this card lets you eat more morsels than you have. Like you can pass the 7 unit limit. Problem with Feast, you have to play a holdover almost always if you're trying to play through Feast, and it's just kind of like not that good. But it's a very cheap card, so you can take it. It's, you know, if you're playing morsels, you probably add this, but unless you don't need it, right? If you're making like 3 morsels per turn and you have infinite space, then you don't need this because you're fine. But if you're like morsel maker, morsel master, your floor is always full, you just play this and then play a few extra morsels and it's nice.
I think you can also get away sometimes with just not even giving it a holdover too if your morsel generation isn't super good, but you do find yourself sometimes like over, like, especially if you're playing morsel maker, morsel master. Right, then I will almost always take this, and I don't think you even need to hold over every single time you see it. You can just like every once in a while, like, oh, I've actually made an extra floor's worth of morsels. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a weird one though. Obviously, it's going to depend on your deck, but it can be good sometimes.
I also would like to say I think this has decent value proposition for Primordium if you're playing Superfood into Corruption or Entropy. You can feast to try to like eat Primordium faster, so you give yourself less debuffs, which I think is nice.
Yep, that is a very good point too. Very true and real.
But still, it's like, you know, have we ranked a card in above average? I have not put a card in above average yet for Umbra.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's tough. This clan.
No, we have not. But you know what? Spoilers. Furnace Tap. I'm up next year, first year. I think I would put this in above average. I don't think it's crazy good. One fun thing about Monster Train 2, I feel like, is that it is a much more feasible thing in this game to take sometimes even double energy upgrades from your boss fights, and then just raw play a Furnace Tap and tank the Ember Drain, and then like after your Ember Drain goes away, just go back to playing cards as per usual. I think that's a much more realistic thing you can do. Multi-strike is a very strong effect, and if you do have an Ember Drain build going, which I find to be less common than at least I did in Monster Train 1, but if you do have like an Ember Drain build going, this is the single best thing you can do in the game for it. I think this is on the lower end of above average, but I think this is a pretty good spell.
I will just put this in average. I think, you know what's funny is the run that I played today was a run that had to play Furnace Tap raw. I had to take double energy to play Furnace Tap. So I am coming off of that one. I think the biggest problem with this is that it's still pretty bad to do in a lot of fights. It's not great. I think that this is the thing where you like, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation where if you don't see Furnace Tap in your first rare draft, I'm not gonna like blind draft engine upgrade, right? But you can play engine upgrade to power through the Ember Drain of Furnace type. You can play the energy value like that. And it's like, I think that actually thinking about it now, the idea behind Ember Cache is probably you Ember Drain yourself a ton and then Ember Cache lets you draw and have energy on a turn. It's like the way around that, right? Just thinking back
It's a
to that way.
bad way. It's a bad way around it.
It's the way around it though, which is, not great.
Mm.
But yeah, I think that the problem with Furnace Tap is just that it's very hard to like actually do like have everything line up. It's still good. Like multi-strike is multi-strike and sometimes you have to play it, but I don't think it's like a game winner or anything like that. It's more of like I see Furnace Tap and I go, well, guess I gotta play that.
I feel more often than not, I see a Furnace Tab, and that's like the thing with it's like how you feel about Frostpiercer, where like this is the last little thing I need to get just my damage over that last hurdle to start killing heavies. Oftentimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Mm. Anyway, what's up next here?
Gem Trove. This card is fine. I will also put this one in average. It is a really good, well, not a really good, but it is a way to play Corruption Seraph, which Umbra actually does not have many good ways to do this. But you can do Holdover Gem Trove, and that cancels out all of the corruption you'll take for the fight, which is nice. It's also good to make 3 morsels a lot of the time. I think that while I don't like morsels in this game, I think they are a lot better to play around in this game than they are in Monster Train 1. I think that they're still pretty bad, but I think that there are going to be runs where you are playing Gorge-based plans, and this card is really good in any of them. This is like probably the second best card to make morsels with in my mind right now. So I like this card. I think it's fine.
I think the damage shield is more important than the morsel generation, right? But I think like 3 morsels for 3 costs is pretty good. 1 damage shield AoE for 3 costs is also pretty good. So ultimately, it's a pretty strong card, but it is expensive. You do need to be playing a morsel plan for this to be actually good. So I think I would just put this in average.
Yeah, that's where I put it as well. I agree.
Okay, up next we have the Glutton's Maw, the new equipment. This is a tough one because I haven't seen it too many times. But the times I've seen it, this thing has kind of been awesome. I don't know how you feel about it exactly, but every time I play this, I've played it with like Primordium, for example, and I just give Primordium like infinite base stats, which then transfer over to the unit, and I just win the entire game. Or even I've had times where I've just put this on like an alloyed construct, and I'll eat the morsels I was just making anyway, and it's plus 15, plus 15. Or whatever it is. Is it plus 15 or is it plus 20? I forget now, actually, how much
I
the
was going to
ability is.
ask you. I think it's 15-15.
Let me double check it. Hold on.
Yeah,
I believe it's 15-15,
yeah,
but
I think
just
it's
to
2
make sure.
energy for the card, and then it's chomp every turn for 15-15.
It is plus 15, plus 15. You get the gorge and eaten trigger, so if you're eating a morsel, you still get the whatever stats they're giving you there as well. And if you're a gorge unit, you get your gorge effect as well for eating anything. So you can eat a train steward, and this will trigger alloyed constructs, fuel gain, yada yada.
Oh wow,
right?
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So this is a tough one because I can see a world where I actually do put this exceptional because I think there's like a lot of times this can give you the stats you need to actually win runs, especially with Primordium specifically. But I don't have enough playtime with it, so I'm going to leave it in above average for now. I think it's a very strong card, honestly. And it solves like one issue that this clan does have, where it does feel like when you try to go for a gorge strat in the late game, especially depending on if you're like fighting like Savagery Seraph, for example, right? I feel like you do sometimes fall a little bit short. This gives you just like a ton of stats basically every turn, especially if you were already gorging anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in average, but I agree that it's just like I don't have enough playtime. I think that this thing is like I just want to, one of the things that brings it down a tier in my mind, and I haven't really talked about this too much for other clans, but this is a big thing in Umbra. This is really bad off clan. Umbra is really reliant on their other clan in my mind, and this card is not good if you are not playing through Umbra. Like if you're Exile Umbra secondary, Glutton's Maw is like a dead card, I think, very often, because you won't have anything to chomp.
Yeah, that is very fair. I think there honestly are worlds where you can maybe just put this on a sweeper and feed it morsels and get there, and not even like go for like a morsel strategy. Just like maybe you plink every once in a while and throw it a morsel and give your sweeper plus 15, plus 15. But it's not a it's not a smidgestone overgrowth carapace, right? It is a lot more commitment to a morsel strategy to make that work.
Yeah, I think it's really good in the clan though. Like it's a very
Yeah.
cool answer to a lot of their problems, and it lets you like I don't know. I think they've done a lot to make Umbra feel less bad in this game to play, which is nice. I think that they still need to take a few more steps, but this is a great step in the right direction. It's one of the new equipments and like one of the changes that came in Lost Arsenal that I thought was like, wow, this is super cool. What a good design decision.
I
But
like
yeah,
it a lot. Again, for
yeah,
my times playing, it's been really strong, but uh, I haven't seen it too many times,
yeah. I'm gonna leave it an
unfortunately.
average for now. I'll change my mind later maybe. But
I
one other thing.
genuinely do think it could be as high as exceptional. I think this could be a top tier card, but hard to say.
I think one other problem is that this clan really does not want to go to arms shops, so it's harder to find this thing.
That's fair too. You oftentimes need to find holdover on your morsel generation cards or perils if you're doing like a ember drain strategy, and then your units do need upgrades pretty badly too, right? So it is arm shops are hard to go to. I agree.
Yeah. And the arms shops are just full of trash because you have a bunch of clanned equipment that is really bad, or clanned with rooms that are very bad.
Yeah.
Okay, me Grovel, I believe. I will give this one above average. I think Grovel is probably the best morsel card in the game. Pick a character, give them 1 damage shield, get 2 morsels. For sure, in the running, if not the best morsel card in the game, I would have to. It's like this or packed morsels, probably. This card's really good.
Yep. I agree with the things you said. They are correct.
Yeah.
Point and click damage shield. Two costs. 1 damage shield is a little bit low, but also 2 morsels for 2 is pretty good. And just be and like we talked about gem trove before, right? Gem trove probably has higher output, but it's also being 3 costs makes it more of a commitment.
Yeah.
You can give this card like either like just a -1, and then it feels really good to play this, right? You can do that. Like gem trove is pretty hard to hold over. Even if you give it -1 and hold over, you're still committing a lot of energy per turn. I give this -1 and hold over, it feels like it's not even an issue. So I don't know. It sounds dumb, but 2 is much smaller than 1, even though it's not, but it is.
The big difference between this card and Gem Trove is that Gem Trove damage shield 1 to all units on your floor and damage shield 1 to a targeted unit. The only time that damage shield 1 to all units on your floor is better is into Corruption Seraph, because Savagery and Entropy don't care about you having damage shield on your whole floor, because Savagery is just going to blow right through it, and Entropy is just going to hit your front unit anyway.
Savagery cares if you don't have a way to kill the sweepers in the back line.
No, you're going to die anyway, because you're going to take 3 hits of sweep per turn.
Oh yeah, if you can kill some, but not all of them, which almost never happens, but it could be a thing sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, if you can kill some but not all of them, that means you kill the 5 HP sweeper, which means then like the set. I guess if you're like, I don't know, killing like every
I
other
don't know either.
wave.
I don't know either, but like I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like in theory there is like reasons why, but
Has that
again,
ever happened to you?
Grovel. I don't think so, but
Yeah, okay.
I guess where maybe you're using excavation eruption and you get a double hit on the chosen sweeper, but then the normal sweeper is still there, so you need AOE damage shield.
Yeah, and then the developers of Monster Train come out and hand you a ticket and you get to go to Disneyland for that. That sounds pretty realistic. No, I think that the Grovel, the one thing I would say about Grovel is that you would never play this if you're not also playing the morsels. You're not going to play this for 2 energy, 1 damage shield.
I think I have before, but very rarely.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
Mostly you play this and then it's like you have a room, even if it's just like you have room on the floor to put the morsel in front, or just to give your frontliner like a little bit of extra HP or lifesteal from the morsel.
That is a good point you make there. If your morsel can chump block 2 hits, let's say you get like the HP morsel, so it has 9 health. It's very realistic that you put this on your frontliner, you chump block with the HP morsel, and you've now basically turned it into 3 damage shield instead, because it maybe can take 2 hits, which is pretty cool.
Good card. 10 tweet. Immortal trade for you.
Immortal trade. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like this is one of the biggest fall offs from Train 1 to Train 2. I almost never play this card, I feel like, anymore. It feels like it's really only meant for the early game, and then late game, it don't do shit. So, but it is like 0 cost for lifesteal. That's a lot of lifesteal. I'm gonna put this, I think, in the bottom of below average, because like I don't know. I think it has still like a lot of early game, but like strength basically. But I don't fuck with it very much anymore.
Yeah, I agree. In Monster Train 1, this was the card that you took, and then you were like, wow, this randomly saved me on the Divinity fight, because like my frontliner lived. In this game, there's like an inevitability that your frontliner will always die. Eventually, Savagery and the Titans will just overwhelm you. Eventually, Savagery Seraph will just beat you down, or Corruption Seraph will just beat you down. And Lifesteal doesn't help you against Savagery's initial hit. So this card doesn't really have the clutch up in the end game that it used to have, but it is good in the early game still. And it's like, if the other two cards are useless, you click this so that you can't die to the boss for a while. You like auto beat Archeon with this card, which is nice.
Yerp.
Making of a morsel for me?
Yerp.
It's like fine. I'll put it in average. It is like good for morsel quality, bad for morsel density. It's okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is like a lower end of average card. Almost never drafted. Always like, kept in your deck if you're playing a morsel strategy. Plus, was it +9, +9 now? They keep changing these damn morsel stats. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, on for one cost, +9, +9 is really good, right? We've talked about many cards being strong with like similar, stat lines. But the problem is that this is way less flexible because it's a morsel, so it has to go to wherever your frontmost unit is. So you can't put this on like your backline sweeper. But yeah, it's just fine. I think you're almost always playing this as a morsel, not as like an actual stat gaining card though. But it's whatever.
Yeah, it's like a good one. It's good sort of card. And it's like nice if you're playing a single unit 4, you just go +9, +9, and it's nice. It makes it really hard to lose the early game too, which is good. So like, I would never skip this unless maybe if it had like a calcified ember attached to it, I might not take it. But it is like a really good early draft if you don't have anything better in the pack, which is a common thing to see in Umbra because they don't really have great commons. Pack morsels to you.
Pack morsels to me. Also an above average card. Pretty similar to Grob. We talked about it before, right? They're both like in contention for the best, like, morsel generation card. It's not a huge benefit. I don't know how you feel about this, but back in Train 1, this was maybe this is the card that I would most often give the remove consume effect to. Way back then, in the Train 1 days, the remove consume spell effect would add +1 to the cost of the card. And this felt like one of the few cards in the game that was actually worth it to give remove consume to, and then still play the card afterwards. Right? But now in this game, remove consume is, just that, remove consume. So it ends up being 0 cost at 2, which means you can give it spell chain in addition, you can give it holdover in theory, yada yada. Holds upgrades well, gives you a lot of morsels. Not much to complain about here. Should give you a pretty decent stat line for the cost of playing it, but obviously as well, not reliable. If you have this and you have plinks and you're trying to go all in on morsels, be warned, you might not make enough morsels if you don't have a way to give this remove consume, so watch out.
Yeah, I think it's good to make 3 morsels usually. I agree with above average. That's all I have to say about that card.
It's a pretty simple one.
Would you like to swap with me so you do perils so that I can do plink?
Sure. I guess I can do that. Perils, weird. I used to love this in Train 1. I feel like I play it a lot less because we've mentioned before the nature of taking energy upgrades in this game. They're generally more often taken. And when you take an energy upgrade and then you go for like a held over perils of production line, you end up usually having like less energy than you had before. So I don't like this as much as I used to. I think I put perils probably, I don't know. I think I'm gonna put it in like the high end of below average because I still see the potential for getting like a holdover, like, I don't know, twin stone line going here, and like the rage output isn't terrible if you are doing something like that. It is 6 rage for 0 cost, and in theory you are maybe taking card draw upgrades instead in a build like this. I just find myself playing the Ember Drain strategy way less often than I used to. So I'll put it in below average, I think, here.
Do you know why it is that you play the Ember Drain strategy a lot less?
Is it because, like I said, I think it's because of the, the energy, incentive to take what's it called? The energy upgrade first.
I do not think it is because of that. I think it's because they didn't buff Void Binding. Because Void Binding was OP in Monster Train 1. That card was crazy, and now it's like pretty shit.
Interesting.
That makes sense to me. In Monster Train 1, 6 rage was like a lot, and in this game 6 rage is not enough anymore. So like, I think that's what happened to Perils. Perils and Void Binding will become good again as soon as these cards get their rage numbers doubled. I think at a baseline, probably not doubled for Void Binding, but I think that Perils should probably give 6 rage. I'll agree with you and put it in below average. I was going to give it average because it's like, In a clan where you have absolutely no good ways to scale, sometimes you have to play perils, but you do have to find holdover, and if you miss it, you can't play perils, which is very bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that this card is like, it's really annoying when you have to play it. It feels very bad, and kind of sucks. And I hope that they buff the rage numbers on it sometime because it was fun to play
It would
trampled
be it would
penumbra.
be it would be cool. I agree.
Okay, I'll take Blink now. Thank you for the swap.
No
Have
worries. No
a
worries.
have a long history of hating Plink,
Yeah.
as I'm sure
Yeah.
many people know. I think Plink is actually pretty good in this game. I'm gonna give it average.
Enemies to lover arc.
It's an interesting thing that I've thought about quite a bit. First of all, I'm thank God they buffed it to 2, so it doesn't just hard lose to that Titan Skin 1 trial. That would feel pretty bad.
That'd be so funny, man.
It would be pretty funny. But the main thing that makes me feel like Plink is a little bit better in this game is that the wave composition is a lot better. This isn't really something that you can write down and understand, I think, very well, but it's just a lot easier for Plink. There's a lot more waves where you're looking at like 3 backliners, 2 backliners, and Plink just misses a lot less.
Yep.
Sometimes you'll still get your 1 in 16 and you get to laugh, but
yeah, the early game has a lot more 2 HP units, and this, will kill them in a single hit. And then the mid game, like you said, you have a lot of 3 HP units, so it only requires 2 hits to kill them. So you end up getting a lot more power from Plink in the mid game.
Yeah, it's like it's a much better card than it used to be. I think that Plink as your secondary feels very bad because you kind of just get closed off to all the umbra lines because you can't rely on it for morsels like you can Shade Splitter. But it's morsel lines aren't that good anyway, so I'm not that sad about that.
Shout out to Plink in Luna Coven builds where you end up with a million conduit, and then this ends up being like one of the best secondary starters by the nature of it hitting twice.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Mm-hmm.
All of my anger towards Plink has been redirected to honestly, it's probably to fucking Witchweave. I hate that card so much.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad one.
That one pisses me off.
Okay, up next we have the Prismal Dust. Unless you have more to say about the Plinkin.
No. Where'd you put Blink?
I put it in average too.
All right.
I think it's kind of maybe bordering on below average, just because of the fact that it makes it hard to. If you see this as your starter and you are like primary Umbra, it does make it hard to know if you'll have like actual morsel build in the late game, because this will not slay very consistently in ring 7 and 8 unless you give it like a bunch of spell upgrades or whatever. So you need to be mindful of that.
Well, in primary Umbra though, you are playing like maybe the best champion in the game. He's on the borderline.
Yeah, still. That's true. That's true.
So it's not as important in my eyes.
That is very fair.
Who do you think is the best champion in the game? Sorry, just thinking about it.
I think it's probably Lion's Mane.
Yeah, you're probably
right. I think Primordium is a close one. I think it does not take much to break Primordium. You can get really, really unlucky and whiff, but the fact that you can play like Superfood with like a handful of pretty strong equipment and then just go to every single armory and arm shop and then just find something that works, or you can go Stalwart Snack and just give it like a glass cannon or whatever you can find that gives it like a nice bump to base stats, usually ends up being pretty strong. But it do be depending. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's probably Prismal Dust. Yeah, go ahead. Prismal Dust
is very strong. Prismal Dust. We talked about Kindle before. This is the main reason why you're playing Kindle in the first place, usually, because it's a very strong effect to have a lot of mana for. For every 1 mana you spend, you get 1 damage shield. This card holds double stack really well, holds remove consume very well, yada yada, all these things. I don't think it's quite an exceptional for me. I think it's like a high end, above average card. Probably the best common in Umbra's pool, I think, pretty easily, and I like it a lot.
Yep, I agree with everything you said. I think that Prismal Dust got better in this game because you can do remove consume -2 gain consume. You were not allowed to do that in the last game. That just didn't exist. So it's like a 3 energy swing, right? Because it used to go -1, so you'd play like X -1 with remove consume, and now it's +2. So that's really good.
Yep.
Pretty much never skip this card. Always saves your run.
Very, very fun to hit the energy cap and then put this on your Superfood Primordium.
Mm-hmm.
You get to do a lot of shenanigans in this clan with this, but even then, here's the thing: like Kindle requires you to do something messed up to be strong. This, even if you don't have an insane combo, 3 mana, 3 prismal dust, or 3 damage shield on like your front line, that's like the worst case. That's a pretty good card still. So yeah, I
Yeah.
pretty much always take this no matter what.
Yeah, it's one of the cards that's good also if you're not Umbra main, right? I think a lot of Umbra cards are very selfish, but every clan can use Prismal Dust, which is very nice.
That is very true and real as well.
Oh,
Into the gutter with the rest of them.
yeah, this one is irredeemable for sure. There's nothing I can say
Yeah,
in its favor. It's very bad.
I fucking hate these cards, man. I think more often played Prism Retrieval than the other ones of the similar ilk, only because it's an uncommon, so you see it more often. So there'll be more times where I have some sort of banner unit or non-banner unit that I want to see, and I'll use this to draw it out of the deck faster or whatever. But it's still a terrible card.
I don't think I've ever done that.
It's like I'll take it if I'm playing like Umbra, like Luna Coven, and I need a Moon Pixie, and then I'll give this intrinsic to make sure I draw the Moon Pixie. You're not relying on this for the stat gains. You're using this purely to draw the card out of your deck. So that's like the only purpose for it, basically. And I don't like it.
That's pretty.
I don't fuck with it.
Wretch for me, right? I think that Wretch is like it's really annoying that Umbra has a card that is like self-sabotage. Wretch is a card that is bad. I'm actually gonna drop it here. I was gonna put it below average. I'm gonna put it in very bad. It's losing a point for being a bad design. The clan that sometimes wants to make a lot of morsels, this card punishes you for making a lot of morsels because it just puts all of the morsels on the top of your deck and ruins your draw. That sucks, man.
Yeah.
It still does that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't played it very much. The only thing you do with Wretch is you use it to curate the pool. So it's like, I've played nothing but Morsel Miners, and you play this and it's just like 3 Morsel Miners every time you play it, and that's good. Or you use it to pick up Primordium a second time, which is actually usually pretty bad in my experience to grab Primordium a second time. It's bad into Entropy, it's bad into Savagery, and it's like mediocre into Corruption. So
way back in ye old days, I think Aggressive Edible was probably the most consistent Primordium line because you only needed the 45 attack. It had 60 attack. I forget what the actual number was for Primordium for Aggressive Edible 3.
I don't remember.
I think it was 60, right?
It might have been 30. Let me look. Go ahead.
It had to be higher. But anyway, you only needed the Aggressive Edible stats to usually win the game. And nowadays, if you are retching an Aggressive Edible Primordium over and over again, that maybe wins you the run. But I'm of the opinion, at least, that right now, Aggressive Edible is probably the worst Primordium line because of how Primordium interacts with equipments. And because Wretch does not bring the equipment back with it, it's not that good of a thing to do anymore, right? I think I'm gonna put it in below average still. I think there's times where you have like a pretty low, like you know, remember what I mentioned before about there being runs where you have like a packed morsel and then plinks, and then you're not sure if you're gonna have enough actual morsels to make the run work. I've had runs like that where I have then just taken a Wretch, and I didn't, stack my deck up with morsels afterwards. I just had like 5 or 6 morsels that I was just bringing back over and over again with a held over Wretch.
Yeah,
that ended up being pretty good there. I think that you just because you don't bring back equipments with Wretch on your Primordium, you don't even care that much about bringing back Primordium anymore.
Yep, that's a big problem.
Most of your obviously
come from equipment now.
Yep. Best use case is probably Morsel Made. I think, and then you can say like, oh, but if you made too many morsels, then you do stack your deck up with more morsels. I think Morsel Made still just doesn't give a shit, and will happily play those morsels then too.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually sabotaging in that situation, but that's obviously like one unit where it's good with, which is not great. I'll leave it in below average. I think it's a pretty big fall off because it used to be just awesome in Monster Train 1. I think it's just like it's a little too low impact when you're playing this with Aggressive Edible, because I think Aggressive Edible is just kind of bad now, and I think it's bad if you're playing the other Primordiums basically. So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, Monster Train 1 Primordium was 40 attack.
Oh, dang. Is it 60 now then?
Yeah, 60 is what he is now.
That's why I'm thinking it's 60. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I did retch, so you can do Shade Splitter.
Shade Splitter. I don't know. I think this is like average-ish because, you know, the clan does have a lot of gorge units, so it gets you through the early game usually pretty easily. It is definitely less reliable to focus on gorging in the late game, but I think Shade Splitter will usually get you through the early game. I can see it being below average too. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it in average for now. I think bottom end of average for starters.
I'm gonna put it in above average. I think this card is a really good starting card. It plays the way that the clan wants to play, and it makes it so you basically can't lose the early game, which I think is a really nice piece of value.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it enables a lot of the other cards. You can play most Gorgers because of this. Even though Gorgers are bad, sometimes you don't have a better option. And if nothing else, it's like a chump blocker that you get to keep using, and it's nice. I think it's a good card. Shroud Spike for me.
Yep.
I will give this one above average. I think Shroud Spike is really good, but you do need to give it permafrost, and then this can just be like, I rocket a lot of stats out of a single morsel, right? Because you're going to usually have 4 energy when you play this. That's 8 plays. 8 times an attack morsel is 9 is 72 attack off of this card, which is not an insane... Well, it's going to be 5x because permafrost comes with a -1 now. Yep. So even more. It's a really good card, and then you combo this with Kindle, and it's just like suddenly I win the game. I think Shroud Spike's super good as long as you have morsel generation. You need to have ways to get actual quality morsels off of it.
Yep. As long as you are a morsel strategy, this card is pretty awesome. You don't need... It's the same way I feel about Personal Dust, where you don't need to commit to like an all-in morsel plan. You just need to be able to make some morsels, and it should be pretty good. And then, like you said too, yeah, Kindle, Shroud Spike. Who doesn't love a twin stone Shroud Spike when you hit the Rebel morsel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh baby.
Yeah, give me. I had one super good run where I got I had this and Kindle, and then I got the Richard Garfield event, and I just put them all in the Jack in the Box. Duplicated
that's
that.
Cool.
Yeah, pop open the Jack in the Box, Kindle, Shroud Spike, it's over.
That really is fun. Pretty awesome.
Interestingly enough, I mean, I think the worst, the funniest thing about this card is that you almost never play it because you want to supercharge a Gorge unit. You're usually just gonna like put this into a sweeper, in my experience.
Yeah. I think that's also like a good point about the card is that you don't need to put this into a Gorger. You can just put it into any unit. Yeah. Any unit loves 70 attack usually, even if it is your tank. It's not a bad thing to do.
Yeah. Love Shroud Spike. Ooh,
okay.
Space Prism for you.
Space Prism for me. This is a weird one because with the way the train game works now, you usually don't care about making space after your deployment. So it's a weird one. I think I'm gonna put this into the bottom of below average because it is. Every once in a while I find myself still like not hating that this is making space for to play morsels, but it's pretty uncommon. You can give it intrinsic. It's not a fun card to give intrinsic to. It's cost 0. Actually, maybe I would put this in. I think just in very bad. I like never take this thing. I don't fuck with you, Space Prism anymore.
I put it in the gutter. I think this card is so lost. I think it probably should just be removed from the game.
Damn, that's fucked up. But also, I kind of agree.
You never have trouble with space for morsels. It's like very infrequently where you have trouble with space, and if you are having trouble with space, you just take a space upgrade. Space Prism is not going to fix your problem, because why am I wasting an intrinsic on this card? It doesn't make any sense to waste such a high value upgrade. It's so good,
and it doesn't even work in deployment.
Yeah, that's the real problem. It doesn't even work in deployment, man. This card is like, it doesn't belong in this game anymore. That's really what I think.
Although, hey, there's the new relic where you can discard cards to draw cards. You can, in theory, now use that to draw this during your deployment phase.
True.
Bad card.
That's true. Okay. I will be giving exceptional to the only Umbra card that I think deserves it, which is Umbra Stone. Adding trample is very good.
I could not agree more. This card is awesome.
It is like the only good card in this clan.
How dare you? But also like true.
Yeah, it's tough for these guys. But yeah, giving trample is strong. Send tweet. You want to go next card, or do you have anything else you want to say?
No, I'm gonna do the void binding here.
Yeah, go for it.
Dude, this is interesting. I think I'm gonna put this in very bad. I think you mentioned before, right? The rage is too low on it.
Yep,
And
agree.
I think the real nail in the coffin here with void binding is that you can only take this if you already took perils of production. If you have a perils of production and you're committed to that, then you can even just take this in the first place. And it's so hard to know you're going to be able to do that. Yeah, I don't fuck with this thing very much.
Yeah, in Monster Train 1, you would pick Perils as a perspective pick because Void Binding was a winning line. In this game, you pick Perils as a perspective pick and then pray that Void Binding comes with, like, the Void Binding needs a third upgrade slot. It needs double stack, it needs holdover, it needs intrinsic, or like -1 or spell chain, right? It needs something like that. Because you can't really play this for 1 energy. It's very hard to do. So it just is missing an upgrade slot, it feels like. They probably need to... I don't know what I would do to this card. Probably just up the rage, but like it's so sad if you're trying to get this card to kill Savagery Seraph. Poor Trample Penumbra. Yeah, it's just really bad. Very, very bad.
Sad.
Yeah, it's a really cool card because it's like you would build your whole deck to see it, and then it's like a defensive and offensive plan in one. But now the numbers are just too low. Forever Consumed for me.
Yep.
I think this card's good. I'm gonna give it above average. It's like really easy. This is a card. I wish they did this more because this is a card where they looked at it and they went, we need to make these numbers a lot bigger, and then they just took it to 80x. That was a fucking huge swing, and now this card is good.
It was double, right? Wasn't it 40 before? I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of old cards really need them to be willing to just go, okay, these numbers are too low. Let's swing them up and then bring them back down if we need to. I'll be talking at length about one of the units that needs this in a little bit. But yeah, I think Forever Consumed is really good now. It's very easy to play this for 1 or even 2 energy and just catch a heavy that's going to go by you, which is a big problem this clan has because they do dog shit damage.
Yeah. Anything else, or is that it?
No, that's it. You have anything you want to say?
No, I think you're right. I think like 80 damage is significant enough where you can just take this every time you see it, basically. And if you're struggling in the mid to late game, this will just like really take a heavy down pretty significantly, right? So that's pretty cool. Ice and Pyre wishes it could be like this, basically, because this is like close to the same rate baseline. It's 1 energy for 80 versus 1 for 90, right? But it's more flexible because you can play it anywhere, and you can spend more energy on it to make it do more damage instead of having to like give it magic power. So this just fucking crushes that card.
Yeah. Agreed.
Anyway, up next here we have Blazing Bolts. Can I be honest? Gun to my head, I can see the text barely on it. I genuinely don't know how much damage this card does. Is this 60?
It is 60. It got buffed. This one also got its numbers doubled because I think it was 30 before.
Yeah. I feel like this. Am I crazy if I think this is kind of just worse? I think it's not horrible. I think it does like the same role basically as Forever Consumed. But I just don't like it as much. It obviously costs 3 instead, but by the time it gets to the full version of the card, it's much more output. But I think it's a pretty big energy cost commitment to do that. So I think I'm gonna leave this in average. But I don't know. I actually just, for whatever reason, I never play this card whenever I see it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in below average. For people who don't know, because I don't know if I've ever picked this card in recent memory. I've probably played it at least once, but this is the first time you play it, it deals 60 damage to the front enemy. Then it purges itself and you get a second copy which deals 60 damage twice, I believe, to the front enemy, and then the last version is 60 damage 4 times at random on the floor.
The second version is also random damage.
Oh, okay. So
not front.
Yeah. Is it 4 at the final level though?
I think it's 4, but it could be 3, but I think 4 sounds right.
I'm gonna go check the wiki real quick.
Yeah, just make sure.
It's been
make sure we're not doing fake news.
This card. Oh yeah, the you can give it a smolder stone. That doesn't seem right. Anyway, I'm sorry, I've got to read through all of this shit. Just tell me what the card does. You got all these words.
Damn, that's so fucked up.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Deal 60 damage to a random enemy unit twice. Deal 60 damage to a random enemy unit 4 times. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
So I like on paper this card should be good enough, but yeah, I just don't pick it. So I'm gonna give it below average. I think the biggest problem with Blazing Bolts is that you have to see it at Archeon because if you see it at KL, it's too late. So that's probably why it
That's
doesn't get
fair.
picked.
Also, again, I think just 3 costs is a little too much for it.
Yeah.
I think you got to make this fucker at least like. I think if it was 2 costs, I think it'd be a pretty good deal then.
It's like if this card is good, you probably just give it a -1. But I think that you have to see it so early, and the other cards have to be not good. It's like it's just not going to get picked very often.
Yeah, I know it's a little apples to oranges here, but think about like Helix Crystal, right? Helix Crystal is 2 mana for 70 damage to the front. This baseline effort is 3 mana for 60 damage to the front enemy unit. So it obviously gets better, but the initial value of this is a much worse Helix Crystal. So it's tough to play this. It's tough to like find the mana to play this and then like, you know, not play other cards, I guess. It's just a weird one.
Yeah. Mind Collapse for you.
Mind Collapse. I think this is like a bottom of above average card. This is a pretty solid early game card. You use this to kill backliners and then play more cards still. They just buffed it recently so that way you can target your own unit. So if for whatever reason, it actually comes up pretty often in this clan. You can kill your own unit, maybe like your own Rebel Morsel, to then get enough mana to play 2 more Morsel cards, etc. Stuff like that. And unlike a lot of these cards, it ends up being pretty relevant in the late game because if you have 1 energy upgrade, you can use this to snipe a backliner. Even like the 10 HP reanimate guys, from 4 you can snipe one of them, get 2 mana back. Not the greatest thing in the world, but ends up at least maintaining some relevance in the late game, which is pretty good for a card like this. So I think bottom of above average is where I'd put it.
I agree. Give it a +10, and then you just play this on 0 to get your energy back, which is nice.
True as well. Yes, very true. Very true.
Mostly this card is important because Umbra does not have many targeted pings, and it's nice to have one. So you take this because it says deal damage to a target. That's it.
Okay, right. Unit time.
I get Allied Construct. I will give Allied Construct above average. He's basically the only unit in this clan that you can play, it feels like, not counting rares, of course. Yep. He's been made an actual unit, thank God. It is a testament to how weak this clan is that this guy is a 1 energy 2 space, because the power level relative to the rest of his units is ridiculous. Like, this is for sure the most likely unit you're playing if you get stuck playing Umbra. Biggest problem is that this guy has to be in front, and so you are very prone to just getting killed. He dies very easily because he really wants you to give him other upgrades, and so it's hard to invest in defense and offense. So it's like, especially in the Savagery Seraph, I think this guy is like paper. It's very tough.
I find myself sometimes giving him Titanite for that issue.
Yeah, I think you have to sometimes, especially early.
Yeah. But like you are saying, this unit's baseline stats are fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
2 space. This used to be a 2 space 2 cost. Now it's a 2 space 1 cost in this game for a 25 multi strike. So 25 x2, 25 HP unit. That's kind of a crazy line. And they also buffed the recent to give it 2 innate fuel. One of the biggest weaknesses Allied Construct would have is that you were pretty much forced to play like at least top floor or sometimes mid floor because it wouldn't be able to attack right away. So if you're playing this bottom floor, the first wave would just walk past you and laugh. So it getting the initial fuel is a nice little bump for it recently. And yeah, like you said, like the baseline of this is like it's like the only like real viable Gorger in this game. So hooray. Above average as well, I would agree.
Yeah. You want to do these two next, 2 together? Because they're the same unit.
The dogs.
Yeah,
the fucking dog. I think one dog is significantly better than the other dog. For the record.
You think the damage shield dog is better?
Yes.
Okay. Then we can split them up.
Okay. Well, you can go first then, mister.
Okay, I think the lifesteal dog is very bad because he's not quite useless. You can play him as a tank, and he's good in the early game, and there is basically no knowable universe where this unit will ever carry your run. If this unit carries your run, you could have made Shield Steward carry your run. It is...
I agree.
It is fucking mind-boggling to me that we are 5 years into the development cycle. This unit has existed for 5 years, and he still just says Gorge Lifesteal 1. You cannot play this guy. There is nothing to do damage to the enemies. I do not understand how he is not different yet.
Yeah, he's fucked up and crazy and weird. I do feel, you know what's actually crazy? We're playing this now that the new update is out. I was gonna say that like this is basically a get out of Archeon free card. I feel like the dogs do really good in that fight usually.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they do in the with against the Flesh Weaver. Do they get fucking crushed?
Probably not. As long as you make morsels, like in their favor, as long as you play morsels on this guy, he will beat every boss in Relentless for you eventually. Maybe not Hot Lady
Uh,
in Ring 7 or Rax.
and not Corruption Seraph. Definitely not
True,
Corruption
not
Seraph.
Corruption Seraph. That's true.
Um. So I don't know. I think this thing is a dog shit. I think this is close to the gutter. The only saving grace is that he guarantees you access to Ring 4, which is
Yeah,
nice. But
at a
like you should pivot.
baseline, his stats are very good. He's like, oh, 1 energy, 2 space, 30, 35, which is a ridiculous base. But you don't like. He's just a tank in a clan that doesn't need a tank. That's his problem.
He's an awesome spear steward.
Yeah, basically.
That's not that good, man.
No, he's
Uh,
yeah, he's just strange.
Crucible Warden up next here. Honestly, I think also in the very bad tier, but higher up, because I think damage shield is better than lifesteal. Worse stat line, only a 20-30 instead of a 30-35, but really bad unit still. I just think they're worth talking about separately though, honestly. I think damage shield is much more valuable. If you're against Savagery Seraph, in theory this can tank for you because you can just make enough morsels to in theory just never get your melee weakness hit. You give this dualism, he's going off, man. He's going crazy. But pretty bad.
I actually, I'm talking shit. I did play this guy as a tank in my run today that I played, and I used his damage shield to let him tank Corruption Seraph, which was kind of cute. So he did that for me. I think he's also very bad. It's like the reason that I was able to play him is because I started the game with Mind Jacks. It's the only reason I was allowed to play him. And I had Architect Penumbra, so I had like a bunch of free space so that I could just kind of like play morsels without much concern.
Cool.
I think this guy is a little worse than the lifesteal dog in the correct case though, because it's better to have lifesteal to fight bosses in my opinion. So I like the lifesteal dog very slightly more for the guaranteed access out of the early game, and I think neither of these units are ever really going to carry your run. But if you do need damage shield dog, like if you are going to play a morsel plan where you're just going to scale super high off of morsels, I guess you prefer the damage shield guy because damage shield is proactive where lifesteal is reactive. But you're not going to do that.
I'm gonna do it.
I mean, like, I guess there's a world where you start the game with this guy and there's a multi-strike in the shop and you just take him, give him multi-strike, and then
I've had runs where I've had Malika's Pyre, and I just saw this with multi-strike innately, and I just gave it a multi-strike from my first shop, and I was like, it's Alloyed Construct.
Yeah.
There he is, see? But that's like, your argument of like a train steward could do the same thing is still pretty valid. So they're not good. They're not good units at all. They're pretty bad. But I think that Crucible Warden has better potential in the mid to late game than Crucible, because both these guys auto win you like the Ring 3 boss fight usually. And I think that Crucible Warden does just have more potential in the late game, not by much, but by a little bit.
Yeah, you can win with this guy, but it's the reason that I think this unit is so bad is because you're not gonna be like, I'm gonna take this guy and find multi-strike. You're gonna be like, I take this guy and there is multi-strike here, and there's no one else to hold it.
Yes, I agree with this.
Okay, Emberforge for me, I believe.
Yep.
I think Emberforge is significantly better than it was ever in the last game, and so I will put it in very bad and not the gutter. You play this card because you're playing that Furnace Tab line that you talked about earlier, and then it's just like, well, Furnace Tab, make me 2 energy and get me through the worst of Furnace Tab, and that's like fine. Or Emberforge, get me through Furnace Tab. Is what I mean to say there.
Yeah.
It's okay for that.
I
That's
have
the only
not.
case you use
I
it
have
for.
not. I have not done that yet. I have not stamped this card. I'm putting it in the gutter. I just think it's not worth defending for 2 energy per turn. Like, I don't know.
Well, it's not super hard to defend because you just kind of like, I find myself having the incidental space to play this for like 2 or 3 rounds, and then it's just like, hey, 2 or 3 extra hits of energy to get me through Furnace Tap. That's cool. That's the only time you would ever use it though. It's like
That's
if
fair.
it
You know what?
happens, it's cool.
Next time I see Furnace Tap, I'll more actively look for Ember Forges.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier when we were talking about Furnace Tap. The problem is that you would have to have seen Furnace Tap first, because you would never blind pick Furnace or Ember Forge. All right, morsel made for you.
This is a tough one. Obviously, this is like maybe the single strongest unit in Monster Train 1, and its stat line has been buffed. I think is it what's the let me actually look up the exact stats here. So 2 energy, 2
2020,
space, 520 by default.
520, 3-3, 2-2.
Hunger, feed on units with eaten, which is just whenever you play a morsel on the floor, he eats it right away. And he gorgeous for +4/+4.
4-4. Whoa.
Yeah, it got buffed. I don't know if it was in an update or just by baseline. I don't remember when it
I
got
think
buffed.
it must have been in an update. Let me look.
Yeah. But I think that this unit, there are circumstances where if you don't have enough morsels, you should not take this because you just will not get the stat line required. But I think this is a very good unit. I'll put it in above average for now. I think it's harder to get to the numbers, even with the buff on it. I think it's harder to get to the numbers that you need for Morsel Made to win you the run. But it is like not too hard to get there, in my opinion. I think it is, as long as you have like a solid amount of morsel generation, you can get there. So I'll put it in above average for now.
I think he's in the exact same place as Apex Imp, where if you give him multi-strike and you feed him a bunch of stuff, he'll kill 2 heavies, and this game is not solely about killing 2 heavies anymore. So I also agree with above average. He did get buffed in Lost Arsenal from 2 to 4.
Oh, okay, interesting.
But yeah, the biggest thing I want to say about Morsel Made that I think is like a surprise is that he will now eat Morsel Master's morsels immediately, which you mentioned earlier. That's
yes,
really good.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Or Morsel Maker morsels.
Yes, yeah. Morsel Maker. Yeah, in the past, you would not be able to eat them until you played a morsel on that floor. So there's this weird catch-22 where you needed enough space on the floor with Morsel Maker to then play a morsel to trigger all of them being eaten. Now they just get eaten all the time, which is very good.
Yeah,
you don't need that space issue.
He's good, but you do need to find multi-strike and ideally trample, like multi-strike, quick trample, and then this guy just auto wins runs. It's like a very straightforward line compared to what you have to go through with a lot of these other clans, or with a lot of these other lines in this clan. Morsel Maker for me.
Yep.
This unit's above average. He's pretty good now. It's just incredible how much better he got because of deployment. The ability to go +9/+9 every round is solid. He's a good frontline. He can be a buffer for your frontline. Makes it so you never run out of gorge triggers. Good guy. Love him.
Yeah. Like you said, yeah, deployment saved this man. He was pretty bad because you could bottom deck, or not bottom deck. He was still a banner unit, so he would still show up eventually. But the fact that it would like take so long to sometimes get him out was a big issue. And then like there was the issues of if you played him before playing your Gorger, you would make the morsels and then potentially just not have enough room to play your Gorger afterwards on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen too often, but it caused issues. So now him being deployable is so much better. Morsel Master up next year for me.
Yep.
I think I'll just put Morsel Master in the average tiers. All the same stuff applies to this guy, right? Making him deployable is a much bigger buff for him. But I think the fact that he is reliant on someone else to make morsels to get the effect in the first place makes him a little less reliable than Morsel Maker. And morsels aren't super strong, but this is a good card still. Like if you do have like Morsel Maker, Morsel Master together, is pretty awesome because now you've basically made your second Morsel Maker cost 1 instead of 2, which definitely is like a viable line pretty often. But he's kind of he's again like if you don't have Morsel Maker, he can make you a lot of morsels, but like I'd rather not. I'd rather just have a Morsel Maker every time basically. I think unless I already have one.
The problem with Morsel Master is that it's like you don't need him usually because like most morsel making cards are going to make you 3 morsels, and so you already have enough morsels to fill the floor. I don't like the way that this guy works just at a baseline, because if you have a 2-space Gorger plus Morsel Master, you play a morsel, you get another morsel, your floor is full. So he's only ever really generating you 1 morsel of value at a baseline. So you have to take space, and then it's like, what, you're going to get 2 morsels made into 4? maybe at that point it's good enough, but he's only making you 2 morsels if you go space. Morsel Maker just makes you 2 morsels at a baseline. So
I think the idea of this guy is not for mass morsel production. It's just for morsel quality stuff, right? If you have like a held over making of a morsel, for example, doubling that is pretty impactful. I think that's like the idea behind it, but I think that ends up being not often a great thing to do.
Yeah, because you don't have control over what morsels you get. You have no way to control quality. You just kind of throw them at the wall and hope they stick. So
yeah.
He's also the biggest problem that I think this guy faces is that the better version of him is just hollow mirrors.
Fair.
But
real, yeah. True and real.
I get Overgorger, who I think is average. I think this unit is... he's missing 1 upgrade slot. He needs multi-strike, he needs quick, and he needs increased survivability at a baseline. I think that, honestly, what I would like to see changed about this guy at this point is just give him health on Gorge permanently as well. Make him go... What is he right now? +2 attack on Gorge permanently?
So, do you want +2/+1 then, or do you want +2/+2?
I think +2/+1 is fine. Just let me, because you're gonna feed him like 100 morsels or something like that. It wouldn't be too crazy. But yeah, I think right for now he's just kind of average.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know if you remember our co-op run where we had this fucker, and we fed him so much. We fed him so much, and then we gave him the fucking banana, and he said, "Sorry, no attack for you." I think in my head, I hate this man more because of it.
Yeah.
But I should hate the banana. It's not his fault. I think is the main issue. I think average is right. I think the average is right for this guy. You are correct in that there's a bit of a struggle if you don't have any survivability. I think one thing to point out is that there actually is a decent amount of survivability in this clan with something like Prismal Dust, right? It's not too hard to give him enough defense, hopefully, but it is a struggle to be mindful of. Grovel, yada yada, etc. You can hopefully defend him even with only 2 upgrades, but it can be a little spooky. I think also it's a fun unit to dupe endgame, right? Where ring 8, you just go and you spent this whole run giving him like 500 attack, and then you dupe him, and now you have 2 of them, and you can maybe just brute force your way through a couple situations with that.
Yeah, I just think that the problem is that he doesn't. He wants to be top floor, I feel like, or as high as possible, and it's not good to play high floors with this unit.
We've mentioned it before many times, right? You usually want to play bottom floor. But I guess one nice thing that this unit has going for it that a lot of other Gorge units don't have is that by the late game, he has his attack front loaded right away, right? You don't have to worry about playing bottom floor against Savagery and not being able to kill heavies. It should be killing heavies immediately from turn 1, which is a nice thing going for it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'm up next year with Mr. Shadow Eater.
Yep.
I don't like him, but I respect him. I think he's obviously an awesome tank in this clan, right? You can play him like on a different floor and just feed him your leftover morsels and use that to like kill backline as well sometimes, which is pretty neat. Fun interaction with Glutton's Maw, where you can eat with this and it'll trigger your Gorge effect, so you will be killing backline at quick speed, which is really neat too. But I think I just put him in average. I think it's hard to rely on this character to actually win you the game. So it's hard. It's also like it's possible, but it's hard to actually make 2 Gorge floors work. So yeah, I'll put him in average, I think.
I put him in below average because I think it's just not. He's not good at fighting Seraph. That's all. It's really bad for this guy to be your backline playing into Savagery, and also it's really bad into Corruption, and also he gets silence into Entropy. So he doesn't really fill that role, and that's the only role he can fill. Ooh. So
one note real quick. In Monster Train 1, his ability that would deal damage on gorging would trigger strike effects, which was relevant for the infusion from Alpha Fiend. It was a really cool synergy where you'd infuse Alpha Fiend into this, you would gorge, and you would gain attack. It would basically be like a sweep attack that would gain you a bunch of attack stats. That does not work in this game. The only real interaction that I know of that is affected by this is the Corruption upgrade from the Cavern event. Right? The one where you, on strike, apply Corruption. Yeah. That does not work with this. I tried it. I was so excited. It does not work. So do not expect the AoE damage from gorging on this to trigger that effect. It's a tiny thing, but the more you know.
Yeah, which is bullshit. I really think it would be nice if it triggered that. then that event would be really cool on him. It's like it's sad that it doesn't work because I think it closes off a super rare line where you would be like, dude, I hit this thing this one time and it was really OP. Because it's like a great story.
I would have loved it. I would have loved to say here that I applied 300 corruption damage to Seraph because I was able to just feed a bunch of morsels to this fucker, but I couldn't do it. Was not allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, so you know, silly little guy, Shadow Eater. And we saved the best for last. Shadow Siege is probably the worst unit in the game. I think he might actually be worse than Pyre-blooded. This unit is
I think I would agree with that. Yeah,
it is, to me, it is insane because like when I talk about how you have to, like, for strong units you have to take drawbacks, right? Demon Fiend is a strong unit, but he's 4 energy and he's 3 space, right? This unit is a 6 energy, 6 space 5 energy, 5 space 6 energy.
Let me double check it. I think it's 6 space. It might be 6/6. Hold on.
Is he 6/6?
Let me Jamie pull it up. Hold on.
Pull that
Shadow
shit up, Jamie.
Siege. It is 6/6.
Yeah, so you're
6 energy, 6 space.
So you have to take an energy relic. You have to cheat past the energy cap in deployment, and you have to cheat past the space cap that you have to play this guy for. And you can't play Intrinsic Space Prism anymore. So the only way you could play him is with Crucible Extension, which you can't get until after you've seen him. And what do you get? You get a shit unit. You get a 200 150. Like I talked about with Forever Consumed, I was like, wow, they really just went in and they doubled the numbers on that thing. I think this guy should be like a 1,500 or something like that, because so much has to go right for you to get this guy on the field, and he's a rare, so like everything has to go right in the run that you see him. So you can't even be like, I'll plan around Shadow Siege in this run. This unit is like the exact thing I hate about the design in this game, where it's like you go through all of these hoops and it kills the fun for newer players, where it's like you go through all of these hoops and then the unit just fucking sucks.
Yeah, listen, great for thumbnail purposes.
True.
Maybe the single best unit in the game to put on your thumbnail for your YouTube video to get people to click on it. God, this unit is horrible.
So
holy
bad.
Shit, this unit is horrible. Like there are some ways to cheat it out, right? You got things like Jack in the Box, which is really cool if you can make that work, or you have things like the pressure valve. What is it called? Why am I forgetting what it's called?
Volatile gauge.
Volatile gauge. Thank you. Sorry. You have like things like this to get it, sketches, yada yada. You have all these ways to get it out, but the problem is that you have to usually speculative pick one of those first, or speculative pick one of these first, right?
Yeah.
You fucking cannot speculative pick Shadow Siege first, and you can. It's a dead card. It is a blight, a pox upon your deck if you have this in here, because you will never play it. It's too expensive, and like. Before you said it needs to be like a 1,500. Can I be honest? I don't think I'm playing that still. I think that's really bad still, because that's just because the only use case, the reason why you're giving it 1,500 is that if you can give it trample, now you can kill 2 heavies.
Yeah,
hooray!
Enough in savagery. Ugh.
Right, so you need to give it. You need to, like, in that case, you need to give it trample to be anything more significant than being like like at that point 500, 1,000. It doesn't matter, right? You need to give it trample for it to be anything. I think you need to give this 500 and trample for this to be playable. It is horrendous at its baseline.
Yeah.
What a dog shit unit. Okay. Fatal Melting. Let's go quick.
Yeah.
Fatal Melting. I'll go first. Bad card. Very bad card.
Awful card.
Horrible card. Not gutter level, but really bad. If you're desperate for a backline clearing option and you have a bunch of tombs, or maybe you have dregs in your starting card and you're just throwing them away anyway, this can get to the numbers where it will kill backline for you, but it is not what you want to do usually to kill backline.
Even if you have units dying en masse, this card needs like, I think 17 death to kill a 50 HP backliner, which is impossible. This card is awful.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
It wishes it could be cleave so badly.
Yeah, I think that it just needs to be like 5x probably, or maybe higher.
I don't know. Some sort of maybe some baseline just to start with, like maybe like it starts at like 15 damage, and then you add damage equal to the number of deaths. Something, I don't know.
Yeah, this is a bad card where like it's not a fun, cool, but bad card. This is just like this card doesn't do enough damage and feels like shit.
Pretty horrible.
All right, I'll take Crushing Demise. I think Crushing Demise is average to above average. It depends on your run pretty heavily. The nice thing about it is it's like you almost always have an open floor, so you can just hold this with Permafrost or Holdover,
Yep.
and you can catch Stragglers, which is good. Usually you play this because your run is really bad at killing heavies, but your run is really good at killing backlines, so you put this to kill heavies on Savagery and just kind of cheat.
Yep, I agree with everything you said. I would put it in the high end of average. So
Yeah,
between the basically yes, everything you said is correct.
Wherever
Very
you want it.
very yeah.
I will say you will never pick this card and be like, I'm gonna play this to kill my units, because it's too inconsistent at that, and you don't want to kill your units anymore because this clan is very snowbally now. Have a hollow
Okay, what's that?
You get hollow drippings here?
I have Dripfall up next for me.
Oh, you have Dripfall? Okay, Dripfall. Go ahead.
I don't even see hollow drippings on my list actually, now that I look at it.
I think it's after Legion of Whack that I just drug it over.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. You can do Dripfall.
Sorry to steal Dripfall from you. I know you love this card, but I love it too. This is an exceptional card. This card is so good.
Yeah. Best card in the game, probably.
It's just targeted days combined with Descend is really good. It's very flexible. It's really good in the Titans. It's just good. It's just a good card, man. You can overstack in theory. That you don't use it to overstack very often, but it is like a pretty flexible overstack option as well for you. It's disgusting. You give this intrinsic holdover. You give this holdover double stack. You give this double stack twin stone. You can do anything with it. It's doing whatever you want. It's very good.
Yeah, best card in the game. I don't think that it's going to come as a surprise when I put this at the best card spot when we finish this tier list. Dripfall wins runs. You play intrinsic holdover, you play 2 of this card, and you are unable to lose fights. You daze the boss, you stop the heavies from walking into your pyre. It is probably the only card in the game that I think you should never skip. I don't think there's really a situation where you would pick anything over this.
I don't know. Maybe there's like some sort of like rare card in the pool that's somehow situationally better for you.
No, I think
like maybe you use some like I don't know.
I think the only situation is like you have Lady of the House and you didn't start with a burnout card and you're playing like I don't know, probably Burnout Rector, and so you have to take a burnout card over Dripfall.
Yeah, wait a Wicklash or cleanse over it. Yeah, I can see that, but yeah, that's pretty infrequent.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take Hollow Drippings now. This card is good now. I think that this card's probably above average. This clan has trouble scaling damage, and now that Lady of the House is good, I think you pick this card. And as long as you're going to see a Melting Banner, you click this because it makes it so that Lady of the House can carry your run. This is the best card to play on her.
Yeah, I think this is like now just better than Wicklash. Maybe not actually, but like close to it.
Wicklash sucks. That card's really bad.
Well, it's good with Lady now, but like, you know.
Yeah, it is sort of.
Listen, mister, don't talk about my boy Wicklash.
It's a really bad card. Sorry.
Anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe I'll come down on it a little bit, but it is a good burnout enabler. It does cost 1 now, but that's not a huge deal, and getting a little bit of extra attack for this is pretty cool. It's nice.
I think if my feeling about this clan right now is that this card would probably actually jump to exceptional if it said apply 5 burnout to your units and plus 5 attack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you get to add burnout to your non-burnout units too, then.
Yeah, because then this card plays with Lady of the House and Paraffin Enforcer, and then it's like the clan is probably saved.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. What do you have? Engulfed in Smoke?
Yes, Engulfed in Smoke.
Okay.
I used to love this card in Train 1. I think it's just like an average card now. Like it's just I feel like it's a little pricey for what it does. I feel like defense is not as important as it used to be. But like it is like just fair to say that you can give this holdover and intrinsic and your units are now just unkillable forever, which is pretty cool. Maybe it should be an above average. I don't know. I find that this is just not as important as it used to be. I'm gonna leave it in average for now, I think.
Yeah, this loses to Corruption Seraph, which is why I think it ends up in average.
That's fair.
He puts his corruption on you through stealth. It's a good card to take, but you are probably putting holdover on a different card, so it's harder to put it on Engulfed in Smoke. So this is like a double stack target in my mind, and then it's like, hey, 4 rounds of stealth is pretty good. It's strange, but Yeah, this is a game where even if you're alive, you still have to kill the enemies, right? In the last game,
Yep.
you could kind of just like sit there and stealth and be fine. Survival was more important. I think this game, your survival has to be killing the enemies, which is why this card feels worse now.
That makes sense.
Me Hallowed Halls.
Yeah.
I do not understand why they nerfed this card. This card was already pretty bad at 2.
Yeah.
This is a Reddit nerf, I honestly think, because this is the sort of card that Redditors think is good.
Oh, yeah. Call them out, Voyix.
No, I like people who are not great at the game think Hallowed Halls is OP because they don't really understand fundamentally how this clan works. I feel like, especially now that Lady of the House has been reworked, because you have your run where you play like -1 holdover Hallowed Halls twice, and you go, wow, that was OP. And that was really, really good in Monster Train 1, but you cannot stack up with Reform in this game very frequently. But people still think you can, and you're just like, wow, my Hallowed Halls run, this card is so OP, how has this not been nerfed? And now it's unplayable garbage. I think this is very bad and almost in the gutter. The only thing that you can really say in favor of Hallowed Halls is that it's kind of good with Firelight Fade.
That's fair. That's pretty good stat gains there. That's true. That's real.
You can't play this with Paraffin Enforcer, which is almost always how you want to scale burnout units. And you can't play this with non-burnout units because they're going to die, and you're not going to scale fast enough, and you can't play this with Lady of the House anymore because she loses all of the burnout that you placed on her from playing burnout cards on her. So this card really has no place in the game anymore in my eyes.
I would maybe just put it. I'm gonna put it in the gutter. I think it was an insane nerf. Now it's too expensive. At least before, there was a world where you could give it like intrinsic holdover, dupe it, and then like just have a super wide floor that you would just play it over and over again on. You can't even do that anymore. Like this card just has no purpose, I feel like.
Yeah, it was like in the past you would play it because it was a really strong effect where you would play like 2 of this with holdover. You know what really killed this card in my mind actually is the removal of Value Stone. That's what's missing from this game. Value Stone's gone. Remember Value Stone?
I remember the shard upgrade. Yep, -2.
Yeah, -2. Because you could do Value Stone holdover, and then it was just like I dupe it 3 or 4 times, and then when that gets here, I just start going 20/20 on a whole floor. 20/20 is worse in this game.
Here's the thing, boys. I think in theory, with how, again, we've talked about it before many times, how this game or incentivizes taking the energy upgrade from bosses. In theory, it would still have been a viable line to go just a 1-cost Hallowed Halls or intrinsic holdover Hallowed Halls, dupe it 3 or 4 times still, and even though it costs energy to play now, you have enough energy to play all of your Hallowed Halls. But now that it costs 3 baseline, now I feel like it is just actually impossible to do.
I think that there's one other thing to say though, which is that it's a wave composition difference because this card, you take more damage in this game. So having your units reform randomly, in the past it would be like, oh, well my guy lived at 1, but at least he got his swing off. Now it's like, he's dead. He is dead and buried.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there is an infinite with Hallowed Halls though, I'm pretty sure.
Is that why they made it 3 cost?
Yeah, I think that there's no, you know what? I think they got rid of it. There's some sort of infinite with oh yeah, it's gone. No, it was Dark Calling Rector. It was Dark Calling Rector and I think the Whelp. It was something like you would
play Rector, bring him back, Crypt Call, kill him, bring him back, Crypt Call, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. You're right. Because you would play Rector, bring back a Whelp, play the Whelp, kill the Whelp, Rector. Yeah. So I think that's gone though. I think they patched that out. Anyway, yeah, because they patched it was a relic thing. So it was the relic that would let the Whelp reduce your cooldown, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, Hallowed Halls is pretty bad now, but it does have potential to do infinites with ability cooldown resets, and I think there's like, it's probably good with Animus of Speed. That's about it.
Dog shit card.
Yeah, really bad. I said we need to speed up, and then I bitched about how
sorry.
5 minutes. No, it's my fault. I think this card sucks now. It's sad.
Am I up next here?
Yeah, you're intent on death.
I think this card is pretty bad. I'm gonna put it in the very bad tier because I feel like I don't care too much about my extinguished cards anymore. I think Bounty Stalker is kind of a lot worse than they used to be. I just don't find myself ever playing this. I think Legion of Wax is a lot worse than it used to be too. Legion of Wax was usually like a really big card with this, and this guy, it's so hard to get the stats high enough on Legion for this to be worth doing. So yeah, I just don't see the point of you existing. Intent on Death, I'll put you in the very bad tier. But maybe this is a gutter card too. I don't know.
Intent on Death is really funny because like in this game you want to trigger extinguishes a lot, and this card has Consume.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, oh boy, I get to trigger my extinguish once. Epic. Yeah, I think this card is very bad. It's the only saving grace is it's good for Fade, and Fade is really bad, so she needs
Yeah.
all the help she can get now.
That's fair. Little Fade does utilize as well, whether you're going Firelight or if you're going Eternal Candle or whatever it is, Eternal Flame, both utilize this pretty well. So that's nice at least.
Yeah, but it's not very good with Little Icarus, the Spikes path.
Yeah, because you don't have a Extinguish trigger.
Alright. Memento Mori is... I did Hollowed Halls, you did Intent of Death, I'll do Memento Mori. This card is just below average. It's very bad in Exile because you don't have Dregs, but with Dregs, I think that this card is almost playable.
I don't know. I think I put this in very bad as well, honestly.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it's a little too expensive. It is still just a little too expensive. If this costs 2, I think it's more playable. I think this is like pretty often going to chunk down a heavy for you in late game. Not kill it fully, but like in the same way that I feel about like Forever Consume, yada yada. But 3 mana is just too expensive for the effect. And yeah, the end.
This card's a numbers problem. This probably needs to say 20x.
Yeah, I can see that being pretty good then. So that's what, 10 units dead to kill a heavy?
Yeah. Yeah, no, 10 units would be 200 damage, right?
It was 20.
20 times 10.
Oh, we're going to be 20 times. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Math hard.
Yeah, but like 20x would be 100 damage, which is like, oh my god, this card's really bad. Wow.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Yeah. You can do Memories of the Melted. New card, very fun.
Yeah, one of the new ones. I have not played with this very often. I feel like I don't know what exactly is the issue, but I've not played Wickless Baron very much. Which I think is like maybe one of the better use cases for this because you can put a bunch of tombs in front of them, right? And then he gets a lot of harvest, and you get to keep replaying them over and over again. But yeah, I just haven't gotten this to work for me really at all. I'm gonna put this in, I think, below average, because I think Endless is really strong against Corruption Seraph specifically. Oftentimes you just want, like, even outside what your clan is doing, you just play this and then use this to like bring your tank back as it keeps dying over and over again. But that's kind of like really the only use case for it. I feel like it's just like if whatever your other clan is doing likes Endless, because there's a decent number of clans that do want Endless, or just again against Corruption Seraph, this is pretty cool. But outside of that, seems kind of useless to me.
I give it average. I think that this room's main reason that it goes up a tier is because there are not many rooms that are good for melting. And so this is a really cheap way to make your game a lot safer because you're never going to like just randomly drop dead now. So I'll give it average. I think that it's really easy to put this on your run when you see it in a card pack. I think that if this was an arm shop only, also it would be below average, but yeah, it's like fine to take this and then your tombs are endless for Baron, like you said, and that's nice.
Yeah.
Or Fade. This is another one where it's like little Fade, Firelight is really bad, and then you get this and Firelight's really, really good.
That's fair. You know, I have not played this at all with Firelight or with Fade at all yet, actually, so that's a good point.
Yeah,
I've not thought about that.
It doesn't do anything for Little Icarus, and I mean, sorry, it doesn't do anything for Firelight, or it doesn't do anything for Eternal Flame. God, I can't think of the names. But Spike's Fade is like, you don't play it, so it doesn't matter what you do with it, because Spike's Fade is like unplayable.
Maybe you don't, bitch.
Have you played Spike's Fade?
I think once. It was fine, but it's you know, it's whatever.
I had my one run with her. She needs a lot of things to go right.
Yeah.
Okay. You did that one, right? So I do Molded?
Yep.
I'm going to give Molded below average. I think that reforming in this game is very bad. There's a guy in my comments who's always really mad at me because I don't play reform lines. And yeah, when reform starts doing like better numbers, I think that this will be okay. But the only way that you play reform is through Dark Calling Rector because he's like good. This card is not good. The only time you play Molded is because you need to bring back your front line, I think. You would never play this to reform anything else.
Little Fade too.
Yeah, Little Fade. Yeah, that's true.
But you already have primitive molds in that, so you usually don't need this, but it's not terrible to have in your deck.
It's good to have.
It's one of these, you don't remove it from your deck, but you don't draft it either cards.
I would take this if I'm playing Firelight Fade and there's no burnouts in the draft pool. I think that's about it.
Yeah, true. Okay, I'm up next here with Mortal Entrapment.
Yeah.
I like this card a decent bit. Again, 3 costs. I'm going to keep saying it is pretty expensive. But days 3 is a lot. You give this double stack. You tell a boss to go to hell forever. That's pretty strong. It's not game-winningly strong, so I'll just put it in the above average here. But I like this spell quite a bit.
I actually think it's game-winningly strong. I give it exceptional for sure.
Ooh, okay.
This card is like, if you miss Dripfall, you play this instead, and sometimes you play them both. It's really, really good to just put Daze 3 on an enemy. This card's very good.
Damn, son.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just think that three assists is a little too expensive usually, but it's a good spell for sure.
There's nothing to play in this clan. Have you looked at our cards ratings?
Oh, what about? Hold on. Hold on, wait. We'll get to the better one soon. Don't worry.
Okay, I'll take primitive mold. This is like the same as molded. It's a little worse in my mind, I guess. Like, as far as starter cards go, if you're exile melting secondary, you're really pissed off because this card sucks.
Yeah,
it's like horrific. It is very, very bad. But if you play this card without Little Fade cannot function without primitive mold, I feel like. So you kind of have to like it, unless you're playing Endless Fade, in which case primitive mold is a dead card. I'm gonna give this very bad. Fuck primitive mold. This card sucks.
I'm gonna put it in below average because I think you do it serves a purpose, but it's not good.
It's like it's a tilt drop. I'm gonna drop it a tier because I don't like the way that it plays.
That's fair.
Fuck primitive mold. Purifying cleanse for you.
Okay. Up next is the cleanse. I think the text on this card could just say burnout 3 and I'd rank it the same. I think this is just an average card. It is not. I mean, the certain units of this clan really desperately need burnout. What's his name?
Enforcer?
Rector. No, Rector. If you have this card, you can actually play Burnout Rector in the early game. If you don't have like one of these Burnout cards, he's dead. I don't know how you feel about Accumulator, but I never play that fucker.
Never.
And then
he's
Dark Calling.
He's good in Banished.
Yeah, okay, I can see that, sure. Like Banished. Oh, just as like a
Shield away.
Yeah, yep, there you go. That makes sense. But if you see Burnout and you see Accumulator and it's just like, oh well, I don't want to play Accumulator here, I'm gonna suck in the early game. You can take, it enables your early game a little bit, but then also the big thing is just that you need this to like get burnout to Paraffin Enforcer or to just give more burnout to Lady of the House. Mm-hmm. And that's really the only use case for it, is those three things, but they're pretty commonly occurring in this clan, so I think that's just average.
Alright, I'm gonna delay our video a little bit to complain now. This card has to be above average in my mind because of the clan has like this ridiculous design flaw that we have to talk about at some point, which I'm sure you know what I'm about to talk about. For some reason, the clan based around Burnout cannot get Burnout after Ring 3, except for from Wax and Spike. So like, and I think right now every good strategy in this clan revolves around Burnout. So I think you are like morally obligated to click on Purifying Cleanse if you see it, because it's just so important to play Burnout. So I'm gonna give it above average, but it's not like above average because the card is really good. It's above average because like it's like a fucking opportunity cost. You can't see Paraffin Enforcer after Archeon and go, oh cool, well now I can pivot to Burnout. It's you see Paraffin Enforcer and you go, thank God I took Burnout, otherwise this would just be a dead draft, right?
This is how I felt about Shard Tail Queen in Monster Train 1, where it was like, the only imps that are good for you are commons, and if you don't see them, you lose.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here, where you have no Burnout enablers past Ring 3, so what the fuck do you do if you're trying to play Lady of the House? It's fucked.
Yeah, it's really, really sad, and I think that they probably need to cannibalize. Right now, my pick, I think they should kill Wicked Blaze and just rework that card, because it's so bad.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad one.
Yeah, and like I say, there's no access to Burnout. You can play Resin Blades, but like, come on, man.
We also, Lady of the Reformed is not a spell, but it is a card that also enables Burnout too.
Yeah, the problem is that you can't see her after Archeon either. There's only one draft possibly in Ring 5, and by then you're like, you have to win the 50-50. First you have to win the draft, then you have to win the 50-50 to have it be melting, and then it has to be Lady of the Reformed. So like, post Archeon, you've seen all of your chances to get Burnout, except for maybe Wax and Spike from Ring 6, but it's also too late.
Yeah.
It's just silly. I don't like it very much the way that this works, and I hope that it gets changed. But I think that they're probably busy doing other things, so I don't think we're going to see another balance pass anytime soon like that.
Oh well.
Yeah. Anyway, me Remnant Pact.
Yeah.
I'll say average. I think that it got... Actually, no, I'll say below average. I think it got a little worse in this game. I think that just clicking Endless on your units is not as good because of the existence of memories of the melted. And, like, I think the main thing that you would do with Remnant Pact is you would use it to make sure that Burnout Rector was okay, and now I don't play Burnout Rector if I can avoid it. So like, what you do with this is just play it to put Endless on a frontliner to bring them back if they die, and that's okay. But you can usually get the same effect by taking a Reform card.
I agree with it being below average. I think this is like a pretty good out of clan support card where it's like, oh, again, I'm gonna say this a lot. Endless is really good against corruption Seraph. So
Yeah,
if it's
that's
like,
true.
oh, if this is good if you're like if you never found Endless on your tank and for that fight, and that's kind of like all I really think about this card doing. Most of your units, you know, if they're a tomb, I'd rather just like put Endless on them in the steel shop.
Yeah, you have
Because
to.
they're not like they're not hurting for slots. It's not that big of a deal. So I don't know. I don't find myself relying on this for Endless for like burnout or for melting purposes. I usually use it just for like Endless for the sake of Endless, basically.
Yeah, you can't really play it with tombs because you might miss the tomb lining up with the Remnant Pack draw. That's the main problem.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just kind of strange. If it's good, it's really good, but it's usually not very good. Resin Blades for you.
Okay, Resin Blades. This is... I think I'm going to put this in barely above average. I like the card a lot. It's really cool. I've had a lot of times where I've used this to like... I've used this on Bounty Stalkers to kill them intentionally. I've used this on Paraffin Enforcers to enable their starting burnout. I've used this on Lady of the House to be really strong. And I've actually recently used this on Eternal Candle Little Fade to like better leverage its attack stats and then also kill it intentionally, right? So it's really cool. It's a little bit more flexible than I originally thought it would be. And it's multi-strike. I think the biggest issue with this is that if you are intentionally killing your unit, you do have to keep paying the mana to keep getting the multi-strike. But like it's a pretty strong equipment in my opinion. I put it a lower end of above average, I think. Because it is a little narrow in scope. You can't just put this on anyone ever, and it doesn't work very well on things that are like outside of burnout, obviously, right? With the exception again of like maybe little fade stuff. I like it though.
Yeah, cool card. Synergizes nicely with the clan. I think that it's just strange that it costs 2. I think this thing should probably cost 1, but yeah, it's Draft Infusion, and this clan was really a lot worse without Draft Infusion, so nice to see it back. I agree with above average. I wish it cost 1, because it would be a lot more fun to play.
True.
Resin removal. Another Reddit nerf, man. I swear to God, this card was not worth nerfing. This card was like, it was not the auto include that people thought it was, but you know, what do I know? I think that with the nerf, I would put this in probably just average. It was probably above average before. I think this card is just average now. It's way too expensive, but it's nice when you need it. It's just that sometimes you don't need it. Because like,
this is in case of corruption Seraph break glass. This is what that card is, because it'll remove corruption. And that's the only thing that was like really worth removing. Sap was not usually super problematic for this clan, because if your units die, they lose the sap and you just bring them back. And if they're playing some sort of crazy burnout strategy, you can usually just brute force through the sap. It was never a huge issue really. So and melee weakness as well, same idea. You usually just were able to either stealth through it or chump block through the melee weakness. Wasn't a huge issue. This was mainly just a card this clan had to deal with corruption Seraph. And I'll be honest, I usually just give this permafrost anyway. So it getting up to 2, but then permafrost lowering it back down to 1, it's kind of like the same card, I feel like.
Yeah.
So I would put it in average. I think it's fine. It does one job really well, and that's all it's really good for. So,
it's good.
Yeah.
It's good for clearing the corruption on the Titans as well, which isn't really too important. I think that this thing just kind of gets outshined by the existence of Endless. Like, the room is just better. Sacred Wicks for you.
I fucking hate this card.
Yeah,
I've mentioned it many times. Reforming is not a very viable thing to do. So I think I would just put this in very bad, maybe even almost gutter. But I don't know. I don't respect you, Sacred Wigs.
Yeah, reforming is not good, and this card is also not good. It's like you don't really want to do this. Only really Little Fade wants this, but you have Primitive Mold, and you can just remove cards if you need to. Reforming sucks now, and that's okay. Sacrificial Resurrection for me.
Yep.
I'm going to give this below average. I will knock this card up a tier as soon as they change it so that the draft that it makes costs 0. I don't really understand why the draft costs 1, and it always catches me off guard. It's cool for clearing out curses from your deck, and I think that in theory, being able to just drop a super draft is cool, but I think that the guy doesn't really have enough attack, so mostly you play this just to get rid of curses, which is not that good. I'm going to drop this a tier lower. I think this is actually pretty bad. I'm going to put it in very bad.
Yeah, it's somewhere hovering in the below average is very bad for me too. I'm gonna leave it bottom end of below average because I think it is like it's a cool effect. It's a very unique effect to be able to remove vengeful shards from your deck. It's the only way you can, I think, like at all really.
Yeah.
There's one other way that I'm not thinking of.
No.
But there's, at least for the combat, it does remove them from the deck. Not forever because they're not purged, they're consumed, but they are just gone from the deck for the time being, which is neat. But yeah, I don't know. I don't fuck with it too hard. It's annoying. And I agree. The draft should just cost 0. I don't know why it costs 1. It is weird.
Yeah, I think there's some play for this card. I think in a world where the original patch notes we saw in Lost Arsenal were correct and Rector Reformed 3, we would play this a lot more. But I feel like you always have 2 slots for Dark Calling Rector to Reform locked up. And it's like, do I really want to commit resources to putting a draft on the floor that's like a... It's like, do I want to play a draft who is a 50 times 2, or do I just want to play another better unit? Like a tomb usually goes on that floor instead. I don't really know what this card is for.
Or a draft that you've had from the first place, getting stacked up by Crypt calling the whole time, right?
Yeah, that's true too. It's a lot of hoops to jump through for something that's not that good, in my opinion. You did Sacred Wicks, I did that, so you're on deck for Subsuming Blade.
I'm on Subsuming Blade. I think this is a really average card. I think it is nice that it's actually really funny. I think in Train 1, this card was almost exclusively used to kill your own units. Now I think this card is almost exclusively used to kill problematic backline units for you in the late game. I think you use this to like kill silencers, or like you maybe pick off one of the spell shield guys in entropy or whatever, right? Or you use this maybe, or if you've gotten this early, it's feasible that this is strong enough in the late game to kill sweepers for you. So I think this is like that's what this card is for, and it's pretty good at that one job. And if that's an issue for you, this is a nice thing to have. But otherwise, kind of you can't take it late. Obviously, if you see this ring 7, do not pick it. Right? Like it's just needs to be like a ring 4 card that you took.
Yeah,
but it's good there.
His scale is slow, but permascaling's fun. No more cool Subsuming Blade infinites with Votivary. They killed her. So sad.
Yep.
I think average is fine for this card. It's something that you kind of just take because it can kill through armor, which is nice. But it would be, I think this would be a much nicer card if it was common.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. Then you could see it early and start scaling it from like ring, 1 or 2 or whatever, right? Like,
it would be way more fun, right? Strange. All right, Wax and Spike to me.
Yep.
I think that my thesis about melting is changing, so I'm kind of like, this is more of an experimental ranking. I think the Wax and Spike is probably above average because I think that the structure of this clan and how you want to play it changes. I think Burnout is now the way. I'm pretty sure, because if you have to play through melting, you're going to play Paraffin Enforcer or Lady of the House, and this card lets you play Paraffin Enforcer. So I'm coming around to this idea that you just kind of pick this if you see it, and then you pick this if you saw Paraffin Enforcer, and you pick Paraffin Enforcer because he's cheap. So it's like you can often chain into this for very low risk, and then Paraffin Enforcer can then raid your whole floor, which is nice.
Yeah, it is lovely that this card can be 0 cost, add Burnout 4 to the entire floor. That is a nice thing about it, is that it doesn't need any energy investment to do the thing that you really want it to do, because you don't care. Like the attack is nice. You're not playing this for the attack. You're playing this because you need the Burnout.
Yeah.
And I agree with above average placement. I think this is a pretty decent spell for this clan. Obviously, dog shit if you're not playing Burnout though. Don't.
I would like to see this changed, I think, now with the shifting sands for melting. I think that this card should probably scale the amount of Burnout with the X, because I think that is now way more important to me because of the change to Lady of the House, and now like I'm playing this just to activate Paraffin Enforcer. I want this to be like...
You want this to be like 3 cost, 12 Burnout AoE then? I agree that would be probably better ultimately. Yeah, no, that's fair.
The only thing is it would be a nerf because you couldn't play it for 0 for Burnout 4, so I almost want it to be like 4x plus 1 at a baseline burnout or something like that. I don't know. You'd have to mess
That'd
around
be
with
hard
it.
that'd be hard to write on the card specifically, but I agree. I see what you're saying.
Well, you would just
It'd be
put it
nice.
like it had a. You would play it, or it would just come with like a +1 innately, basically, is
Yeah,
what I would want.
it would just be like +4 burnout, and then the text would say apply 4x burnout and 4x damage.
Well, you could just put it like you do when you put a +1 on these, right? Where it's just 4x plus 1.
Okay, what do we have up next here? Wicked Blaze? What the fuck? Is it me?
Yeah,
Am
it's
I doing
you.
Wicked Blaze?
Yep, you're doing Wicked
I'm
Blaze.
putting this in fucking very bad too. Like, I don't know, man. It's targeted reform, but it costs 2, and it's not worth that in exchange for 10 attack versus something like Molded. This seems really bad to me. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is, in my opinion, this is a gutter card. I don't think you would ever pick this. This needs to be. It's another card that just never got its numbers changed. This probably needs to be like +20 or +30 attack.
Yeah, maybe. I don't even see myself playing it then, though, man. I don't know.
No, it's
Reforming
very
is just such a hard thing to do right now.
You might play it for like reform a draft with +30. That would probably be okay.
I think the only use case I actually see for this is if you're like, actually I don't even know. I was gonna say if you are playing Burnout Rector, but like it's not good there either. It's like an emergency reform Burnout Rector plan, like because you don't have any Burnout extension. It's really bad. It's not good. Don't do this one.
I think that there's a run out there where you're playing like a quick sweeper or like a quick unit, and then you're reforming them, and then they're swinging and dying and reforming them. And I think that that line is probably viable within this clan, but it needs a little more support. Because I've done it a few times now with Dark Calling Rector, and it's kind of good, but it's a little far off in my eyes. So Wicked Blaze is like, it's just, it needs more numbers and probably needs to cost less or something. I don't know. Wicklash to me.
Yep.
This is the only burnout card that I will put in average. Burnout 2 is not enough, and I think this card is pretty weak. Again, numbers are bad, +10 attack is not enough in this game. And like when you look at this card and you look at Purifying Cleanse is 0 energy, +15 HP, +15 attack on Lady of the Reformed. This card is 1 energy, +20 attack. Wicklash is just a lot worse. Or sorry, on Lady of the House, not Lady of the Reformed. But Purifying Cleanse. Purifying Cleanse flexes to heal Lady of the Reformed. It can give burnout safely to anyone else. I think that Wicklash just needs its numbers bumped up to be competitive. So average for me, because sometimes you have to click this because it says burnout.
I would put it in average too. I put Purifying Cleanse also in average as well, though. Mm-hmm. I think honestly, just both these cards are just like, thank God I have burnout for my burnout plan. It's how I feel about both of them, really. I don't hate putting like holdover Twin Sun on Wicklash, because then the 20 attack is pretty decent, and you're getting burnout, and you can kind of spread it across bodies.
Yeah.
It's a necessary evil, I think, for this clan.
Yeah, that is true. It is like you pick this card because you have to, and you're not happy to pick it.
Yeah,
I agree.
I want to point out that, like, you know, when we talk about this card, right, we talk about like Razor Sharp Edge, for example. Razor Sharp Edge, it exists in a clan that has sweepers, which is why like 12 attack is so much better than 10 attack here.
Yeah.
Yada yada, etc. But just want to point out that way. I'm sure we said that like a couple times already at this point, but yeah.
Yeah.
Am I up next with Lucas recruitment?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, what the fuck, man?
This clan has a lot of dog shit, right?
Dude, this card's so bad. We talked how so much at this point now about how like burnout is a good thing for you. And like in theory, the idea is that like, oh, you have this burnout unit, but you didn't get burnout support. So it's like, oh, I'll save my unit by removing their burnout, so they don't die now. But it's like, fucker, no, stop that. You need the burnout. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then like, if you want this for debuff removal, why would you take this over resin removal? I think this may be just an actual gutter card. Yeah, I'm guttering this guy. I don't know why you'd play this right now.
I'll give it very bad. It's like resin removal if it was bad. And resin removal, and it like actually hurted
you, and it also only worked on one unit.
But it's like if you're not playing,
and it didn't like remove buffs from enemies. That's not really super relevant, but still.
If you're not playing a burnout line, this is just resin removal, but for your single unit, which is bad, very bad. But I mean, maybe you have to take this sometimes if you didn't see anything
you're right.
else.
I'm gonna bump it up. I guess I can see the world where it's like you're secondary melting, and you're against corruption, Seraph, and you don't have a way to handle corruption, and
Yeah.
then you will play this and put it on your tank to remove the corruption from it. I guess that's okay. I'm gonna take it out of the gutter.
That's where I
I
put it
don't like this
initially
card.
as well. I put it in the gutter, and then I thought about it a little more.
Fuck this card.
I think Wickless Recruitment was really good in Monster Train 1 because you used it on Burnout Rector, but I think Burnout Rector is not very good now.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, Dreg for me. If you're wondering, by the way, why Dreg is a card but none of the other ones are, it's because the picture on the wiki was fucked up, so I had to grab this one myself. Dreg is fine. 0 energy for a unit, and his damage is not negligible. A lot of times you'll just slap like 4 Drags down because you draw them together, and then they'll kill a guy in the early to mid game. And sometimes even in the late game they'll clean up. So he's average. Like the world's okayest guy.
Up next, we've got Mr. Draft. I agree with the record. I think
Yeah.
he's just fine. I kind of hate drafts now. I think it's this issue of like he's competing with these burnout cards, which are so much more important.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I got to put this in like maybe even the very bad tier. It's so hard to like he lost the ability to infuse him into other units in Monster Train 1. He was awesome because you would use this and you would infuse it into someone else and it would make someone else really, really strong. You can't do that anymore. His stat line is too weak and is not a viable thing to reform him really. So the only real plan you can do with draft is like you maybe put him in a Paraffin Enforcer run that's also using like maybe Lady of the Reform to give it some extended burnout because it only has one burnout by default. It's really tough. It is really tough to use this guy. I think I'd rather just basically never take him and instead just take other burnout spells from the same drafts. So, yeah.
I'll just give him below average. Dark Calling Rector loves this guy. He's really good for Dark Calling Rector.
That's fair. That's a very fair thing.
The main problem is, like you said, and like I said earlier as well, you have to play for Burnout in the common pool very often. So it's very hard to pick draft instead of like Purifying Cleanse, right? Because you would rather have the option to play Burnout. So, but if there's no other Burnout card in the pool and there's not like a other good card like a Tomb, maybe I would probably pick this guy. So if everything else sucks, you pick him because and you're playing Dark Calling Rector. Or maybe Firelight Fade.
A lot of hoops there, buddy.
Yeah, it's not very good. But yeah. Oh man, Votivary.
Fuck.
I'm very sad. I think that in Monster Train 1, in Monster Train 1, I think Votivary was like actual S tier exceptional card. You would always pick Votivary because it just was like a free chump blocker, a free harvest trigger, it replaced itself. This card was super good. This card's pretty bad now. I think that I would put this in very bad. It's just not worth it in my eyes, even though the effect is, well, you don't get the value until next turn. Which, you're like, it replaces itself because it's draw +2, so you're getting Votivary and another card starting next turn, but I don't know. It's just like, it's harder to find time to play this in a harvest line, and there are harvest enemies that are a little more threatening now, and they're like, you kind of, if you're playing harvest, you kind of have to play a certain guy, which we haven't talked about yet, so it's hard to find time to play Votivary.
Yeah, I think just harvesting as a strategy is a lot worse. I think Accumulator Rector is pretty bad now. I think Wickless Baron is playable, but you need to see it early. You need to like, I mean, it's a unit, so you can see it pretty early, but you need to like super commit to it, which is kind of scary to do. Or you can, I don't know if the unit you're mentioning specifically was Big Sludge before. Like, sure, if you have a Big Sludge, yeah, you can probably play Votivary, man. Great, congrats. Like, I don't know, this unit is bad. I would put it. I think in the very bad tier.
Yeah.
Because it's just almost never worth harvesting. It does. I don't know. Maybe I should play it more to get a sense for how I feel about it being +2, on death now, because it is like, in theory it is now card positive, right? You play it, it dies, you draw itself, and then another card next turn. So in theory it should be good. You know, actually I'm gonna put it in below average, I think. Because ultimately, the way I guess you can see this is that this is like a card draw relic for 0. Because as long as once you get it going, there should be a floor where you can play this, and it should be giving you a card draw. But I didn't value the infinite too highly, but it's just like so weird that they're just like gutting all the infinites, man. But whatever.
Yeah, I think Votivary was good. It was nice because you had the option. You didn't go infinite off of this very often, but you had the option to draw 2, and now it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sore loser, but I think practically what happens is like you pick Votivary, and then you're just like, why am I playing this? And then you go throw it on the top floor and watch it die, and then go, okay. Like, it just doesn't end up on your floor very often.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that was you, right? For
Yeah, Devourer of
Votivary?
Death for you.
Devourer of Death for me? What the Dude, these units are so fucking dog shit, man.
Yeah.
Have you used this card ever in a meaningful way? Like, once yet?
Yeah, you can play it with the Endless 4, and then you can play this with a tomb in front of it to clear backline. It's, like, not very common.
I don't know, man. I'm putting this in, like, the bottom of very bad. I don't think it's quite gutter level, I guess, but, like, this seems horrible.
Is he, what's this guy's name again? Devourer of Death?
Devourer of Death.
Devourer of Death. What is he now? Is he 15 still?
He's
He's still 15x.
Yeah, it's 15x. It's 1 cost, 1 space, 0/5. Gain harvest to gain a soul, and then it's deal damage equal to units equal to 15x the soul count. Huge synergy bonus we should mention. The smelter. I think the smelter from Pyreborn, the only other I think soul keyword. So if you put that on here, put that on him, you can make a lot of eggs, buddy.
That's
You make
true.
a lot of eggs real quick with this. This soul smelter, is that what it's called?
Yeah, Soul Smelter.
Yeah, soul smelter in this. Ooh, baby.
You can play this guy if you have double extinguishes, I think, and you need a backline clear, but it's not very good. So very bad, I agree.
Okay.
Entombed Explosive. God's okayest soldier. He's average, but he's in a very tough spot because of the burnout problem. So you don't pick him very often because burnout is better, almost always.
Yeah, 65 is a very specific number. It's very nice in the early game because it will just straight up kill a heavy.
Yep.
The heavies have exactly 65 at first, so unless you have Give them Titan Skin, it's really good early on. And then is usually fairly significant damage in the mid game too. Definitely falls off pretty much entirely late game, I feel like. But it's always a chump blocker. Tragically, one of the funnest things to do in this game in Train 1 was infuse him into a Legion of Wax, but you can't do that anymore, so sad.
Yeah, sad.
Yeah, I think average is right. I think this is I think it's a classic example of never remove it, never skip it, or not maybe not never remove it, but like almost never remove it, but you will probably never take it from drafts.
Yep. Molten Casement for you.
I think this is like still an average card. It's basically, again, like, you know, we'll talk about this and probably Engulf and Smoke kind of in the same breath every time you see it, because they do the same thing. You give this Endless, and it's basically a 1 cost but takes a space version of Engulf and Smoke, and sometimes you need that. And that can be really good sometimes, but sometimes it is just kind of worthless. So yeah, I think like higher end of average. I could maybe see it being an above average, because again, it's like a pretty useful effect outside of the clan. But yeah.
I think below average. It's hard to pick this within the clan because, again, better things to do in the common pool. And it's okay outside of the clan, but I find myself not having the space very often to play this, and like you typically just have to win without stealth anyway. I think it's very hard to make a run where you're gonna go, okay, and then I'm gonna stealth, because you're just gonna struggle sometimes. If you miss this, you die very fast in this game. And you can't like intrinsic it. So I don't like this guy very much.
Fair.
Okay, Remnant Nost. This is who I was talking about when I was talking about with Votivary. I think that this is the unit you want to play in every single harvest run because he's 3 harvests in 1. I'm going to give him above average, but it kind of depends on if you're playing harvest or not. But he's so pivotal to harvesting. The biggest complaint I have about this unit is that if he dies to burnout, the dregs don't die from inside. I would really like to see it somehow change so that if he burns out, the dregs inside also burn out.
That would be cool. I think I just give this an average because I don't fuck with harvesting right now.
Sometimes you gotta play it, I think, is the problem.
Yeah, that's fair. You're right. It's really good there, but I think, you know, ultimately just an average card.
Yeah. Ooh, Formless Child for you.
Oh man,
It's lit.
Formless Child. Oh, this guy is really bad.
Yep.
This guy is really bad. We've talked before about how reforming is not consistent, and this is basically not literally reforming. It's the same like play cycle, right? Of you let your own unit die on purpose, you bring it back specifically with this, and guess what? Oh my god, it gets 40 attack. Who fucking cares?
Wow, it's like 2 channel songs.
It's so bad, man. It's so not. I think I gotta put this in the gutter. I think this is a gutter card. I think it's too hard to make this work. It's not. You know what? In a world where this is a banner unit, maybe we can talk. But it's not even a banner unit, and it costs 2. It's so inconsistent. Like no, no thanks. Pass.
I will give it very bad. I think the only thing in favor of it, or like the only reason I wouldn't put this in the gutter, is because it's okay with Dark Calling Rector. Because if you bring this guy back, you can throw him out to grab
This dude, all dude talks about is Dark Calling Rector.
He's good.
How about you get some Dark Calling bitches?
Dark Calling Rector is he's one of the only things to do in this clan.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Fair.
Lady of the House for me. How thrilling.
Yep.
With the rework, this unit is very good. She's above average for sure. I like Lady of the House a lot. Play Burnout, and if you don't play Burnout, you're going to be a little sad, but every run where you play Melting and you have a bad, unclear, shitty game plan, looking at you melting with almost every other Monster Train 1 clan, you're looking for Lady of the House because she can do what other clans cannot. And she has good base stats, so you don't have to worry about her dying.
Yep. The rework was awesome. This unit was so bad before. Now it's like really playable.
Yeah,
I think above average. Correct. She's not like a game winning card like some of the other exceptional cards, but pretty good. Like her a lot.
She's water in a very dry desert of good cards.
Okay, up next we have the Lady of the Reformed. It is me. I think I'll just put Lady in. I think this is just an average card. She's got like enough of a stat line to be a tank, and she does enable burnout. But I think my biggest problem with Lady of the Reformed is the fact that she needs another unit with her to actually like really go. Like, you need to get Lady of the Reformed, and then also need to draft Lady of the House afterwards as well, or Paraffin Enforcer as well. And then if you're playing Paraffin Enforcer, you need to get a card to put burnout onto it. But I think ultimately, Lady is okay. The end.
Yeah, you play her because the other burnout cards are good, and she makes it so that you don't lose because you ran out of burnout, and she's a good statted tank. 1040 is great, so she's fine. Yep. Average, I agree. What do I get? Oh, Paraffin Enforcer. I would probably have put Paraffin Enforcer in very bad not too long ago. I think he's just going to go below average. We've talked a lot about him, but a lot of things have to go in his favor because he needs you to find dualism, because otherwise his damage doesn't scale fast enough. He really wants multi-strike, but you can probably get away without it. You could probably play Smidge and make multiple of them. He needs you to have burnout on all your units on the floor, which is also something that's very hard for you to do within this clan. And he needs to not die, which is hard because you have to invest a bunch of resources into him attacking and generating more rage, and then he's only a 25 HP guy. In his favor, he's 1 energy and 2 space, and it's very, very easy to pick this guy and just go, maybe he'll save my run. So he's in a weird spot right now of you pick him early and you go, I hope that I hit the fucking God run for him.
I would put him in, I think, average. I think he's got like a nice stat line, even if like for the early game at least, even if you don't find anything. He's a 15-25 for 2 space, which isn't crazy, but it's not horrible. And I think he's every once in a while he does just completely enable your run to win. It can be a lot of damage gaining if you get like you said, dualism on him. And I don't know. I think he's a pretty important part of the clan, but again, he's definitely inconsistent, which is the big issue. So what are you gonna do?
You're right. I think I'll bump him up. I think I feel about him the same way I feel about like the Sirens, where a lot of things have to go right for him. So I think he should be in the same tier. I was just looking. He's in the same tier that I put like Awoken Hollow in. That doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
He's in the same tier as Branded Warrior. Holy shit! Why is Branded Warrior below average? Who put this guy here?
You want to at the end here? You want to do like a once-through to see if anything like sticks out as being maybe should be somewhere else?
Yeah, we can do that at the end for sure. Okay, you get Paraffin Thug.
I think this is also a very average unit. Obviously, it's really cool that he makes you a lot of money in the early game. He's got a really nice stat line in the early game too, as a 40-10. But like this unit, kind of obviously falls off a cliff and will not do anything for you in like the mid to late game. I feel like so it really is just there to make you a cool big stack of money, and then you just remove him from your deck probably. I think just average.
I agree with everything you said. I'm gonna put him in below average because all he does is make you like you know, probably like 200 gold, and then he leaves your run because he becomes useless. He's one of the best units for the banana though.
That's true. You do love that banana. 120. Woo!
Woo! Okay, I get Harvest Baron.
Yeah.
Harvest Baron is average. I think that this unit is like, this is like the #1 example of what's wrong with this game. Very fun and good to play into Corruption Seraph, acceptable into Entropy Seraph. If you pick this into Savagery Seraph, you should probably just close the game. He cannot play. And the problem is that you don't know what fight you're fighting on 7, so sometimes you walk him into Savagery on 7 and you take like 70 damage, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. So it's very bad to play around Wickless Baron, but sometimes you have to. You want harvests on your side of the board as much as you can, so you want to play like Remnant Host, of course, or like any other two. I should drop Remnant Host down.
Where'd you put it before?
He was above average, but if I'm putting Baron in average, he needs to be an average as well.
That's where I put him, and I agree with the placement in this guy being an average too. Because again, a little slow to get going, a little inconsistent. He's got better stat gains than he had in Train 1, and you can just give him double multi-strike, and it doesn't take too long to get there. But again, like you said, Savagery Seraph kind of just beats your ass.
Yeah.
That's pretty tough.
It's hard to make Harvest good in this game without making it OP, because if you tweak the numbers too high, he just becomes broken. But there are some fights where you just won't harvest because enemies don't exist in the way. So this unit would be a lot better if you could see what every fight was ahead of time.
Yeah. Up next, we got
Tycoon.
the Wickless Tycoon. I have a weird thing about this guy because I feel like I actually use this guy pretty often in the early game to like maybe like save certain runs because he's a really good tank. And he makes you a lot of money in the early. I'm actually going to put him in average as well. I think his starting stat line is really good for the early game, and he also makes you a lot of money. I feel about him basically the same way I feel about Enforcer, or not Enforcer. Sorry, Paraffin Thug. I think they're kind of like they're the same. I think they kind of like have like the same gold output pretty often, and the same like end game viability. So it seems about right.
I think Tycoon's a little better in the end game because his stat line is in line with other frontliners. Frontlining isn't super good in this clan, but yeah, he's a 1040 and he makes you a lot of money. This guy's fine. A lot of times I think I give him like a +14 just so that he can also affect boss fights for me, which is nice. But you just kind of throw whatever, get out of the early game, and then throw him away in the late game usually. Bounty Stalker to me, yeah?
Yep.
Gutter. I think this card is unplayable. He's so insultingly bad.
Was it 8 permanent attack in Train 1 as well? Is that stay the same?
Yeah, that's the same.
Yeah, it's I've had like 2 runs ever. I've had a couple of actually really good high rolls with this unit, and it has worked. But like, it is just fair to say that this is an abysmally low stat line for this guy. It's not enough attack consistently, and I think like Bounty Stalker also really relied on Draft Infusion, and that doesn't exist anymore. Like, there's all these things going against him, and he's gotten like the only tool that Bounty Stalker has now is Resin Blade, which is basically just like a Draft Infusion as well, but more expensive.
Yeah.
So there's worlds where it can work. I think I have done a Bounty Stalker Draft Blade run before, or what is it called again? What's the blade?
Wickless Blade.
Wickless Blade, yeah. I have like had it work once for me, or Resin Blade.
Yeah, that's it.
I have had it work. Like I've had like a couple runs where Bounty Stalker's been good, but this unit like is horrendous.
Yeah.
I think I'll put him in the gutter too. I think you can make the argument. Again, I've had some runs work with them, and it's really cool, and everyone loves permascaling. But like, it takes like literally like 50 deaths for you to have enough stats to like almost kill a heavy.
Yeah,
like, it's too hard to get there.
The benefit of him is that you can play multiple of him. I think that he just never recovered from the loss of Draft Infusion. Resin Blades does not fix it, because suddenly you're making this guy cost 3 to have multi-strike, which feels very bad. If you bring his numbers up, I'm sure he becomes okay, but he kind of just got left behind. Look at him and then look at fucking Reforming Ooze, man. It's so insulting.
Yeah.
Reforming Ooze is just 6. I guess if you could reanimate this guy, he would be cool.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, if you play this in Lazarus League, sure, it is like a slightly better Ooze, but like the Ooze has the Ooze will always have support. This guy does not have the support he needs in this clan.
Yeah, this guy sucks. I really hate him. I'm sad too because I think he was a lot of fun in Monster Train 1, but he just didn't recover. If they bring Resin Blades down to 1, you could play this guy, but probably just take him up to like plus 12 permanently or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure the exact number you need, but it's really bad and he needs a lot of help.
Yeah. Was that me or you?
That was you, I believe.
Okay, so you get Sludgy.
I'm at Big Sludge. Maybe I'm crazy. I kind of still fuck with Sludge. I think the damage gain is like enough. He's obviously a little big, which is an issue. But you give him a smidge, you give him a dualism, or you give him like, or you can just go, you know, you can go multi-dualism, and he's like killing 2 heavies to you pretty consistently. I'd put him at like the low end of above average, I think.
Yeah, he is a little bit big. You know what else he is?
A little bit sludge?
Yeah, a little bit sludge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now this guy, I think some units transferred well into this game just because of dualism getting added. This guy with multi-dualism is good, or multi-smidge. You have to have Harvest on your side of the board, and he suffers into Savagery, but he can still win. I'd above average him as well. I think he's good, and also he's very fun. It's a very fun unit to play.
Yes.
People love units that are just like really large. I think it's something in the brain, and he's the large unit that's good. I don't think there are many of them, but he's the one.
What about this next large unit, Legion of Wax? Everyone loves this big guy.
I'm gonna only put him in very bad because Legion of Wax is like a free relentless kill up until fight 6, which is really good. I think that Melting does actually suffer with fighting Relentless because sometimes if your burnout plan is shaky, you'll lose. So I've had runs. I actually had a run recently where I picked this guy and he got me through the early game, which is nice. I think it's like you pick this and it's a free ticket past Archeon and then you stop playing him. But getting past Archeon and getting past Fight 4's boss is very nice. So I think that Legion of Wax can just go in very bad. This is a unit that I think probably should never have been made, just as like from a design standpoint.
You should have never been born, Legion of Wax.
I'm sorry, Legion of Wax, but like it's very hard to make this unit like from a technical standpoint. Because what this thing needs to do is it needs to inherit equipment when they're passed down, and I imagine that's just hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
or we need to bring back infusions and give it Entombed Explosive again. Because as it stands, it cannot handle heavies at all.
No,
like heavies do just walk past you. No matter how much stats you give this fucker, unless you're giving it like 500 attack. Like no matter what you do with this guy, you can give it like plus 100, like, and it'll win most relentlesses for you, which is pretty cool. But like you still just have this issue of like every heavy just walks past you forever. And there's just no real way in this. There's just no way to solve it. There's just no solution in this clan. The end.
This is a unit that gets fucked by the 7-unit limit too hard because all of the cool high rolls where this guy would be good, he doesn't work in the context of the game because you need to be able to like double extinguishes and then suddenly there's 10, 20 Legion of Waxlings on the floor and then you play him again and you just keep doing that, but you can't because it doesn't work. Like you just hit the cap at 7 and then you go, man, this sucks. It's just he doesn't work in the game. I'm sorry, Legion of Wax, you should never have been born.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Melting is my melting thesis. This clan is like bad except for Lady of the House, Paraffin Enforcer, like but not really Paraffin Enforcer, but kind of Paraffin Enforcer, the 2 burnout cards and the 2 days cards. And that's like this entire clan. And I guess Big Sludge.
Seems right to me.
Yeah, it's like you play a burnout line or you play a days line and that's it. Okay, you want to bust out these
Let's go. Let's go.
All right,
we're in the final stretch here. We have the Boiler Room. Such a weird card. I'm gonna put this, I think, in average. Some people love Boiler Room, and it makes sense. I understand why, because this card, like in theory, just makes you infinite energy. But like, how often do you really need infinite energy? I feel like the answer is actually just not as often as you think you do. So I just put this in average. It's just fine. The end.
Yeah, Boiler Room is average in my opinion as well. The problem with it is you need infinite energy and you need to not want your room slot. And I think that there are things to do in your room slot usually because you need to kill the units on the floor with Boiler Room and you need to not be sad about giving up the slot to play like a good room in space in the place of it. Mostly what you do with this thing, I think, is if you're in a clan with good X cost cards, you pick this to pump up a bunch of energy and then drop it into an X cost card.
Yes.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Boiler Room is really, really good if you get it from that event where, and this is the part where we're going to have to talk about events a little bit, but if you get it from the event where you just get it for free as a relic, that one's okay.
Yeah, is it, they put it on bottom floor?
Yeah, bottom floor Boiler Room, middle floor Spell Sanctum.
Top floor Fight Club?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, yeah, okay.
So yeah, a fine card. I think that it's not super good because a lot of times you take energy, like we've said. Okay, Bone Dog.
Next we have Bone Dog.
So I'm gonna talk about Bone Dog in context of Bone Dog versus like as his event, right? Because it's Bone Dog versus the pendant that revives you at 25% HP. I think that Bone Dog is average because typically you see him early enough that it's good to take him. I think it's like around ring 5 and beyond, you are better off taking the pendant in my eyes. And also you can play Bone Dog if you have Hall of Mirrors for some reason, which happens not too frequently. But going up higher HP is good, so I'm going to give Bone Dog average. I think that maybe even above average, but he's a little annoying to protect because you can walk straight into Kel the Corruptor. So sometimes he gets sniped and you can't really counterplay it, which is sad. But plus higher HP is good.
I think I would put Bone Dog in below average because I think I just prefer the pendant.
That's
I
fair.
think that's just it. I think right, like it's like rings 3, 4, 5. It's like debatable. Rings 6, 7, 8. Almost always you want the pendant instead. And Bone Dog has to be protected as well. I think the big point against Bone Dog is that it is taking up a slot in your deck as well, right? Even if on ring 5, Bone Dog is giving you more health than the pendant gives you, it is also now a curse in your deck that you have to. Not a curse, obviously, right? But it is like a dead card in your deck, basically. So yeah, I think I prefer the pendant usually more on average. But if you see it, I mean, I had a run where I had Bone Dog and I had I saw the 5x event afterwards. Like ring 3 Bone Dog, ring 4 5x, and I was like, I think I had like 200 and something health by the end of the run. It was really cool. But yeah, I think on average, stinky, but you know,
I will never forgive them for reworking Fecundity. The Fecundity Bone Dog run was so fun.
Damn, that sounds cool.
Oh yeah, it was it was with Stygian, so I had the relic where it's permafrosted cards in your hand cost 0, and that went through Fecundity's cost increase. So I just played 14 Bone Dogs.
Damn.
Yeah, I ended the game in like around 600, I think. It was really cool. And now it's gone. You'll never do it again.
Fucked up, man, what they took from us.
Yeah. Hey, you get an easy one.
Yeah, let's just put this guy on scrolling up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an exceptional card. This is Dante the Dependable. I think we can all just kind of right now agree this dude is fucking busted.
Yeah, very good.
There is really no way around it. Obviously, you can't always take it because you might see him too late in the game for you to be able to change your game plan to work with him. But this dude has so much multi-strike. It does not take much damage to win the entire game with this card. There's so many equipments that work with him. Like, there's so much going for this guy. So it's pretty obviously one of the best cards in the game. And do we wanna while we're talking about it get Dante's Inferno in here too?
Yeah, sure.
I think this is a gutter card.
Yeah, I agree. Like in context, right? It's very bad to play Dante.
in the context of the Candelabra is so much better than playing the spell, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yep.
I want to say, I think the only thing I want to say against Dante is that Dante makes you really feel the problem of the Titan fight in a way that no other card does. And the problem of the Titan fight is when your run is really broken OP, you are like, in this high momentum, I'm killing everything, this rocks, and then you just fucking walk into the wall that is corruption in your pyre. And you go, okay, guess I gotta sit here and wait while my cool runs hits a bunch of zeros into entropy and savagery. Cool.
Yep. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Well, add an effect where when you're hitting damage into an already killed Titan, like half of it goes to the Dominion. That would be stupid.
That'd be ridiculous.
That'd be fucking stupid, man. Why would you do that? Why would you why would you even say that to me? I'll kill you.
I'm on my way. You're finished.
Up next.
Oh god.
Anything else to say about Dante? I don't know. I think he's
No,
just
no,
really
no. Yeah,
strong.
Dante's good. Play him.
Okay.
I'll take Enchanted
Yeah.
Chamber. Uh,
Sure.
I think this card's below average. The reason that you play this is because it's good for Luna Coven. It's like the only real case for it, which maybe even puts it down a tier. But this is like interchangeable with Planetarium, and that's like really important within Luna Coven. And I think you sometimes play
Mhm.
this in Awoken to buff the shitty heal cards by 15. But now they have a room, so it's less common.
Yeah, I think I think I'm willing to put it in very bad just
I agree.
because it's actually like just like so unplayable most of the time. There are I think you're right. I think in the Luna clan this is like sort of like Planetarium at home. I think Planetarium should on average give you more spell power than this is giving, but if you don't see Planetarium, you can definitely play this and it's pretty good for you. But most of the times this is just kind of worthless.
Yeah, you're right.
So
Very
I
bad.
think this is a very bad room.
Yeah. Oh, you
Okay,
get
up next we have Excavated Ember here, which is
yeah.
sort of like a cheat because this really only exists in the context of the Balatro event.
Yep,
But like
Balatro.
if we're just talking about this card just on its own, this is the literal best card in the game because
Yeah.
it is just like it replaces itself and gives you energy. There's no downside to this card existing. It is like the #1 card in the game, but in the are we ranking this in the context of the event itself? I guess we did that with like Dante's Inferno, right?
Honestly, I would be okay with just skipping this card because it is like impossible to rank, I think.
Yeah, I think in the context, you know what? I'm gonna rank this based on how I feel about the relic in that
Oh,
draft.
yeah, sure.
I think that relic is like average. I think like half the time the other things are better for you, but half the times like this is actually a pretty good relic for you to take from that event. So I'll put it in average.
I'll in context of the Balatro event, I put this in very bad. I almost never take that relic.
I usually take it over like banana if the other thing is like not good for me.
But I think all the other ones are good, right? I guess the only one you wouldn't take this like because
Triboulet, I guess.
yeah.
Triboulet's pretty bad. Actually, you know what? I'll put it in below average. So I think Triboulet is worse than that one. But I think the other two Jokers are like pretty. Yorick and Canio
Uh,
are, are pretty way better,
you're,
basically.
you're missing one.
Who am I missing? Canio. Oh, the Silence guy, right?
Yeah, it's Chikat.
Yeah, Chico.
Yeah, I think that this is like the fourth
Yeah.
best at that event.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
People fucking love that guy though. They're always telling me about remove consume spell chain to go infinite off of him.
Sure, man.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah, sure. Fight Club for me,
Okay, Fight Club.
average. It's like in a lot of clans, rooms are really like actually unplayably bad. So this is plus 15 attack, which is never bad. Damage is good, average for me.
Yep. Sometimes it's actually pretty cool if you have something like a morsel plan. All of your morsels just start beat ass, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, fun.
And like a lot of like for example, like a lot of these cards that we're saying that like Razor Sharp Edge, for example, right? It's like 12 attack, 1 cost. This is 15 attack, 1 cost. It takes up your room slot, but if you're not using your room slot anyway, this is a pretty good spell. If you already have your room slot taken, don't play this.
Yeah,
It's pretty simple.
you can do a little forethought as well, right? Like don't pick this in Luna Coven because you're probably playing your room. Pick this in Lazarus League because Lazarus League rooms are bad.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Glass Cannon for you.
I'm gonna put Glass Cannon, I think, in the above average tier.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously a scary card to use, but usually just slap this in your backmost unit. Oftentimes that unit is a sweeper. Sweepers love plus 50 attack. That's pretty cool. If you can't, if you can't, or if you're playing against Corruption Seraph, you don't have a way to defend your backliner, or if you, I don't know who else you'd put this on. Like just don't put it on good units, man. Don't put it on bad units. Like that's simple as that. Really, I feel like.
Yeah. I think that anyone watching this video at the, I believe, 11.5 hour mark probably can handle the Glass Cannon discourse of it's good because it gives attack to your unit and you should not play this on your frontliner. I hope
Yeah,
that is clear.
that's good. Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
If you're still here at this point in the video, my God, you're probably honestly probably asleep. Good morning.
That's hey, wake up, you're late for work.
Actually, entirely possible that someone put this video on, fell asleep, and then woke up and we were still going.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, you could have gone to bed at like 11 p.m. and then with this video on, fell asleep after like 30 minutes, woke up at like, I don't know, 9 a.m. and now we're talking about melting.
Mm-hmm.
Eesh. All right, I'll take Hall of Mirrors. I think Hall of Mirrors is average. It's like really fun, and originally I thought this room was going to be super OP, but sometimes it's like useless and sometimes it's really good. Some units love this, like Talos is a huge fan of this thing.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep. Yep.
but
Yep.
yeah, it's good when
I
it's good, you know?
I agree. Classic good when it's a good situation.
Yeah.
When it can be game breakingly strong in certain builds. It can be useless in a lot of them. So I think average is a good spot for this to be.
Yeah, it's if you have something where your unit is like baseline very strong, you just play this because it's two of a really good unit. But a lot of times, I think that runs that you construct need the space, and it's hard to play Hall of Mirrors because it's like I need to play 3 units. Like I need to play like Lady of the Reformed, Paraffin Enforcer, Lady of the House, and there's no room for Hall of Mirrors there. But if it's like I giga scaled a what do we even giga scale? Oh, maybe like you scaled a Overgorger. Then you could play this there. Okay, you can do. Oh, look at you.
Yep. Got a little inferno room here. You know, it's exceptional. I'm not gonna fuck around. It's like this card is so fucked up. There was a Slay the Spire streamer who I was watching first trying to learn how to play Monster Train 2. I don't know how much they had played Monster Train 1. Probably a decent bit. Probably they were playing Monster Train 2, and they were like, "This Inferno Room card, I just don't get." And I tried to walk them through it, and they did kind of understand by the end of it. But basically, if you don't know what the point of this card is, you play this bottom floor, and then in 2 of the 3 savagery fights, it's over. You've won, effectively.
Yeah.
Not literally, but pretty much you've won the game, because this will kill in the corruption seraph fight. This will kill every single problematic unit for you. It'll kill all the extinguished units that deal corruption on a empty floor. It'll kill the cursed units, and it will at least get the what's it called units, the reanimate units, down 1 life and at 1 HP, which is really strong in that fight. Incredibly strong. In the entropy seraph fight, it kills all the silencers, it kills all of the unchosen incanters, it kills all of the spell shield units, and it chunks down the heavies quite a bit for you, right? The only fight where it's not super awesome seraph wise is Savagery Seraph, and even in that fight, if you have the HP to tank 1 round of amalgam damage, you can play your main floor mid plan, play this bottom floor, and it kills all of the sweepers with the exception of the 1 floor where there's a sweeper with a Titan Skin unit. But it kills all the sweepers for you and also chunks down the heavies a bit for you. This card is just absurdly strong.
Yep.
The end. And that's just we're talking about round 8. It's also game-breakingly strong ring 7 and below too, basically. So it's like, it's disgusting.
Yeah, you click this in the first arm shop, and then you actually don't have to think until ring 7. This card is very good. I think the Inferno Room is almost unhealthy for the game with how good it is.
I would agree with that, actually. Yeah.
It is oppressive. The only thing to say against Inferno Room is that you can't play this if you're trying to play Harvest. That's the only other thing. You can't play this in Melting Harvest lines. They have a little bit of a problem there. All right, you want to do the Jack-in-the-Boxes together? I think I just went through the wiki and clicked on every single card, so that's why these are here.
You know, if we're ranking Jack in the Box as like a unit, it's pretty bad. If we're ranking it for what it represents truly, which is free removals, it's actually really strong.
Yep.
Right? Like, this card is just basically a 0-cost card in your deck that is in deployment, so it basically isn't even in your deck. And it removes 3 bad units from your deck.
Yes.
That's 3 free removals. That's crazy good. I think I put this in exceptional because that's like a huge value proposition for you. And then also, every once in a while, randomly, you get to do really fun box shenanigans with it, which is pretty cool too. That doesn't come up super often, but like, being able to give non-deployable units pseudo-deployable is sometimes actually pretty useful as well. So, I don't know. I'm not ranking this as a card. I'm ranking this as the fact that this card has removed 3 probably Spear Steward or 2 Spear Stewards and 1 Train or Shield Steward from my deck. That's what this card is, 95% of the time. So, make of that what you will.
Yeah, I think above average for Jack in the Box because I probably pick it the most often. Small gift box and average because sometimes it does something really cool if you see it late enough. I will say I was a little disappointed to find out that Jack in the Box does not trigger Rally, even though it says summon a boxed unit. It will not proc Rally, which was very sad to find out. But yeah,
you know what's the saddest thing about it?
What's that?
The cards in the Jack in the Box are cardless.
Oh yeah.
So if you put something in there and give it like, and it has endless, and it comes out of the box, the unit is gone forever when it dies.
Yeah, and they don't get mastered.
But yeah, that I don't care about too much. I just care more about the fact that I put an endless greed dragon in my Jack in the Box, and it comes out and dies, and it's gone forever.
Yeah, you gotta endless the box.
Yeah.
Okay. Overgrowth Carapace.
Who's up? Is it me? Is it you? I think it's me, right?
You can do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Man.
Shout out
Lord of Pies is gonna be so angry. Lord of Pies is gonna be so angry with me. I think this is like a pretty bad card. This is somewhere bordering between below average and very bad. Really, the only actual use case for this card is you have a smidge stone on your sweeper, and you have time to stall long enough to, play this and get the stat required to actually like, kill units. It's a lot of stats though. Plus 20 every turn gets really big really quickly. I think I'm gonna put this in the bottom of below average. I think that's where I would like to place it. But Lord of Pies, you're lucky. This is for you.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I also would put it in below average. The problem with this card is that it's too expensive. 2 energy, and it's like you have to also have invested in the Smidge Stone. But you can play this sometimes as just like I need to get out of the early game, give me a guy with 20/20 to pass Archeon, and that's fine too. But mostly you just put this on a Smidge Stone guy. But I don't think you ever Smidge Stone preemptively for Overgrowth Carapace anymore because the other upgrades are too important.
Yes, and also now that there's so many more equipments in the shop, it's a little bit less consistent to find Carapace now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a little tough. Also, I did have I think 1 or 2 runs where I just put this on Primordium, and just like took space upgrades, and then just used it for stats on that.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. My biggest problem with this card is that it's very bugged. I don't know if you're aware.
There's like the thing where if like a unit with endless dies with it, they die, then they get +1 space beyond what they were like stalled at or whatever. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. So basically, the way that it works is that when it says no space to increase space, it still invisibly increases the space on your unit, even if it didn't go up in space. So if you put an endless, if you play this card on a unit with endless, they will always come back at 6 space, and then they'll become unplayable, which is really sad. Because this is cool on Primordium, even if it just goes +20/+20, but then if you retch him, he will be unplayable.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Hopefully that gets fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll take Void Armament. Void Armament is a 3 energy multi-strike, and then it says Extinguish Purge, which is like tough, but really you should almost never be like, if your backline ever dies, this is probably tough, and like you probably lost anyway. I had one time where I played a run where I took a second Siren of the Sea because my run was so close, and I played Void Armament on that unit because I needed it for the damage, and it died in the fight in Fight 7, but then I had a second one because I'd like duplicated ahead of time for it. Anyway, if anyone ever says to you that you should pick this card to purge units from your deck, you should tell them that they are being silly. It is not worth it. It's like pretty uncommon. I'm going to put this in average. I think that there are a few champions who really want this. Slay, Conduit, Ardoon wants this, and Avarice Gilda wants this, but it's really hard to play this for multi-strike because it's too expensive. It's like really hard to fit this in your deployment without some energy cheat in deployment.
I would put it in above average. All the things you said are correct. I just think it's pretty good though still. Like you said before, if your backliner's dying, you probably lost the run anyway right then and there, so it's not a huge deal that it has the purge effect. But it's something to keep in mind, obviously. And I think multi-strike is good. So above average.
It depends a bit on the clan. I think raw multi-strike is not good as your equipment in a lot of clans. Like I wouldn't want this as my only equipment effect in a lot of clans, but like
like certain clans, obviously like underlegion has no purpose for multi-strike usually, yada yada. But like Bolit loves Void Armament then.
That's true. Yeah, I forgot about him.
Yep.
And so does a big mushroom stack actually.
Yep. So I think you can get a lot of. I think like certain clans don't want it. Sometimes it's really good. So make of that what you will. I think on
Yeah.
average it falls in above average. So
Weapons cache to you.
weapons cache to me. I maybe this is controversial. I'm just putting this in average.
Yeah.
I think like occasionally this is a really strong effect for you. This is basically like you're playing this to cheat on energy. You make this deployable, and then you end up just getting a lot of equipments out of your deck in the deployment phase, basically. And as long as they all cost 2 or less, they're free. And if you're playing like, Lazarus League maybe, and you have a bunch of equipments in your deck, you can make a lot of value out of this. Or even like banished. It's pretty easy to make this work, but like don't take this if you don't have equipment, I guess, right? Like I don't know. The end.
I agree with average. Weapons cache is better the earlier you find it. In a perfect world, every time you walk into the first arm shop, like in Ring 3, you would walk in and you would see weapons cache and you would make it deployable, and then it's basically like cheating deployable on every equipment you play for the rest of the run. That's cool, but you don't always see that, and the later you see this, the worse it is, because you're more likely to put deployable on the equipment you want to play by then. So, cool card, cool design, really good in some clans, like you said. And important note, the equipment keeps the -2 even if you don't play it, so you can do it twice to reduce the cost.
That is true and real. I don't think there's ever really much of a world where you're like playing, like for example, like imps over and over again and just keep getting equipments out of your deck many, many times. I think this is just like mostly meant to be like tutoring equipments during deployable.
Yeah, you can do it with mushrooms. Good for underlegion, as everything is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take Zone of Silence. I think Zone of Silence is just too expensive now. They probably could drop it back down to 2 energy. I'm going to throw it in below average because, like, in theory it's good, but you almost always need some sort of energy cheat for this to be playable.
I would say, yeah, I think below average is fine. I think like the one good use case for a Zone of Silence. Actually, no, I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna go average actually because I think like certain builds really want this into Entropy Seraph. If you're playing an incant build, being able to shut off your enemy's incant trigger and then also shut off your enemy's silence ability so you don't get your incant silence is actually pretty usable. And I think like it's kind of playable into Corruption Seraph because you can, even if you're not playing bottom floor, you can play this bottom floor and then play your main plan mid floor. Doesn't happen too often, but like being able to shut off curse units on bottom floor is usually pretty good to do. So I think there's enough use case for it. But you are right, three mana is too much for this. It's too expensive. You can't make it's very hard to make this deployable, and then play it and then play your other stuff too. So it's tough. But I like it. I've had this be pretty important for certain runs.
Yeah, I think the only thing I ever really do with it is turn off Resolve on Seraph, on Savagery, to let me play 1 floor higher. But even that is like, I don't want to pay 3 for that. Okay, Echo Vault.
Okay, we have Echo Vault. I think this room is very bad.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't played it since they made the change where it works with X cost spells now. So maybe I'll change my mind after playing that a bit more. But in my experience playing it so far, it has been too expensive for what it does usually, and I have not played it very much. So I don't know.
I think this room's above average. I think that there's almost no situation where this room is bad. Just double playing your best spell is really good.
I need to play it more. Again, it's one of the newer ones, and I haven't played it. And the only times I've played it was pre bug fix. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I think that you just play it, and then like whatever your best spell is, you play twice, and that's almost always good because you're almost always playing spells. So the only reason I wouldn't play this is if I had a better room to play on my floor. But to me, this is like a default room where you would always put this on your floor if you get offered it and you don't have something else.
I'm gonna try to play it more than to get a better sense of it because I haven't played it very much.
Yeah, I mean, it is something you just have to feel out, for sure. It's also like buggy. I think it still doesn't work right with moon cycling.
Cool.
Okay, I'll take Exile's Diadem. I was excited about this relic, or this equipment when it came out, and I think it's just like a little below average. If you want to reduce the space of your units, it's good, and if you don't, it's bad.
Shout out to the fact that this is the only way you can reduce the size of your champions.
Yep, cool for that.
Which is neat.
It's cheap too, which is nice.
Yeah, and it also gives 10 health, which is not nothing, but it's close to nothing.
Yeah.
So it's whatever there. I agree with below average. I think it's just kind of a stinky, but every now and then it's pretty useful.
Yeah, I like them diversifying the ways that you can get shop equipments that matter, because this is just smidgestone, effectively. The problem is that it's really hard to go to arms shops right now because arms shops are full of trash. So, and this is often a piece of the trash because you don't need smidgestone all that often. Iron Tongue for you.
Yep. Iron Tongue is a weird one. I think I would put this overall in above average because sometimes it's like saves your entire game. You just have a generic unit that's not even that important for your run. You give it quick, you give it Iron Tongue, and then it kills not literally all the backliners. It has trouble with the with Savagery Seraph with the Chosen Assassins, but it's like pretty close to solving most situations for you then. And yeah, obviously don't put this on your carry because then you don't have to worry about the attack restriction. I like it a decent bit. It's a little expensive. I think that's the biggest thing about the card. It's a little expensive, but sweep is like very strong. So yeah.
Okay. I thought this thing was gonna suck when I first saw the reveal. I have come around. You picked this because it's really good into Corruption Seraph and Entropy Seraph. And yeah, if this was like the first card we were reviewing, I would talk a lot more about all the fringe cases, but like I don't really want to. There's a lot of things you can do with this where it's like you play this with strike triggers on units like Paraffin Enforcer or with slay triggers on like Wrathful Prince. There's a lot of creativity to be had with this. We're killing backliners with units that don't normally get to do it as good. So I like this thing.
Primordium is the one that everyone talks about, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
definitely an above average hit. Did you do that one?
I did that one, yeah.
Okay, Stasis Crystal. Where's my Overgrowth Carapace? This is the same card as Overgrowth Carapace. Less buggy.
Yeah, they did. You know that they buffed it, right?
No, what'd they do?
They changed the cooldown from 3 to 1. Yeah,
3 to 1. Yeah.
For the longest time, I didn't know that was a thing. I was so confused as to why I could immediately activate my thing like the turn after. I was like, what the fuck? Why can I? How come I can use this? I thought this was 3 cooldown.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I agree with this. I think it's weird if when it's more flexible, but it's less ceiling, right? Because you have to emerge the unit eventually, and then it stops growing. Where Overgrowth Carapace keeps growing forever and ever and ever, but it requires a smidge stone, which is like a pretty big ask. So I don't know.
This card.
I think it's a pretty similar use case though.
Yeah, this card is good when your run is bad and you think you're not going to kill bosses. Because, like, not going to kill bosses early, because this isn't going to make you magically win Seraph, but, like, you slap this on a Trained Steward, and then at the end of Relentless, or when Relentless starts, you just pop him out, and he kills, which is nice for the early to mid-game. Okay, Bloodthirsty Blade to you.
I would put Bloodthirsty Blade, it's kind of hard to say. I think it's really only usable in, like, with sweepers, basically. But it's not only. It's also good with like Dante. Sometimes I've had to get there for me on other units, but pretty seldomly. I'm gonna I think rank it average, but like it is like obviously like especially if you see it early, like game breakingly strong on a sweeper. So just keep that in mind, I guess.
Yep. Average. It's in like a superposition. If you see this in rings 3 or 4, it's broken. If you see it in rings 5 or 6, it's okay. And 7 and 8, obviously you can't play it. The only thing you missed, I think, for units that this is good on is Demon Fiend. Demon Fiend at the start of the game with Bloodthirsty Blade is really good.
Yes.
He can do
True.
it. But yeah, put this on a sweeper and win the game. It's like one of the only damage scaling options for clans that have like dog shit damage scaling like Stygian and Awoken, where you just play this and then your run is saved.
Yep.
Equalizing Rings is, I'm gonna say, below average now. I think it was very bad before, but it's come up a little bit in my mind.
I understand that they like added like old growth or whatever. There's some new cards that play with it. I don't like it very much though. I think I put it in very bad. It's not a gutter card.
It's free and there's enough things for it to do. All you have to do to play this is pay 90 gold, I think, and that's fine. It's good for a lot of bad things. It's good with Shield of Wing. It's good with, or not Shield of Wing. It's like kind of good with Shield of Wing, but yeah. It's good with Harvest Rector. It's good with Primordium to stop you from losing to the sap on Primordium for Entropy Seraph. You can just kind of like not get your attack tanked for that, which is nice. So there's enough cases where I think that this is fine, and it's like a very low cost to play, which is nice.
I don't know. I just find it too few and far between. I think I'll leave it very bad, but you know what? I'm excited for that when I finally get this merged into Old Growth.
It is very nice.
You want to do follower? I know you love this guy. This is one of your favorite guys.
Follower is the deadweight that you get from the event to get an overstacked endless, and that's all you can really say about it. The event that this guy comes from is like also gutter for sure. It's unplayable. You would never pick this unit for the unit because, like, I mean, look at Animus of Will, man. Where's Animus of Will? This is Animus of Will, but without draw priority, and it's a fucking 1/1. If I were the developer of Cult of the Lamb, I would be suing Monster Train for making my event so dog shit.
I would be a little upset too, I think.
Belatra's so cool, and Richard Garfield's so cool, and then the Cult of the Lamb event is like, hey, do you want a free Endless and then like a random equipment that can brick your run? No. I don't want that. Yeah. Thanks.
It's pretty shit.
Really bad, yeah.
Hef's hammer.
Hef's hammer.
Here's the thing, right? I don't like this thing very much. I feel like the slay to gain space is basically just blank text on this card. So you're playing this as an equipment that gives 20 attack, which is not nothing, but it's not much. I think I put this in very bad. I don't think it's quite gutter level, but it's a pretty bad one.
This is, in my opinion...
Sorry, what's up?
No, after you.
I was going to say that usually one of the room upgrades is better than taking this.
Yep, I think this is gutter tier because of the opportunity cost of giving up the room. The rooms are always better, because you're either getting Spell Sanctum or Boiler Room. Because it's going to be Spell Sanctum, Boiler Room, Fight Club, and you're going to get 2 of those offered plus Hef's Hammer. And I would always pick a room. This is one of the ones where I was like, I have a little anecdote about this one. I know we're very deep into this, but I one day saw...
so close, come on.
I gotta talk about Hef's Hammer, because this is another example of like, this is a card that just like is not fundamentally right for the game. I saw someone on Reddit post about how they had this super cool Hef's Hammer run. They were like, wow, Hef's Hammer is so fun. And their run, they had like 60 empty space on their floor, and they were at the 7 unit limit with like 10 space taken up. And I was like, man, isn't this sad? Aren't you sad about this? Like, there's so much room for cool stuff, and it just doesn't exist. I don't know why Hef's Hammer's in the game.
Yerp.
It's sad. All right, I'll take Meat Shield. Meat Shield is average. 15 HP and Resolve, heal 10 is cool. 1 energy. Not a lot of tank equipment in the game, so this is just like, if you see it, you probably click on it because it's good.
I would put it in the high end of below average. I don't find this being like putting my tank over the edge of living very often, and it takes up a slot in the deck. It is obviously good with like, you know, some of the awoken tanks that they like the heal triggers and stuff, but I just find myself not playing it very often.
Yeah, I mean, it's like super low opportunity cost, right? It's 1 energy and it purges itself from your deck after you play it for the first time, and sometimes it'll be like, hey, I lived a hit I wouldn't have otherwise lived. It's nice for a bad mid game, basically.
This is true and real.
You want to just slam both stewards in average because you can't play the game without them?
I guess so. I don't know.
It's a strange
They're important,
card
obviously, for ring 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't want to talk about him really too much. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, Shield Steward is a good card. I think that he can carry runs as a frontliner, which is something that the old Train Steward was never able to do. I like Shield Steward. Spear Steward's a piece of shit. I hate that guy, but at least he's there.
Spell Sanctum?
Yeah, Spell Sanctum.
This card is pretty bad because it's too expensive. I think the 3 cost is almost never worth the energy cost reduction. We talked about it before. You're incentivized a lot to take energy, so you usually just don't need the cost reductions from this. So what are you doing? But I've had times where it's been pretty decent in like incant style builds where I just take double card draw and there's just actually machine gun spells out. But I think I put it in very bad. I don't know. I don't like this room very much. It's just mainly just too expensive.
Yeah, I think below average because I think there are some runs that are okay with this where you can just pay the initial cost and then your cards are free. It's really good if you have like a really high deployment energy, like if you're Herschel's Horde or you have the +3 relic.
Yeah, that's very true.
The one clan that I think really likes this is Exile Awoken, because then you just rocket out all your root seeds for free, which is not great, but it's like, you know, fine. It lets you build like a crazy momentum. But yeah, I just think below average. I'm not quite very bad on it. Okay, last four. Steward's Quarters. Average. I think that this card is a necessary evil in the early game, and it got a lot worse because you see it a lot less frequently when you need it, but it makes it very hard to die to Archeon because your stewards are very strong, and they'll catch enemies for you through the mid-game as well. So very good when your run is bad. Someone gave me some forbidden tech where you play this plus a quick spear steward or a shield or quick shield steward and then a iron tongue to clear backline. I don't think you'll ever do this, but if you ever do it, let me know.
I've had like one run ever where I actually went all in on train stewards with this, and it was pretty cool. I wish that prototype was still in the game. Yeah, because then that'd be pretty cool with this. You could actually kind of go really all in on that. But I also think there's the hidden tech of Steward's Quarter, not the hidden tech, but the tech of Steward's Quarter is to give it deployable and then use this as like a one space upgrade on the floor.
Intrinsic space prism.
That's basically actual intrinsic space prism, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Because it works in deployment. I think average is fine for it. Maybe I'd go a little below average. I don't know. I think it's fine though.
It was, in my mind, it was like an auto pick where you would just take it every time you went to the arm shop before Archeon, because then you couldn't lose Archeon, and it got a little worse because the arm shops are bloated now.
That's fair. Up next, we have Stoic Plate Mail.
Yeah.
This is a weird one. Because, like, on paper, this is a huge amount of, like, defense in one card. It's 90 health, basically, because it's 60 armor, 30 HP. If you play an equipment over this, I think you lose the health and the armor, correct?
Yes.
I think the armor falls off you, too, I'm pretty sure. It's kind of sad, but whatever. I think I will put this in maybe either below average or very bad. I'm gonna put it in below average, I think, because like oftentimes your tank actually doesn't even care about their abilities, so this is just 90 HP. No, I'm gonna put it in very bad. I never play this thing. I think losing your abilities is too big of a cost on average, and I don't fuck with it. And it looks like a weird face on the armor. So what the hell, man?
That's cool. He's silenced. He's a stoic.
Yeah.
Below average for me.
Ass.
It's another one where you just pick this early because it makes it really hard to die to early bosses because 90 HP is really good. And then you probably throw it away. But there are some units that you can put this on. It's okay. Sometimes. You can get unsilenced, I think, by the silence dudes too. I'm not really sure how that works still.
We mentioned it before with Eel Gorgon. There was a bug, or maybe not even a bug, maybe it's intended, but there was a thing where your silence would get removed from silence units, and then your Eel Gorgon would lose all of its stacks, and then lose the ability to gain stacks until you played a new equipment on it. So, yeah, fun.
Yeah. All right, last two. Ready? I think Swift Steel Dagger is exceptional. Quick is OP, and this gives 15 attack, and it's 1 energy. This card is broken. Very, very good. Always, pretty much.
I'm a little bit more debatable on this one. It's pretty strong. I think worst case, this is just 15 attack for 1/2 if quick is not good for you. And then obviously, if you have a sweeper, put this on there, you're good to go. I'll put it in exceptional, I guess. But I think like there's definitely runs where it is just not doing much for you. So I don't know.
I would say maybe like 60% of runs you want to be quick as like a component piece of your run, and like not just want to be quick, but you need it. So like, you know, you just kind of have to take this because it's important in my eyes. I mean, think about it like this. Test Subject Alpha is your #1 sweeper. Why is he better than Husk Hermit? As a quick.
Oh, because he's got quick by default. He's got quick by default, Voyix. That's why.
Yeah, and like obviously when you're not playing a sweeper, this is a little bit worse, but I still think runs like Husk Hermit or Demon Fiend, you know, not Husk Hermit, sorry, Demon Fiend or Horn Warrior, or let me scroll down to someone else who I think this is okay on. Oh, like Nameless Siren. They're all kind of like they want quick still.
Yeah,
so
you are correct.
It's important. Also, I think a lot of equipment is kind of like hard to play. It's not that good a lot of the time. Like this is always good for you.
Yerp.
All right, and then you can rate this card you've never seen before.
The Beacon's Light. This is applied days 1 to all enemy units. Wait, it's on all floors, not on the current floor. It's just all floors.
Everyone in the train gets days 1. for
Oh, that's
3.
actually better than I thought it was going to be. This is probably a pretty good card, honestly. I didn't realize, because in Titans, this is just like, you know, you're dazing Savagery wherever he is. I mean, arguably dazing Dominion is maybe not a good thing because you're losing the Pyrelight, but I guess you're just not getting hit. That's pretty cool. This is probably an exceptional card, honestly. I have not played it at all, so and you know what? I don't know the opportunity cost here, because what are you losing when you take this? Isn't it like from an event where you get other things instead?
You are losing a really shitty upgrade. You're losing Beacon's Light, or yeah, no, you're losing a Purified Essence. Purified Essence is a what it says is put this on a unit, remove all of their other upgrade slots and all card text from the card, and give them 50/50. Now, if you have an upgrade already in them, they will keep the upgrade and they'll keep the text. So like they'll keep multi-strike, but like your sweeper will lose sweep, your big sludge would lose harvest rage, and he would gain 50/50.
That seems horrendous.
Yep, I agree. I think that it is another one where the numbers are just too low. It probably should be like 100 minimum.
Yeah, this Beacon's Light card then. Okay, so there's not much of a loss then. This Beacon's Light card seems pretty good. I would say this is probably or maybe not exceptional. Again, I'll have to play it to see how it feels.
Yeah.
My gut is this is a pretty good card at the very least.
I think it's above average to exceptional. I've only played it once. I will say that in the context of seeing this in Ring 3, I think that the Beacon's Light is a lot weaker than the 50/50, because just slapping 50/50 onto a Shield Steward is good. It'll make it so you always walk past Archeon, right? And then if you have Steward's Quarters, which, you know, won't happen too often, but that'll be like you're good through KO probably. So, yeah, I think that dazing everyone is strong.
Seems good.
All right.
We did it.
Yeah, before we wrap up, would you like to pick your best and worst card in the game now?
Oh, okay. Best card in the game. I will say, looking at my exceptional list, I think I'm gonna actually bump Firebrand down to just the high end of above average. I think she can go a little bit down. Best card in the game.
Yeah, if you want to do any reorganizing as well while you're thinking about it.
Yeah,
of course,
while
feel
I'm
free.
Thinking about it.
Let me look at I'm probably not gonna look through everything, but
I know I think it's got to be Inferno Room, man. It's really good.
Mine is Dripfall, of course.
That's fair. It's a really good one too.
I'm pretty happy with my exceptional tier. I think all of my exceptionals feel right.
I have some pretty good cards in here too. In my opinion. Let me see the bottom. Let me see the gutter.
Yeah, who's your bottom one? It's a tough one, man. There's so many cards to justifiably hate.
I'm thinking it might be Shadow Siege. He just seems so fucking unplayable. Yeah, I'm gonna go Shadow Siege. I think final answer.
It's tough. To me, I think that there are there are 3 really good picks. I think Shadow Siege is one of them. I think that Pyreblooded, of course, but I think sleeper pick, worst card in the game, Truffles, man. But also, like, there's so many really bad cards. Harness the Titan, but I like Harness the Titan, Penitent Deathsuit, Truffles, Pyreblooded, Shadow Siege.
Yeah. Those are all pretty bad. I wouldn't put Truffles in there, I don't think.
Is it because he's cute and he goes ARF?
No, because you can at least like Shadow Siege is unplayable in every sense of the word because it's too hard to actually put him onto the board. At least you can just play Truffles and get an equipment.
That's true. You're right.
I don't think he's that level of unplayable.
I think I'm gonna lock it in. I think it's Pyreblooded. I think it's Pyreblooded. I think he takes it. Because, like,
okay,
if you have a good early game and you blind pick Shadow Siege, there's a world where you are rewarded with either the Richard Garfield event or Smidgestone Volatile Gauge, and then you can at least play him. And he's, like, not terrible. I think that if everything like, what world is Pyreblooded okay? When are you like, yes, man, my Pyreblooded run? It just doesn't happen.
I don't know. I think it happens pretty close to the same frequency. I don't know which is better or worse there. That's tough.
Now, which one is more exciting when it works out, do you think?
Oh, Shadow Siege for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt about that.
I'm gonna go Pyreblooded. I think he's really bad.
Okay.
I think you can. I don't like I said. I think you can pick either one. Well,
Yeah, I
Cranberry,
don't know.
that's it.
I'm just
We did
looking.
it.
I'm looking through to make sure there's no other changes I want to make. Hold on, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Dude, I'm looking at Bama Bello here. I might put him in
I
the gutter
also
too,
am looking
actually.
at Balmabello, man. Same thought. Maybe he should be in the gutter, right?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I can put him in the gutter. I'm fine with that. I'm
I
fine with Bama
agree.
Bello in the gutter. I think I am. Anything that really stick out to me as being like, what the fuck are you doing here? No, I think I like this now. I think this is pretty good to me. Yep, I like my list.
I think that with how much I talked about Shield Wing after the fact, I'm gonna knock it up to average.
Let's go.
I think it is like reasonable enough that it's good.
We've done it.
Yeah, I don't hate that card. I just think it could be better. But like, it's good when it's good, and sometimes it's like really, really good.
Okay, well, Voyix, thank you for having me. This was
Yeah.
fun to do. Of
Thanks
course,
for joining
as
me.
always.
You wanna say anything to all the people sleeping out there?
You gotta go to work. You're so late. You gotta get up, man.
Nah, man. At this point, just sleep in, man. They'll work without
Yeah,
you.
you can call out sick, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, you're not feeling too good today. I think that's true. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. If you made it to the end, wow. This is definitely the longest video I've ever made, and probably the longest video I will ever put up on this channel. I think that this one, I don't know how long it is because we did it in 4 sections, but this is probably going to clock in around 12 and a half to 13 hours.
Something around there. Pretty cool.
Yeah. So, thanks for watching our podcast.
Leave a comment. What's a card you like in this game?
Please timestamp every time you disagreed with something we said.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah,
Way
better.
Go back, rewatch this video so you can get the timestamps and timestamp everything that we said. And yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me, Cranberry. Do you want to do any plugs before I press the stop recording button and then go lay down?
You can just end it.